right at the top of Iran. It was infinitely more powerful than Iran has ever been. And Iran fought two rounds of war at the beginning of the century, lost the entire Caucasus to Russia, and learned its lesson that you have to be mindful of Russia and you have to keep it as an arm's length. And that's what was the Iran's policy throughout the course of the 20th century, 19th and 20th century, up to what we see now around us, which is a very strange situation. Um, whether the balance has changed in terms of if Russia is purchasing weapons from Iran, which was unheard of, it means that there is a new balance is emerging, a new relationship is emerging. Perhaps remains to be seen. But uh, if you look at the historical precedents, it would have been enormously unwise to be an ally of Russia, given its long history of aggression in Iran. See, Russians, part of the reason why it's actually Iran allied itself with British Empire was the fact that it was so much afraid of the Russian expansion. And as such, I don't know what's going to be the future of this relationship.
There is a big disconnect between governments and the people. And I think ultimately, I have faith that there's a love across the different cultures, across the different religions amongst the people. And the governments are the source of the division and the conflict and the wars and all the geopolitics that is in part grounded in the battle for resources and all that kind of stuff. Nevertheless, this is the world we live in. So you looked at the modern history of Iran, the past few centuries. If you look into the future of this region, now you kind of implied that a historian has a bit of a cynical view of protests and things like this that are fueled, at least in the minds of young people, with hope. If you were to just for a while have a bit of hope in your heart and your mind, what is a hopeful future for the next 10, 20, 30 years of Iran?
I'm not cynical. I'm trying to be realistic. And I actually may be critical, but I have great hopes in Iran's future for a variety of reasons. I actually did write an article, only if the last version of it is going to go out today, in which the title of it is The Time of Fear and Women of Hope, which in a sense is this hope coverage about what this movement means that we see today. It may fizzle in a few weeks' time, or it may just go on and create a new dynamics in Iranian society that would hopefully result in a peaceful process of greater accommodation and a greater tolerance within the Iranian society and with the outside world. And I think majority of the Iranian people don't want tension, don't want confrontation, don't want crisis. If 40 years they have suffered from a regime that have dictated an ideology that it's regressive and impractical, they want to go back to a life in which they don't really create trouble for their neighbors or for the world. And therefore, I would see a better future for Iran. That's for one reason. Strategically or geopolitically, maybe in Iran's advantage in a peaceful fashion to negotiate as it's the fate of all the nations, rather than commit itself or sworn to a particular uh, course of policy. So there's a give and take, as the nature of politics is art of possible, as it's been said. So probably Iran is going to be hopefully move in that direction. I think there is a generational thing. That's the third reason. No matter how much the Islamic Republic tried to Islamicize the Iranian society in its own image of kind of radical ideological indoctrination, it has failed. It has failed up to what we see today in the Iranian streets. And the Iranian population said no to it. And I think if there would have been, and I very much hope there will be, a possibility for a more open environment, more open space where they would be able to speak their views out, Iranians are not on the side of moving in the extreme directions. They are in the side of greater accommodation and a greater interest in the outside world. And if you look at every aspect of today's, beside the government, every aspect of life in today's Iran, we can see that. From the way that people dress,
welcome, how are you?
To the way that they try to live their lives, to the way that they're educating themselves or educate.
Huh? What's good with you?
Hold on, let me turn your other thing down.
Good move.
Oh my God! So you are a real person.
I am, Brenier. How are you?
Good. Oh my God! I literally be seeing you like all the time in like Aiden server, like just sitting there, like, or like someone else's like random server just sitting in the VC, and I'm just like, what the fuck is this dude, a robot?
No,
so
I'm
you're
a
a real
person.
person. Oh my
100%.
God!
I'm so glad you're here. I'm going to send you a friend request. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. We're already friends, so that's amazing. I'm Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah, we're friends already.
Excellent. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. As you know, I do so for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Essentially, people can watch my life on 10 different YouTube streams at any given time. And I'm going to send you the link for those so that you can watch me as well whenever you want. Why do I do this? I don't want war anymore, and this gives me the ability to be able to discuss world peace with people. Essentially, I feel that we're not all that different, and if we can come together as a globe to understand that we all eat, we all sleep, we all do everything that humans do, perhaps that we're all not that different, that we can come together. Essentially, you can go back to the pandemic. I've been doing this for more than 3.5 years, so you can see me back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. And we talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society. So Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king. I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum, everything. And I have more data online than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you're a very influential person as well. Things that we talk about on the stream are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We talk about dark energy, dark matter. We talk about invisibility cloaks. We talk about things like de-extinction, bringing animals back that were once extinct. People don't know, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific is started in 2003. The first successful de-extinction was on the Pyrenean ibex, which is like a goat. Fast forward to 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific is started. They have a goal on their website. They want to bring back the woolly mammoth by the year 2028. So within the next 3 years or so, Brenier, you might be able to see woolly mammoths. They want to essentially impregnate African elephants and reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle. And following that, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. These are just fascinating things that we discuss. Other things that we discuss: ending world hunger using technology like floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, agricultural drones, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. All of these, if utilized the correct way, could help to end world hunger. I want to help end world thirst through desalination plants, taking the salt water and making it potable or drinkable for people on land, uh, smart straws, and additionally through the use of digging of wells. I think that these are simple solutions to some of the world's more complicated problems. Other things that we discuss are things like life extension technology. So when you were born, Grenier, perhaps your life extension, life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to get that to age 100, 120 if possible, using things like human growth hormone, stem cells, using things like ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, perhaps things like nootropics and cryogenics. These can all be used to perhaps extend your life, but eventually your body's going to break down. You're going to say to me, Rabbi, what do we do now? I'm 120 years old, my body's breaking down. That's when we get into the next type of technology that's very exciting. It's known as mind uploading technology. Bernier, has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? No?
Yes and no.
Okay, tell me about it.
I believe we all die one day, you know?
Certainly. I mean, perhaps the universe will eventually end, so nothing is infinite. But I mean
Yeah.
that you'll be able to afford, and I will help you if possible. Another type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, you may be able to have a digital immortality, which is extremely exciting.
Wow. You are so like, oh my god, I'm so excited to like actually talk to you for real.
Absolutely.
Like you don't understand. You don't understand. In every server I'm in, I always see you, and I'm just like, guys, who the fuck is this guy? Some like people would fuck with me and be like, oh, he's a robot, and I'm just like, bro, I genuinely want to talk to him, but like. You just be doing nothing, and just like I'll be seeing like stream playing on like a projector. And it's so you're so nice. Oh
Thank you.
God!
Thank
what
you.
The fuck?
Well, you're very nice yourself.
Get out of here!
Absolutely. I'm just watching podcasts, so I like to watch anything that helps me learn. So that's what you'll see on the projector. And a lot of times we'll have like subtitles or different languages in there for people who may not speak English very well. And yeah, I do my best to spread positivity to everyone I meet. And I'm a very optimistic individual. And if you ever need anything, I want you to know you have a friend in me, and I'm always here to help you.
Same for you. Like if you, I'm also a person that spreads positivity like all the time. So if you like want to vent or anything to me, like I'm always here for you.
Excellent. Bernier, just know if you ever wanted to do anything for me, come in whenever you're bored. You know I'm always here, and we can hang out and chill. We'll watch whatever you want. I've done my best to create the world's largest compilation of media. So, as you know, I do a lot of podcasts, but we've also done all the Super Bowls of the last like 3-4 years. We've done 3 sets of Olympics: the 2021 Olympics, the 2022 Olympics, the 2024 Olympics. We've done the World Cup. We've done a presidential election. So basically, I'm just creating like a time capsule for the world. And now you're on it, and you should know that I want you to be on it more. So whenever you're bored, you come in here, say hi, and keep spreading positivity. And one day we will overcome all the darkness and be a light to the nations.
Yes, thank you so much. Oh my God, you're so cool.
Oh, thank
You
you.
don't know how excited I am right now. Like, I just woke up like 30 minutes ago, and like, I was just like, let me see, let me Let me join this guy's Discord. Let me see.
Absolutely, you did the
Oh my
right
god,
thing.
you just made my day.
Excellent. Well, I want you to continue having a great day. So you go do what you need to do. Feel free to stay if you'd like. But I know you've got things on your agenda. But just know that we're here to support
Yeah, I
you with
do.
anything that you need. And thank you again for being so kind. And just know that I'm here to support you with any of your endeavors.
Yes, thank you so much. Same to you as well. Is your chat locked or am I just not verified?
No. It's generally locked for everyone. The reason why, when I first started this, I let anybody chat and whatever they wanted. But I had some people who, I get a lot of trolls, as you can imagine, because I'm in so many servers. And they put some really nasty GIFs, GIFs, throughout every single
Yeah.
channel that I had, very gory things. And so to avoid people from just going crazy, I locked them. I eventually have an XP system where you do enough talking and then you'll be able to chat and type and all those other things. There are two channels in which you can chat. There's a free speech channel, which a lot of people, I get haters all the time, but I want them to have the ability to say whatever they want. So you could type in there. And then I also have a self promotion channel because I want small streamers to always have an opportunity to be able to promote themselves. So those are lower in the Discord. As you see, I have a very large Discord. It's got about 500 VCs.
Yeah, I see it though.
Excellent. One thing that you can do, wherever you see a VC, if you click on the chat, you'll see most every single one of them has something in there about it, whether it's something from Reddit or like a ranking of different music genres, or just really, I do my best to have little niceties in everywhere that I go, and especially in my own server. So feel free to take a look at that, and just know that you have a friend in me. I'm glad that we're connected on Discord messages, and that we've had the opportunity to speak. And you should just know that you have a very positive voice. I mean, I hear joy in your voice, and that brings me joy. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Oh my god, you too.
Excellent. Well, take care.
But I'm so happy.
Absolutely.
I'm so happy.
To have met you.
We gotta stay in touch though. We gotta stay in touch.
We're connected in the Discord messages, and I'll send you a message if I ever need you for anything. And you always know that I'm in here, and you see me in enough different Discords to know how to get a hold of me. So this isn't the end. This is just the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Yes, totally. I
Right.
love it.
Well,
But
I do have a question for
am
you.
at the-
I know you do. You got
go
stuff to
ahead.
do. How do you say your name?
My name is Shakasia, actually. Brenier is just my middle name.
Excellent. Okay. I will call you by what you go as in here.
You
Brenier.
can call me whatever you want. You can call me bitch. You
No.
know, you can call
I don't want
every
to
name
call you
under
that.
the sun.
I don't want to call you. I just want to make sure I was pronouncing your name correctly. So, Brenier, you should know that I consider you my newest friend, and I hope that we are friends for years and decades, and perhaps centuries when it comes to life extension technology and mind uploading technology,
Yes.
should you wish. So
Even in a new alternate universe.
that's absolutely correct. 100%. We'll do it together.
Yes.
Excellent.
I'm so down. Oh my god, I'm so happy.
Excellent. Well, I'm happy too. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, you're welcome.
Take care, Brenier.
Anytime. I'm about to go take a shower. And
You-
get
you-
dressed.
You, as the kids say. You do you. You come back whenever you have time.
All right. Bye.
Take care, Brenier. Shout out to Brenier, everybody.
Educated in the institutions, do you see a desire, an intention to move forward? And I'm optimistic.
Well, in that struggle for freedom, like I told you offline,
all these fucking videos?
one of my close childhood friends is Iranian.
So
Just a beautiful person. His family is a wonderful family. And on a personal level, is one of the deeper windows into the Iranian spirit and soul that I've gotten a chance to witness. So I really appreciate it. But in the recent times, I've gotten to hear from a lot of people that are currently living in Iran, currently have that burning hope for the future of the country. And so my love goes out to them in the struggle for freedom.
That's so nice of you to say so.
What is this fucking
And I
book?
very much hope so. There are moments of despair, and there are moments that you would think that there is no hope, and but then again something triggers, and you see 100,000 people in the streets of Berlin that are hoping for a better future for Iran. And I very much hope it eventually emerges. Even I'm hoping at the same time there's not going to be a very strong leadership as it was the case in the past.
We started with hope. We ended with hope. This was a real honor. This is an incredible conversation.
Right.
Thank you for giving such a deep and
why
wide
isn't there just a thing?
story of this great nation, one of the
just
great
says,
nations in history.
Hey,
Well,
Doc,
that's
you want me to
just
just
say
say
so.
this to
Thank
you?
you for
Yes.
sitting down today.
Well,
Yeah,
a
thank you.
history that, as I've said in the start of my book, I say it's the history of a nation which has learned a huge
Shit
amount
download?
from the outside world by force of its geography. It was always located somewhere that people would invade
Yeah.
or come for trade, or something happened to it that this diffused culture continued to, and they were not afraid of learning or adopting, as they do right now today. This is a very different society.
Never a boring moment in its history, as you write about. Thank you so much. This is awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Abba Samana. To support this podcast,
Where'd you take
please
it
check
at?
out our sponsors in the
I didn't
description.
really hear too much.
And now,
else.
let me leave you
Seemed like
with
it
a few
made
words from Martin
Add your
Luther
phone,
King
dog.
Jr. From every mountainside, let freedom ring. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I think it's possible that physics has exploits and we should be trying to find them. Arranging some kind of a crazy quantum mechanical system that somehow gives you buffer overflow, somehow gives you rounding error in the floating point. Synthetic intelligences are kind of like the next stage of development. And I don't know where it leads to. Like at some point, I suspect the universe is some kind of a puzzle. These synthetic AIs will uncover that puzzle and solve it.
The following is a conversation with Andrej Karpathy, previously the director of AI at Tesla, and before that at OpenAI and Stanford. He is one of the greatest scientists, engineers, and educators in the history of artificial intelligence. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our
It's
sponsors.
bullshit.
And now, dear friends, here's Andrej Karpathy. What is a neural network? And why does it seem to do such a surprisingly good job of learning?
What is a neural network? It's a mathematical abstraction of the brain. I would say that's how it was originally developed. At the end of the day, it's a mathematical expression, and it's a fairly simple mathematical expression when you get down to it. It's basically a sequence of matrix multiplies, which are really dot products mathematically, and some nonlinearity is thrown in. And so it's a very simple mathematical expression, and it's got knobs in it.
Many knobs.
Many knobs. And these knobs are loosely related to basically the synapses in your brain. They're trainable, they're modifiable. And so the idea is like we need to find the setting of the knobs that makes the neural net do whatever you want it to do, like classify images and so on. And so there's not too much mystery, I would say, in it. Like you might think that basically don't want to endow it with too much meaning with respect to the brain and how it works. It's really just a complicated mathematical expression with knobs, and those knobs need a proper setting for it to do something desirable.
Yeah, but poetry is just a collection of letters with spaces. It can make us feel a certain way. And in that same way, when you get a large number of knobs together, whether it's inside the brain or inside a computer, they seem to surprise us with their power.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So basically, I'm underselling it by a lot because you definitely do get very surprising emergent behaviors out of these neural nets when they're large enough and trained on complicated enough problems, like say, for example, the next word prediction in a massive data set from the internet. And then these neural nets take on pretty surprising magical properties. Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting how much you can get out of even very simple mathematical formalism.
When your brain right now is talking, is it doing next word prediction? Or is it doing something more interesting?
Well, it's definitely some kind of a generative model that's a GPT-like and prompted by you.
Yes.
So you're giving me a prompt, and I'm kind of like responding to it in a generative way.
And by yourself, perhaps a little bit? Like, are you adding extra prompts from your own memory inside your head?
Mm.
Or no?
Well, it definitely feels like you're referencing some kind of a declarative structure of like memory and so on. And then you're putting that together with your prompt and giving away some answers.
Like, how much of what you just said has been said by you before?
Nothing, basically, right?
No, if you actually look at all the words you've ever said in your life and you do a search, you'll probably said a lot of the same words in the same order before.
Yeah, could be. I mean, I'm using phrases that are common, etc., but I'm remixing it into a pretty sort of unique sentence at the end of the day. But you're right, definitely there's like a ton of remixing.
Why you didn't? You it's like Magnus Carlsen said. I'm rated 2900, whatever, which is pretty decent. I think you're talking very. You're not giving enough credit to neural nets here. Why do they seem to? What's your best intuition about this emergent behavior?
I mean, it's kind of interesting because I'm simultaneously underselling them, but I also feel like there's an element to which I'm it's actually kind of incredible that you can get so much emergent magical behavior out of them, despite them being so simple mathematically. So I think those are kind of like two surprising statements that are kind of just juxtaposed together. And I think basically what it is we are actually fairly good at optimizing these neural nets. And when you give them a hard enough problem, they are forced to learn very interesting solutions in the optimization. And those solutions basically have these emergent properties that are very interesting.
There's wisdom and knowledge in the knobs.
Mhm.
And so
Yes.
this representation that's in the knobs, does it make sense to you intuitively that a large number of knobs can hold a representation that captures some deep wisdom about the data it has looked at? It's a lot of knobs.
It's a lot of knobs. And somehow, so speaking concretely, one of the neural nets that people are very excited about right now are GPTs, which are basically just next word prediction networks. So you consume a sequence of words from the internet and you try to predict the next word. And once you train these on a large enough data set, you can basically prompt these neural nets in arbitrary ways, and you can ask them to solve problems, and they will. So you can just tell them, you can make it look like you're trying to solve some kind of mathematical problem, and they will continue with what they think is the solution based on what they've seen on the internet. And very often, those solutions look very remarkably consistent, look correct potentially even.
Do you still think about the brain
What is
side of
this
it?
shit?
So as neural nets is an abstraction or mathematical abstraction of the brain, you still draw wisdom from the biological neural networks? Or even the bigger question, so you're a big fan of biology and biological computation. What impressive thing is biology doing to you that computers are not yet? That gap.
I would say I'm definitely I'm much more hesitant with the analogies to the brain than I think you would see potentially in the field. And I kind of feel like certainly the way neural networks started is everything stemmed from inspiration by the brain. But at the end of the day, the artifacts that you get after training, they are arrived at by a very different optimization process than the optimization process that gave rise to the brain. And so I think I kind of think of it as a very complicated alien artifact. It's something
Brain?
different. The neural nets that we're training.
Okay.
They are complicated alien artifact. I do not make analogies to the brain because I think the optimization process that gave rise to it is very different from the brain. So there was no multi-agent self-play kind of setup and evolution. It was an optimization that is basically what amounts to a compression objective on a massive amount of data.
Okay, so artificial neural networks are doing compression, and biological neural networks
Narrow to survive. And
are not really doing anything. They're an agent in a multi-agent self-play system that's been running for a very, very long time.
that said, evolution has found that it is very useful to predict and have a predictive model in the brain. And so I think our brain utilizes something as a part of it, but it has a lot more gadgets and gizmos and
Fuck yeah.
value functions and ancient nuclei that are all trying to make it survive and reproduce and everything else.
And the whole thing through embryogenesis is built from a single cell. I mean, it's just the code is inside the DNA, and it just builds it up like the entire organism with
It's totally
arms,
crazy.
the head, legs,
Yes.
and like it does it pretty well.
It may not be possible.
So there's some learning going on. There's some kind of computation going through that building process. I mean, I don't know where. If you were just to look at the entirety of history of life on Earth, where do you think is the most interesting invention? Is it the origin of life itself? Is it just jumping to eukaryotes? Is it mammals? Is it humans themselves, Homo sapiens? The origin of intelligence, highly complex intelligence? Or is it all just a continuation of the same kind of process?
Certainly, I would say it's an extremely remarkable story that I'm only briefly learning about recently. All the way from actually, you almost have to start at the formation of Earth and all of its conditions in the entire solar system and how everything changed with Jupiter and Moon and the habitable zone and everything. And then you have an active Earth that's turning over material. And then you start with abiogenesis and everything. And so it's all a pretty remarkable story. I'm not sure that I can pick a single unique piece of it that I find most interesting. I guess for me as an artificial intelligence researcher, it's probably the last piece. We have lots of animals that are not building technological society, but we do. And it seems to have happened very quickly. It seems to have happened very recently. And something very interesting happened there that I don't fully understand. I almost understand everything else, I think intuitively, but I don't understand exactly that part and how quick it was.
Both explanations would be interesting. One is that this is just a continuation of the same kind of process. There's nothing special about humans. That would be deeply understanding. That would be very interesting. That we think of ourselves as special, but it was obvious. It was already written in the code that you would have greater and greater intelligence emerging. And then the other explanation, which is something truly special happened, something like a rare event, whether it's crazy rare event like Space Odyssey. What would it be? See, if you say the invention of fire, or the as Richard Wrangham says, the beta males deciding a clever way to kill the alpha males by collaborating. So just optimizing the collaboration, really the multi-agent aspect of the multi-agent, and that really being constrained on resources and trying to survive. The collaboration aspect is what created the complex intelligence. It seems like it's a natural outgrowth of the evolutionary process. What could possibly be a magical thing that happened, like a rare thing that would say that humans are actually, human level intelligence is actually a really rare thing in the universe?
Yeah, I'm hesitant to say that it is rare, by the way, but it definitely seems like it's kind of like a punctuated equilibrium where you have lots of exploration and then you have certain leaps, sparse leaps in between. So of course, origin of life would be one. DNA, sex, eukaryotic system, eukaryotic life, the endosymbiosis event where the archaeon ate little bacteria, just the whole thing, and then of course emergence of consciousness and so on. So it seems like definitely there are sparse events where massive amount of progress was made, but yeah, it's kind of hard to pick one.
So you don't think humans are unique? Gotta ask you, how many intelligent alien civilizations do you think are out there? And is their intelligence different or similar to ours?
Yeah, I've been preoccupied with this question quite a bit recently, basically the Fermi paradox and just thinking through. And the reason actually that I am very interested in the origin of life is fundamentally trying to understand how common it is that there are technological societies out there in space. And the more I study it, the more I think that there should be quite a lot.
Why haven't we heard from them? Because I agree with you. It feels like I just don't see why what we did here on Earth is so difficult to do.
Yeah, and especially when you get into the details of it, I used to think origin of life was very, it was this magical rare event, but then you read books like, for example, McLean, The Vital Question, life ascending, etc. And he really gets in, and he really makes you believe that this is not that rare.
Basic chemistry.
You have an active earth, and you have your alkaline vents, and you have lots of alkaline waters mixing with acidic ocean, and you have your proton gradients, and you have little porous pockets of these alkaline vents that concentrate chemistry. And basically, as he steps through all of these little pieces, you start to understand that actually this is not that crazy. You could see this happen on other systems. And he really takes you from just a geology to primitive life. And he makes it feel like it's actually pretty plausible. And also, like, the origin of life was actually fairly fast after formation of Earth. If I remember correctly, just a few 100 million years or something like that after basically when it was possible, life actually arose. And so that makes me feel that that is not the constraint, that is not the limiting variable, and that life should actually be very common. And then, where the drop-offs are is very interesting to think about. I currently think that there's no major drop-offs, basically, and so there should be quite a lot of life. And basically where that brings me to then is the only way to reconcile the fact that we haven't found anyone and so on is that we can't see them. We can't observe them.
Just a quick brief comment. Nick Lane and a lot of biologists I talked to, they really seem to think that the jump from bacteria to more complex organisms is the hardest jump.
The eukaryotic life, basically.
Yeah, which I get it. They're much more knowledgeable than me about like the intricacies of biology, but that seems like crazy because how many single cell organisms are there, like, and how much time you have? Surely it's not that difficult. Like in a billion years is not even that long of a time, really. Just all these bacteria under constrained resources, battling it out. I'm sure they can invent more complex. Yeah, I don't understand. It's like how to move from a hello world program to like invent a function or something like that. I don't.
Yeah.
So I don't. Yeah. So I'm with you. I just feel like I don't see any. If the origin of life, that would be my intuition. That's the hardest thing. But if that's not the hardest thing because it happens so quickly, then it's got to be everywhere. And yeah, maybe we're just too dumb to see it.
Well, it's just we don't have really good mechanisms for seeing this life. I mean, by what? How? So I'm not an expert, just to preface this, but just from how I think at it.
I want to meet an expert on alien intelligence and how to communicate.
I'm very suspicious of our ability to find these intelligences out there and to find these Earths. Like radio waves, for example, are terrible. Their power drops off as basically 1 over R squared. So I remember reading that our current radio waves would not be the ones that we are broadcasting would not be measurable by our devices today. Only like 1/10 of a light year away, like not even basically tiny distance, because you really need like a targeted transmission of massive power directed somewhere for this to be picked up on long distances. And so I just think that our ability to measure is not amazing. I think there's probably other civilizations out there. And then the big question is, why don't they build 1 million probes, and why don't they interstellar travel across the entire galaxy? And my current answer is it's probably interstellar travel is like really hard. You have the interstellar medium. If you want to move at close to the speed of light, you're going to be encountering bullets along the way. Because even like tiny hydrogen atoms and little particles of dust are basically have like massive kinetic energy at those speeds. And so basically you need some kind of shielding, you have all the cosmic radiation. It's just like brutal out there. It's really hard. And so my thinking is maybe interstellar travel is just extremely hard.
You have billions of years to build hard. It feels like we're not a billion years away from doing that.
It just might be that you have to go very slowly, potentially, as an example, through space.
Right, as opposed to close to the speed of light.
So I'm suspicious basically of our ability to measure life, and I'm suspicious of the ability to just permeate all of space in the galaxy or across galaxies. And that's the only way that I can currently see a way around it.
Yeah, it's kind of mind-blowing to think that there's trillions of intelligent alien civilizations out there kind of slowly traveling through space to meet each other. And some of them meet, some of them go to war, some of them collaborate.
Or they're all just independent. They're all just like little pockets.
Well, statistically, if there's there's trillions of them, surely some of the pockets are close enough to get.
Some of them happen to be close, yeah.
Close enough to see each other, and then once you see something that is definitely complex life, like if we see something
After the
we're
collapse
probably
of the
going to be
USSR,
severe,
some of
like
the information
intensely, aggressively motivated to figure out what the hell that
in
is
the book
and
were
try to
made.
meet them.
So,
But what would be your first
years later,
instinct
the
to
information
try
and some
to,
of the images
like at a
started
generational level,
appearing in
meet
TV
them
series and
or
video games?
defend against
Mass
them?
Effect being the most
Or
well
what
known,
would be your,
this information
instinct
was handwritten
as
on
a president of the United States
DS
and a scientist?
in
I don't know which
1924
hat you prefer
near
in this question.
Yekaterinos saved
Yeah, I think the
Ukraine,
question,
now
it's really hard.
The three daughters of
I
a
will say,
certain
like, for
captain
example, for
Andrzej
us,
simply.
we have lots of primitive life forms on Earth.
Captain
Um,
Andrzej was
next to
a
us, we have all kinds of
Russian
ants and everything else,
One
and we
very
share
little
space with
is
them.
known about him.
And we are hesitant
Except that
to impact on them, and
traveled a lot.
we're trying to protect them by
A farmer
default,
that lived near Captain
because they are
Andrzej's
amazing,
house
interesting,
same time that
dynamical
he
systems that took a long
saw
time to
the
evolve,
captain's
and they
daughters
are
walking
interesting and
towards him with
special.
Navy.
And
2
I don't
hours
know that you
before
want
sunrise,
to destroy that by default.
he followed them
And
at a
so
distance.
I like
After walking
complex
for 30
dynamical systems that took a
minutes,
lot
he
of time to
described
evolve.
seeing purple
I
and red
think
lights in the mist.
I like to preserve it if I
He
can
got
afford to.
closer and saw
And I'd like to
three
think that the
girls
same would be
entering
true
what he
about
called
the galactic resources,
floating
and
brightly
that
like
they
flame.
would think that we're
He
kind of
also
incredible,
reported
interesting
seeing fun.
story that took time,
Creatures as
took a
small
few
as the
billion years
children,
to
but with a
unravel,
much older
and you don't want to
face.
just destroy it.
I could see
According
two
to
aliens
Daniel
talking
Windmill,
about
came
Earth
very
right now
slowly
and
into
saying,
the
I'm a
stars
big
and
fan
he
of
could not
complex
tell them
dynamical
apart.
systems, so I think
According to
it
the farmer,
was a value
ran
to
to
pursue
Captain
these,
Andrzej's
and we
house.
basically are a video game they
Warned him
watch
about
or
the
show, a
event.
TV show that they watch.
This photo supposedly
Yeah, I think
shows him
you would need like a very good reason, I
farmer's
think,
house.
to destroy
Upon
it.
arrival, he
Like,
knocked
why don't
on
we
the door,
destroy
but
these ant
nobody
farms and so on?
answered.
It's because we're not actually like
He
really
then
in
entered
direct
the house and
competition
found
with
the
them right
captain
now.
and his wife.
We do it accidentally
Dead
and
on
so
their
on, but
bed. Their
um,
faces were peaceful,
there's plenty of
as if they
resources.
had
And so why would you
died
destroy
during
something
their
that is so
sleep.
interesting and precious?
Well,
All
from a
their animals,
scientific perspective,
3
you might
dogs, 1
probe it.
horse, and 2
Yeah.
You might
goats.
interact with it
Exactly.
lightly.
Exactly. You
So,
might want to learn something from it, right?
On the
so I
kitchen
wonder,
table,
there's
there was a
could
letter
be
with
certain
note,
physical phenomena
"Not
that we think is a physical
With
phenomena, but it's
handwriting
actually
that matched
interacting with us
Sophia,
to like
one of the
poke the
daughters.
finger and see what
Yeah.
It
happens.
said,
I think it should be very interesting to
"We are
scientists,
going to
other
explore
alien
the
scientists, what
moon
happened here.
with our friends."
And you know, it's a
Supposed photo
what we're
of
seeing
Sophie
today is a
Young,
snapshot.
not
Basically, it's
confirmed.
a result of a huge amount of computation
DS.
over like billion years or
Smash agents
something like that. So
Department
It could have been
48112.
initiated by aliens.
It is
This
your
could be a
duty to
computer
thoroughly
running a
investigate all
program.
events
Like,
regarding
okay, if you had the
any
power to do
reports of
this, when you,
visitations
okay,
or incidents
for sure,
concerning
at
creatures
least I would
from
would
other
pick
planets as well as
a
with
Earth-like
non-terrestrial
planet
creatures
that has the conditions, based on my
that should
understanding
know
of the
on our
chemistry
planet at the
prerequisites
present
for
or
life,
future time.
and I would seed
It
it
is
with
your
life,
duty to
run
immediately
it,
present to your
right?
superior in
Like, yeah,
charge
wouldn't you 100% do that and observe it and then
Yeah.
material
protect?
evidence gathered during
I mean, that's not just a hell of a good TV show. It's a good scientific experiment.
Absolute secrecy
And
and concealment.
Regarding it's physical simulation, right? Maybe the evolution is the most, like, actually running it is the most efficient way to understand computation or to compute stuff.
or to understand life, or you know what life looks like, and what branches it can take.
It does make me kind of feel weird that we're part of a science experiment, but maybe it's everything's a science experiment. Does that change anything for us?
Make use of your
For a science
extensive training
experiment?
and love for our great union.
I don't know.
Two descendants of apes talking about being inside of a science
I'm suspicious of this idea of like a deliberate panspermia, as you described it, sort of. And I don't see a divine intervention in some way in the historical record right now. I do feel like the story in these books, like Nick Lane's books and so on, sort of makes sense, and it makes sense how life arose on Earth uniquely. And yeah, I don't need to reach for more exotic explanations right now.
Sure, but NPCs inside a video game don't observe any divine intervention either. And we might just be all NPCs running a kind of code.
Maybe eventually they will. Currently, NPCs are really dumb, but once they're running GPTs, maybe they will be like, "Hey, this is really suspicious. What the hell?"
So you famously tweeted, "It looks like if you bombard Earth with photons for a while, it can emit a roadster." So if, like in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, we would summarize the story of Earth. So in that book, it's mostly harmless. What do you think is all the possible stories, like a paragraph long or a sentence long, that Earth could be summarized as? And once it's done, it's computation. So like all the possible full. If Earth is a book, right?
Yeah.
Probably there has to be an ending. I mean, there's going to be an end to Earth, and it could end in all kinds of ways. It can end soon, it can end later. What do you think
derive
are
from
the
an
possible
ancient race of
stories?
reptilians
Well,
that
definitely there
discovered
seems to be,
extinct.
yeah, you're sort of,
They are specialists at building
it's pretty
ships
incredible
and
that
other
these
devices
self-replicating
needed
systems will
for deep
basically
space
arise
travel.
from the dynamics,
They are
and then
also
they
space
perpetuate themselves and become more
travelers
complex, and eventually
searching
become
for new
conscious and build
raw
a
materials.
society. And I kind of feel like,
They
in
can
some
live up
sense,
to
it's kind of like
230
a
years.
deterministic wave
Last seen near
that,
Tokyo,
you know, any
2005.
sufficiently well-arranged system like Earth.
DS.
And so I kind of feel like there's
People
a
have
certain sense of
They come
inevitability
from
in it.
constellation
Um,
Vela, near
and it's
the
really
star
beautiful.
Sibyl Alpha.
And it ends somehow, right? So it's
They
a
grow up to 2 meters
chemically
high, 6, and
a
live up to
diverse
200
environment
years.
where
can shape
complex
shift that are
dynamical
very hard to
systems
detect.
can
When they
evolve
shape
Yeah.
and
the only
become
thing they
more
cannot change
further and further
the
complex.
size and
But
color
then
of
there's
their
a
eyes.
certain
They are one of the
uh,
oldest known races.
what is it? There's
They do have
certain
gut
terminating
feelings.
conditions.
Last seen on Earth in
Yeah, I don't know
July
what the
of
terminating conditions are, but
2008.
definitely there's a trend line of something, and we're part of that story.
Yes.
And like, where does it go?
They
So,
come
you know,
from
we're
solar
famously described
systems
often as a
surrounding the
biological
planets.
bootloader for AIs.
Stars.
And that's
More
because humans, I mean, you know, we're an
precisely, from a planet
incredible
near the star.
biological system, we're capable of computation
They
and,
are associated with
you know,
spiritual growth.
and love and so on.
They can grow
Um,
up to
but
2.5
we're extremely
meters.
inefficient as well. Like, we're talking to each other through audio. It's just kind of embarrassing, honestly, that we're manipulating like seven symbols,
Their sexual
serially.
expressions and their
We're
sensual
using
emotions.
vocal cords. It's all happening over
Their
like
ships
multiple
are known as
seconds.
beam ships.
It's just like kind of embarrassing when
Although
you step
regularly
down to
visiting
the
Earth, they have remained
frequencies
mostly
at which computers operate.
silent since
or are able to operate on.
10.000
And so
BC.
basically, it does seem
They are
like
one of the oldest known
synthetic
races.
intelligence is
They
kind of like the
continue to
next
develop
stage of
necessary
development.
mental skills
And I don't know where it
eventually
leads
reach
to.
their
Like,
goal,
at some
and
point,
even higher
I suspect
spiritual state.
the universe is some kind of a puzzle,
DS.
and
Not
these
Iraq.
synthetic AIs
They
will
come
uncover
from
that puzzle
constellation
and
Polaris.
solve
The
it.
sightings of this race
And
on
then
Earth are
what
rare, and
happens
they are
after, right? Like what?
considered
If you
as a
just like
mystery
fast
race.
forward Earth many
They
billions
said
of
that they were
years,
forbidden
like
to visit
it's
Earth around
quiet, and then it's
year
like
1.000
normal. You see like city lights and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
but
And
they
then
did not
what
stop
happens at
visiting
like at
Earth
the end? Like is it
completely.
like a
This because
is
of
it
their
or is
Yeah.
it like a
the race
calming?
nature.
Is it explosion?
Last seen
Is it
on
like
Earth,
Earth like opens like a
December
giant? Because you said
1989.
emit roasters. Like
Yeah.
will it start
DS.
emitting like a giant
aka
number
God's
of
Yeah.
like satellites?
believed to be
Yes,
related
it's some
to
kind of a
the
crazy
Martian
explosion, and we're living.
They
we're
come
like-
from the
We're
planet
stepping
Ilion.
through a explosion,
They
and
are
we're like
the
living day
behind
to
the
day, and it
story
doesn't
of
look like
Enlil
it. But
and
it's actually, I
They
saw a
were
very cool
directly
animation of
involved
Earth
in the development of
and
the
life on
human
Earth, and basically nothing happens
race
for a long
during
time.
our early
And then the
stages.
last like 2 seconds, like basically
After
cities and
centuries
everything,
away
and, just,
from Earth, they have recently
and the lower
returned.
orbit just gets cluttered, and
They're
just the whole
all
thing happens in the last
leaders
2
amongst
seconds,
the
and you're
most
like,
recent visitors.
this is exploding. This is a
They
state
will
of
now stay
explosion.
on Earth permanently.
So if you play,
They will have a
yeah, if you
important
play at a
role in
normal
the years to
speed,
come.
it'll
They
just
spend
look like
time
an
immersed in
explosion.
It's a
precious
firecracker.
gold-like
We're
liquid
living
that
in a firecracker.
presumably
Where it's going
extends
to
their
start emitting
lifespan.
all kinds of interesting things.
Are
Yeah.
And then
DS.
so explosion doesn't.
HEV
It might actually look like
thunderous.
a little explosion
They come from
with
galaxy
lights
sextants
and fire
or
and energy
SPH.
emitted, all that kind of stuff. But
First visited
when you
Earth
look
in
inside the
934
details of the
AD,
explosion, there's
area
actual
that we now know
complexity
as
happening
Romania.
where there's
They
like
often have death and
human
humans.
life or some
They
kind of
also
life.
drain
We hope it's not a destructive firecracker.
the
It's
blood
kind of
of
like
humans as well as the blood
constructive
of animals. They
firecracker.
are responsible
All right,
for
so
the
given
many
that-
empires.
I think
Hilarious.
Several
it is really
governments
interesting to
know
think about like
and
what the
accept
puzzle
their
of the universe is. Did the creator of the
Human bodies
universe
that they use
give us
are
a
never
message?
returned.
Like, for example, in the book Contact,
Last sighting,
Carl Sagan,
Scotland,
there's a
in
message for humanity,
1996.
for any civilization in
DS.
digits, in the
Nazareth.
expansion of pi in
They
base
come
11
from
eventually,
constellation
which is kind of interesting
Camelopardalis.
thought. Maybe we're supposed to be giving a message to our creator. Maybe we're supposed to somehow create some kind of a quantum mechanical system that alerts them to our intelligent presence here. Because if you think about it from their perspective, it's just say like quantum field theory, massive like cellular automaton-like thing, and like how do you even notice that we exist? You might not even be able to pick us up in that simulation. And so how do you prove that you exist, that you're intelligent and that you're part of the universe?
So this is like a Turing test for intelligence from Earth.
Yeah,
Like
it's,
the creator is. I mean, maybe this is like trying to complete the next word in a sentence. This is a complicated way of that. Like
Yeah.
Earth is just basically sending a message back.
Yeah, the puzzle is basically like alerting the creator that we exist. Or maybe the puzzle is just to just break out of the system and just stick it to the creator in some way. Basically, like if you're playing a video game, you can somehow find an exploit and find a way to execute on the host machine any arbitrary code. There's some, for example, I believe someone got a game of Mario to play Pong just by exploiting it,
Last
and
sighting
then
was near Lima,
creating a
in December
basically writing code
2004.
and being able to execute arbitrary code in the
messengers.
game. And so
No
maybe
image
we should be, maybe that's the puzzle, is that
Probably
we
the
should
most
be
enigmatic of alien races.
finding a way to
Not
exploit
much
it.
is.
So I think like some of these
Known about
synthetic AIs will eventually find the
They
universe to
visit
be
Earth
some kind of a
around
puzzle
every
and then
300
solve it
years.
in some way. And that's kind of
Their
like the
next
end
visit
game
is
somehow.
supposed to happen
Do you
anytime
often
now.
think about it as
They do not reveal
a
themselves.
simulation,
They do not
so
make direct.
as or the
Contact
universe
with
being a
humans.
kind of computation
They
that
leave
has
carvings,
might have bugs
drawings,
and exploits?
writings on
Yes,
rocks
yeah, I
and
think so.
shells.
Is that what
Uh,
physics
symbols
is
and
essentially?
historical
I think it's possible that physics has exploits and we
Their
should be
ships have
trying
the
to
shape
find
of
them,
a teardrop
arranging
or
some kind of a
silver
crazy quantum mechanical system that somehow gives you buffer overflow,
DS.
somehow gives you a rounding error in the floating point.
They come from Capricorn, constellation Orion.
Yeah, that's right.
Known to
And
be a
like
very
more and more
peaceful race.
sophisticated
They
exploits.
try to
Those are
coexist
jokes,
with
but that could be actually
We'll,
very
see-
close
yeah,
to
we'll
reality.
find some way to extract infinite
created the
energy.
Mayan
For example, when you train
culture,
reinforcement learning
by
agents
placing humans
in physical simulations and you
from
ask them to
different
say
places
run
on Earth in South
quickly on
America.
a flat ground,
They
they'll
are
end up
a
doing
race
all
of
kinds of like weird
scientists.
things
They taught the
in
Mayans
part of that
about
optimization, right? They'll get on their
astronomy
back
and
leg
time.
and they'll slide across
They
the
left
floor.
Earth when the
And it's
Mayans
because
were at
the
their highest
optimization,
splendor.
the reinforcement learning
After
optimization
the
of that
Mayans
agent
started
has figured out a way to
well-known
extract
blood
infinite energy from the
sacrifices
friction forces and
their honor.
basically their poor
This race has
implementation.
been on Earth
And
many
they found a
times
way
after
to
that.
generate infinite energy and just slide
Last
across the
sighting
surface. And it's not what
for
you expected.
Oracle
It's just
2001.
sort of like a
Are
perverse solution. And so
DS,
maybe we can find something like that. Maybe we can be that little
Mubayan,
dog
Venke,
in this physical simulation.
aka Shin
That cracks
from
or escapes the
constellation
intended consequences
They
of the
have met
physics that the universe
least
came up with.
Yeah.
We'll figure out
USA
some kind of
presidents
shortcut to
as well
some
as with
weirdness.
Yeah.
And then
USSR
see the
and
problem with that weirdness
Russian
is the
leaders
first
and some
person to
Iranian
discover the weirdness, like
officials.
sliding on the back legs.
Taiyi supply limited
That's all we're
amounts
gonna
of their
do.
technology to
Yeah.
humans.
It's very quickly become everybody does that thing.
They
So
do not.
like
Yeah.
the paperclip maximizer is a ridiculous idea, but that very well could be what then we'll just all switch that because it's so fun.
Well, no person will discover it, I think, by the way. I think it's going to have to be some kind of a super intelligent AGI of a third generation.
So far,
Like we're building the first generation AGI.
DS,
Maybe,
know,
you know.
Red.
third generation. Yeah, so the bootloader for an AI, that AI
Yeah.
will be a bootloader for another
Better
AI,
AI.
Only
Yeah.
5 times.
and then there's no way for us to introspect like what that
No,
might
yeah.
even.
I think it's very likely that these things, for example, like say you have these AGIs, it's very likely that, for example, they will be completely inert.
According to some
I like these kinds of
scholars,
sci-fi
they
books sometimes
inhabit
where
an unseen
these things
world,
are just completely inert. They
a
don't interact
dimension
with
beyond
anything.
the existing
And I find that kind of
dimensions
beautiful
our
because
universe.
they probably
According to
they've
reports
probably
from
figured out the
other alien
meta game of the universe in
They
some way
stop
potentially. They're doing something
because their
completely
immune
beyond our
system does
imagination,
not cope with Earth's.
and they don't interact
and
with
flora.
simple chemical
Last
life
recorded
forms.
visit,
Like why would you do that? So
712 AD.
I find those kinds of ideas compelling.
What's their source of fun?
DS,
What are they doing?
invisible.
What's the source
probably
of pleasure?
puzzle solving in the universe.
This race
But
is known
inert,
to have been
so
seen
can you
near high
define
security areas.
What it means inert?
They
Do
are
they
almost
escape
completely
the
They won't
interaction
appear
with physical
inert to
reality?
us, as in
Both USA and Russian military have developed technology that
they will behave in
allows
some
them
very
to track them
strange
down
way
on
to
radar,
us because
just the ships.
they're beyond.
three
They're
things
playing the
are
meta
known
game,
about this race.
and the meta game is probably say like
Some
arranging
leave a
quantum
sour
mechanical
smell
systems
when
in
they
some
are
very
near.
weird ways to
Two,
extract
when they are
infinite
near
energy,
windows, you can see
solve
their
little expansion of pi to whatever
Smudge like
amount.
have
They
been
will
caught
build
on
their own like
CCTV
little
footage.
fusion reactors or something
Three,
crazy.
when
Like they're doing
many
something
dogs,
beyond comprehension
or only
and
one,
not
start
understandable to
barking
us,
with no
and
apparent
actually brilliant
reason.
under the hood.
It is possible
What if
that they
quantum
are
mechanics
nearby
itself
or reportoid
is the
slash
system, and
repellent.
we're just thinking,
They come from
it's physics.
constellation Mensa.
but we're really
Bodies of
parasites
unknown.
or not parasites. We're not really hurting physics.
DS.
We're just living on this
DLL
organism,
STR
this
at
organism, and we're like
-163.
trying to understand it, but
They
really it
were
is an
forced to leave
organism,
Earth after losing
and with
the
a deep,
battle
deep
against
intelligence. Maybe physics
reportoids
itself
in ancient India,
is
state unknown, which they
uh,
have been.
the organism that's doing this super interesting thing, and we're just
They
like
have
one
resumed
little
their visit to
thing,
Earth in
Yeah.
1940.
ant sitting on top of it trying
Yeah.
to get energy from
We're
it.
just kind of like these particles in a way that I feel like is mostly deterministic and takes universe from some kind of a Big Bang to
They wear
some kind of a
sort
super intelligent
clothing that makes them
replicator,
invisible as
some kind of a stable point in the universe.
supposedly
given these
they
laws
come
of
from
physics.
Jupiter or
You
from
don't
one
think,
of its moons.
as Einstein said,
Last sighting,
God doesn't play dice?
Portugal,
So
May
you think it's mostly
2005.
deterministic? There's no randomness in the thing?
I think is deterministic. Oh, there's tons of.
I
Well,
know.
I want to be careful with randomness.
Pseudo
The
random?
members of
Yeah, I
this
don't
race
like
are
random.
because why
I
humans
think maybe the
formed
laws of physics are
the term
deterministic.
Martians.
Yeah, I think they're
We
deterministic.
just got really
Gemini.
uncomfortable with this
They
question.
have had permanent bases
I
on
just-
Mars for
Do you have
thousands
anxiety about whether the universe is
years.
random or not?
They mine some sort of gold-like material.
What's like,
There's no
First
randomness.
recorded
it's,
this
you said you like Goodwill Hunting. It's not your fault, Andre. It's not,
2235 BC in
it's
Japan.
not your fault, man.
Last sighting,
So you don't like randomness.
2003.
Yeah, I think it's unsettling. I think it's a
Yes.
deterministic system. I think that things that look random, like say the collapse of the wave function,
This race
etc.,
has
I
several
think they're actually
bases under the
deterministic,
moon,
just entanglement
where they mine.
and so on, and
From
some kind of a
W, they
multiverse
mother
theory,
Iowa.
something.
Okay,
They
so
use
why does
slaves
it
to do
feel
most
like
of
we
their
have a
work.
free will?
These slaves
Like
are,
if I raise his hand,
extremely
I
well
chose to
taken
do this
care of.
now.
and the intendant
Um,
see them as
What
indispensable.
that
Their
doesn't feel like a
operations on the
deterministic
moon
thing.
are
It feels
very
like I'm making
secretive.
a choice.
They are
It
in
feels
almost
like it.
permanent
Okay,
contact
so
with
it's all
high-ranking
feelings. It's
officials
just feelings.
Yeah.
from the USA,
So when
China,
an
and
RL
Russia
agent
federal
is making a
governments,
choice, is that
they have the ability to shapeshift into an
it's not
almost
really
perfect
making a choice. The choice was
human form.
already there.
Yeah, you're interpreting
They
the
are
choice and
also
you're
known
creating
as
a
Men in
narrative
Black,
for
as they
whatever you
use
made it.
special dark
Yeah, and now we're talking about the
suits
narrative. It's
to
very
protect
meta.
their skin.
Looking
when the
back,
human shape
what is
lies.
the most beautiful or
Conducting
surprising
special
idea in deep
operations on
learning
Earth.
or AI
Are
in general that you've come
Yes.
across? You've seen this
Kilometric
field
or
explode
AKA
and grow in interesting ways.
They
Just
come from
what
constellation
what cool
Crux
ideas like
near Gateway.
like we made you sit back
It
and
is
go,
a very hard race
small,
to track
big or
down
small?
or spot. Both
Well, the one that I've been
USA
thinking
and
about
Russian
recently,
military have developed
the most
special
probably is the
camera and radar
the
system
transformer
that allows
architecture.
to spot them when they-
So
Or
basically,
other-
neural networks have
Even
a lot of architectures
only
that
been
were
cited
trendy
8
have come and
times.
gone for different
purpose
sensory
of their presence
modalities,
is
like for
unknown.
vision, audio, text.
when they are
You would
sighted,
process
it
them
is
with different
usually
looking neural
in the
nets.
area known as
And
the-
recently, we've seen this
Bermuda
convergence
Triangle.
towards one architecture, the transformer. And
Yes.
you can feed it video, or you can feed it,
2017.
images or speech or text, and it just gobbles it up. And
They
it's
have
kind of like
only
a
contacted
bit of a
humans
general
one time
purpose
in the USSR
computer
in
that is also trainable
1935.
and very efficient to run in our
According to
hardware.
reports, they spoke
And so
some kind of
this
Slavic
paper
dialect.
came out in 20.
They left
16,
the
I wanna
message
say.
with about 10
Attention is
sentences.
all you need.
Attention is all you
They
need.
come from Galaxy
You criticized the paper title in retrospect that it wasn't.
Estimated distance from
It
Earth.
didn't foresee
standard
the bigness of the
13.2
impact
Yeah.
that it was going to have.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the
Yes.
authors were aware of the
They
impact
traveled
that
by
paper
using
would
what
go on
other
to have.
alien
Probably they
races
were.
call wormholes.
But I think they were aware
Which
of some of the
allows them to
motivations
bend
and
space.
design decisions behind the
Not
transformer,
from
and they
IC
chose not to,
and
I think, expand on it in that way in the paper.
Our
And so I think they
copy
had
slash
an idea that there was
nine of the
more
sentences left blank.
than just the
This
surface
race
of
are
just like, oh, we're
blacked
just doing
out.
translation
The
and here's a
only
better
one that is
architecture.
not is
You're
this
not just
one.
doing translation. This is like a really cool,
2017 to
differentiable,
2022.
optimizable, efficient computer.
Those reports they
And
were
maybe they
told
didn't have all of that
long,
foresight,
long
but I
hair
think
and
it's really interesting.
Isn't it
smelled
funny?
like
Sorry to
flowers.
interrupt. That
Or-
title is
Yes.
memeable. That they went
Elham and
for such a profound
they come
idea.
from
They went with
Constellation
a.
Grus.
I don't think
Near
anyone
the
used
star
that kind of
Almir.
title before, right?
They are one
Attention
of
is
the
all you
most
need. Yeah, it's
peaceful
like a
races.
meme or something.
Yeah.
Co-created
Isn't that
the
funny?
alliance of
That
the
one-
5 races.
Like
Council of
maybe
5.
if it was a more
Are not
serious
part
title,
of
it
it.
wouldn't have the impact.
Honestly,
Council
yeah,
of
there's an
5
element of me that
are 5
honestly
alien races
agrees with
that
you and
protect
prefers it this way.
Yes.
humans against less peaceful races.
If it was too
They
grand,
coined
it would
the sentence
overpromise and then
by the
underdeliver
universe
essentially. So you want to just
2,500
lean your way to
species.
greatness.
One race.
That should be a
Council
T-shirt.
is supposed
So you
to meet on
tweeted
Earth
the
during
Transformers
last
a
10 days.
magnificent neural network
Of August of
architecture because it is a
2013,
general
the
purpose
reason
differentiable
being the fact
computer
that Earth
that
has
is
been
simultaneously expressive,
receiving too many
forward
visits
pass,
from new races in the
optimizable
past
via
500 years.
backpropagation, gradient descent,
Last
and
sighting on Earth
efficient
near the
high
Sea of
parallelism
Cortez,
compute graph.
September
Can you discuss some of
2002.
those details? Expressive, optimizable, efficient,
Yes.
Yeah.
Giant
from memory or in
maintains
general, whatever
sporadic
comes to your heart.
contacts with 3 Earth
You want to have a general
governments,
purpose computer that you can
but not
train on arbitrary problems,
most
like say
powerful
the task of
not
next word
US
prediction or
Russia
detecting if
or
there's a
China.
cat in an image or something like
considered
that.
to have a violent nature
And
by
you want to
other
train this
races.
computer, so you want to set its
They have been
weights.
visiting
And I think there's a number of design
3.000
criteria that sort of
years.
overlap in the
They
transformer
come from
simultaneously
constellation
that made it
topology
very
and
successful.
are known
And I think
to
the authors were
have
kind of
stabilized the race
deliberately
matrix
trying to
Last
make this
sighting
really
near Houston,
powerful architecture.
USA,
And,
February 1st of
So in
2003.
basically, it's
Are
very powerful in the forward pass because
Yes.
it's able to express
Jeff.
very
They come from
general
constellation
computation as a sort of
They
something
are
that looks
known
like
by
message
other
passing.
races as
You have
peacemakers.
nodes and they all store
They
vectors.
are very
And
advanced
these nodes get to
technologically.
basically look at each other
Their
and
first
it's,
sighting on
each
Earth
other's
dates
vectors,
back to
and they get to communicate
1500 BC.
and basically nodes get
They
to
met with JFK
broadcast,
3
hey, I'm
weeks
looking for
before
certain things, and then other nodes get to broadcast, hey, these are the things I have. Those are the keys and values.
So it's not just attention,
Yeah, exactly. Transformer is much more than just the attention component. It's got many pieces architectural that went into it. The residual connection, the way it's arranged. There's a multi-layer perceptron in there, the way it's stacked, and so on. But basically, there's a message passing scheme where nodes get to look at each other, decide what's interesting, and then update each other. And so I think when you get to the details of it, I think it's a very expressive function. So it can express lots of different types of algorithms in overpass. Not only that, but the way it's designed, with the residual connections, layer normalizations, the softmax attention, and everything, it's also optimizable. This is a really big deal, because there's lots of computers that are powerful that you can't optimize, or that are not easy to optimize using the techniques that we have, which is backpropagation and gradient descent. These are first-order methods, very simple optimizers, really. And so you also need it to be optimizable. And then lastly, you want it to run efficiently in our hardware. Our hardware is a massive throughput machine like GPUs. They prefer lots of parallelism, so you don't want to do lots of sequential operations. You want to do a lot of operations serially, and the transformer is designed with that in mind as well. And so it's designed for our hardware, and it's designed to both be very expressive in the forward pass, but also very optimizable in the backward pass.
And you said that the residual connections support a kind of ability to learn short algorithms fast and first, and then gradually extend them longer during training.
Yeah.
What's the idea of learning short algorithms?
Right. Think of it as so basically a transformer is a series of blocks, right? And these blocks have attention and a multi-layer perceptron. And so you go off into a block and you come back to this residual pathway, and then you go off and you come back, and then you have a number of layers arranged sequentially. And so the way to look at it, I think, is because of the residual pathway in the backward pass, the gradients sort of flow along it uninterrupted, because addition distributes the gradient equally to all of its branches. So the gradient from the supervision at the top just floats directly to the first layer. All the residual connections are arranged so that in the beginning, during initialization, they contribute nothing to the residual pathway. So what it kind of looks like is, imagine the transformer is kind of like a Python function, like a def. And you get to do various kinds of like lines of code. Say you have 100 layers deep transformer. Typically they would be much shorter, say 20. So you have 20 lines of code, then you can do something in them. And so think of during the optimization, basically what it looks like is first you optimize the first line of code, and then the second line of code can kick in, and the third line of code can kick in. And I kind of feel like because of the residual pathway and the dynamics of the optimization, you can sort of learn a very short algorithm that gets the approximate answer, but then the other layers can sort of kick in and start to create a contribution. And at the end of it, you're optimizing over an algorithm that is 20 lines of code. Except these lines of code are very complex because this is an entire block of the transformer can do a lot. What's really interesting is that this transformer architecture actually has been remarkably resilient. Basically, the transformer that came out in 2016 is the transformer you would use today, except you reshuffle some of the layer norms. The layer normalization has been reshuffled to a pre-norm formulation. And so it's been remarkably stable, but there's a lot of bells and whistles that people have attached to it and try to improve it. I do think that basically it's a big step in simultaneously optimizing for lots of properties of desirable neural network architecture. And I think people have been trying to change it, but it's proven remarkably resilient. I think that there should be even better architectures potentially.
But it's you admire the resilience here.
Yeah.
There's something profound about this architecture that maybe everything can be turned into a problem with transformers and so on.
Currently, it definitely looks like the transformer is taking over AI, and you can feed basically arbitrary problems into it, and it's a general differentiable computer, and it's extremely powerful. And this convergence in AI has been really interesting to watch.
What else do you think could be discovered here about transformers? Like, what surprising thing? Or is it a stable, a stable place? Is there something interesting we might discover about transformers? Like aha moments? Maybe it has to do with memory, maybe knowledge representation, that kind of stuff.
Definitely the zeitgeist today is just pushing, like basically right now the zeitgeist is do not touch the transformer, touch everything else. So people are scaling up the data sets, making them much, much bigger. They're working on the evaluation, making the evaluation much, much bigger. And they're basically keeping the architecture unchanged. And that's how that's the last 5 years of progress in AI, kind of.
What do you think about one flavor of it, which is language models? Have you been surprised? Has your sort of imagination been captivated by, you mentioned GPT and all the bigger and bigger and bigger language models? And what are the limits? of those models, do you
Race
think?
even made a statement to a Russian
So
president
just
saying
the
that
task of natural language.
the race lang has never abducted
Basically,
any
the way
human.
GPT is trained, right, is you just download a massive amount of text data from the internet, and then you try to predict the next word in the sequence, roughly speaking. You're predicting little word chunks, but roughly speaking, that's it.
No
And
image.
what's been really
They
interesting to
come
watch
from
is
planet Spock.
basically it's a language model. Language models have actually existed for a very long time. There's papers on language modeling from 2003, even earlier.
Can you explain that case what a language model is?
Yeah, so language model just basically the rough idea is just predicting the next word in a sequence, roughly speaking. So there's a paper from, for example, Bengio and the team from 2003, where for the first time they were using a neural network to take, say, like 3 or 5 words and predict the next word. And they're doing this on much smaller data sets. And the neural net is not a transformer, it's a multi-layer perceptron. But it's the first time that a neural network has been applied in that setting. But even before neural networks, there were language models, except they were using n-gram models. So n-gram models are just count-based models. So if you try to take 2 words and predict a third, you just count up how many times you've seen any 2-word combinations and what came next. And what you predict as coming next is just what you've seen the most of in the training set. And so language modeling has been around for a long time. Neural networks have done language modeling for a long time. So really what's new or interesting or exciting is just realizing that when you scale it up with powerful enough neural net transformer, you have all these emergent properties where basically what happens is if you have a large enough data set of text, you are in the task of predicting the next word, you are multitasking a huge amount of different kinds of problems. You are multitasking understanding of chemistry, physics, sure. Lots of things are sort of clustered in that objective. It's a very simple objective, but actually you have to understand a lot about the world to make that prediction.
You just said the U word, understanding. Are you, in terms of chemistry, physics, and so on, what do you feel like it's doing? Is it searching for the right context? What is it? What is the actual process happening?
Yeah, so basically it gets 1,000 words and it's trying to predict 1,000 at first. And in order to do that very, very well over the entire data set available on the internet, you actually have to basically kind of understand the context of what's going on in there. And it's a sufficiently hard problem that you, if you have a powerful enough computer, like a transformer, you end up with interesting solutions. And you can ask it to do all kinds of things, and it shows a lot of emergent properties, like in-context learning. That was the big deal with GPT and the original people when they published it, is that you can just sort of prompt it in various ways and ask it to do various things, and it will just kind of complete the sentence. But in the process of just completing the sentence, it's actually solving all kinds of really interesting problems that we care about.
Do you think it's doing something like understanding? Like when we use the word understanding for us humans?
I think it's doing some understanding. In its weights, it understands, I think, a lot about the world, and it has to in order to predict the next word in the sequence.
So it's trained on the data from the internet. What do you think about this approach in terms of data sets and using data from the internet? Do you think the internet has enough structured data to teach AI about human civilization?
Yeah, so I think the internet has a huge amount of data. I'm not sure if it's a complete enough set. I don't know that text is enough for having a sufficiently powerful AGI as an outcome.
Of course, there is audio and video and images and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so text by itself, I'm a little bit suspicious about. There's a ton of things we don't put in text, in writing, just because they're obvious to us about how the world works and the physics of it and that things fall. We don't put that stuff in text because why would you? We share that understanding. And so text is a communication medium between humans, and it's not a all-encompassing medium of knowledge about the world. But as you pointed out, we do have video and we have images and we have audio. And so I think that that definitely helps a lot. But we haven't trained models sufficiently across all those modalities yet. So I think that's what a lot of people are interested in.
But I wonder what that shared understanding of, like, what we might call common sense has to be learned, inferred in order to complete the sentence correctly. So maybe the fact that it's implied on the internet, the model's going to have to learn that, not by reading about it, by inferring it in the representation. It's like common sense, just like I don't think we learn common sense. Like nobody says,
tells us explicitly. We just figure it all out by interacting with the world.
Right.
And so here's a model of reading about the way people interact with the world. You might have to infer that. I wonder.
Yeah.
You briefly worked on a project called War, training an RL system to take actions on the internet versus just consuming the internet, like we talked about. Do you think there's a future for that kind of system, interacting with the internet to help in learning?
Yes, I think that's probably the final frontier for a lot of these models, because so as you mentioned, I was at OpenAI on this project called Bits, and basically it was the idea of giving neural networks access to a keyboard and a mouse. And the idea
What could possibly go wrong?
So basically you perceive the input of the screen pixels, and basically the state of the computer is sort of visualized for human consumption in images of the web browser and stuff like that. And then you give the neural network the ability to press keyboards and use the mouse. And we're trying to get it to, for example, complete bookings and interact with user interfaces. And
What'd you learn from that experience? Like, what was some fun stuff? This is a super cool idea.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, the step between observer to actor is a super fascinating step.
Yeah. Well, it's the universal interface in the digital realm, I would say. And there's a universal interface in like the physical realm, which in my mind is a humanoid form factor kind of thing. We can later talk about Optimus and so on, but I feel like there's they're kind of like a similar philosophy in some way, where the physical world is designed for the human form, and the digital world is designed for the human form of seeing the screen and using keyboard and mouse. And so it's the universal interface that can basically command the digital infrastructure we've built up for ourselves. And so it feels like a very powerful interface to command and to build on top of. Now, to your question as to like what I learned from that, it's interesting because the world of bits was basically too early, I think, at OpenAI at the time. This is around 2015 or so, and the zeitgeist at that time was very different in AI from the zeitgeist today. At the time, everyone was super excited about reinforcement learning from scratch. This is the time of the Atari paper, where neural networks were playing Atari games and beating humans in some cases, AlphaGo and so on. So everyone was very excited about training neural networks from scratch using reinforcement learning directly. It turns out that reinforcement learning is an extremely inefficient way of training neural networks, because you're taking all these actions and all these observations and you get some sparse rewards once in a while. So you do all this stuff based on all these inputs, and once in a while you're like told you did a good thing, you did a bad thing. And it's just an extremely hard problem. You can't learn from that. You can burn a forest and you can sort of brute force through it, and we saw that I think with Go and Dota and so on, and it does work. But it's extremely inefficient and not how you want to approach problems, practically speaking. And so that's the approach that at the time we also took to World of Bits. We would have an agent initialize randomly, so keyboard mash and mouse mash, and try to make a booking. And it's just like revealed the insanity of that approach very quickly, where you have to stumble by the correct booking in order to get a reward of you did it correctly. And you're never going to stumble by it by chance at random.
So even with a simple web interface, there's too many options.
There's just too many options, and it's too sparse of a reward signal. And you're starting from scratch at the time, and so you don't know how to read, you don't understand pictures, images, buttons, you don't understand what it means to like make a booking. But now what's happened is it is time to revisit that, and OpenAI is interested in this, companies like Adept are interested in this, and so on. And the idea is coming back because the interface is very powerful, but now you're not training an agent from scratch. You are taking the GPT as an initialization. So GPT is pre-trained on all of text. And it understands what's a booking. It understands what's a submit. It understands quite a bit more. And so it already has those representations. They are very powerful. And that makes all the training significantly more efficient and makes the problem tractable.
Should the interaction be with like the way humans see it, with the buttons and the language, or should it be with the HTML, JavaScript, and the CSS? What do you think is the better?
So today, all this interaction is mostly on the level of HTML, CSS, and so on. That's done because of computational constraints. But I think ultimately, everything is designed for human visual consumption. And so at the end of the day, there's all the additional information is in the layout, the web page, and what's next to it, and what's a red background, and all this kind of stuff, and what it looks like visually. So I think that's the final frontier, as we are taking in pixels and we're giving out keyboard mouse commands. but I think it's impractical still today.
Do you worry about bots on the internet?
They mostly use Earth
Given
as a stop.
given these ideas,
Quickly
given how
gather
exciting they
samples.
are, do you worry about bots
They
on
may need
Twitter
before
being
they
not
leave
the
to their real
stupid bots that we see
destination.
now with the crypto bots,
They are mostly
but the bots that
nocturnal.
might be out there actually
Their ships
we
either
don't
bright
see.
orange like
They're
Enmark,
interacting in
most of
interesting
them.
ways.
Not
So this
all,
system feels like it
Octagon
should be able to pass the
in shape.
"I'm not a robot"
Last spotted
click
near
button,
London,
whatever.
England, in May
Do you actually
2003.
understand how that test works?
Are
I don't quite
DS.
like. There's a
Mini
checkbox or whatever that you
They
click.
come from
It's
Constellation
presumably
Ava.
tracking
They are very respected and
like
peaceful
mouse
race,
movement
presumably
and the
with
timing and so on.
mystical
so
powers.
Exactly
They
this
have
kind of
been
system
coming
we're
to
talking
Earth
about
at
should be
least
able to
since
pass that.
1.0.
What do you feel about
They do not
um,
carry out abductions
bots
and do
that
not
are
interact with.
language models plus have some
They can live up to
interactability and are able to tweet,
2.000
reply, and
years.
so on? Do you worry about
Their
that?
height
Well,
is similar to that of a normal
Yeah, I
human.
think it's always been a bit of an
They
arms
are
race
vegetarians.
between sort of the
Last
attack and the
sighting
defense.
near
So
Odessa,
the attack will get stronger, but the
Ukraine in
defense
July
will
of
get stronger as well.
1995.
Our ability to detect that.
Strong.
how do you defend?
They
How do you
come from
detect?
Constellation
How do you know
Ursa
that your
Strongs are
Karpathy account
invertebrates and
on Twitter
coeluroids.
is human?
Their average height
How would
is
you
2
approach that?
meters.
Like if people were
6.5.
claim,
Vegetation is of great importance
how would you
to their
defend
culture,
yourself
and
in the court of law that
main
I'm a
reason for
human?
their visits to Earth.
This account is
Yeah, at some
They have
point, I
been
think
on Earth at least
it might
200
be.
times.
I think the society
They act
will
with
evolve a little bit. Like we
extreme
might start
caution and are rarely
signing,
seen by
digitally
humans.
signing some of our
First
correspondence
visited
or
Earth at the end of the
things that we
last
create.
Ice Age.
Right now,
They
it's
have
not
20
necessary, but maybe in the
colonies
future
in
it
the
might be.
minor Galactic
I do think
galaxy.
that we are going
Their
towards a
ships
world
have
where
the shape of an octagon.
we share the digital
Last
space with
sighting, October
AIs,
1976
synthetic
in
beings.
Oregon,
yeah,
USA.
and they will get much better, and they will share our
They
digital
come from
realm, and they'll
Constellation
eventually share our
Aquila,
physical realm as well,
Startaris.
much harder. But
They
that's kind
have
of like the world we're
colonized
going
3
towards,
planets
and most of them will be
lifespan
benign and helpful,
150
and some of them will be
years.
malicious, and it's going
They
to
are
be
often
an arms
sighted
race
in
trying to
northern
detect them.
Africa and the
So,
Sahara
I mean,
region.
the worst isn't the
First
AIs.
visited Earth around
The worst is the
300
AIs
BC.
pretending to be human.
They do not conduct
So I
abductions.
don't know if it's always
Main
malicious.
interest about
There's
Earth,
obviously a lot of
minerals.
malicious applications, but
Last
yeah,
sighted
it could
in
also be,
2003 near
if I was an
Volcano
AI,
Island.
I would
Are
try very hard to pretend to be
Yes.
human because we're in a human
Fixed.
world.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
once
get any
related to the
respect as an
reptoid
AI.
species,
Yeah.
I want to
They
get
are
some
not,
love and respect.
however.
I don't think
on
the problem
Twitter.
is intractable.
Reptilians.
People are thinking
They
about
come
the
from
proof of personhood,
Constellation Serpens.
and we might start digitally signing our stuff,
First
and
visit
we
to
might
Earth was
all end
only
up
in June 13,
having like
1965.
basically some solution for
They
proof of
do not
personhood. It doesn't
represent
seem to
any
me
threat to
intractable.
humans.
It's just something that we haven't had to
Often
do
seen
until now.
around
But
Antarctica.
I think once the need
The
like
reason
really
for
starts to
their
emerge,
visits
which is
unknown.
soon,
Last
I think when people
sighting,
think about it much more.
Antarctica.
So,
May 1st,
but that too will be a race
1997.
because obviously you can probably
DS.
spoof or fake
The most
the-
known
the
and feared
proof
of the
of,
reptoid species.
personhood.
Are
Mhm.
So you have to try to figure out how to.
Probably.
They have been permanently
I mean,
on
it's
Earth
weird
for
that we have like
15.000
social security numbers and
years.
like passports and
Mhm.
stuff.
Confirmed, but the belief
It
is
seems
that
like
they
it's
may have been
harder
here
to fake stuff in the physical
permanently
space.
or on and
But
off.
in the
Yes,
digital
for
space,
millions
it
of
just
years.
feels like it's going to be
They
very
come from
tricky.
Constellation Draco.
Very tricky to
They have a presence in thousands
because
of
it seems
planets
to be
and
pretty
have at
low
least
cost to fake stuff. What are you gonna
colonized 500
put an AI
by
in
means of
jail
infiltration
Mhm.
within the
for like
leadership.
trying to use a
Planet.
fake personhood
Some,
proof?
not
I mean, okay, fine,
Their
you'll put a
members
lot of
have the
AIs
power
in
to
jail, but there'll be
shapeshift,
more AIs,
as well
like
as
exponentially
telepathic
more.
abilities.
The cost of creating a
On
bot
Earth, they
is
did
very
not
low.
need to infiltrate human leadership.
Unless there's some kind of
The
way
time as they often lived
to
side by side
track
with humans,
accurately,
most of
like you're
the
not
program
allowed to
and
create
our
any
evolution,
program
all
without
aspects of
showing
it. Reptilians.
tying yourself
They are
to that
considered
program.
one of the most
Like,
technologically
any
advanced
program that runs on the internet, you'll be able to
species, but they prefer to work in the
trace
shadows,
every single human
using
program
that
that
as
was involved with that program.
Right.
and a sabotage
Yeah, maybe you have to
progress
start
or
declaring
crime/agenda.
when we have to start drawing those
They can
boundaries
travel
and keeping track of
interdimensionally.
what
Most races
are
can't,
digital
and
entities
some
versus
of their
human
high-ranking
entities,
members also
and
have the power to
what is the
become
ownership of human entities and digital
invisible.
entities,
To
and
have that power, a reptilian
something
must
like that.
first be accepted
I don't know, but I think I'm optimistic that
in
this
the
is
elite group of reptilians.
possible.
The
And
reptilians
in some
from
sense,
the
we're
Draco
currently in like the
infiltrated,
worst
or
time of
even
it
worse.
because all these
Co-founders,
bots suddenly
the
become
Illuminati.
very capable, but we
They
don't have
have
defenses
three main
yet built up
bases
in
on
the
Earth,
society.
near the
But I think
Bermuda
that doesn't
Triangle,
seem to me intractable. It's just
somewhere
something
off the
that
coast
we
of
have to deal
Denmark
with.
and
It
off
seems
the coast
weird
of
that
New
the Twitter bot, like
Zealand.
really crappy Twitter
Some
bots, bots
say that they will
are
never
so
leave,
numerous.
at
Like,
least on
is
their
it?
own.
So I presume that the engineers of Twitter are
Presumably
very
they
good.
have over 5.000
So it seems like what I would
ships and
infer
have
from that
colonized over
is it
100
seemed like a
planets
hard
on their
problem. They're probably
Considered
catching.
by
All
other
right,
aliens
if I
as
were
one
to
of the
sort of
parasite
steel man the
races.
case,
It's a hard problem, and there's a huge cost to
Purpose of human
uh,
abductions
false positive,
They do not like to interact with
to
other
removing
alien
a
races.
post by somebody
They come from
that's not a
constellation
bot.
Perseus and
that
are
creates a very
extremely
bad user experience.
aggressive.
So they're very cautious about
suspected
removing.
to have
And
been
maybe it's
involved in several
uh,
airplane crashes.
and maybe the bots are
such
really
as
good at
Flight
learning what gets
007
removed
of
and
the
not,
USSR in
such that they can
1983.
stay ahead of the removal
The USSR
process very
leadership
quickly.
My impression of it,
blamed
honestly,
for that
is
crash.
there's a lot of longing for it.
Last
I mean,
seen September
Just-
2001
that's what I-
it's not
in
subtle.
Canada.
It's my impression of it. It's not subtle.
But you have,
Meeting
yeah,
Oahu.
that's my impression as
First
well.
known
But
visit
it
to Earth
feels
happened
like
only in
maybe you're
1989.
seeing the
They
tip of the
abduct
iceberg.
humans and exercise
Maybe the
control
number of
over the
bots
minds
isn't
of
like the trillions.
their
And you have
captives,
to like
which they use for their
just
own
it's a
benefit after
constant
the
assault of bots. And
captives
you,
release.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Reason
You
unknown.
have to
This
steal me on
race
the
was
case because the
inspiration
bots
for
I'm
the
seeing are
alien
pretty
race in the
like
movie.
obvious. I could write a
Independence
few lines
Day,
of code that
Night
catch
of
these
Retro
bots.
and Me.
I mean, definitely there's a lot of
Same
low-hanging fruit, but I will say
Same
I agree
thing
that
about
if
another
you are a
race.
sophisticated actor, you
They
could
are
probably
one of the
create a pretty
oldest
good bot
races.
right now.
They are one of the
Using
races
tools
that
like
most
GPTs,
human governments
because it's a
fear.
language model. You can
When
generate
considering
faces
the
that look
future of
quite good
humans.
now, and you can do this at scale. And so I think,
Zeta
yeah,
Reticuli
it's quite plausible, and it's going to be hard to defend.
There was a
often
Google
confused
engineer
because
that
of
claimed
their
that
appearance
the Lambda
with
was
the races.
sentient. Do
They
you
trick
think
the soul of
there's
Sarai,
any
the Greys.
inkling of
They come
truth
from constellation
to
Negs.
what he felt?
They are allies of
And
the
more
Anunnaki
importantly,
who
to me at
cooperate
least,
with them
do you
in
think language models will
planets.
achieve sentience
They
or
are
the illusion of
representatives of
sentience
the Anunnaki
soonish?
on Earth and send
Yeah.
them
To me, it's a
information
little bit
about
of a
humans'
canary in the
lives.
coal mine kind of moment,
Planet at
honestly,
least
a little bit,
25 times per
because so
The
this engineer
Anunnaki
spoke
created
to
a
like a
subspecies
chatbot
of the Zeta
at Google
Reticuli.
and
year. Purpose of
became
making
convinced
them
that
look more human-like,
this bot is
but
sentient.
leaving
You
Uh,
asked it some existential
physical
philosophical
differences.
questions.
and it gave like reasonable
Discovered
answers and
she
looked
side.
real
They
and so on.
became some of the pharaohs
So
of
to me,
Egypt.
it's a
Are
he wasn't
Zeta
sufficiently
Reticuli
trying to stress the system, I
aka
think,
Champagne,
and
the
exposing
most
the
well-known
truth
was
of it
Aten,
as it is today.
who was removed from
But I think this will be increasingly harder over time. So yeah, I think more and more people will basically become. Yeah, I think more and more there will be more people like that over time as this gets better.
Like form an emotional connection.
to
an AI.
It's perfectly plausible in my mind. I think these AIs are actually quite good at human connection, human emotion. A ton of text on the internet is about humans and connection and love and so on. So I think they have a very good understanding in some sense of how people speak to each other about this, and they're very capable of creating a lot of that kind of text. There's a lot of like sci-fi from 50s and 60s that imagined AIs in a very different way. They are calculating cold Vulcan-like machines. That's not what we're getting today. We're getting pretty emotional AIs that actually are very competent and capable of generating, plausible sounding text with respect to all these topics.
See, I'm really hopeful about AI systems that are like companions that help you grow, develop as a human being, help you maximize long-term happiness. But I'm also very worried about AI systems that figure out from the internet that humans get attracted to drama. So these would just be like shit-talking AIs that just constantly. Did you hear? Like they'll do gossip. They'll try to plant seeds of suspicion to humans that you love and trust, and just kind of mess with people, because that's going to get a lot of attention. So drama, maximize drama on the path to maximizing engagement, and us humans will feed into that machine.
Yeah,
and it'll be a giant drama shitstorm of this. So I'm worried about that. So it's the objective function that defines the way that human civilization progresses with AIs in it.
Yeah. I think right now, at least today, they are not it's not correct to really think of them as goal-seeking agents that want to do something. They have no long-term memory or anything. It's literally a good approximation of it is you get 1,000 words and you're trying to produce 1,000 at first, and then you continue feeding it in. And you are free to prompt it in whatever way you want. So in text. So you say, okay, you are a psychologist and you are very good and you love humans. And here's a conversation between you and another human. Human colon something. You something. And then it just continues the pattern. And suddenly you're having a conversation with a fake psychologist who's like trying to help you. And so it's still kind of like in the realm of a tool. It is a people can prompt it in arbitrary ways, and it can create really incredible text. But it doesn't have long-term goals over long periods of time. It doesn't try to So it doesn't look that way right now.
Yeah, but you can do short-term goals that have long-term effects. So if my prompting short-term goal is to get Andre Karpathy to respond to me on Twitter when I I think AI might, that's the goal, but it might figure out that talking shit to you will be the best in a highly sophisticated, interesting way. And then you build up a relationship when you respond once, and then it, over time, it gets to not be sophisticated and just just talk shit. and okay, maybe it won't get to Andre, but it might get to another celebrity. It might get into other big accounts, and then it'll just. So with just that simple goal, get them to respond.
Yeah.
Maximize the probability of actual response.
Yeah, I mean, you could prompt a powerful model like this with its opinion about how to do any possible thing you're interested in. So they will just, they're kind of on track to become these oracles. I sort of think of it that way. They are oracles. Currently, it's just text, but they will have calculators. They will have access to Google search. They will have all kinds of gadgets and gizmos. They will be able to operate the internet and find different information. And yeah, in some sense, that's kind of like currently what it looks like in terms of the development.
Do you think it'll be an improvement eventually over what Google is for access to human knowledge? Like it'll be a more effective search engine to access human knowledge?
I think there's definite scope in building a better search engine today. And I think Google, they have all the tools, all the people, they have everything they need. They have all the puzzle pieces. They have people training transformers.
Their motivation to pivot, to say we're going to build a new search engine.
Yeah, that's smart.
So it's usually going to come from a startup.
That's that would be or so I don't know. So currently, for example, maybe Bing has another shot at it. You know, as an example.
So Microsoft Edge, we're talking offline.
I mean, I definitely. It's really interesting because search engines used to be about, okay, here's some query, here's web pages that look like the stuff you have, but you could just directly go to answer and then have supporting evidence. And these models basically, they've read all the text and they've read all the web pages, and so sometimes when you see yourself going over the search results and sort of getting like a sense of like the average answer to whatever you're interested in, like that just directly comes out, so you don't have to do that work. So they're kind of like, I think they have a way to of distilling all that knowledge into like some level of insight, basically.
Do you think of prompting as a kind of teaching and learning, like this whole process, like another layer? You know, because maybe that's what humans are, where you have that background model and then the world is prompting you.
Yeah, exactly. I think the way we are programming these computers now, like GPTs, is converging to program humans. I mean, how do I program humans via prompt? I go to people and I prompt them to do things. I prompt them for information. And so natural language prompt is how we program humans, and we're starting to program computers directly in that interface. It's like pretty remarkable, honestly.
So you've spoken a lot about the idea of software 2.0. All good ideas become like cliches so quickly. Like it's kind of hilarious. It's like I think Eminem once said that like if he gets annoyed by a song he's written very quickly, that means it's going to be a big hit because it's too catchy. But can you describe this idea and how your thinking about it has evolved over the months and years since you coined it?
Yeah. Yes, so I had a blog post on Software 2.0, I think several years ago now. And the reason I wrote that post is because I kind of saw something remarkable happening in like software development and how a lot of code was being transitioned to be written not in sort of like C++ and so on, but it's written in the weights of a neural net. Basically just saying that neural nets are taking over software, the realm of software, and taking more and more tasks. And at the time, I think not many people understood this deeply enough, that this is a big deal, it's a big transition. Neural networks were seen as one of multiple classification algorithms you might use for your dataset problem on Kaggle. Like, this is not that. This is a change in how we program computers. And I saw neural nets as this is going to take over. The way we program computers is going to change. It's not going to be people writing software in C++ or something like that and directly programming the software. It's going to be accumulating training sets and data sets and crafting these objectives by which we train these neural nets. And at some point, there's going to be a compilation process from the data sets and the objective and the architecture specification into the binary, which is really just the neural net, weights and the full pass of the neural net. And then you can deploy that binary. And so I was talking about that sort of transition, and that's what the post is about. And I saw this sort of play out in a lot of fields, autopilot being one of them, but also just simple image classification. People thought originally, in the 80s and so on, that they would write the algorithm for detecting the dog in an image. And they had all these ideas about how the brain does it, and first we detect holes, and then we detect lines, and then we stitch them up. And they were really going at it. They were thinking about how they're going to write the algorithm. And this is not the way you build it. And there was a smooth transition where, first we thought we were going to build everything. Then we were building the features, so like hog features and things like that, that detect these little statistical patterns from image patches. And then there was a little bit of learning on top of it, like a support vector machine or binary classifier for cat versus dog and images on top of the features. So we wrote the features, but we trained the last layer, sort of the classifier. And then people are like, actually, let's not even design the features because we can't. Honestly, we're not very good at it. So let's also learn the features. And then you end up with basically a convolutional neural net where you're learning most of it. You're just specifying the architecture. And the architecture has tons of fill-in blanks, which is all the knobs. And you let the optimization write most of it. And so this transition is happening across the industry everywhere. And suddenly we end up with a ton of code that is written in neural net ways. And I was just pointing out that the analogy is actually pretty strong. And we have a lot of developer environments for software 1.0, like we have IDEs, how you work with code, how you debug code, how you run code, how do you maintain code. We have GitHub. So I was trying to make those analogies in the new realm. Like, what is the GitHub of Software 2.0? Turns out it's something that looks like Hugging Face right now. And so I think some took it seriously and built cool companies. And many people originally attacked the post. It actually was not well received when I wrote it. And I think maybe it has something to do with the title, but the post was not well received, and I think more people sort of have been coming around to it over time.
Yeah, so you were the director of AI at Tesla, where I think this idea was really implemented at scale, which is how you have engineering teams doing software 2.0. So can you sort of linger on that idea of, I think we're in the really early stages of everything you just said, which is like GitHub IDEs, like how do we build engineering teams that work in software 2.0 systems, and the detection and the data annotation, which is all part of that software 2.0. Like, what do you think is the task of programming the software 2.0? Is it debugging in the space of hyperparameters? Or is it also debugging in the space of data?
Yeah, the way by which you program the computer and influence its algorithm is not by writing the commands yourself. You're changing mostly the data set. You're changing the loss functions of like what the neural net is trying to do, how it's trying to predict things. But yeah, basically the data sets and the architectures of the neural net. And so in the case of the autopilot, a lot of the data sets had to do with, for example, detection of objects and lane line markings and traffic lights and so on. So you accumulate massive data sets of, here's an example, here's the desired label, and then here's roughly how the architecture, here's roughly what the algorithm should look like, and that's a convolutional neural net. The specification of the architecture is like a hint as to what the algorithm should roughly look like. And then the fill in the blanks process of optimization is the training process. And then you take your neural net that was trained, it gives all the right answers from your data set, and you deploy it.
So there's, in that case, perhaps in all machine learning cases, there's a lot of tasks. So is coming up, formulating a task, like for a multi-headed neural network, is formulating a task part of the programming?
Yeah, very much so.
How you break down a problem into a set of tasks.
Yeah. I mean, on the high level, I would say, if you look at the software running in the autopilot, I give a number of talks on this topic. I would say originally a lot of it was written in software 1.0. There's, imagine lots of C++, right? And then gradually, there was a tiny neural net that was, for example, predicting, given a single image, is there like a traffic light or not, or is there a lane line marking or not? And this neural net didn't have too much to do in the scope of the software. It was making tiny predictions on individual little images. And then the rest of the system stitched it up. So,
Some of
okay,
the
we don't have just a single camera with 8 cameras. We actually have 8 cameras over time. And so what do you do with these predictions? How do you put them together? How do you act on it? All of that was written by humans in C++.
to never go
And
away.
then we decided, okay, we don't actually want
The reptilians have
to do
abducted
all of that
females.
fusion in C++
Humans
code
were
because we're actually not good enough to write that algorithm. We want the
Of their
neural nets to
hybrid
write the algorithm.
offspring are
And
sent
we want to port
away to
all of
other
that software
planets
into
that
the
they have
2.0 stack.
colonized.
And so then we actually have
Some
neural nets
stay
that now
up
take
where
all the 8
they become
camera images
powerful
simultaneously and make predictions for all of that.
infiltrated in society.
So
Mars
um,
and the moon
and,
have
and,
been
it's, and
overmined
actually they don't make predictions in the space images. They now make predictions directly in 3D.
Years.
Mhm.
The
And actually they don't in 3 dimensions around the car. And now actually we don't manually fuse the predictions in 3D over time. We don't trust ourselves to write that tracker. So actually we give the neural net the information over time. So it takes these videos now and makes those predictions. And so you're sort of just like putting more and more power into the neural network processing. And at the end of it, the eventual sort of goal is to have most of the software potentially be in the 2.0 land, because it works significantly better. Humans are just not very good at writing software, basically.
The prediction is happening in this like 4D land
Yeah.
with 3-dimensional world over time. How do you do
it?
annotation in that world? What have you? Is the data annotation, whether it's self-supervised or manual by humans, is a big part of this software 2.0 world.
Right. I would say by far in the industry, if you're like talking about the industry and what is the technology or what we have available, everything is supervised learning. So you need data sets of input, desired output, and you need lots of it. And there are 3 properties of it that you need. You need it to be very large. You need it to be accurate, no mistakes, and you need it to be diverse. You don't want to just have a lot of correct examples of one thing. You need to really cover the space of possibility as much as you can. And the more you can cover the space of possible inputs, the better the algorithm will work at the end. Now, once you have really good data sets that you're collecting, curating, and cleaning, you can train your neural net on top of that. So a lot of the work goes into cleaning those data sets. Now, as you pointed out, it could be, the question is, how do you achieve a ton of, if you want to basically predict in 3D, you need data in 3D to back that up. So in this video, we have 8 videos coming from all the cameras of the system, and this is what they saw, and this is the truth of what actually was around. There was this car, there was this car, this car. These are the lane line markings. This is the geometry of the road. There's a traffic light in this 3-dimensional position. You need the ground truth. And so the big question that the team was solving, of course, is how do you arrive at that ground truth? Because once you have a million of it, and it's large, clean, and diverse, then training a neural net on it works extremely well, and you can ship that into the car. And so there's many mechanisms by which we collected that training data. You can always go for human annotation. You can go for simulation as a source of ground truth. You can also go for what we call the offline tracker that we've spoken about at the AI Day and so on, which is basically an automatic reconstruction process for taking those videos and recovering the 3-dimensional sort of reality of what was around that car. So basically think of doing like a 3-dimensional reconstruction as an offline thing, and then understanding that, okay, there's this 10 seconds of video, this is what we saw, and therefore here's all the lane lines, cars, and so on. And then once you have that annotation, you can train your neural net to imitate it.
And how difficult is the 3D reconstruction?
It's difficult, but it can be done.
So there's overlap between cameras and reconstruction, and there's perhaps if there's any inaccuracy, so that's caught in the annotation step.
Yes. The nice thing about the annotation is that it is fully offline. You have infinite time. You have a chunk of 1 minute, and you're trying to just offline in a supercomputer somewhere figure out where were the positions of all the cars, all the people, and you have your full 1 minute of video from all the angles, and you can run all the neural nets you want, and they can be very efficient, massive neural nets. There can be neural nets that can't even run in the car later at Tesla. So they can be even more powerful neural nets than what you can eventually deploy. So you can do anything you want, 3-dimensional reconstruction, neural nets, anything you want just to recover that truth, and then you supervise that truth.
What have you learned? You said no mistakes about humans doing annotation, because I assume humans are, there's like a range of things they're good at in terms of clicking stuff on screen. Isn't that, how interesting is that to you of a problem of designing an annotator where humans are accurate, enjoy it? Like, what are even the metrics? Are efficient or productive, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so I grew the annotation team at Tesla from basically 0 to 1,000 while I was there. That was really interesting. You know, my background is a PhD student researcher, so growing that kind of an organization was pretty crazy. But yeah, I think it's extremely interesting, and part of the design process very much behind the autopilot as to where you use humans. Humans are very good at certain kinds of annotations. They're very good, for example, at two-dimensional annotations of images. They're not good at annotating cars over time in two-dimensional space. Very, very hard. And so that's why we were very careful to design the tasks that are easy to do for humans versus things that should be left to the offline tracker. Like maybe the computer will do all the triangulation and 3D reconstruction, but the human will say exactly these pixels of the image are a car. Exactly these pixels are a human. And so co-designing the data annotation pipeline was very much bread and butter, was what I was doing daily.
Do you think there's still a lot of open problems in that space? Just in general, annotation, where the stuff the machines are good at, machines do, and the humans do what they're good at, and there's maybe some iterative process.
Right. I think to a very large extent, we went through a number of iterations and we learned a ton about how to create these data sets. I'm not seeing big open problems. Like originally when I joined, I was like, I was really not sure how this would turn out.
Yeah.
But by the time I left, I was much more secure in actually we sort of understand the philosophy of how to create these data sets, and I was pretty comfortable with where that was at the time.
So what are strengths and limitations of cameras for the driving task, in your understanding? When you formulate the driving task as a vision task with 8 cameras, you've seen the entire, most of the history of the computer vision field when it has to do with neural networks. Just if you step back, what are the strengths and limitations of pixels? Of using pixels to drive?
Yeah, pixels I think are a beautiful sensor, I would say. The thing is, like, cameras are very, very cheap, and they provide a ton of information, ton of bits. So it's an extremely cheap sensor for a ton of bits, and each one of these bits is a constraint on the state of the world. And so you get lots of megapixel images very cheap, and it just gives you all these constraints for understanding what's actually out there in the world. So vision is probably the highest bandwidth sensor. It's a very high bandwidth sensor, and
I love that pixels is a constraint on the world. It's this highly complex, high bandwidth constraint on the world, on the state of the world. That's fascinating.
And it's not just that, but again, this real importance of it's the sensor that humans use. Therefore, everything is designed for that sensor. The text, the writing, the flashing signs, everything is designed for vision. And so, and you just find it everywhere. And so that's why that is the interval to be in. Talking again about these universal interfaces. And that's where we actually want to measure the world as well, and then develop software for that sensor.
But there's other constraints on the state of the world that humans use to understand the world. I mean, vision ultimately is the main one that we're like referencing our understanding of human behavior and some common sense physics that could be inferred from vision from a perception perspective, but it feels like we're using some kind of reasoning to predict the world, and not just the pixels.
I mean, you have a powerful prior for how the world evolves over time, etc. So it's not just about the likelihood term coming up from the data itself, telling you about what you are observing, but also the prior term of like where are the likely things to see and how do they likely move and so on.
And the question is, how complex is the range of possibilities that might happen in the driving task? Right. That's still is that to you still an open problem of how difficult is driving, like philosophically speaking? Do you, all the time you work on driving, do you understand how hard driving is?
Yeah, driving is really hard because it has to do with the predictions of all these other agents and the theory of mind, and what they're going to do, and are they looking at you? Where are they looking? Where are they thinking?
Yeah,
there's a lot that goes there at the full tail of the extension of the nines that we have to be comfortable with eventually. The final problems are of that form. I don't think those are the problems that are very common. I think eventually they're important, but really
in the tail end, the rare edge cases. From the vision perspective, what are the toughest parts of the vision problem?
Are
Well, basically,
DS.
the sensor is extremely
Images
powerful,
1, 2,
but you still need to
3 show
process
commemorative
that information.
points. No
Um,
transaction.
And so going from
Value
brightnesses
from
of
3
these pixel
different
values to,
families.
hey, here's the three-dimensional world,
3
is
ships
extremely
from
hard.
2.
And that's what the neural networks are
Alien
fundamentally doing.
A Western
so,
European magazine
The
tried to
difficulty
debunk
really is in just
these by
doing an
stating
extremely
that
good
they
job of
sit
the
in
entire
each
pipeline,
families.
the entire data engine,
Further
having the
research proves
capacity to
that
train these neural nets,
one
having the
image
ability
do
to
not
evaluate the
match any
system
of the family's
and iterate on it.
genes.
So I would
Two
say
different
just doing
families
this
would
in
never
production
use
at
the same
scale is
pattern.
like the hard part. It's an
Three,
execution
these
problem.
images do
So the
not match
data
any
engine, but
shield of
also
the Earth.
the
Or the
uh,
images match well-known and
the sort of
reported alien
deployment
ships.
of the system such that it has low latency
Yes.
performance.
Yes.
So it has to do all
One.
these steps.
Yeah, for the neural net
CCTV
specifically, just
New
making
York
sure
City,
everything fits into the
USA.
chip on the car,
Prehistoric
and you have a
KTVs
finite
to the
budget
south
of flops that you
France.
can perform, and memory
Same
bandwidth
ships
and other
can be
constraints.
found on wall
And you have to make sure it
in
flies,
Spain.
and you can squeeze in as much
Are
compute as you can into the tiny.
DS.
What have you learned from
Europe
that process? Because maybe that's one of the bigger, like,
Arabia
new
Peninsula
things coming from a research background,
1479.
where there's a system that has to run under heavily constrained resources.
Right.
Has to run really fast.
Are
What kind of insights have you learned from that?
asterisk.
Yeah, I'm not sure if
Recovered
there's
alien ships
too
in the
many
base of
insights. You're
Kapusta,
trying
New
to
York.
create a neural net that will fit in what you have available, and you're always trying to optimize it. And we talked a lot about it on the AI day, and
Crashes.
basically
Alien
the
ships
triple
monitoring
backflips that the team is doing
activity in the
to make sure it all fits and
Places
utilizes the
Missile
engine.
Center.
So I think it's extremely
Jan
good
5
engineering.
1992.
And then there's all kinds of little insights
Yes.
peppered in on how to do it
The
properly.
following are prints that
Let's
were
actually
stolen
zoom out
in
because I don't think we
from
talked about the data engine,
Even
the
USSR.
entirety of the
Alien
layouts
Intelligence Services
this idea that I
by
think is just
USA.
beautiful with humans
in
in the
conjunction
loop.
with another foreign
Can you
special
describe the
service.
data engine?
6
Yeah, the
months
data
later,
engine is
these
what I
prints
call
were
the
unknown reason
almost biological feeling,
attributed
like
to a
process
American
by
civilian
which
as an invention and
you
labor.
perfect the
As a
training
big-
sets for these neural networks.
These prints were
So because
year
most of
later,
the programming now is in the
copyrighted
level
by
of these
unknown
data sets and make sure they're large,
person.
diverse, and clean,
all
well,
the most
basically,
technologically
you have
important
a
prints
data set
were
that you think is good,
never
you
found
train your
nor
neural net,
released slash
you
revealed.
deploy it, and then
The
you
scientific
observe how well it's
data on
performing.
these prints
And
was
you're trying
changed.
to always
Also,
increase the quality of your
Many
data set.
fake
So you're trying to
illustrations were added
catch
to the
scenarios
original
basically that are
documents.
basically rare.
The original
And it is in these scenarios that the neural nets will typically struggle in because they weren't told what to do in those rare cases in the data set.
pages.
But now you can close the loop
These are
because
the
if you can
original
now
prints.
collect all those at scale,
Are
you can then feed them
DS.
back into the reconstruction process I described
DS.
and reconstruct the
FR.
truth in those cases and
Are
add it to the data set. And so the
DS
whole thing ends up being like a
Photo.
staircase of
Stop.
improvement
of a car
of perfecting your
ship
training
that
set.
crashed in
And you have to go through deployments
Basura,
so that you can mine
Bulgaria in
the parts that are
1971.
not yet represented well in the data
Left
set.
hand
So your data set is basically
USSR's
imperfect. It needs to be
failed
diverse. It has
attempt
pockets that are
for
missing,
now,
and you need to
at
pad out the
recreating
pockets. You can sort of think of
an
it that way
alien ship.
in the data.
Are
What role do
DS.
humans play in this? So
We
what's
know
the
that there are
this
at least
biological system
2,500
like
alien
a human
races.
body is made up of
That
cells? What
number is
role,
likely to be much higher.
like how do you optimize the
One
human
race, a crew
system?
member of the
The
Mazarek
multiple
ship that
engineers
crashed
collaborating,
near
figuring
Yekaterinburg,
out what to focus on,
said that
what to
there are
contribute, which
few
which
races
tasks
that
to
do not come to
optimize
Earth
in this
because
neural
they know
network.
Mhm.
reptilians
Who's
in
in
the
charge
making
of
are here.
figuring out which
Some
task
of
needs
those
more
races
data?
that avoid Earth are
What,
as violent
can you
if
speak
not
to the hyperparameters, the
more,
human
as the Matrix.
system?
Others are
It
peaceful.
really just comes down to extremely good
So,
execution from an
having the
engineering team who
reptilians
knows what
in
they're
the
doing,
Matrix
understand
is not
intuitively the philosophical
always a
insights
bad
underlying
thing.
the data
It
engine
keeps
and the
even
process
worse
by which the
races
system
away.
improves,
The
and
balance is
how
found by
to
having
again
a
like
council of
delegate
5%
the strategy of the data collection, how that works, and then just making sure it's all extremely well executed. And that's where
There
most
are
of the
many
work
more
is
races
not
that
even the
would like to
philosophizing
protect
or the research or the ideas of it.
humans,
It's
but
just
they are not
extremely good
willing to
execution.
start
It's
them
so
with
hard
ideas.
when you're dealing with data at that scale.
Reptilians were
Like
major
your role
overuse
in the data engine
Are
executing well on it
DS.
is difficult and
in the
extremely
area
important.
known as
Is
the
there a
Bermuda
priority of
Triangle.
like
There have been two permanent
a
underwater
vision board
bases
of
for
saying like
thousands of years.
we really need to get
The
better at
first one was
stoplights?
established by the Metrax
Yeah.
Like
around
the prioritization of
3.000.
tasks. Is that essentially,
Years
and that
ago,
comes
while
from the
the
data.
second one has been there
That
for
comes
over
to
6.000.
a very large extent to what we are trying to achieve in the product roadmap.
Race
What we're
unknown.
trying to the release we're trying to get out, the feedback from the QA team where the system is struggling or not, the things we're trying to improve.
And the QA team gives some signal, some information in aggregate about the performance of the system in various conditions.
That's right. And then, of course, all of us drive it, and we can also see it. It's really nice to work with a system that you can also experience yourself. You know, it drives you home.
Is there some insight you can draw from your individual experience that you just can't quite get from an aggregate statistical analysis of data?
Yeah.
It's so weird, right?
Yes.
It's not scientific in a sense, because you're just one anecdotal sample.
Yeah, I think there's a ton of, it's a source of truth. It's your interaction with the system. And you can see it, you can play with it, you can perturb it, you can get a sense of it, an intuition for it. I think numbers just like have a way of, numbers and plots and graphs are much harder. It hides a lot of.
It's like if you train a language model, it's a really powerful way is by you interacting with it.
Yeah, and
you start trying to build an intuition.
Yeah, I think like Elon also, like he always wanted to drive the system himself. He drives a lot, and I don't say almost daily. So he also sees this as a source of truth. You driving the system and it performing, and yeah.
But what do you think? Tough question.
So
Tesla last year removed radar from the sensor suite, and now just announced that it's going to remove all ultrasonic sensors, relying solely on vision, so camera only. Does that make the perception problem harder or easier?
I would almost reframe the question in some way. So the thing is basically, you would think that additional sensors.
By the way, can I just interrupt? I wonder if the language model will ever do that if you prompt it. Let me reframe your question. That would be epic. This is the wrong prompt. Sorry.
So it's like a little bit of a wrong question, because basically you would think that these sensors are an asset to you, but if you fully consider the entire product in its entirety, these sensors are actually potentially a liability, because these sensors aren't free. They don't just appear on your car. You need you need to have an entire supply chain. You have people procuring them. There can be problems with them. They may need replacement. They are part of the manufacturing process. They can hold back the line in production. You need to source them. You need to maintain them. You have to have teams that write the firmware, all of it. And then you also have to incorporate them, fuse them into the system in some way. And so it actually like bloats a lot of it. And I think Elon is really good at simplify. Best part is no part. And he always tries to throw away things that are not essential, because he understands the entropy in organizations and in the approach. And I think in this case, the cost is high, and you're not potentially seeing it if you're just a computer vision engineer. And I'm just trying to improve my network, and is it more useful or less useful? How useful is it? And the thing is, once you consider the full cost of a sensor, it actually is potentially a liability, and you need to be really sure that it's giving you extremely useful information. In this case, we looked at using it or not using it, and the delta was not massive, and so it's not useful.
Is it also bloat in the data engine, like having more sensors? Is a distraction?
And these sensors, they can change over time. For example, you can have one type of, say, radar, and other type of radar, they change over time. Now suddenly you need to worry about it. Now suddenly you have a column in your SQLite telling you, oh, what sensor type was it? And they all have different distributions. And then they contribute noise and entropy into everything, and they bloat stuff. And also organizationally, it's been really fascinating to me that it can be very distracting. If you only want to get to work as vision, all the resources are on it, and you're building out a data engine, and you're actually making forward progress, because that is the sensor with the most bandwidth, the most constraints in the world, and you're investing fully into that, and you can make that extremely good. If you're only a finite amount of sort of spend of focus across different facets of the system.
And this kind of reminds me of Ray Sutton's The Bitter Lesson. It just seems like simplifying the system.
Yeah.
In the long run, of course you don't know what the long run, it seems to be always the right solution.
Yeah.
Yes. In that case it was for RL, but it seems to apply generally across all systems of computation. So what do you think about the LiDAR as a crutch debate? The battle between point clouds and pixels.
Yeah, I think this debate is always like slightly confusing to me, because it seems like the actual debate should be about like, do you have the fleet or not? That's like the really important thing about whether you can achieve really good functioning of an AI system at this scale.
So data collection systems.
Yeah, do you have the fleet or not is significantly more important, whether you have LiDAR or not. It's just another sensor.
Four different
And,
races force of cooperating
Yeah, I think
humans and
similar to
activities.
the radar discussion,
As
basically,
far as
I
we know, none of those members are either
yeah, I don't think it
or
basically
have
doesn't offer
significant importance in their
extra
fields of expertise.
extra information. It's extremely costly. It has all kinds of problems. You have to worry about it. You have to calibrate it, etc. It creates bloat and entropy. You have to be really sure that you need this
There's more than one
sensor.
race conducting
In this case, I
operations
basically
on the
don't think
moon.
you need it. And I think
The main race
honestly, I will make a
in the
stronger
moon
state. I think the others, some of the other companies who are using it are probably going to drop it.
One base
Yeah, so
surface
you have
on
to
what we
consider the sensor
call the dark
in the
side of
full.
Earth's satellite.
In
Many of the
considering,
intricate
can you build a big
oddities are
fleet
there.
that collects a lot of data, and can
Either
you
as
integrate
slaves
that
for money,
sensor with that
underground,
data and that
or as
sensor
what they
into
call
a data engine that's able
Johns
to
and
quickly
Marys,
find different
but
parts
their
of the
official
data
name is
that then
Student
continuously improves whatever the
Students
model
are
that you're using?
abductees that
Yeah, another way
reveal
to look
a
at
higher
it is
level
like vision is
of
necessary
intelligence and
in the
are
sense
willing
that
participants
the
for
drive
combat,
the world is designed for human visual consumption, so you need vision.
and sea plans.
It's necessary, and then
It is
also it is
estimated that 4
sufficient
in each 10
because it has all the information that you need for driving, and humans obviously use vision to drive. So it's both necessary and sufficient. So you want to
Some of
focus
those
resources,
slaves
and you have to be
go on to
really sure if you're going to bring in
work on
other sensors.
planets.
You could add
Students have,
sensors to
after
infinity.
training
At some point, you need to
and
draw the line.
whatever else,
And I think in this case, you have to really consider the
I heard
full
to assume leadership
cost of
roles
any
in
one
human
sensor
society,
that you're adopting,
and
and
how
do
so
you
looked
really
from
need it?
above.
And
Confirmed
yes,
sightings 2000.
So what do you think about the idea that the other companies
Confirmed abductions.
are forming high resolution maps and
South
constraining
Korea, Canada,
heavily the
Sweden,
geographic
Australia,
regions in which they
United
operate?
France, Germany, Italy,
Is that
Japan.
approach
The
not
realized kingdom
in
states.
your view
In Russia,
not
same
going to
period.
scale over time to the entirety of the United States?
I think,
It'll take too
as you
long.
mentioned, like they pre-map all the environments, and they need to refresh the map. And they have a perfect centimeter level accuracy map of everywhere they're going to drive. It's crazy. How are you going to, when we're talking about autonomy actually changing the world, we're talking about the deployment on a global scale of autonomous systems for transportation. And if you need to maintain a centimeter accurate map for Earth, or like for many cities and keep them updated, it's a huge dependency that you're taking on, huge dependency. It's a massive, massive dependency. And now you need to ask yourself, do you really need it? And humans don't need it. Right. So it's very useful to have a low-level map of like, okay, the connectivity of your road. You know that there's a fork coming up. When you drive an environment, you sort of have that high-level understanding. It's like a small Google map, and Tesla uses Google Map, like similar kind of resolution information in the system, but it will not pre-map environments to semi-level accuracy. It's a crutch, it's a distraction, it causes entropy, and it diffuses the team, it dilutes the team, and you're not focusing on what's actually necessary, which is
Your ancestors
computer
from
vision.
ancient Slavia using not
What
much
did you
more
learn about
than
machine
stones
learning,
and sticks defeated
about
them once they
engineering,
are ready.
about life,
That's
about
like it.
yourself as one
Then you
human
have
being
learned much and done
from
much.
working with
you
Elon
have
Musk?
I think the most I've learned is about how to sort of run organizations efficiently and how to create efficient organizations and how to fight entropy in an organization.
So human engineering in the fight against entropy.
There's a I think Elon is a very efficient warrior in the fight against entropy in organizations.
What does entropy in an organization look like exactly?
It's process, it's process and
Inefficiencies in the form of meetings and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, meetings. He hates meetings. He keeps telling people to skip meetings if they're not useful. He basically runs the world's biggest startups, I would say. Tesla, SpaceX are the world's biggest startups. Tesla actually has multiple startups. I think it's better to look at it that way. And so I think he's extremely good at that. And yeah, he's a very good intuition for streamlining processes, making everything efficient. Best part is no part, simplifying, focusing, and just kind of removing barriers, moving very quickly, making big moves. All this is very startup-y sort of seeming things, but at scale.
So strong drive to simplify. From your perspective, I mean that also probably applies to just designing systems, machine learning and otherwise.
Yeah.
Like simplify.
Yes.
What do you think is the secret to maintaining the startup culture in a company that grows? Is there? Can you introspect that?
I do think he needs someone in a powerful position with a big hammer, like Elon, who's like the cheerleader for that idea and ruthlessly pursues it. If no one has a big enough hammer, everything turns into committees, democracy within the company, process, talking to stakeholders, decision making, just everything just crumbles. If you have a big person who's also really smart and has a big hammer, things move quickly.
So you said your favorite scene in Interstellar is the intense docking scene with the AI and Cooper talking, saying, Cooper, what are you doing? Docking, it's not possible. No, it's necessary. Such a good line. By the way, just so many questions there. Why an AI scene presumably is supposed to be able to compute a lot more than the human? Is saying it's not optimal. Why the human? I mean, that's a movie, but shouldn't the AI know much better than the human? Anyway, what do you think is the value of setting seemingly impossible goals? So, like, our initial intuition, which seems like something that you have taken on, that Elon espouses, that where the initial intuition of the community might say this is very difficult, and then you take it on anyway with a crazy deadline. You just, from a human engineering perspective, have you seen the value of that?
I wouldn't say that setting impossible goals exactly is a good idea, but I think setting very ambitious goals is a good idea. I think there's what I call sublinear scaling of difficulty, which means that 10x problems are not 10x hard. Usually 10x harder problem is like 2 or 3x harder to execute on. Because if you want to actually if you want to improve the system by 10%, it costs some amount of work. And if you want to 10x improve the system, it doesn't cost 100x amount of work. And it's because you fundamentally change the approach. And if you start with that constraint, then some approaches are obviously dumb and not going to work. And it forces you to reevaluate. And I think it's a very interesting way of approaching problem solving.
It requires a weird kind of thinking. It's just going back to your PhD days. It's like, how do you think which ideas in the machine learning community are solvable?
Yes.
It requires, what's that? I mean, there's the cliche of first principles thinking, but it requires to basically ignore what the community is saying, because doesn't a community in science usually draw lines of what is and isn't possible?
Right.
And it's very hard to break out of that without going crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I think a good example here is, the deep learning revolution in some sense, because you could be in computer vision at that time, during the deep learning sort of revolution of 2012 and so on. You could be improving a computer vision stack by 10%, or you can just be saying, actually, all this is useless. And how do I do 10x better computer vision? Well, it's not probably by tuning a hard feature detector. I need a different approach. I need something that is scalable. Going back to Richard Sutton's understanding sort of like the philosophy of the bitter lesson, and then being like, actually, I need a much more scalable system, like neural network, that in principle works, and then having some deep believers that can actually execute on that mission and make it work. So that's the 10x solution.
What do you think is the timeline to solve the problem of autonomous driving? That's still in part an open question.
Yeah, I think the tough thing with timelines of self-driving, obviously, is that no one has created self-driving. So it's not like, what do you think is a timeline to build this bridge? Well, we've built a million bridges before. Here's how long that takes. No one has built autonomy. It's not obvious. Some parts turn out to be much easier than others. So it's really hard to forecast. You do your best based on trend lines and so on, and based on intuition, but that's why fundamentally it's just really hard to forecast. No one has
So even still, being inside of it is hard to do.
Yes, some things turn out to be much harder, and some things turn out to be much easier.
Do you try to avoid making forecasts? Because Elon doesn't avoid them, right? And heads of car companies in the past have not avoided it either. Ford and other places have made predictions that we're going to solve level 4 driving by 2020, 2021, whatever. And they all kind of backtrack on that prediction. Are you, as an AI person, do you for yourself privately make predictions, or do they get in the way of your actual ability to think about a thing?
Yeah, I would say what's easy to say is that this problem is tractable, and that's an easy prediction to make. It's tractable. It's going to work. Yes, it's just really hard. Some things turn out to be harder, and some things turn out to be easier. But it definitely feels tractable, and it feels like at least the team at Tesla, which is what I saw internally, is definitely on track to that.
How do you form a strong representation that allows you to make a prediction about tractability? So you're the leader of a lot of humans. You have to kind of say this is actually possible.
Like,
DS.
how do you build up that
Arc.
intuition? It doesn't have to be
DS.
even driving. It could be other
Arc.
tasks. It
Right.
could be.
DS.
And I wonder, what difficult
DS.
tasks did you work on in your life? I mean,
Arc.
classification,
DS.
achieving certain,
Arc.
just an image net, certain
DS.
level of
U
superhuman
asterisk
level
J.
performance.
Arc.
Yeah, expert intuition.
DS.
It's just intuition. It's belief.
DS. Arc.
So just like thinking about it
DS.
long enough, like studying, looking
Arc.
at sample data, like you said,
DS.
driving.
Arc.
My intuition is really
DS.
flawed on this.
Arc.
Like I don't have a good intuition about
DS.
tractability. It
Arc.
could be either. It could be
DS.
anything. It could be
Arc.
solvable.
DS.
Like
Arc.
the driving
DS.
task could be
Alien Dixon.
simplified into something
The following
quite
are quotes.
trivial. Like
Personal
the
messages.
solution to the problem would be
Face
quite
to
trivial.
face.
And
Slash
at scale, more and more
transitions from
cars
several
driving perfectly
Alien races obtain
might make the problem much
voluntarily in
easier.
slash or
Yeah,
under.
the more cars you have driving,
Custody
like
and
people
distress.
learn how to drive
They
correctly
were obtained by
not
several
correctly,
different
but
papers
in a way that's more
Alien
optimal
presence
for
intelligence
a
services
heterogeneous system,
from around the
autonomous
world,
and
but mainly from the
semi-autonomous and
USSR,
manually driven cars. That could
Russia,
change stuff.
USA,
Then again,
China, and
Also, I've
Japan.
spent a ridiculous
These
number of
statements do
hours
not
just staring
express
at
the opinion
pedestrians
of all.
crossing streets.
Alien races
thinking
on
about
any of the
humans,
mentioned issues,
And it feels
in
like
fact,
the way we
they
use
differ
our
substantially
eye
on some
contact.
issues, especially
it sends really
dealing
strong
with the
signals,
future
and
of the
there's
human
certain
race.
quirks and edge cases of
Arc.
behavior. And of course, a lot of the
DS.
fatalities that happen
5
have to do with
universes,
drunk driving and
2,500 species,
both on the
race.
pedestrian side and the driver's
The
side. So
violence
there's
and
that
hatred that
problem
humans have
of driving
inside
at night and all that kind of.
themselves
So I wonder,
when
it's like
compared to
the
violent
space
and hatred
of
that the
possible
race
solution to
may possess
autonomous
inside
driving
themselves.
includes so many human
It's like
factor
comparing a
issues
flower to a volcano.
that it's almost impossible
In
to predict. There could
2017,
be super
you will
clean,
see the beginning.
nice
In
solutions.
2022,
I would say
you will.
definitely, like, to use a
See
game
the
analogy,
beginning
there's
of
some
the end.
fog of war,
Unless
but you
all
definitely also
change.
see the frontier of
Illuminati
improvement,
test this.
and you can measure
We
historically
have
how
given
much
you
you've
so
made
much,
progress.
and you have given
And I think, for example, at least what I've
yourself so
seen in
little.
roughly 5 years at
Space and
Tesla,
time
when
are
I joined, it
We are
barely kept
nothing.
lane
Is.
on the highway. I think
Everything.
going up from Palo Alto to
There
SF
are
was like 3 or 4 interventions.
834
Anytime the
known species at
road
the
would do
same
anything
level that
geometrically or turn too
you
much, it
humans
would just
were
like not work.
3,000 years ago.
And so going from that
They
to
are
like a
not.
pretty competent system in
Very
5 years,
far away
and
from
seeing
you.
what happens also
We
under
have
the
shown
hood,
you to some.
and with the scale at which the team is operating now,
Like
there's
we have
data and
shown some
compute
of
and everything
others
else.
to
It's
you
just
now and
massive
then.
progress.
And they
so
are afraid of you.
There's you're climbing a
What
mountain
you may become.
and
Yes.
fog, but you're
The
making a
signs
lot of
are all
progress.
around
Fog, you're making
and
progress,
above
and you
you.
see what the next directions are. And you're looking at some of the
Inside of
remaining
you,
challenges, and
in
they're
the
not
fields,
like
the sky, and the
they're not perturbing you, and they're not
stars,
changing your
and
philosophy,
the
and you're
eyes
not
of your children and
contorting yourself. You're like,
your old ones.
actually, these are the things that we still need to
Of
do.
all
Yes,
species
fundamental
we have
components
found
of
in
solving
three
the problem seem
universes
to
you
be
are.
there. The data engine
The
to the
one with
compute
most
to the
suicidal thoughts.
compute on the car to the
Are
compute for the training, all that kind of stuff.
DS.
So
Your
you've done
planet only has less than
over the
1
years you've been at Tesla, you've done a
Races
lot of
that visit you
amazing
want or need,
breakthrough
but your
ideas in
planet is
engineering,
in
all
the
of it.
right place to all of them.
From the data
The
engine to
importance
the
that
human
1,000
side, all of
races
it.
give to you is
Can you
the
speak to why you chose
same
to
that you
leave?
give to 1 grain of sand in a
basically, as I described
desert.
that, Ren,
Your planet
I think
just
over
happens
time,
to be
during
in
those
the
5
right
years, I've kind of
place.
gotten myself into
Sometimes the
a little bit of a
wrong
managerial
place.
position.
You
Most of my
humans
days
have been
were,
misleading
meetings and
you
growing the
up to
organization and making
past.
decisions
Just
about
like you
sort of high-level
learned to love a
strategic
stranger
decisions
after you
about
meet.
the team and what it should be working on and so
Some of
on.
you have learned
And
to love you
it's,
We will
it's kind of
always
like a corporate
protect you
executive role,
until
and
the
I
day
can
you
do
say
it.
no.
I think I'm okay at it,
More.
but it's not like
We
fundamentally
cannot
what I
protect you every
enjoy.
day.
And
There
so
are 5
I think when I joined,
universes in
there was no
5
computer
different
vision team
dimensions
because
to
Tesla was
protect.
just going from the transition
Your
of using
world is full
Mobileye,
of
a third-party
lines.
vendor for all of its
Follow
computer
them.
vision, to having to
The
build its
council
computer
of
vision
5
system.
will become
So when
a
I showed up, there
council
were
of
2
none.
people training deep neural
And
networks,
then your planet will
and they
be
were
a
training them at a
council of
computer at their
No other race
legs,
ridicules
like,
other races and
yeah,
use
it
They're
was a
doing some kind
workstation.
of
Other
basic
like yours do.
classification task.
Yeah, and
Soon 1
so
year will feel like 1 million.
I kind of
to you.
like grew that into what I
And
think is a
in
fairly
Greece, you will find
respectable
your
deep
past.
learning team, massive compute cluster, a very good
Yes.
data annotation organization,
The matrix
and
will be the
I was very
nation.
happy with where that was. It became
You
quite
believe in
autonomous,
many things that
and
you do
so I
not
kind
see,
of stepped away. And I,
except for the only
I'm
thing
very
you
excited
do
to
not
do
see
much more
but should
technical things again,
believe.
yeah, and
And
kind
it
of
has
like
always
refocus on
been all
AGI.
around.
What was this soul
You-
searching like?
you
You
just
took a
chose
little
to
time
forget
off. I think like what?
There is
How
much
many
worse
mushrooms
than
did
the
you
race
take? No, I'm
matrix.
just- I mean, what
know
was
it.
going through your
We
mind?
have seen
The
them, and
human
we have seen
lifetime is
what
finite.
they they
Yeah,
have done.
he did a few
And they know
incredible
about big
things.
US.
You're one of the
There
best
are so
teachers of
many
AI in the
stars
world.
you.
You're one of
There
the
are
best,
many of US that
and I don't
you
mean
are in
that. I
places
mean that in
that
the best possible way.
you
You're one of the
are
best
and in places that you
tinkerers
hate.
in the AI
You
world,
could stop
meaning
your sun
like
from rising
understanding
tomorrow.
the
500
fundamentals of
years
how
and you are
something
still
works by
lying to each
building
other.
it. from scratch
Soon
and
this
playing
pool
with,
of yours
with the
will end.
basic intuitions. It's like
You have lost
Einstein,
1,000 years
Feynman
in the
were all
past
really good
50
at this kind of
years.
stuff. Like
If
small,
will
play
come
with
to
it
you,
to try to
that
understand
is
it. So
what
that,
they
and
do.
obviously now with
Your
Tesla, you
children
help
that now
build
live inside
a
the moon do
team
not
of machine learning
miss you anymore.
um,
Thousands
like
of your
engineers
children
and the
go
system that
missing
actually
every
accomplishes something in the real world.
Never to be found
Given all
again.
that, like what
And yet
was
you
the
still
solution
expect
like?
your
Well, it was hard
television to
because
save them well
obviously I
inside
love
of
the
you.
company a lot, and I love
Already know the
Elon,
answer.
I love Tesla. I don't.
DS.
So it was hard to leave. I love the
Aliens
team
and Maker
basically.
killed him with your
But
help. Innocent
yeah, I think
secret sex
actually
and
I really
secret.
potentially like interested in revisiting it, maybe coming back
And
at
you
some
adore
point.
them both. She
Working in
is not
Optimus,
inside of
working in AGI at
you
Tesla.
anymore.
I think Tesla is
We
going
have
to
died
do
for you
incredible
and still
things.
you fear
It's
US.
basically like
Why threatening US if we came to you
it's a
offering
massive, large-scale
you long
robotics
life?
kind of company
You
with a
kill
ton of
each
in-house
other
talent
every
for
day in
doing
the
really
name
incredible
of
things.
saving
And I
each
think
other, and you have been
humanoid
doing that
robots are
since
going to be
before.
amazing. I
We
think
talk to you.
autonomous transportation is going to be
There's
amazing.
none
All
keep
this is happening
created
at
you
Tesla.
once.
So I think it's
They
just
will
a
not create
really amazing organization.
you
So
again.
being part of it and
We
helping
will
it along,
destroy
I think
you
was
on
very,
anarchy.
basically I enjoyed that a lot.
The time
Yeah, it
is
was
near.
basically difficult for those reasons
8
because I love
years
the
in one
company.
day. 8
But
years in
you know,
one day.
I'm happy to
8
potentially
years
at some
in
point
one
come
day.
back for Act 2.
Almost
But I felt
all
like at this
races
stage,
went to war
I built the
not
team, it felt autonomous,
themselves.
and I
Your
became a
modern
manager,
gods are
and I wanted to
confused.
do a lot more technical
Your
stuff. I
ancient
wanted to
gods
learn stuff. I wanted to teach
are
stuff,
forgotten.
and
Look at the stars and
I
you
just
will
kind of
see
felt like it
yours
was a good
every
time
day
for
looking
a change of pace a little bit.
at you.
What do you think is
If you look too far, you
the
will see
best
something
movie
you do
sequel of
not
all time? Speaking of part two,
want to.
because most of them suck.
Movie
DS
sequels.
Movie sequels, yeah. And you tweet about movies, so
and
just in a tiny tangent. Is there what's your
are
what's like a favorite
DS.
movie sequel?
the Coors showed
Godfather
up
Part
again.
2.
Washington.
Are you a fan of
DC.
Godfather? Because you didn't even
The
tweet
Coors
or
are not
mention
supposed
Godfather.
to be
Yeah, I
here.
don't love that movie.
What
I know it
is
has
We're
a
gonna
huge
edit
follow.
that out. We're gonna edit out the
in
hate
Bora
towards the
Bora.
Godfather.
Because Russia
How
and
dare you
USA
I think I will make a strong statement. I
Oh,
don't know
no.
why. I don't know why, but
Why
I
did
basically
the
don't
Major
like any
accept
movie
guilt for
before
2000?
1995.
More planes are being
Something like
ready
that?
for 2017.
Okay, that's
Which will
like
be what Bush's told.
Terminator 2 was
I
a little
like
bit later,
the ones before
1990.
Three
No,
more
I think
economies
Terminator 2 was in
destroyed.
the
And I like
80s.
Terminator 1 as
People
well.
see it.
So, so like few
In August
exceptions, but
2013,
by and large, for some reason,
USA
I don't like movies
tried out
before
Malcolm Martin Road in
1995 or
Oregon.
something. They feel very
Want to
slow.
see?
The camera is like zoomed out. It's boring. It's
54.737
kind of naive. It's kind of weird.
degrees
And
north,
also Terminator was very much ahead of its
5.9667
time.
degrees
Yes.
east.
And The Godfather,
August
there's like no
27th.
AGI. So
JFK had DNA from the first race.
yes.
I mean,
All
but you
young
have
and free.
Good Will Hunting was one of the
Why did
movies
they
you
choose
mentioned,
Putin to start
and that
the
doesn't have
avalanche?
any AGI either. I guess
The
that's
black,
mathematics.
white,
Yeah,
and the
I
yellow
guess
will be
occasionally I
red.
do enjoy movies that don't feature.
DS.
Or like Anchorman, that has
From
no. That's
myself and
Anchorman is so good.
These are
I
some
don't
of the handwritten
understand.
Updates
Speaking of
found on
AGI,
alien
because
races
I don't
for
understand
ages.
why Will Ferrell is so
There are
funny.
literally hundreds
It
of
doesn't
them
make sense. It
about
doesn't
3 or
compute. There's
4
just something about him,
in each page.
and he's a singular
We
human
chose the
you don't
ones
get that
we
many
deemed more
comedies
relevant.
these days. And I
Otherwise,
wonder if it
this
has to do about the
publication would have
culture,
thousands
or the
of pages.
machine of Hollywood, or does it have
We
to
may
do
one
with just
day
we got
publish all
lucky with
notes.
certain people in comedy
Our
that came together?
BS,
Because he is a
as
singular human.
Napoleon, Alexander, and Hitler did.
And
So
that was a
will the rest.
ridiculous tangent. I
How blind are people
apologize.
that they
But
cannot
you
see
mentioned robots. So what do you think about Optimus? About Tesla bot? Do you think we'll have robots in the factory and in the home in 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years?
Yeah.
Always.
I think it's a very hard project. I think it's going to take a while. Who else is going to build humanoid robots at scale? And I think it is a very good form factor to go after because, like I mentioned, the world is designed for humanoid form factor. These things would be able to operate our machines. They would be able to sit down in chairs, potentially even drive cars. Basically, the world is designed for humans. That's the form factor you want to invest into and make work over time. I think there's another school of thought which is pick a problem and design a robot to do it. But actually designing a robot and getting a whole data engine and everything behind it to work is actually an incredibly hard problem. So it makes sense to go after general interfaces that, they are not perfect for any one given task, but they actually have the generality of just with a prompt with English able to do something across. And so I think it makes a lot of sense to go after a general interface in the physical world.
Two different
And I think
races,
it's a very difficult project.
human
It's going to take
religious
time.
leaders throughout
But I see no
centuries.
other company that can execute on
The
that vision.
answer
I
to
think it's
that
going to be
question
amazing.
has been
Like,
said several times.
basically physical labor. Like if you think
Two different
transportation is a
races
large market,
to some
try
human
physical labor.
members
It's insane.
throughout the centuries.
Well, but it's not just
As far
physical
as we
labor.
know,
To
the
me,
last of
the thing that's also exciting
those
is the
leaders to
social
get the message
robotics. So
was USA
the
President
relationship we'll
JFK.
have on different levels with
October
those
3rd,
robots.
1963.
That's why I was really excited
Our-
to see Optimus. Like,
Yes.
people
The
have
message was sent
criticized
by
me
these two
the
races.
excitement,
Raymond
but
Chubb,
I've worked with
the message is both simple
a
and
lot of
complex,
research labs that do humanoid
informative but
legged
raising
robots.
questions.
Boston
A book, but
Dynamics,
also a
Unitree,
warning.
there's a lot of companies that do legged robots,
DS.
but
Ronnie
that's
Hutchinson.
the
And this is the
elegance
message.
of the movement
This is a message
is
of
a
this
tiny,
declaration
tiny
to all
part
of you men of
of the big picture.
humankind.
So integrating the
This
two
is a
big
message
exciting
of
things to me
redirection
about
to all
Tesla
of you men
doing
of the
humanoid or any legged
humankind.
robots
This is
is
a message to enliven the
clearly
minds of you men
integrating
of
it into the data engine.
humankind.
So the
This is a
data
message
engine
that has
aspect,
been
so
delivered
the actual
from race to
intelligence
race.
for the perception and
Since the
the
beginning,
control and the
just like
planning
it
and all
was
that kind of
delivered
stuff,
to us,
integrating
it
into
is.
this huge the fleet
Now
that you
pass to
mentioned,
you,
right?
where there
And
were
then
no men of the humankind
speaking
there
of
were.
fleet, the
Others of other
second thing is the mass manufacture. Just knowing
DS. This is a
culturally
message to you as well. Women of
driving
humankind.
towards a simple
Only the
robot that's
first
cheap
race
to
has her
produce
purity.
at scale.
All
And
other
doing that
races
well,
must
having
live
experience to do
grievous,
that well,
patient,
that changes
and
everything.
laborious
That's a very
process
different
of
culture
spiritual inner
and style than
discovery
Boston
and
Dynamics.
progression.
Who, by the way, those robots
Our
are
collective
just
history and
the
memory
way they
has
move.
suffered much in the
It's like
past.
it'll be
It
a
has
very
been
long
raised,
time before Tesla can achieve
manipulated,
the smoothness of
suffocated,
movement. But that's
shaped
not what it's about.
changed and
It's
molded
it's
according
about
to the interests of
it's
a
about the
few.
entirety of the system, like
On
we
your
talked about, the
planet as
data
well
engine
as
and
on
the
ours
fleet.
and the ones of
And
other
that's super
kinds
exciting. Even the initial sort of
past.
models,
To the
but
leaders
that
of
too was
peoples
really
and
surprising.
countries and regions.
That in a few
Look at
months you can get a
your religious
prototype.
leaders.
And the reason that
The
happened
religious
very
leaders
quickly is, as you alluded to,
themselves
there's
and
a
the
ton
ones
of
like you.
copy paste from what's happening in the
Leaders of
autopilot.
other
A lot.
religions.
The amount of
all over your
expertise that
planet.
like came out of the woodworks at
Why do
Tesla
you
for
wear
building the
long
human
robes
robot
and
was
skirts
incredible to see.
And all manners of
Basically, Elon said
symbols
at
that
one
you
point
do
we're doing
not
this,
understand?
and then
Why
next
do you,
day, basically,
religious
like all these
leaders,
CAD models
men of
started
the
to appear,
humankind,
and people talking about like the
wear your
supply chain and
long
manufacturing,
robes and
and
skirts, not
people
knowing
showed up
why?
with like screwdrivers and everything like the other
Men
day
of the humankind,
and started to like
are
put
you
together the
trying to
body.
be
And I was like, whoa, like all these people exist at
men
Tesla.
of the humankind?
And fundamentally, building a car is
Are you
actually not
trying
that
to
different from building a
represent
robot. The same, and that is true,
DS,
not just for
this
the hardware
page
pieces, and also
images,
let's not forget
not
hardware,
original to
not
the
just
book.
for a demo, but
It was
manufacturing
added by myself
of
and
that
retro
hardware
to
at
serve
scale
as an
is like a whole
illustration.
different thing. But for software as well,
DS,
basically this robot currently
You,
thinks it's a car.
religious men of the humankind,
Uh,
and
It's
So
gonna have a
leaders of
midlife crisis at some point.
kingdoms and countries
it thinks
and
it's a car.
regions, men of
Some of the
humankind.
earlier demos, actually, we were talking about
Have slowed
potentially doing
your
them outside in the
spiritual
parking
progress
lot
in
because
death
that's where all of the
because you
computer vision that was like working out of the box instead of
Men
like
of the
inside.
humankind should destroy what the women
But
of
all the operating system, everything just
humankind
copy
have
pastes.
created.
Computer vision, mostly
have for
copy
many
paste.
of
I mean, you
your
have to
years
retrain the neural
relegated
nets,
the
but the
women of
approach and
your
everything, and data engine and
humankind
offline
to the
trackers,
role of
and the way we
slaves.
go about the occupancy tracker
And
and so on,
before
everything
your
copy
time,
paste.
Many
You just
other
need to retrain
times
the
have
neural
done
nets.
that.
And then the planning
Before
control,
your
of course,
time,
has to change quite a bit.
men of the
But there's a
humankind,
ton of copy
many other
paste from what's
times,
happening at Tesla. And so
we
if you were
have
to
warned
go with goal of like,
achieve
okay, let's build a
yours,
million human
for
robots,
you,
and you're not
men
Tesla,
and women
that's a lot to ask. If you're
humankind,
Tesla,
to be
it's actually
closer to
like
player, you
it's
must
not
first
it's not that
become
crazy.
And then
one
the
kind.
the follow-up question is then how difficult, just like with driving, how
Yes.
difficult is the manipulation
like many
task,
kinds before you.
such that it can have an
Men and
impact at
women of
scale.
the
I
humankind.
think,
You
depending
have
on
a
the
journey of
context, the
restraint
really
and
nice thing
constriction
about
ahead of you,
robotics is,
Journey of difficulty
unless you're
and
doing
resistance.
manufacturing and that kind of stuff,
but
is there's more
unlike
room
many
for error.
times before yours,
Driving is
you
so
are on a
safety
path of
critical, and so
spiritual
that and also time critical. Like a
self-destruction never
robot is allowed to move
experienced or
slower,
self-provoked by the other.
which is nice.
Yes.
Times before,
I think it's going to
And
take a
yet,
long time, but the
you
way
are
you want
so
to
young.
structure the development is
The
you need to
illusion
say,
you
okay, it's going to
created
take a long time.
but
How
many
can I
kinds
set up
can
the
destroy you.
product
You have
development roadmap
2.000
so that I'm making
more
revenue along the way?
of your
I'm not setting
years
myself
to
up for a
change
0-1 loss function
after
where
that.
it doesn't work until
Men
it works. You don't want to be in that position.
humankind.
You want to make it
It will
useful
be too late.
almost immediately, and then you want
Not
to
too
slowly
late for
deploy
your
it
survival, but too late
and at scale, at scale. And you want to set up your data engine, your improvement loops, the telemetry, the evaluation, the harness, and everything. And you want to improve the product over time incrementally, and you're making revenue along the way. That's extremely important, because otherwise you cannot build these large undertakings just like don't make sense economically. And also from the point of view of the team working on it, they need the dopamine along the way. They're not just going to make a promise about this being useful. This is going to change the world in 10 years when it works. This is not where you want to be. You want to be in a place like I think Autopilot is today, where it's offering increased safety and convenience of driving today. People pay for it, people like it, people purchase it, and then you also have the greater mission that you're working towards.
And you see that, so the dopamine for the team, that was a social happiness.
Yes, 100%. If you're deploying this, people like it, people drive it, people pay for it, they care about it. There's all these YouTube videos. Your grandma drives it. She gives you feedback. People like it. People engage with it.
And the answer is in the place that you.
Do people that drive Teslas like recognize you and give you love? Like, hey, thanks for the for the this nice feature that is the.
Yeah, I think the tricky thing is like some people really love you. Some people, unfortunately, like you're working on something that you think is extremely valuable, useful, etc. Some people do hate you. There's a lot of people who like hate me and the team and everything, the whole project. And I think
Tesla drivers.
In many cases, they're not actually.
Yeah, that's actually makes me sad about humans, or the current ways that humans interact. I think that's actually fixable. I think humans want to be good to each other. I think Twitter and social media is part of the mechanism that actually somehow makes the negativity more viral, that it doesn't deserve, like disproportionately add like a viral boost to negativity. But like I wish people would just get excited about to suppress some of the jealousy, some of the ego, and just get excited for others. And then there's a karma aspect to that. You get excited for others, they'll get excited for you. Same thing in academia. If you're not careful, there is a dynamical system there. If you think of in silos and get jealous of somebody else being successful, that actually perhaps counterintuitively leads to less productivity of you as a community and you individually. I feel like if you keep celebrating others, that actually makes you more successful.
Yeah,
I think people haven't, depending on the industry, haven't quite learned that yet.
Yeah. Some people are also very negative and very vocal, so they're very prominently featured. But actually, there's a ton of people who are cheerleaders, but they're silent cheerleaders. And just in the world, they will all tell you, oh, it's amazing, it's great. Especially like people who understand how difficult it is to get this stuff working. Like people who have built products, and makers, and entrepreneurs, like making this work and changing something is incredibly hard. Those people are more likely to cheerlead you.
Well, one of the things that makes me sad is some folks in the robotics community don't do the cheerleading, and they should. There's because they know how difficult it is. Well, they actually sometimes don't know how difficult it is to create a product at scale, right?
Yep.
They actually deploy in the real world. A lot of the development of robots and AI systems is done on very specific small benchmarks. And that's
transmitted to.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think it's really hard to work on robotics in an academic setting.
Or AI systems that apply in the real world. You've criticized, you flourished and loved for a time the ImageNet, the famed ImageNet dataset, and it recently had some words of criticism that the academic research ML community gives a little too much love still to the ImageNet, or like those kinds of benchmarks. Can you speak to the strengths and weaknesses of data sets used in machine learning research?
Actually, I don't know that I recall a specific instance where I was unhappy or criticizing ImageNet. I think ImageNet has been extremely valuable. It was basically a benchmark that allowed the deep learning community to make that deep neural networks actually work. It was there's a massive value in that. So I think ImageNet was useful, but basically it's become a bit of an MNIST at this point. So MNIST is like the 28 by 28 grayscale digits. There's kind of a joke data set that everyone like just crushes.
There's still papers written on MNIST though, right?
Maybe
like just strong papers, like papers that focus on like how do we learn with a small amount of data. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, I can see that being helpful, but not in sort of like mainline computer vision research anymore.
I think the way I've heard it somewhere, maybe I'm just imagining things, but I think you said like ImageNet was a huge contribution to the community for a long time, and now it's time to move past those kinds of.
Well, ImageNet has been crushed. I mean, the error rates are. Yeah, we're getting like 90% accuracy in 1,000 classification way prediction, and I've seen those images. and
Worldwide,
this is like really high.
spectators
That's really
taking
good.
notes about what
If
is
I remember
done.
correctly, the top 5
Write with
error
them about the
rate is
play,
now like 1%
about
or
the
something.
actors, and about
Given your experience with a gigantic real-world data set,
we are learning
would you
about
like to
in
see
writing,
benchmarks move in a certain
about
directions
everything we see,
that the research
so
community
that one
uses?
day when we have
Unfortunately, I don't think academics currently have the next
opportunity to
ImageNet.
change the storyline,
We've obviously,
we
I
are
think we've crushed
prepared to
MNIST. We've basically kind of crushed ImageNet,
but beware,
and there's no
amongst the
next
spectators
sort
there
of big
are many
benchmark that
are
the entire community
not
rallies
paying
behind
attention to
and
the
uses
They are only
you know,
watching
for
the
further
other
development of these
spectators
networks.
around them.
I wonder what it takes for a
Especially
data
the
set
ones
to
taking
captivate the
And those
imagination, or
spectators
like
look,
where they all get behind it.
just like you and
That
me,
could also
they can
need
be seated
like
right
a viral,
beside
like a leader,
you.
right?
Yeah,
Somebody with
Sometimes the
popularity.
younger
I
are
mean,
the
that,
ones that gave
yeah.
you the-
Why did ImageNet take
ticket
off?
for the pie eye, and
Is there,
sometimes
or is
they
it
are
just
your
the
own
accident of
parents.
history?
it was the right amount of
Please update
difficult.
to the book.
It was the right amount of
myself.
difficult and simple and interesting enough. It just kind of like it was the right time for that kind of a data set.
Question from Reddit. What are your thoughts on the role that synthetic data and game engines will play in the future of neural net model development?
I think as neural nets converge to humans, the value of simulation to neural nets will be similar to the value of simulation to humans. So people use simulation because they can learn something in that kind of a system, and without having to actually experience it.
But are you referring to the simulation we do in our head? Isn't that what
No, sorry, simulation. I mean like video games or other forms of simulation for various professionals.
Well, so let me push back on that, because maybe there's simulation that we do in our heads, like simulate if I do this, what do I think will happen?
Okay, that's like internal simulation.
Yeah, internal. Isn't that what we're doing? Assume it before we act.
Yeah, but that's independent from like the use of simulation in the sense of like computer games or using simulation for training set creation or.
Is it independent or is it just loosely correlated? Because like, isn't that useful to do like counterfactual or like edge case simulation to like, what happens if there's a nuclear war? What happens if there's, like those kinds of things?
Yeah, that's a different simulation from like Unreal Engine. That's how I interpreted the question.
So like simulation of the average case. Is that what's Unreal Engine? What do you mean by Unreal Engine? So simulating a world,
Yeah.
physics of that world.
Yes.
Why is that different? Like, because you also can add behavior to that world,
Mhm.
and you could try all kinds of stuff, right? Like,
Mhm.
you could throw all kinds of weird things into it. This Unreal Engine is not just about simulating. I mean, I guess it is about simulating the physics of the world. It's also doing something with that.
Yeah, the graphics, the physics, and the agents that you put into the environment and stuff like that. Yeah.
See, I think I feel like you said that it's not that important, like of AI development.
Mm.
Is that correct to interpret
Well,
you that way?
I think humans use simulators humans use simulators and they find them useful, and so computers will use simulators and find them useful.
Okay, so you're saying it's not. I don't use simulators very often. I play a video game every once in a while, but I don't think I derive any wisdom about my own existence from those video games. It's a momentary escape from reality versus a source of wisdom about reality. So I think that's a very polite way of saying simulation is not that useful.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't see it as like a fundamental, really important part of like training neural nets currently. But I think as neural nets become more and more powerful, I think you will need fewer examples to train additional behaviors.
Mhm.
And simulation is, of course, there's a domain gap in the simulation. There's not the real world. There's slightly something different. But with a powerful enough neural net, you need the domain gap can be bigger, I think, because the neural net will sort of understand that even though it's not the real world, it like has all this high-level structure that I'm supposed to be like, learn from.
So the neural net will actually, will be able to leverage the synthetic data better.
Yes.
By closing the gap, but understanding in which ways this is not
Exactly.
real data.
Exactly.
Reddit, do better questions next time. That was a question, but I'm just kidding. All right. So is it possible, do you think, speaking of MNIST, to construct neural nets and training processes that require very little data? So we're talking about huge data sets like the internet for training. I mean, one way to say that is, like you said, like the querying itself is another level of training, I guess, and that requires little data.
Yeah.
But do you
see any value in doing research and kind of going down the direction of, can we use very little data to train, to construct a knowledge base?
100%. I just think like at some point you need a massive data set. And then when you pre-train your massive neural net and get something that, is like a GPT or something, then you're able to be very efficient at training any arbitrary new task. So a lot of these GPTs, you can do tasks like sentiment analysis or translation or so on, just by being prompted with very few examples. Here's the kind of thing I want you to do. Like, here's an input sentence, here's the translation into German. Input sentence, translation to German. Input sentence, blank, and the neural net will complete the translation to German just by looking at sort of the example you've provided. And so that's an example of a very few shot learning in the activations of the neural net instead of the weights of the neural net. And so I think basically, just like humans, neural nets will become very data efficient at learning any other new task. But at some point, you need a massive data set to pre-train your network.
To get that, and probably we humans have something like that. Do we have something like that? Do we have a passive in the background model constructing thing that just runs all the time in a self-supervised way? We're not conscious of it.
I think humans definitely. I mean, obviously, we learn a lot during our lifespan, but also we have a ton of hardware that helps us initialize the initialization coming from sort of evolution. And so I think that's also a really big component. A lot of people in the field, I think they just talk about the amounts of like seconds and that the person has lived, pretending that this is a tabula rasa, sort of like a zero initialization of a neural net. And it's not. Like, you can look at a lot of animals, like for example, zebras. Zebras get born and they see and they can run. There's zero training data in their lifespan. They can just do that. So somehow, I have no idea how, evolution has found a way to encode these algorithms and these neural net initializations that are extremely good into ATCGs. And I have no idea how this works, but apparently it's possible, because here's proof by existence.
There's something magical about going from a single cell to an organism that is born to the first few years of life. I kind of like the idea that the reason about the first few years of our life is that it's a really painful process. Like, it's a very difficult, challenging training process.
Yeah.
Like, intellectually. Like, and maybe, why don't we remember any of that? There might be some crazy training going on, and maybe that's the background model training that is very painful. And so it's best for the system once it's trained not to remember how it's constructed.
I think it's just like the hardware for long-term memory is just not fully developed.
Sure.
I kind of feel like the first few years of infants is not actually like learning; it's brain maturing.
Yeah.
We're born premature. There's a theory along those lines because of the birth canal and the swelling of the brain, and so we're born premature. And then the first few years, we're just the brain's maturing, and then there's some learning eventually. That's my current view on it.
What do you think? Do you think neural nets can have long-term memory? Like, that approaches something like humans. Do you think there needs to be another meta architecture on top of it to add something like a knowledge base that learns facts about the world and all that kind of stuff?
Yes, but I don't know to what extent it will be explicitly constructed. It might take unintuitive forms where you are telling the GPT, like, hey, you have a declarative memory bank to which you can store and retrieve data from. And whenever you encounter some information that you find useful, just save it to your memory bank. And here's an example of something you have retrieved, and here's how you save it, and here's how you load from it. You just say load, whatever. You teach it in text in English, and then it might learn to use a memory bank from that.
Oh, so the neural net is the architecture for the background model, the base thing, and then everything else is just on top of it.
So it's not just text, right? It's you're giving it gadgets and gizmos. So you're teaching some kind of special language by which it can save arbitrary information and retrieve it at a later time.
Yeah.
And you're telling it about these special tokens and how to arrange them to use these interfaces. It's like, hey, you can use a calculator. Here's how you use it. Just do 5, 3 plus 4, 1 equals. And when equals is there, a calculator will actually read out the answer, and you don't have to calculate it yourself. And you just like tell it in English. This might actually work.
Do you think, in that sense, Gato is interesting, the DeepMind system, that it's not just doing language, but actually throws it all in the same pile? Images, actions, all that kind of stuff. That's basically what we're moving towards.
Yeah, I think so. So Gato is very much a kitchen sink of approach to like reinforcement learning, lots of different environments with a single fixed transformer model, right? I think it's a very sort of early result in that realm, but I think yeah, it's along the lines of what I think things will eventually look like.
Right. So this is the early days of a system that eventually will look like this, like from a Rich Sutton perspective.
Yeah, I'm not super huge fan of, I think, all these interfaces that like look very different. I would want everything to be normalized into the same API. So for example, screen pixels, very same API. Instead of having like different world environments that have very different physics and joint configurations and appearances and whatever, and you're having some kind of special tokens for different games that you can plug. I'd rather just normalize everything to a single interface. So it looks the same to the neural net, if that makes sense.
So it's all going to be pixel-based Pong in the end.
I think so.
Okay. Let me ask you about your own personal life. A lot of people want to know, you're one of the most productive and brilliant people in the history of AI. What does a productive day in the life of Andrej Karpathy look like? What time do you wake up? Because imagine some kind of dance between the average productive day and a perfect productive day. So the perfect productive day is the thing we strive towards, and the average is kind of what it kind of converges to, given all the mistakes and human eventualities and so on.
Yeah.
So what time do you wake up?
I'm not a morning person. I'm a night owl for sure.
Mm-hmm. Is it stable or not?
It's semi-stable, like 8 or 9 or something like that. During my PhD, it was even later. I used to go to sleep usually at 3 a.m. I think the AM hours are precious and very interesting time to work because everyone is asleep. At 8 a.m. or 7 a.m., the East Coast is awake. So there's already activity. There's already some text messages, whatever. There's stuff happening. You can go on like some news website and there's stuff happening, distracting. At 3 a.m., everything is totally quiet. And so you're not going to be bothered and you have solid chunks of time to do work. So I like those periods, night owl by default. And then I think like productive time, basically, what I like to do is you need to like build some momentum on the problem without too much distraction. And you need to load your RAM, your working memory with that problem. And then you need to be obsessed with it when you're taking a shower, when you're falling asleep. You need to be obsessed with the problem and it's fully in your memory and you're ready to wake up and work on it right there.
So does the scale of, is this in a temporal scale of a single day or a couple of days, a week, a month?
So I can't talk about one day basically in isolation because it's a whole process. When I want to get productive in the problem, I feel like I need a span of a few days where I can really get in on that problem. And I don't want to be interrupted. And I'm going to just be completely obsessed with that problem. And that's where I do most of my good work, I would say.
You've done a bunch of cool, like little projects in a very short amount of time, very quickly. So that requires you just focusing on it.
Yeah, basically I need to load my working memory with the problem and I need to be productive because there's always like a huge fixed cost to approaching any problem. I was struggling with this, for example, at Tesla because I want to work on like small side project. But okay, you first need to figure out, okay, I need to SSH into my cluster. I need to bring up a VS Code editor so I can like work on this. I run into some stupid error because of some reason. Like you're not at a point where you can be just productive right away. You are facing barriers. And so it's about really removing all of that barrier and you're able to go into the problem and you have the full problem loaded in your memory.
And somehow avoiding distractions of all different forms, like news stories, emails, but also distractions from other interesting projects that you previously worked on or currently working on and so on.
Yeah.
You just want to really focus your mind.
And I mean, I can take some time off for distractions and in between, but I think it can't be too much. Most of your day is sort of like spent on that problem. And then, I drink coffee, I have my morning routine, I look at some news, Twitter, Hacker News, Wall Street Journal, etc.
So basically you wake up, are you trying to get to work as quickly as possible, or do you take in this diet of like what the hell is happening in the world first?
I do find it interesting to know about the world. I don't know that it's useful or good, but it is part of my routine right now. So I do read through a bunch of news articles and I want to be informed, and I'm suspicious of it. I'm suspicious of the practice, but currently that's where I am.
Oh, you mean suspicious about the positive effect
of
that practice on your productivity and your well-being?
My well-being psychologically,
and also on your ability to deeply understand the world, because there's a bunch of sources of information. You're not really focused on deeply integrating.
It's a little distracting.
In terms of a perfectly productive day for how long of a stretch of time in one session do you try to work and focus on a thing? A couple hours? Is it 1 hour? Is it 30 minutes? Is it 10 minutes?
I can probably go like a small few hours, and then I need some breaks in between for like food and stuff. And yeah, but I think like it's still really hard to accumulate hours. I was using a tracker that told me exactly how much time I spent coding any one day, and even on a very productive day, I still spent only like 6 or 8 hours.
Yeah.
And it's just because there's so much padding, commute, talking to people, food, etc. There's like the cost of life, just living and sustaining and homeostasis and just maintaining yourself as a human is very high.
And that there seems to be a desire within the human mind to participate in society that creates that padding.
Yeah.
Because the most productive days I've ever had is just completely from start to finish, just tuning out everything.
Yeah.
And just
Yes.
sitting there. And then you could do more than 6 and 8 hours.
Yeah.
Is there some wisdom about what gives you strength to do like tough days of long focus?
Yeah, just like whenever I get obsessed about a problem, something just needs to work, something just needs to exist.
It needs to exist, and you're able to deal with bugs and programming issues and technical issues and design decisions that turn out to be the wrong ones. You're able to think through all of that, given that you want
Yeah.
the thing to exist.
Yeah, it needs to exist. And then I think, to me, also a big factor is, are other humans are going to appreciate it? Are they going to like it? That's a big part of my motivation. If I'm helping humans and they seem happy, they say nice things, they tweet about it or whatever, that gives me pleasure because I'm doing something useful.
So like you do see yourself sharing it with the world, like whether
Yeah.
it's on GitHub, with a blog post or through videos.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. Like, suppose I did all these things but did not share them. I don't think the same amount of motivation that I can build up.
You enjoy the feeling of other people gaining value and happiness from the stuff that you've created.
Yeah.
What about diet? Is there? I saw you played with intermittent fast. Do you fast? Does that help?
With everything.
You played with the things you played. What's been most beneficial to your ability to mentally focus on a thing, and just mental productivity and happiness? You still fast?
Yeah, I still fast, but I do intermittent fasting. But really what it means at the end of the day is I skip breakfast.
Yeah.
So I do 18-6 roughly by default when I'm in my steady state. If I'm traveling or doing something else, I will break the rules. But in my steady state, I do 18-6. So I eat only from 12 to 6. Not a hard rule, and I break it often, but that's my default. And then, I've done a bunch of random experiments. For the most part right now, where I've been for the last year and a half, I want to say, is plant-based or plant-forward. I heard plant-forward. It sounds better.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't actually know the differences, but it sounds better in my mind. But it just means that I prefer plant-based food, and
Raw or cooked,
I
or
prefer cooked and plant-based.
so plant-based. Forgive me, I don't actually know how wide the category of plant entails.
Well, plant-based just means that you're not
Like a
militant about it,
chickpeas.
and you
like-
can flex,
Yeah.
and you just prefer to eat plants, and you're not trying to influence other people. And if you come to someone's house party and they serve you a steak that they're really proud of, you will eat it.
Yes.
it's
Right. So you're
just
not
like-
judgmental. Oh, that's beautiful. I mean, that's I'm the flip side of that, but I'm very sort of flexible. Have you tried doing one meal a day?
I have accidentally, not consistently, but I've accidentally had that. I don't like it. I think it makes me feel not good. It's too much of a hit.
Yeah.
And so currently I have about 2 meals a day, 12 and 6.
I do that nonstop. I'm doing it now. I
Mhm.
do it one meal a day.
Okay.
It's interesting. It's an interesting feeling. Have you ever fasted longer than a day?
Yeah, I've done a bunch of water fasts because I was curious what happens.
What? Anything interesting?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, what's interesting is that you're hungry for 2 days, and then starting day 3 or so, you're not hungry. It's like such a weird feeling because you haven't eaten in a few days and you're
Yeah.
not hungry.
Isn't that weird?
It's really weird.
One of the many weird things about human biology.
Yeah.
It figures something out. It finds another source of energy or something like that, or relaxes the system. I don't know how that
Yeah,
works.
the body is like, you're hungry, and then it just gives up. It's like, okay, I guess we're fasting now. There's
Yeah.
nothing. And then it's just kind of like focuses on trying to make you not hungry, and not feel the damage of that, and trying to give you some space to figure out the food situation.
So are you still to this day most productive at night?
I would say I am, but it is really hard to maintain my PhD schedule, especially when I was, say, working at Tesla and so on. It's a non-starter. But even now, people want to meet for various events. Society lives in a certain period of time,
Yeah.
and you sort of have to work
So
with that.
it's hard to do a social thing, and then after that, return and do work.
Yeah, it's just really hard.
That's why I try when I do social things. I try not to do too much drinking, so I can return and continue doing work.
Yeah.
But at Tesla, is there convergence? Tesla, but any company, is there convergence towards a schedule, or is there more? Is that how humans behave when they collaborate? I need to learn about this.
Yeah.
Do they try to keep a consistent schedule where you're all awake at the same time?
I mean, I do try to create a routine, and I try to create a steady state in which I'm comfortable in. So I have a morning routine, I have a day routine. I try to keep things to a steady state, and things are predictable. And then you can sort of just like your body just sort of like sticks to that. And if you try to stress that a little too much, it will create, when you're traveling and you're dealing with jet lag, you're not able to really ascend to, where you need to go.
Yeah, that's
In your
weird too
mind.
about humans with the habits and stuff. What are your thoughts on work-life balance throughout a human lifetime? So Tesla in part was known for sort of pushing people to their limits in terms of what they're able to do, in terms of what they're trying to do, in terms of how much they work, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I will say Tesla gets a little too much bad rep for this, because what's happening is Tesla it's a bursty environment. So I would say the baseline, my only point of reference is Google, where I've interned 3 times and I saw what it's like inside Google and DeepMind. I would say the baseline is higher than that, but then there's a punctuated equilibrium where once in a while there's a fire and people work really hard. And so it's spiky and bursty. And then all the stories get collected
About the bursts. Yeah.
and then it gives the appearance of like total insanity, but actually it's just a bit more intense environment. And there are fires and sprints. And so I think, definitely though, I would say it's a more intense environment than something you would get.
Well, in your personal, forget all of that. Just in your own personal life, what do you think about the happiness of a human being, a brilliant person like yourself, about finding a balance between work and life, or is such a thing not a good thought experiment?
Yeah, I think balance is good, but I also love to have sprints that are out of distribution, and that's when I think I've been pretty creative and as well.
Sprints out of distribution means that most of the time you have a quote unquote balance.
I have balance most of the time,
And then
but I like
sprints.
being obsessed with something once in a while.
Once in a while is what? Once a week, once a month, once a year?
Yeah, probably like say once a month or something. Yeah.
And that's when we get a new GitHub repo from Andre.
Yeah, that's when you like really care about a problem. It must exist. This will be awesome. You're obsessed with it. And now you can't just do it on that day. You need to pay the fixed cost of getting into the groove.
Yeah.
And then you need to stay there for a while. And then society will come and they will try to mess with you and they will try to distract you. Yeah, the worst thing is like a person who's like, I just need 5 minutes of your time.
Yeah.
This is the cost of that is not 5 minutes. And society needs to change how it thinks about just 5 minutes of your time.
Right. It's never just 1 minute. Just 30. It's just a quick
What's the
thing.
big deal? Why are you being so?
Yeah. No. What's your computer setup? What's like the perfect? Are you somebody that's flexible to no matter what? Laptop, 4 screens,
Yeah.
or do you prefer a certain setup that you're most productive?
I guess the one that I'm familiar with is one large screen, 27, and my laptop on the side.
What operating system?
I do Macs. That's my primary.
For all tasks.
I would say OS X, but when you're working on deep learning, everything is Linux. You're SSH'd into a cluster, and you're working remotely.
But what about the actual development, like using the IDE?
Yeah, you would use, I think a good way is you just run VS Code, my favorite editor right now, on your Mac, but you have a remote folder through SSH. So the actual files that you're manipulating are on the cluster somewhere else.
So what's the best IDE? VS Code. What else do people use? So I use Emacs. Still.
That's cool.
So it may be cool. I don't know if it's maximal productivity. So what do you recommend in terms of editors? You worked with a lot of software engineers. Editors for Python, C++, machine learning applications.
I think the current answer is VS Code. Currently, I believe that's the best IDE. It's got a huge amount of extensions. It has GitHub Copilot integration, which I think is very valuable.
What do you think about the Copilot integration? I was actually, I got to talk a bunch with Guido Rossum, who's a creator of Python, and he loves Copilot. He programs a lot with it.
Yep.
Do you?
Yeah, I use Copilot. I love it. And it's free for me, but I would pay for it. Yeah, I think it's very good. And the utility that I found with it I would say there's a learning curve, and you need to figure out when it's helpful and when to pay attention to its outputs, and when it's not going to be helpful, where you should not pay attention to it. Because if you're just reading its suggestions all the time, it's not a good way of interacting with it. But I think I was able to sort of like mold myself to it. I find it's very helpful, number one, in copy, paste, and replace some parts. So I don't, when the pattern is clear, it's really good at completing the pattern. And sometimes it suggests APIs that I'm not aware of. So it tells you about something that you didn't know. So,
And that's an opportunity to discover a new.
it's an opportunity to I would never take Copilot code as given. I almost always copy paste into a Google search, and you see what this function is doing, and then you're like, oh, it's actually exactly what I need.
Yeah.
Thank you, Copilot. So you learn something.
So it's in part a search engine, part maybe getting the exact syntax correctly. That
Yeah.
once you see it,
Yeah.
it's that NP hard thing. It's like, well, once you see it, you know
Yes,
it's
exactly.
correct.
Exactly.
But you yourself
You
would
can verify.
struggle. You can verify efficiently, but you
Yes.
can't generate efficiently.
And Copilot really, I mean, it's autopilot for programming, right? And currently it's doing the link following, which is like the simple copy paste and sometimes suggest. But over time, it's going to become more and more autonomous. And so the same thing will play out in not just coding, but actually across many, many different things probably.
Coding is an important one, right?
Very
Like writing programs.
Yeah.
How do you see the future of that developing? The program synthesis, like being able to write programs that are more and more complicated. Because right now, it's human supervised in
Yeah.
interesting ways.
Yes.
Like it feels like the transition will be very painful.
My mental model for it is the same thing will happen as with the autopilot. So currently he's doing lane following, he's doing some simple stuff.
Mhm.
And eventually we'll be doing autonomy, and people will have to intervene less and less.
And there could be like testing mechanisms. Like if it writes a function and that function looks pretty damn correct, but how do you know it's correct? Because you're like getting lazier and lazier as a programmer. Like your ability to, because like little bugs, but I guess it won't make little
No, it will.
mistakes.
Copilot will make off by one subtle bugs. It has done that to me.
But do you think future systems will? Or is it really the off by one is actually a fundamental challenge of programming?
In that case, it wasn't fundamental, and I think things can improve. But yeah, I think humans have to supervise. I am nervous about people not supervising what comes out, and what happens to, for example, the proliferation of bugs in all of our systems. I'm nervous about that, but I think there will probably be some other copilots for bug finding and stuff like that at some point. Because there will be like a lot more automation for.
Man. Well, it's like a program, a copilot that generates a compiler, one that does a linter,
Yes.
one that does like a type checker.
Yeah. It's a committee of like a GPT sort of like.
And then there'll be like a manager for the committee.
Yeah.
And then there'll be somebody that says a new version of this is needed.
Yeah.
We need to regenerate it.
There were 10 GPTs that were forwarded and gave 50 suggestions. Another one looked at it and picked the few that they like. A bug one looked at it and it was like, it's probably a bug. They got re-ranked by some other thing. And then a final ensemble GPT comes in and is like, okay, given everything you guys have told me, this is probably the next token.
You know, the feeling is the number of programmers in the world has been growing and growing very quickly.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible that it'll actually level out and drop to like a very low number with this kind of world? Because then you'll be doing software 2.0 programming, and you'll be doing this kind of generation of Copilot type systems programming, but you won't be doing the old school software 1.0 programming.
I don't currently think that they're just going to replace human programmers. I'm so hesitant saying stuff like this, right?
Yeah,
because
this is going to be replaced in 5 years. I mean, no, it's going to show that like this is where, because I agree with you, but I think we might be very surprised, right? Like, what are the next? What's your sense of where we stand with language models? Like, does it feel like the beginning or the middle or the end?
the beginning, 100%. I think the big question in my mind is, for sure, GPT will be able to program quite well, competently, and so on. How do you steer the system? You still have to provide some guidance to what you actually are looking for. And so how do you steer it? And how do you talk to it? How do you audit it and verify that what is done is correct? And how do you like work with this? And it's as much not just an AI problem, but a UI UX problem.
Yeah.
So beautiful, fertile ground for so much interesting work for VS Code++, where it's not just human programming anymore. It's amazing.
Yeah, so you're interacting with the system. So not just one prompt, but it's iterative prompting.
Yeah.
You're trying to figure out having a conversation with the system.
Yeah.
That actually, I mean, to me, that's super exciting to have a conversation with the program I'm writing.
Yeah, maybe at some point you're just conversing with it. It's like, okay, here's what I want to do. Actually, this variable, maybe it's not even that low level as variable, but
You can also imagine, like, can you translate this to C++ and back to Python? And
yeah, that
back to,
already kind of exists. And so,
no, but just like doing it as part of the programming experience. Like, I think I'd like to write this function in C++. Or like you just keep changing for different different programs because they have different syntax. Maybe I want to convert this into a functional language.
Yeah.
And so like you get to become multilingual as a programmer and dance back and forth efficiently.
Yeah. I mean, I think the UI UX of it though is like still very hard to think through because it's not just about writing code on a page. You have an entire developer environment. You have a bunch of hardware on it. You have some environmental variables. You have some scripts that are running in a cron job. Like there's a lot going on to like working with computers, and how do these systems set up environment flags and work across multiple machines and set up screen sessions and automate different processes, like how all that works and is auditable by humans and so on is like a massive question of my own.
You've built Archive Sanity. What is Archive, and what is the future of academic research publishing that you would like to see?
So Archive is this preprint server. So if you have a paper, you can submit it for publication to journals or conferences and then wait 6 months and then maybe get a decision, pass or fail. Or you can just upload it to Archive. And then people can tweet about it 3 minutes later. And then everyone sees it, everyone reads it, and everyone can profit from it in their own little ways.
You can cite it, and it has an official look to it. It feels like a publication process.
Yeah.
It feels different than if you just put it in a blog post.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a paper. And usually the bar is higher for something that you would expect on Archive as opposed to something you would see in a blog post.
Well, the culture created the bar. Because you could probably post a pretty crappy paper on Archive. So what's that make you feel like? What's that make you feel about peer review? So rigorous peer review by 2-3 experts versus the peer review of the community right as it's written.
Yeah. Basically, I think the community is very well able to peer review things very quickly on Twitter. And I think maybe it just has to do something with AI machine learning field specifically, though. I feel like things are more easily auditable, and the verification is easier potentially than the verification somewhere else. So it's kind of like you can think of these scientific publications as like little blockchains where everyone's building on each other's work and citing each other. And you sort of have AI, which is kind of like this much faster and loose blockchain. But then you have, and any one individual entry is like very cheap to make. And then you have other fields where maybe that model doesn't make as much sense. And so I think in AI, at least, things are pretty easily verifiable. And so that's why when people upload papers that are a really good idea and so on, people can try it out the next day. And they can be the final arbiter of whether it works or not on their problem. And the whole thing just moves significantly faster. So I kind of feel like academia still has a place. Sorry, this like conference journal process still has a place. But it's sort of like it lags behind, I think. And it's a bit more maybe higher quality process. But it's not sort of the place where you will discover cutting edge work anymore.
Yeah.
It used to be the case when I was starting my PhD that you go to conferences and journals and you discuss all the latest research. Now when you go to a conference or a journal, like no one discusses anything that's there because it's already like 3 generations ago irrelevant.
Yeah, which makes me sad about like DeepMind, for example, where they still publish in Nature and these big prestigious. I mean, there's still value, I suppose, to the prestige that comes with these big venues, but the result is that they'll announce some breakthrough performance, and it will take like a year to actually publish the details. I mean, and those details, if they were published immediately, would inspire the community to move in certain directions.
Yeah, it would speed up the rest of the community, but I don't know to what extent that's part of their objective function also.
That's true. It's not just the prestige, a little bit of the delay is part.
Yeah, they certainly, DeepMind specifically has been working in the regime of having slightly higher quality, basically process and latency, and publishing those papers that way.
Another question from Reddit. Do you or have you suffered from imposter syndrome? Being the director of AI at Tesla, being this person when you're at Stanford where like the world looks at you as the expert in AI to teach the world about machine learning.
When I was leaving Tesla after 5 years, I spent a ton of time in meeting rooms And I would read papers. In the beginning, when I joined Tesla, I was writing code, and then I was writing less and less code, and I was reading code, and then I was reading less and less code. And so this is just a natural progression that happens, I think. And definitely, I would say near the tail end, that's when sort of like starts to hit you a bit more that you're supposed to be an expert, but actually, the source of truth is the code that people are writing, the GitHub, and the actual code itself. And you're not as familiar with that as you used to be. And so I would say maybe there's some like insecurity there.
Yeah, that's actually pretty profound. And a lot of the insecurity has to do with not writing the code in the computer science space like that, because that is the truth. That right there.
The code is the source of truth. The papers and everything else, it's a high-level summary. It's just a high-level summary. But at the end of the day, you have to read code. It's impossible to translate all that code into actual, paper form. So when things come out, especially when they have a source code available, that's my favorite place to go.
So like I said, you're one of the greatest teachers of machine learning, AI, ever. From CS 231N to today, what advice would you give to beginners interested in getting into machine learning?
Beginners are often focused on like what to do, and I think the focus should be more like how much you do. So I am kind of like believer on the high level in this 10,000 hours kind of concept, where you just kind of have to just pick the things where you can spend time and you care about and you're interested in. You literally have to put in 10,000 hours of work. It doesn't even like matter as much like where you put it, and you'll iterate and you'll improve and you'll waste some time. I don't know if there's a better way. You need to put in 10,000 hours. But I think it's actually really nice because I feel like there's some sense of determinism about being an expert at a thing if you spend 10,000 hours. You can literally pick an arbitrary thing. And I think if you spend 10,000 hours of deliberate effort and work, you actually will become an expert at it. And so I think it's kind of like a nice thought. Basically I would focus more on like, are you spending 10,000 hours? That's what I'd focus on.
So, and then thinking about what kind of mechanisms maximize your likelihood of getting to 10,000 hours.
Exactly.
Which for us silly humans means probably forming a daily habit of like every single day actually doing the thing.
Whatever helps you. So I do think to a large extent it's a psychological problem for yourself. One other thing that I think is helpful for the psychology of it is many times people compare themselves to others in the area. I think this is very harmful. Only compare yourself to you from some time ago, like say a year ago. Are you better than you a year ago? This is the only way to think. And I think then you can see your progress, and it's very motivating.
That's so interesting, that focus on the quantity of hours. A lot of people in the beginner stage, but actually throughout, get paralyzed by the choice. Like, which one do I pick, this path or this path?
Yeah.
Like they'll literally get paralyzed by like which IDE to use.
Well, they're worried. Yeah, they're worried about all these things. But the thing is, you will waste time doing something wrong.
Yes.
You will eventually figure out it's not right. You will accumulate scar tissue, and next time you will grow stronger, because next time you'll have the scar tissue, and next time you'll learn from it. And now next time you come to a similar situation, you'll be like, oh, I messed up. I've spent a lot of time working on things that never materialize into anything. And I have all that scar tissue, and I have some intuitions about what was useful, what wasn't useful, how things turned out. So all those mistakes were not dead work, So I just think they should just focus on working. What have you done? What have you done last week?
That's a good question actually to ask for a lot of things, not just machine learning. It's a good way to cut I forgot what the term we used, but the fluff, the blubber, whatever the inefficiencies in life. What do you love about teaching? You seem to find yourself often drawn to teaching. You're very good at it, but you're also drawn to it.
I mean, I don't think I love teaching. I love happy humans. And happy humans like when I teach.
Yes.
I wouldn't say I hate teaching. I tolerate teaching, but it's not like the act of teaching that I like. It's that I have something. I'm actually okay at it.
Yes.
I'm okay at teaching, and people appreciate it a lot.
Yeah.
And so I'm just happy to try to be helpful. And teaching itself is not like the most. I mean, it can be really annoying, frustrating. I was working on a bunch of lectures just now. Mm-hmm. I was reminded back to my days of 231 and just how much work it is to create some of these materials and make them good. The amount of iteration and thought, and you go down blind alleys, and just how much you change it. So creating something good, in terms of like educational value, is really hard, and it's not fun.
It's difficult. So for people should definitely go watch your new stuff you put out. There are lectures where you're actually building the thing, like you said, the code is truth. So discussing backpropagation by building it, by looking through it, just the whole thing. So how difficult is that to prepare for? I think that's a really powerful way to teach. How did you have to prepare for that, or are you just live thinking through it?
I will typically do like say 3 takes, and then I take like the better take. So I do multiple takes, and I take some of the better takes, and then I just build out a lecture that way. Sometimes I have to delete 30 minutes of content because it just went down an alley that I didn't like too much. So there's about a bunch of iteration, and it probably takes me, somewhere around 10 hours to create 1 hour of content.
To get 1 hour, it's interesting. I mean, is it difficult to go back to the basics? Do you draw a lot of like wisdom from going back to the basics?
Yep. Going back to backpropagation, loss functions, where they come from. And one thing I like about teaching a lot, honestly, is it definitely strengthens your understanding. So it's not a purely altruistic activity. It's a way to learn. If you have to explain something to someone, you realize you have gaps in knowledge. And so I even surprise myself in those lectures. Like, oh, so the result will obviously look like this. And then the result doesn't look like it. And I'm like, okay, I thought I understood this.
Yeah. But that's why it's really cool to literally code. You run it in the notebook, and it gives you a result, and you're like, oh, wow.
Yes.
And like actual numbers, actual input, actual code.
Yeah, it's not mathematical symbols, etc.
Yeah.
The source of truth is the code. It's not slides. It's just like, let's build it.
It's beautiful. You're a rare human in that sense. What advice would you give to researchers trying to develop and publish ideas that have a big impact in the world of AI? So maybe undergrads, maybe early graduate students.
Yep. I mean, I would say like they definitely have to be a little bit more strategic than I had to be as a PhD student because of the way AI is evolving. It's going the way of physics, where in physics you used to be able to do experiments on your benchtop and everything was great and you could make progress. And now you have to work like LHC or like CERN, and so AI is going in that direction as well. So there's certain kinds of things that's just not possible to do on a benchtop anymore. And I think that didn't used to be the case at the time.
Do you still think that there's like GAN type papers to be written where like like very simple idea that requires just one computer to illustrate a simple example?
I mean, one example that's been very influential recently is diffusion models. Diffusion models are amazing. Diffusion models are 6 years old. For the longest time, people were kind of ignoring them, as far as I can tell. And they're an amazing generative model, especially in images. And so stable diffusion and so on, it's all diffusion based. Diffusion is new. It was not there, and it came from Google, but a researcher could have come up with it. In fact, some of the first, actually, no, those came from Google as well. But a researcher could come up with that in an academic institution.
Yeah, what do you find most fascinating about diffusion models? So from the societal impact of the technical architecture.
What I like about diffusion is it works so well.
Is that surprising to you? The amount of the variety, almost the novelty of the synthetic data is generating.
Yeah, so the stable diffusion images are incredible. It's the speed of improvement in generating images has been insane. We went very quickly from generating like tiny digits to tiny faces, and it all looked messed up, and now we have stable diffusion. And that happened very quickly. There's a lot that academia can still contribute. For example, flash attention is a very efficient kernel for running the attention operation inside the transformer. That came from academic environment. It's a very clever way to structure the kernel that does the calculation, so it doesn't materialize the attention matrix. And so I think there's still like lots of things to contribute, but you have to be just more strategic.
Do you think neural networks can be made to reason?
Yes.
Do you think they already reason?
Yes.
What's your definition of reasoning?
Information processing.
In the way that humans think through a problem and come up with novel ideas, it feels like reasoning.
Yeah.
So the novelty, I don't want to say, but out of distribution ideas, you think it's possible?
Yes, and I think we're seeing that already in the current neural nets. You're able to remix the training set information into true generalization in some sense.
That doesn't appear.
It doesn't
in
appear
a fundamental way
in the training set. Like you're doing something interesting algorithmically. You're manipulating, some symbols, and you're coming up with some correct, a unique answer in a new setting.
What would illustrate to you, holy shit, this thing is definitely thinking?
To me, thinking or reasoning is just information processing and generalization. And I think the neural nets already do that today.
So being able to perceive the world or perceive whatever the inputs are, and to make predictions based on that or actions
Yeah.
based on that. That's reason.
Yeah, you're giving correct answers in novel settings by manipulating information. You've learned the correct algorithm. You're not doing just some kind of a lookup table and nearest neighbor search. Something like that.
Let me ask you about AGI. What are some moonshot ideas you think might make significant progress towards AGI? Or maybe another way is, what are big blockers that we're missing now?
So basically, I am fairly bullish on our ability to build AGIs, basically automated systems that we can interact with that are very human-like, and we can interact with them in the digital realm or physical realm. Currently, it seems most of the models that sort of do these sort of magical tasks are in a text realm. I think, as I mentioned, I'm suspicious that the text realm is not enough to actually build full understanding of the world. I do actually think you need to go into pixels and understand the physical world and how it works. So I do think that we need to extend these models to consume images and videos and train on a lot more data that is multimodal in that way.
Do you think you need to touch the world to understand it also?
Well, that's the big open question, I would say, in my mind, is if you also require the embodiment and the ability to sort of interact with the world, run experiments, and have the data of that form, then you need to go to Optimus or something like that. And so I would say Optimus in some way is like a hedge in AGI, because it seems to me that it's possible that just having data from the internet is not enough. If that is the case, then Optimus may lead to AGI, because Optimus would, to me, there's nothing beyond Optimus. You have like this humanoid form factor that can actually like do stuff in the world. You can have millions of them interacting with humans and so on. And if that doesn't give rise to AGI at some point, like I'm not sure what will. So from a completeness perspective, I think that's a really good platform. But it's a much harder platform because you are dealing with atoms, and you need to actually like build these things and integrate them into society. So I think that path takes longer, but it's much more certain. And then there's a path of the internet and just like training these compression models effectively on trying to compress all the internet. And that might also give these agents as well.
Compress the internet, but also interact with the internet.
Yeah.
So it's not obvious to me. In fact, I suspect you can reach AGI without ever entering the physical world, and which is a little bit more concerning, because that results in it happening faster. So it just feels like we're in boiling water. We won't know as it's happening. I would like to. I'm not afraid of AGI. I'm excited about it. There's always concerns, but I would like to know when it happens.
Yeah.
And have like hints about when it happens, like a year from now it will happen, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I just feel like in the digital realm it just might happen.
Yeah. I think all we have available to us, because no one has built AGI again, so all we have available to us is there enough fertile ground on the periphery? I would say yes. And we have the progress so far, which has been very rapid. And there are next steps that are available. And so I would say, yeah, it's quite likely that we'll be interacting with digital entities.
How will you know that somebody has built AGI?
It's going to be I think it's going to be a slow incremental transition. It's going to be product-based and focused. It's going to be GitHub Copilot getting better. And then GPTs helping you write. And then these oracles that you can go to with mathematical problems. I think we're on the verge of being able to ask very complex questions in chemistry, physics, math of these oracles and have them complete solutions.
So AGI to you is primarily focused on intelligence, so consciousness doesn't enter into it.
So in my mind, consciousness is not a special thing you will figure out and bolt on. I think it's an emergent phenomenon of a large enough and complex enough generative model, sort of. So if you have a complex enough world model that understands the world, then it also understands its predicament in the world as being a language model, which to me is a form of consciousness or self-awareness. And
so in order to understand the world deeply, you probably have to integrate yourself into the world.
Yeah.
And in order to interact with humans and other living beings, consciousness is a very useful tool.
I think consciousness is like a modeling insight.
Modeling insight.
Yeah, you have a powerful enough model of understanding the world that you actually understand that you are an entity in it.
Yeah, but there's also this perhaps just a narrative we tell ourselves. It feels like something to experience the world, the hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah.
But that could be just a narrative that we tell ourselves.
Yeah, I think it will emerge. I think it's going to be something very boring. Like, we'll be talking to these digital AIs. They will claim they're conscious. They will appear conscious. They will do all the things that you would expect of other humans. And it's going to just be a stalemate.
I think there'll be a lot of actual fascinating ethical questions, like Supreme Court level questions of whether you're allowed to turn off a conscious AI, if you're allowed to build a conscious AI. Maybe there would have to be the same kind of debates that you have around, sorry to bring up a political topic, but, abortion, which is the deeper question with abortion, is what is life? And the deep question with AI is also what is life and what is conscious? And I think that'll be very fascinating to bring up. It might become illegal to build systems that are capable, like, of such level of intelligence that consciousness would emerge, and therefore the capacity to suffer would emerge. And a system that says, "No, please don't kill me."
Well, that's what the Lambda chatbot already told this Google engineer, right? Like, it was talking about not wanting to die or so on.
So that might become illegal to do that,
right?
Because otherwise, you might have a lot of creatures that don't want to die, and they will.
You can just spawn infinity of them on a cluster,
and then that might lead to like horrible consequences. Because then there might be a lot of people that secretly love murder, and they'll start practicing murder on those systems. I mean, there's just, to me, all of this stuff just brings a beautiful mirror to the human condition and human nature. We'll get to explore it, and that's what like the best of the Supreme Court, of all the different debates we have about ideas of what it means to be human. We get to ask those deep questions that we've been asking throughout human history. There has always been the other in human history. We're the good guys and that's the bad guys, and we're going to, throughout human history, let's murder the bad guys. And the same will probably happen with robots. It'll be the other at first, and then we'll get to ask questions of what does it mean to be alive? What does it mean to be conscious?
Yeah. And I think there's some canary in the coal mines, even with what we have today. Like, for example, there's these like waifus that you can like work with, and some people are trying to like, this company is going to shut down, but this person really loved their waifu and like is trying to like port it somewhere else, and like it's not possible. And like, I think like definitely people will have feelings towards these systems, because in some sense they are like a mirror of humanity, because they are like sort of like a big average of humanity in a way that it's trained.
But that average, we can actually watch. It's nice to be able to interact with the big average of humanity and do like a search query on it.
Yeah, it's very fascinating. And we can also, of course, like shape it. It's not just a pure average. We can mess with the training data. We can mess with the objective. We can fine tune them in various ways. So we have some, impact on what those systems look like.
If you want to achieve AGI, and you could have a conversation with her and ask her, talk about anything, maybe ask her a question, what kind of stuff would you have?
I would have some practical questions in my mind, like, do I or my loved ones really have to die? What can we do about that?
Do you think it will answer clearly, or will it answer poetically?
I would expect it to give solutions. I would expect it to be like, well, I've read all of these textbooks and I know all these things that you've produced. And it seems to me like here are the experiments that I think it would be useful to run next. And here's some gene therapies that I think would be helpful. And here are the kinds of experiments that you should run.
Okay, let's go with this thought experiment. Okay. Imagine that mortality is actually a prerequisite for happiness. So if we become immortal, we'll actually become deeply unhappy. And the model is able to know that. So what is it supposed to tell you, stupid human, about it? Yes, you can become immortal, but you will become deeply unhappy. If the AGI system is trying to empathize with you, human, what is it supposed to tell you? That yes, you don't have to die, but you're really not going to like it? Is it going to be deeply honest? Like there's a Interstellar. What is it? The AI says like humans want 90% honesty. So like you have to pick how honest do I want to answer these practical questions.
Yeah, I love AI Interstellar, by the way. I think it's like such a sidekick to the entire story, but at the same time, it's like really interesting.
It's kind of limited in certain ways, right?
Yeah, it's limited, and I think that's totally fine. By the way, I don't think I think it's fine and plausible to have limited and imperfect AGIs.
Is that a feature almost?
As an example, like it has a fixed amount of compute on its physical body, and it might just be that even though you can have a super amazing mega brain, super intelligent AI, you also can have like less intelligent AIs that you can deploy and in a power efficient way, and then they're not perfect. They might make mistakes.
No, I meant more like, say you had infinite compute, and it's still good to make mistakes sometimes. Like in order to integrate yourself, like what is it? Go back to Good Will Hunting. Robin Williams' character says like the human imperfections. That's the good stuff, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that this? Like we don't want perfect. We want flaws in part. To form connection with each other, because it feels like something you can attach your feelings to, the flaws. And in that same way, you want an AI that's flawed. I don't know. I feel like perfection is
But
cool,
then you're saying, okay, yeah.
but that's not AGI. But see, AGI would need to be intelligent enough to give answers to humans that humans don't understand. And I think perfect is something humans can't understand. Because even science doesn't give perfect answers. There's always gaps and mysteries, and I don't know. I don't know if humans want perfect.
Yeah, I can imagine just having a conversation with this kind of oracle entity, as you'd imagine them, and maybe it can tell you about, based on my analysis of human condition, you might not want this, and here are some of the things that might.
But every dumb human will say, yeah. Trust me. I can give me the truth. I can handle it.
But that's the beauty. Like people can choose.
But then it's the old marshmallow test with the kids and so on. I feel like too many people can't handle the truth. Probably including myself. Like the deep truth of the human condition. I don't know if I can handle it. Like what if there's some dark stuff? What if we are an alien science experiment and it realizes that? What if it hacked?
This is the Matrix, over again.
I don't know. I would. What would I talk about? I don't even. Yeah, I probably I will go with the safer scientific questions at first that have nothing to do with my own personal life.
Yeah,
and mortality, just like about physics and so on.
Yeah.
To build up, like, let's see where it's at, or maybe see if it has a sense of humor. Another question. Would it be able to, presumably, in order to, if it understands humans deeply, would it be able to generate, to generate humor?
Yeah, I think that's actually a wonderful benchmark almost. Like, is it able, I think that's a really good point, basically.
To make you laugh.
Yeah, if it's able to be like a very effective stand-up comedian that is doing something very interesting computationally. I think being funny is extremely hard.
Yeah. Because it's hard in a way. Like a Turing test, the original intent of the Turing test is hard because you have to convince humans, and there's nothing. That's what when comedians talk about this. Like, this is deeply honest, because if people can't help but laugh, and if they don't laugh, that means you're not funny. If they laugh, it's funny.
And you're showing you need a lot of knowledge to create humor about like you mentioned human condition and so on, and then you need to be clever with it.
You mentioned a few movies. You tweeted movies that I've seen 5+ times, but am ready and willing to keep watching: Interstellar, Gladiator, Contact, Good Will Hunting, The Matrix, Lord of the Rings, all 3, Avatar, Fifth Element, so on. It goes on. Terminator 2, Mean Girls. I'm not going to ask about that.
Mean Girls is great.
What are some that jump onto your memory that you love, and why? Like you mentioned The Matrix. As a computer person, why do you love The Matrix?
There's so many properties that make it like beautiful, interesting. So there's all these philosophical questions, but then there's also AGIs, and there's simulation, and it's cool. And there's the black,
the look of it, the feel of it.
Yeah, the look of it, the feel of it, the action, the bullet time. It was just like innovating in so many ways.
And then Good Will Hunting. Why do you like that one?
Yeah, I really like this tortured genius sort of character who's like grappling with whether or not he has like any responsibility or like what to do with this gift that he was given, or like how to think about the whole thing. And
there's also a dance between the genius and the personal, like what it means to love another human
Yeah.
being, and
There's a lot of themes there. It's just a beautiful movie.
then the fatherly figure, the mentor, in the psychiatrist,
Yeah.
and the
It like really like it messes with you. You know, there's some movies that just like really mess with you on a deep level.
do you relate to that movie at all?
No.
It's not your fault, Andre, as I said. Lord of the Rings, that's self-explanatory. Terminator 2, which is interesting. We watched that a lot. Is that better than Terminator 1? You like Arnold?
I do like Terminator 1 as well. I like Terminator 2 a little bit more, but in terms of like its surface properties.
Do you think Skynet is at all a possibility?
Yes.
Like the actual sort of autonomous weapon system kind of thing? Do you worry about that stuff?
I do worry
AI
about it,
being used
100%.
for war.
I 100% worry about it. And so some of these fears of AGIs and how this will plan out. I mean, these will be like very powerful entities probably at some point. And so for a long time, they're going to be tools in the hands of humans. People talk about like alignment of AGIs and how to make. The problem is like even humans are not aligned. So how this will be used and what this is going to look like is, it's troubling. So
Do you think it'll happen slowly enough that we'll be able to, as a human civilization, think through the problems?
yes, that's my hope, is that it happens slowly enough and an open enough way where a lot of people can see and participate. Just figure out how to deal with this transition, I think, which is going to be interesting.
I draw a lot of inspiration from nuclear weapons because I sure thought it would be fucked once they develop nuclear weapons. But like, it's almost like when the systems are not so dangerous, they destroy human civilization. We deploy them and learn the lessons, and then we quickly, if it's too dangerous, we might still deploy it, but you very quickly learn not to use them. So there'll be like this balance achieved. Humans are very clever as a species. It's interesting. We exploit the resources as much as we can, but we avoid destroying ourselves, it seems like.
Well, I don't know about that, actually.
I hope it continues.
I'm definitely like concerned about nuclear weapons and so on, not just as a result of the recent conflict, even before that. That's probably like my number one concern for humanity.
So if humanity destroys itself or destroys 90% of people, that would be because of nukes?
I think so. And it's not even about full destruction. To me, it's bad enough if we reset society. That would be like terrible. It would be really bad. And I can't believe we're like so close to it.
Yeah.
It's like so crazy to me.
It feels like we might be a few tweets away from something like that.
Yeah. Basically, it's extremely unnerving, and has been for me for a long time.
It seems unstable that world leaders just having a bad mood can take one step towards a bad direction and then it escalates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And because of a collection of bad moods, it can escalate without being able to stop.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of power, and then also with the proliferation. And basically, I don't actually know what the good outcomes are here. So I'm definitely worried about it a lot. And then AGI is not currently there, but I think at some point will more and more become something like it. The danger with AGI even is that I think it's even like slightly worse in the sense that there are good outcomes of AGI, and then the bad outcomes are like an epsilon away, like a tiny one away. Mm-hmm. And so I think capitalism and humanity and so on will drive for the positive ways of using that technology, but then if bad outcomes are just like a tiny, like flip a minus sign away, that's a really bad position to be in.
A tiny perturbation of the system results in the destruction of the human species. It's a weird line to walk.
Yeah, I think in general what's really weird about like the dynamics of humanity and this explosion we talked about is just like the insane coupling afforded by technology, and just the instability of the whole dynamical system. I think it doesn't look good, honestly.
Yeah, so that explosion could be destructive or constructive, and the probabilities are non-zero in both.
I do feel like I have to try to be optimistic and so on, and I think even in this case I still am predominantly optimistic, but there's definitely...
Me too. Do you think we'll become a multiplanetary species?
Probably yes, but I don't know if it's a dominant feature of future humanity. There might be some people on some planets and so on, but I'm not sure if it's like a major player in our culture and so on.
we still have to solve the drivers of self-destruction here on Earth. So just having a backup on Mars is not going to solve the problem.
So, by the way, I love the backup on Mars. I think that's amazing. You should absolutely do
Yes.
it. And I'm so thankful.
Would you? Would you go to Mars?
Personally, no. I do like Earth quite a lot.
Okay.
Uh,
I'll go to Mars. I'll go. I'll tweet at you from there.
Maybe eventually I would, once it's safe enough, but I don't actually know if it's on my lifetime scale, unless I can extend it by a lot. I do think that, for example, a lot of people might disappear into virtual realities and stuff like that. I think that could be the major thrust of sort of the cultural development of humanity, if it survives. So it might not be, it's just really hard to work in physical realm and go out there. And I think ultimately all your experiences are in your brain. And so it's much easier to disappear into digital realm. And I think people will find them more compelling, easier, safer, more interesting.
So you're a little bit captivated by virtual reality, by the possible worlds, whether it's the metaverse or some other manifestation of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's I'm interested just talking a lot to Carmack. Where's the thing that's currently preventing that?
Yeah. I mean, to be clear, I think what's interesting about future is it's not that I kind of feel like the variance in the human condition grows. That's the primary thing that's changing. It's not as much the mean of the distribution, it's like the variance of it. So there will probably be people on Mars, and there will be people in VR, and there will be people here on Earth. It's just like there will be so many more ways of being. And so I kind of feel like I see it as like a spreading out of a human experience.
There's something about the internet that allows you to discover those little groups, and then you gravitate to something about your biology likes that kind of world, and then you find each other.
Yeah. And we'll have transhumanists, and then we'll have the Amish, and everything is just gonna coexist.
You know, the cool thing about it, because I've interacted with a bunch of internet communities, is they don't know about each other. Like, you can have a very happy existence, just like having a very close-knit community and not knowing about each other. I mean, you even sense this, just having traveled to Ukraine. They don't know so many things about America.
Yep.
You like when you travel across the world, I think you experience this too. There are certain cultures that are like, they have their own thing going on. They don't, and so you can see that happening more and more and more and more in the future. We have little communities.
Yeah, I think so. That seems to be how it's going right now, and I don't see that trend like really reversing. I think people are diverse and they're able to choose their own like path in existence, and I sort of like celebrate that. And so,
will you spend so much time in the metaverse, in the virtual reality, or which community are you? Are you the physicalist, the physical reality enjoyer, or do you see drawing a lot of pleasure and fulfillment in the digital world?
Yeah, I think currently the virtual reality is not that compelling. I do think it can improve a lot, but I don't really know to what extent. Maybe, there's actually like even more exotic things you can think about with like neural links or stuff like that. So currently I kind of see myself as mostly a team human person. I love nature.
Yeah.
I love harmony. I love people. I love humanity. I love emotions of humanity. And I just want to be like in this like solar punk little utopia. That's my happy place.
Yes.
My happy place is like people I love, thinking about cool problems, surrounded by lush, beautiful, dynamic nature, and secretly high tech in places that count.
So use technology to empower that love for other humans and nature.
Yeah, I think technology used like very sparingly. I don't love when it sort of gets in the way of humanity in many ways. I like just people being humans in a way we sort of like slightly evolved and prefer, I think, just by default.
People kept asking me because they know you love reading. Are there particular books that you enjoyed that had an impact on you for silly or for profound reasons that you would recommend? You mentioned The Vital Question.
Many, of course. I think in biology, as an example, The Vital Question is a good one. Anything by Nick Lane, really Life Ascending, I would say, is like a bit more potentially representative, is like a summary of a lot of the things he's been talking about. I was very impacted by The Selfish Gene. I thought that was a really good book to help me understand altruism as an example and where it comes from, and just realizing that, the selection is on the level of genes, huge insight for me at the time. And it sort of like cleared up a lot of things for me.
What do you think about the idea that ideas are the organisms, the memes?
Yes, love it, 100%.
Are you able to walk around with that notion for a while, that that there is an evolutionary kind of process with ideas as well?
There absolutely is. There's memes just like genes, and they compete and they live in our brains. It's beautiful.
Are we silly humans thinking that we're the organisms? Is it possible that the primary organisms are the ideas?
Yeah, I would say like the ideas kind of live in the software of like our civilization in the minds and so on.
We think as humans that the hardware is the fundamental thing.
Mhm.
I, human, is a hardware entity.
Yeah.
But it could be the software, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say like there needs to be some grounding at some point to like a physical reality.
Yeah, but if we clone an Andre, the software is the thing. Like, is this thing that makes that thing special, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
But then cloning might be exceptionally difficult. Like, there might be a deep integration between the software and the hardware in ways we don't quite yet understand.
Well, from the evolution point of view, like what makes me special is more like the gang of genes that are riding in my chromosomes, I suppose, right? Like they're the replicating unit, I suppose. And
No, but that's just the
For living.
compute. The thing that makes you special, sure. Well, the reality is what makes you special is your ability to survive based on the software that runs on the hardware that was built by the genes. So the software is the thing that makes you survive, not the hardware. Or I guess
it's a little bit of both. It's just like a second layer. It's a new second layer that hasn't been there before the brain. They both coexist.
But there's also layers of the software. I mean, it's not there. It's a abstraction on top of abstractions.
But
okay,
so Selfish Gene, Nick Lane. I would say sometimes books are like not sufficient. I like to reach for textbooks sometimes. I kind of feel like books are for too much of a general consumption sometimes, and they just kind of like they're too high up in the level of abstraction, and it's not good enough.
Yeah.
So I like textbooks. I like The Cell. I think The Cell is pretty cool. That's why also I like the writing of Nick Lane, is because he's pretty willing to step one level down, and he doesn't. He's willing to go there. But he's also willing to sort of be throughout the stack. So he'll go down to a lot of detail, but then he will come back up. And I think he is basically I really appreciate that.
That's why I love college, early college, even high school. Just textbooks on the basics. Of computer science, of mathematics, of biology, of chemistry.
Yes.
They condense down like it's sufficiently general that you can understand both the philosophy and the details, but also like you get homework problems and you get to play with it as much as you would if you were in programming stuff.
Yeah. And then I'm also suspicious of textbooks, honestly, because as an example in deep learning, there's no like amazing textbooks, and the field is changing very quickly. I imagine the same is true in, say, synthetic biology and so on. These books like The Cell are kind of outdated. They're still high level. Like, what is the actual real source of truth? It's people in wet labs working with cells, sequencing genomes and actually working with it. And I don't have that much exposure to that. So I still don't fully, I'm reading through The Cell, and it's kind of interesting and I'm learning, but it's still not sufficient, I would say, in terms of understanding.
Well, it's a clean summarization of the mainstream narrative.
Yeah.
But you have to learn that before you break out.
Yeah.
Towards the cutting edge.
Yeah. What is the actual process of working with these cells and growing them and incubating them? And, it's kind of like a massive cooking recipe. So making sure your cells live and proliferate, and then you're sequencing them, running experiments, and just how that works, I think, is kind of like the source of truth of, at the end of the day, what's really useful in terms of creating therapies and so on.
Yeah, I wonder what in the future AI textbooks will be. Because, there's artificial intelligence, the modern approach. I actually haven't read if it's come out, the recent version, there's been a recent edition. I also saw there's a science of deep learning book. I'm waiting for textbooks that are worth recommending, worth reading. It's tricky because it's like papers and code.
Honestly, I find papers are quite good. I especially like the appendix of any paper as well. It's like the most detail you can have.
It doesn't have to be cohesive, connected to anything else. You just describe in a very specific way you solved the particular thing. Yeah.
Many times papers can be actually quite readable. Not always, but sometimes the introduction and the abstract is readable, even for someone outside of the field. This is not always true. And sometimes I think, unfortunately, scientists use complex terms even when it's not necessary. I think that's harmful. I think there's no reason for that.
And papers sometimes are longer than they need to be in the parts that don't matter.
Yeah.
The appendix would be long, but then the paper itself, look at Einstein, make it simple.
Yeah, but certainly I've come across papers, I would say like synthetic biology or something that I thought were quite readable for the abstract and the introduction. And then you're reading the rest of it and you don't fully understand, but you kind of are getting a gist, and I think it's cool.
What advice you give advice to folks interested in machine learning and research, but in general, life advice to a young person, high school, early college, about how to have a career they can be proud of or a life they can be proud of?
Yeah, I think I'm very hesitant to give general advice. I think it's really hard. I've mentioned, like, some of the stuff I've mentioned is fairly general, I think. Like, focus on just the amount of work you're spending on, like, a thing. Compare
And stick
yourself
to that
only
thing.
to yourself, not to others.
That's good.
I think those are fairly general.
How do you pick the thing?
You just have, like, a deep interest in something. Or, like, try to, like, find the argmax over, like, the things that you're interested in.
Argmax at that moment and stick with it. How do you not get distracted and switch to another thing?
You can, if you like.
Well, if you do an argmax repeatedly every week,
it
every
doesn't
month,
converge.
it doesn't. It's a problem.
Yeah, you can, like, low pass filter yourself in terms of, like, what has consistently been true for you. But yeah, I definitely see how it can be hard. But I would say, like, you're going to work the hardest on the thing that you care about the most. So low pass filter yourself and really introspect in your past. What are the things that gave you energy? And what are the things that took energy away from you? Concrete examples. And usually from those concrete examples, sometimes patterns can emerge. I like it when things look like this when I'm in these positions.
So that's not necessarily the field, but the kind of stuff you're doing in a particular field. So for you, it seems like you were energized by implementing stuff, building actual things.
Yeah, being low level, learning, and then also communicating so that others can go through the same realizations and shortening that gap. Because I usually have to do way too much work to understand a thing. And then I'm like, okay, this is actually like, okay, I think I get it. And like, why was it so much work? It should have been much less work. And that gives me a lot of frustration. And that's why I sometimes go teach.
So aside from the teaching you're doing now, putting out videos, aside from a potential Godfather Part 2 with the AGI at Tesla and beyond, what does the future for Andrej Karpathy hold? Have you figured that out yet or no? I mean, as you see through the fog of war, that is all of our future. Do you start seeing silhouettes of what that possible future could look like?
The consistent thing I've been always interested in, for me at least, is AI. And that's probably what I'm spending the rest of my life on, because I just care about it a lot. And I actually care about, like, many other problems as well, like, say, aging, which I basically view as disease. And I care about that as well, but I don't think it's a good idea to go after it specifically. I don't actually think that humans will be able to come up with the answer. I think the correct thing to do is to ignore those problems and you solve AI and then use that to solve everything else. And I think there's a chance that this will work. I think it's a very high chance. And that's kind of like the way I'm betting, at least.
So when you think about AI, are you interested in all kinds of applications, all kinds of domains, and any domain you focus on will allow you to get insights to the big problem of AGI?
Yeah, for me, it's the ultimate meta problem. I don't want to work on any one specific problem. There's too many problems. So how can you work on all problems simultaneously? You solve the meta problem, which to me is just intelligence. And how do you automate it?
Is there cool small projects like Archive Sanity and so on that you're thinking about the world, the ML world can anticipate?
There's always like some fun side projects. Yeah. Archive Sanity is one. Basically, like, there's way too many archive papers. How can I organize it and recommend papers and so on? I transcribed all of your podcasts.
What did you learn from that experience, from transcribing the process of, like, you like consuming audiobooks and podcasts and so on, and here's a process that achieves closer to human level performance and annotation?
Yeah, well, I definitely was, like, surprised that transcription with OpenAI's Whisper was working so well compared to what I'm familiar with from Siri and, like, a few other systems, I guess. It worked so well, and that's what gave me some energy to, like, try it out, and I thought it could be fun to run on podcasts. It's kind of not obvious to me why Whisper is so much better compared to anything else, because I feel like there should be a lot of incentive for a lot of companies to produce transcription systems, and that they've done so over a long time. Whisper is not a super exotic model. It's a transformer. It takes Mel spectrograms and, just outputs tokens of text. It's not crazy. The model and everything has been around for a long time. I'm not actually 100% sure why this
Yeah,
came out.
it's not obvious to me either. It makes me feel like I'm missing something.
I'm missing something.
Yeah, because there's huge, even at Google and so on, YouTube transcription.
Yeah.
It's unclear, but some of it is also integrating into a bigger system.
Yeah.
So the user interface, how it's deployed, and all that kind of stuff. Maybe running it as an independent thing is much easier, like an order of magnitude easier than deploying to a large integrated system like YouTube transcription or anything like meetings. Like Zoom has transcription. That's kind of crappy. But creating an interface where it detects the different individual speakers, it's able to display it in compelling ways, run it real time, all that kind of stuff. Maybe that's difficult. That's the only explanation I have, because I'm currently paying quite a bit for human transcription, human caption,
Right.
annotation, and it seems like there's a huge incentive to automate that.
Yeah,
it's very confusing.
And I don't know if you looked at some of the Whisper transcripts, but they're quite good.
They're good, and especially in tricky cases.
Yeah.
I've seen Whisper's performance on super tricky cases, and it does incredibly well. So I don't know. A podcast is pretty simple. It's like high quality audio, and you're speaking usually pretty clearly.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what OpenAI's plans are.
Yeah.
Either.
But yeah, there's always fun projects basically, and Stable Diffusion also is opening up a huge amount of experimentation, I would say, in the visual realm and generating images and videos and movies ultimately.
Yeah, videos now.
And so that's going to be pretty crazy. That's going to almost certainly work. And it's going to be really interesting when the cost of content creation is going to fall to zero. You used to need a painter for a few months to paint a thing, and now it's going to be speak to your phone to get your video.
So if Hollywood will start using that to generate scenes, which completely opens up, so you can make a movie like Avatar eventually for under $1 million.
Much less, maybe just by talking to your phone. I mean, I know it sounds kind of crazy.
And then there'd be some voting mechanism. How do you have would there be a show on Netflix that's generated completely automatedly?
Potentially, yeah. And what does it look like also when you can just generate it on demand, and it's and there's infinity of it?
Yeah. Oh man, all the synthetic content. I mean, it's humbling because we treat ourselves as special for being able to generate art and ideas and all that kind of stuff. If that can be done in an automated way by AI.
Yeah. I think it's fascinating to me how these the predictions of AI and what it's going to look like and what it's going to be capable of are completely inverted and wrong. And sci-fi of 50s and 60s was just totally not right. They imagined AI as super calculating peer improvers, and we're getting things that can talk to you about emotions. They can do art. It's just weird.
Are you excited about that future? Just AIs, hybrid systems, heterogeneous systems of humans and AIs talking about emotions. Netflix and chill with an AI system. That's where the Netflix thing you watch is also generated by AI.
I think it's going to be interesting for sure. And I think I'm cautiously optimistic, but it's not obvious.
Well, the sad thing is your brain and mine developed in a time where before Twitter, before the internet. So I wonder, people that are born inside of it might have a different experience. I and maybe you will still resist it, and the people born now will not.
Well, I do feel like humans are extremely malleable.
Yeah,
and you're probably right.
What is the meaning of life, Andre? we talked about sort of the universe having a conversation with us humans, or with the systems we create to try to answer. For the creator of the universe to notice us, we're trying to create systems that are loud enough to answer back.
I don't know if that's the meaning of life. That's meaning of life for some people. The first level answer I would say is anyone can choose their own meaning of life because we are a conscious entity and it's beautiful. Number one. But I do think that a deeper meaning of life, if someone is interested, is along the lines of what the hell is all this? And why? And if you look at into fundamental physics and the quantum field theory and the standard model, they're very complicated. And there's this 19 free parameters of our universe. And what's going on with all this stuff? And why is it here? And can I hack it? Can I work with it? Is there a message for me? Am I supposed to create a message? And so I think there's some fundamental answers there. But I think there's actually even like, you can't actually like really make dent in those without more time. And so to me also there's a big question around just getting more time, honestly. Yeah, that's kind of like what I think about quite a bit as well.
So kind of the ultimate, or at least first way to sneak up to the why question is to try to escape the system, the universe.
Yeah.
And then for that, you sort of backtrack and say, okay, for that, that's going to take a very long time. So the why question boils down from an engineering perspective to how do we extend?
Yeah, I think that's the question number one, practically speaking, because you can't, you're not going to calculate the answer to the deeper questions in the time you have.
And that could be extending your own lifetime or extending just the lifetime of human civilization.
Of whoever wants to. Not many people might not want that.
Yeah.
But I think people who do want that, I think it's probably possible. And I don't know that people fully realize this. I kind of feel like people think of death as an inevitability, but at the end of the day, this is a physical system. Some things go wrong. It makes sense why things like this happen, evolutionarily speaking. And there's most certainly interventions that mitigate it.
That'd be interesting if death is eventually looked at as a fascinating thing that used to happen to humans.
I don't think it's unlikely. I think it's likely.
And it's up to our imagination to try to predict what the world without death looks like.
Yeah,
it's hard to. I think the values will completely change.
Could be. I don't really buy all these ideas that without death there's no meaning. There's nothing as. I don't intuitively buy all those arguments. I think there's plenty of meaning, plenty of things to learn. They're interesting, exciting. I want to know. I want to calculate. I want to improve the condition of all the humans and organisms that are alive.
Yeah, the way we find meaning might change. There is a lot of humans, probably including myself, that finds meaning in the finiteness of things.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean that's the only source of meaning.
Yeah, I do think many people will go with that, which I think is great. I love the idea that people can just choose their own adventure. Like you are born as a conscious free entity by default, I like to think.
Yeah.
And you have your unalienable rights for life
in the pursuit of happiness.
I
don't know if you have that in the nature landscape of happiness.
And you can choose your own adventure mostly, and that's not not fully true. But
I still am pretty sure I'm an NPC. But an NPC can't know it's an NPC. There could be different degrees and levels of consciousness. I don't think there's a more beautiful way to end it. Andre, you're an incredible person. I'm really honored you would talk with me. Everything you've done for the machine learning world, for the AI world, to inspire people, to educate millions of people. It's been great, and I can't wait to see what you do next. It's been an honor, man. Thank you so much for talking today.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Andre Karpathy. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Samuel Carlin. The purpose of models is not to fit the data, but to sharpen the questions. Thanks for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Ye, the legendary artist, producer, and designer, formerly known as Kanye West, on this, the Lex Friedman podcast.
Based off of our connection and just you being a friend, I need to show you my two tech companies and get your perspective on it. Because now I have friends that can give perspective. Like when I would work on albums, I had other friends that worked on albums and they would give me their perspectives on it.
You want to do this?
We are doing it. This is part of it.
This is part of it?
Absolutely.
All right, beautiful.
Oh, well, I wanted to finish. The thing is, okay, you're going to ask me different questions, but I'm about growing and building and bringing the idea to life. So when I see you, I say, oh, this guy understands how to hire engineers. Where I'm coming from Hollywood, coming from press, coming from media, all of the guys, that so many of the guys that have been like voices and faces and talking heads, whatever, have not understood how to engineer product. And that's the reason why I was able to jump past everyone in the entertainment field and become, whatever the net worth is, 11 billion. I'm gonna stop putting the whole black thing on my worth. Like, let's just see where I am on the scale of life, because that's a cop out for me to say richest black guy of all time, because that's feeding into the same, trauma economy that Black Lives Matter feeds into. That's why I love and respect engineers. That's the only thing that we really need to teach in school is engineering. We don't need to teach history. We don't need to teach anything that is subjective. It needs to only be engineering taught in school, and everything else needs to be recessed. Nothing that at all, any forced subjective information is just to weaken and indoctrinate our species. And that's what schools do now.
As an engineer, I love hearing you say that, but to push back, history is not, the interpretation of history might be subjective, but history has some facts, and they're useful to give a grounding to the way you do engineering.
I don't 100% believe in anything, any concept of the future or any concept of history, because history was just written by the victors.
Yeah.
So if I see stuff happen on the day that later that day is reported wrong. So how wrong is something reported 1,000 years ago? And why would we argue about something that's not in the now? Because that's the only thing that everyone can agree upon, is that it is now, right now.
Yeah, well, you try not to past. That's the usefulness of history, the limited usefulness of
The
history.
biggest mistake from the past that we keep making is looking at the past.
Too much. Giving too much value to the past.
Too much value to the past. We are now. We are now. We are here. We are one species. We are one race. We're here. And it's time. And the leadership is changing, because you have Elon as a leader. And we're the top leaders. We're more influential than the presidents.
So you're a human being with engineering challenges before you, with STEM player, with Parlor. What's the hardest thing in front of you on the engineering front?
That's the first sentence that any of our species needs to hear when they're born. You are a human being with engineering challenges, and I consider challenges to be opportunities in front of you.
Yeah.
Literally, like, let me see a piece of paper. I need to write that down. That's the beginning of our new species constitution. I'm gonna do the paper like this wide.
Yeah,
Put it in widescreen. This for Ridley. You are you are a being with engineering
Opportunities or challenges?
Opportunities. I'm sorry, I don't spell as good as John Legend. Opportunities and before you. I like the before because it can mean forward or before you. This right here, I've always said I'm the top 5 writer in human existence, but this right here is pushing me to like number 4, number 3.
It's a good line.
Because who would you say is the top? It's top writer in human existence. We know who it is.
That's subjective. Who's that?
It's factual though.
Exactly.
It's like, okay, so who's the top person in tech history? It's not subjective.
Wow.
There's a non-subjective answer to both of those. Both of those people have influenced 30% of our existence.
So the influence is the main metric of greatness.
Okay, one person,
yeah.
30% of our language the English language was written by them. The other person, 30% of the products we use was led by them. So
30% of our language was written by Shakespeare.
And it was
then the product.
But
Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
You put Steve above like Elon's of the world? Because Steve is a designer, he's a designer and engineer, but he's a designer. He's a visionary in the design space.
Well, I would lean to him because I'm not an engineer, right? So I'm more like...
Then you're an engineer. If Steve is an engineer, you're an engineer, essentially.
He's a cultural engineer. Like the people who run the emotions of the world and run the world off of people's emotions right now are social engineers. And social engineering is so important. Like city design. There's a fancier word for that. But I was in Oxnard last night to see Anthony Jeselnik, and I gotta find out what his opening joke was, because I'm doing interviews and I'm thinking I'm funny, and I like that he just kept on saying 20-year anniversary. I've been doing this for 20 years, and his opening joke was so high level. I realized that I wasn't funny. I realized that this dude is a professional at what he does, and so many things are subjective. I always talk about this. It's like, you know, people are arguing like, is Emily Ratajkowski the hottest, you know, person? And I'm like, that's such a subjective thing. But like, if you go and shoot 3-pointers with Steph Curry, it's not subjective, right? Or if you go and compare bank accounts with Elon, it's not subjective. And another thing that's not subjective, porn.
What about it?
Dick size. It's not subjective. You can measure.
But porn is more about more than just dick size, and greatness is more than the size of the bank account, right? So there's a subjective.
But greatness is subjective, though.
Right. So do you care about the stuff that's objective or subjective more? Because greatness to me is what matters. The bank account comes and goes. The impact on our society, like you said, social engineering, the impact on the collective intelligence of our species, that what permeates throughout the rest of the time.
I like what you said. The impact. I'm taking notes. How did what you say? The impact
on the collective intelligence of our species.
Impact on the collective intelligence.
When Ye is writing down the words that came out of my dumb mouth, I have made it in life.
There's a lot of people that have kind of like sat through. I wanted to wear a different color hoodie because I was just tired of seeing this hoodie in all the interviews. And there's a lot of kids that are with me. They see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And they had to sit through all of the muck of all the previous interviews to get to this. Every interview has been just an emotional, it's just like been an argument up to this point. This is the next frontier of where our species is going to head. It starts here. It starts with you, Lex.
So this is the first time I heard you say the word engineering at least so many times, which I love hearing. So this is where you're at. You're like that newborn. You're a being with engineering opportunities.
Yeah. And we're all a newborn, because in Christianity we say born again. We're all newborns. And everyone shall, I don't like the word can. Shall, the only thing about shall is like it kind of dictates, and can kind of lets people off the hook. So I haven't found the perfect post Shakespeare and post Steve Jobs and post Elon and post Ye and post Drake way to communicate this. But we update, and we do. And what the current media structure, no, it's not actually nothing that's holding us. There's nothing actually holding us back, because I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Like, they could have killed me at, George Bush don't care about black people. They could have killed me at Beyonce had the best video, but we're here now. So we just keep on leaning and leaning and leaning. And there's these things where I just think about, there'll be times when I'm at war, and every now and then when the bombs stop going off and all the headlines and the smearing and all that stuff going off, I think about my family, and I'll think about Kim, and I'll think about how, King Koopa has her in the castle right now, and just on Mario Brothers, you know how it is. Just you go for the princess, and you get to this level, and it's like, dur, 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 dur. I sung the song wrong, right? And then they take the princess again.
Which one are you, Mario?
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing, the thing you love the most about Kim, from a Mario perspective and the princess? Looking back, was there a moment?
She's definitely my favorite of all time.
Yeah, was there a moment that, you know, like that catches you off guard and you say, I love this human being?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the DNA is like she's a mix of Rob and Chris.
Can you explain?
I mean, that's like a really high pool right there. Those are like two geniuses.
So okay, so like the entire history of evolution of the human species created this DNA that created this being. There's a life there. There's a set of memories in the history that brought you together, and you're like, damn, I like this DNA.
Yeah. There's certain people have just like high DNA. Ivanka Trump has high DNA. You know, it's like,
How's your DNA? Pretty good.
I think we've seen that. It's been proven. I mean, but look at my mom and look at my dad. You know, me and my dad have a water purification center in the DR right now. And my dad is the original Steve Jobs, and he was blocked by people around him, and people were using him and taking advantage and, you know, not believing in his vision. My dad's the educated version of Ye.
What'd you learn about life from your dad?
And my dad got girls too.
But those are small details.
That's a big detail, being that I found my dad's, you know, Playboy when I was 5 years old. It greatly affected my motivation.
Yeah. All right. So that's part of the engine that drives Ye.
Absolutely. I remember when Pharrell was first in all the videos, and my girl was like, girls like Pharrell. And I was like, I want girls to like me too.
Funny that that's behind all the ambition, all the drive.
That's how we make people. It's how people are made.
It's the desire to be loved. Is that at the individual level, just being noticed, and also at the societal level at scale?
Well, now I've gone past. I'm like at that place where Nikola Tesla was later into his career, where it wasn't about being loved. It wasn't about sitting at the dinner parties next to Anna Wintour and stuff. It was about getting the idea across. So I have these cells that are very, and I just keep on saying Ridley Scott, but Ridley Scott has a special anointing. It isn't just sci-fi what he's doing. There's something in there, just like George Lucas. There's something different that's there. So,
what are you drawing?
I'm drawing these new living cells that we will exist in. And this is over, okay, let's do like, I don't like talking about money because like man-made money anyway is like 4 quadrillion respected dollars, and then you have other forms of currency. Of course, social currency is super important right now, but this is a drawing, and it's at a pretty good place now. This be 40,000 square feet. I want to start just talking in meters. I just think we should go to anything to restore the Tower of Basel, like they said when the I'll just draw a person here for scale.
Yeah, that would help.
Okay. What do you think of that? Look at my person. See the scale in this room? All right. So.
Wait, the dot is the person?
Yeah. I'm saying it's 40,000 square feet. But that would be like
what are the other parts of the cell?
Okay, so it's a screen. It doesn't go all the way to the top, and it's one hole for light. But the water and the light and air all come in from the top. So that's like the mouth. And then this is the belly button. We're God's iPhone. We're his greatest creation.
So this is all connected. These are all connected.
Yeah, so I'm drawing how these other cells go next to each other.
What's the vision here?
Happiness. Then we talk about like what's the motivation? Like, yeah, there's a motivation somewhere in the back of my mind of my family. And if it's like where Moses smite the rock and God didn't know him to get to the promised land, because the promised land is family. That is the problem. That is earth. I mean, that's heaven on earth is family. Family is heaven. That's the promised land. And for your family to be together. So say I smite the rock and God doesn't let me have my family back. My mission in life is still to promote families at all costs and make families' existence easier. So you put a localized farm, say if it's in a community, that we do localized growing, and then we partner with Big Pharma and say, hey, you're actually going to make more money by making better food. Because at the end of the day, you want money. Right now, it's like everyone knows that between the pesticides and between the medical industry, and especially America, that we're keeping people sick. And we know that McDonald's makes food that kills people, and Coca-Cola selling sugar water and all this. Like, just in case I haven't pissed off enough people in power.
Yeah.
Okay, so
you're gonna piss off the sugar. Anybody that's powered on sugar.
Sugar. What's the Health was actually a documentary on sugar. It wasn't about how bad meat was. It was like a reverse documentary on sugar. I don't know if you call it a reverse, like a sub, but if you watch it again, when they show sugar in it, it's just the sugar looks super clean.
Yeah.
So as I state these things, I know I have protection. If I have God's protection, that's why I'm here to this date, right? So it's for me to have this platform and express exactly what I feel, because it's kids out there, right? That it's kids that are going to save the world through engineering and through facts. And I've got to download as much of the information and as much of don't be afraid to state your facts is the biggest thing, because the world is being ran by fear. And that is, no, actually God runs the world, but there's this like little cloud, this patina of our ego that deals with the money and the car and the girl we're dating and all this, and the clothes we wear and spending too much on clothes and a lot of stuff that I've been involved with promoting. So now what I'm promoting is you have the idea, you say it out loud, like if you had Tourette's, say your truth out loud. If you hate you hate me, say that out loud. Say whatever you feel out loud. Like you say it non-violently, non-violent. I have to say that, like, as as a shout out to Alex Jones, and Trump, where they try to say that when they say their truths out loud, that it's inciting violence. So let's be like really clear. I'm saying that they have criminalized free thought. I hate when people use they, like they gets the blame for everything, right? It's always they.
Yeah.
Oh, who the fuck is they? Exactly.
Problem is they is us.
Yeah. Well, I love that. What we need to do is turn I to we. So we take the responsibility and turn they to us. So we take accountability to us. I to we, and they to us. And that relates, it's a language at the same time. You're seeing the language of our surroundings. You're seeing the language of, one of the things, okay, let's go back to the cell explanation, because I'm also doing what's that thing when Elon just put all the information in open and people could figure out, they could figure it out, and open source?
Yeah, open source.
So I'm open sourcing this idea right now so that, engineers and anointed people, anointed beings can collectively contribute to this to push our species forward. So where I've got to with my research is that there will be a hole at the top that allows natural light, natural air, and there's a constant water system. So it becomes like a water city where it's a constant flow that's not, it's regenerative, it's not wasting the water, and it's just a constant flow. So I put the toilet really close to where this this I don't want to call it a wave pool, but in the pool the water is not still.
So that exists in water,
Yeah.
surrounded by water.
Well, the living room is you have two rooms. You have the dry room, which people would call the living room before, and then you have the wet room.
How is that a source of happiness? What is broken about our world today that gives you in terms of the pursuit of happiness, which is one of the things
Well, all of our
in the
buildings,
previous declaration?
all of our buildings are based on just the industry and the economy, and then people lean into what people are used to seeing, like what we think is attractive, because then you go back to the women who give life. So everyone wants to be attractive to the attractive, and that's the reason why the media goes and gets Bella Hadid, Kim Kardashian, Emily Ratajkowski. Those are the only ones I'm gonna.
There's more.
There's more, but I'm thinking the ones that I think are attractive.
Yeah,
So-
it is subjective.
Yeah, because it's subjective. So to my subjective, which I think the only guys that can argue with me on my opinion on girls would be Brad and Leo, because we're the only ones with the track record. Everything else. So for everybody else is subjective. We've got history. So
Are you happy?
absolutely, I'm just here. It's actually difficult to make me unhappy. Now I can deal with frustrations, but when those frustrations are, it's like when you've allowed people to be in your life that shouldn't be there, and then they do the thing you knew they were going to do, and you're screaming at them, but you really need to scream at yourself.
Yeah. So you realize anything that's like anger or frustration, that's something that's wrong with you that needs to be dealt with.
Yes. Like right now, okay, say I got this pattern cutter that I wanted to remove because I felt like she was copying our patterns into the computer. And I didn't know why she wanted to do that. And I just wanted to do the patterns by hand. And then,
You mean like automating the patterns? Is that what
Yeah.
you mean?
and my head of it, because that's the whole thing. It's like, it's a war of human beings and robots. It's
Yeah,
like,
but that makes it more efficient, right? You don't like the efficiency. You like the creativity of the singular nature of the pattern.
I believe that the human beings, and I'm saying this to you as a person who makes robots and a person who's friends with
I'm
Elon
deeply
that makes
offended right
robots.
now.
Yeah.
But I'll let it go.
Okay.
Good.
So yeah, I believe that the
Yay hates robots. I'm not gonna put that out there. It's a joke.
robots have feelings too.
Yeah, that's right.
That was also a joke.
We need to clarify that for future robots. But the pattern cutter, you don't like that. That have to be that. That's you can't have that part of your life.
That's not what my everything that I'm doing is for the sake of the human race. There's things in capitalism, there's things in technology. Well, technology and original human species can exist in a peaceful way, as long as the people that know how to make robots aren't using their robots to control the humans. Lex?
It definitely is something you have to be concerned about as we become more technologically savvy. That, my friend, is why engineering isn't everything. That you have to desperately study the lessons of history. In Nazi Germany, science was used to create atrocities. Engineering, the same. Engineering could be a tool of war.
We're still in the Holocaust. a Jewish friend of mine said, come go visit the Holocaust Museum. And my response was, let's visit our Holocaust Museum, Planned Parenthood.
With all due respect, I grew up in the Soviet Union. I'm Jewish. Parts of my family perished in the Holocaust of Nazi Germany. I have to push back that there is a difference of the atrocities at that scale, at that time, on an entire people.
I'm going to say the number. That's the difference.
It's not the number.
Because 6 million, well, also, African Americans are actually Jew also. The lost tribe of
I can
Israel.
push back on that too.
Okay, so well, everyone came from Africa.
I'm African. I'm basically African American. We're brothers.
And we're both Jew. And we're brothers. So
We're human.
6 million people died in the Holocaust. Over 20 million have died by the hands of abortion. And the media promotes the My Body, My Choice, which is actually still a promotion for Planned Parenthood. 50% of Black deaths a year is actually abortion. It's not the cop with the knee. It's not Black on Black violence and gang violence. It's not heart attacks. It's actually abortion. The most dangerous place for a Black person in America is in their mother's stomach.
There's 900 to 1 million abortions in the United States a year. I hear you. But there's something about the rape, the torture, the murder of children, women, men, the complete humiliation and just the suffering that was endured during World War II.
That's what we deal with on our TVs right now with Black people. Soros would use Black trauma economy to win an election. And what I love is having a healthy conversation. And as opposed to, there's certain things, boom, this drops, people are going to have pussy hats on. Boom, this drops, it's going to be, Black people and white people with signs. Boom, this drops. So, hey, China, hey, left agenda, hey, what we're going to do is say that our species can have a healthy conversation. Can
I just linger on this? Because when you say Jewish media, there's a echo of a pain that people feel that reminds
you're saying it's redundant, right?
No, I'm not saying it's redundant. I'm saying
it's redundant.
You're saying it's redundant.
It's a redundant.
I'm saying it's something that I'm saying that it's something that Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister of Nazi Germany, said. I'm saying it's said so many times in order to murder and torture Jewish people that it just rings wrong.
And that's
just like the N word when spoken by people that have the same skin color as me. It reminds people of a very dark time.
I know. If Jewish people would accept that I'm Jew, then they would see what I'm saying in a different way. They would hear it in a different way.
But see, the people, you saying you're Jewish,
no, I'm Jew, not Jewish. Jewish means like that of a Jew. I'm saying I'm Jew.
You're a Jew.
Blood of Christ.
That
Orthodox
comes from,
Christian.
Right. But are you a follower of the philosophy of the Black Hebrew Israelites? Because that's where the idea comes from. Not all of those folks are extremists, but some are extremists.
I'm a follower of the idea. I have a vague idea that all people came from Africa. But what I wanted to do, now I could Andy Kaufman this about 7 more minutes and then tell you what it is.
Should I count? Let's count 7 minutes.
No, I did this to do a spoiler alert.
Sure, spoiler.
What's the first thing I said at the beginning?
We're talking about engineering and humans. We're all
human. I said, and then what did I say we shouldn't focus on?
Race.
Not just that. I said they shouldn't teach this in school.
History.
The history, because what they do, what schools are doing is exactly what the CIA does with Pixar films and Disney films. They make Bambi's mom die in the beginning, right? And off that pain comes a purchase of ice cream Off that pain comes, I need some more toys. Off that pain comes, I need a bigger house. Off that pain comes, I need more girls than my wife. Off that pain comes, so they put that pain in to make us, now we're the orphans of capitalism, to make us be consumers. And we need to be a community, not just consumers. So I could have went another 7 minutes by being a person who presents himself in a way that says, well, I don't have to feel your pain because I also have pain too that's not being recognized. And in every interview, when I say, well, why did I get to the point of putting up the tweet? No one wants to understand why I got to that point,
You
right?
had pain. You had pain.
Yeah, but no one.
Pain in your heart.
But let's say this: undoubtedly, Jewish people have a lot of movies about that pain, and Black people have a lot of movies about the pain of slavery, right? It's almost impossible to find a movie about Mansa Musa. When you go to the African History Museum in Washington, D.C., it doesn't start with the idea of Africans being kings. It starts with the idea of Africans being slaves. But here's another interesting point about this. This was said to me one time and it stuck with me as a family member of mine. With Africans, how many times you've heard like a rapper, talk about we were kings? That's incorrect. If we're Jew, and since we weren't the kings. We were the slaves that Moses freed. Africans have always said, you've listened to rap music and hear Black people say, we kings, we blood of the pharaohs. And if we are Jew, then we weren't. We were the people that Moses freed. And when we talk about, have you heard Black people talk about 400 years of slavery? All right. That is and we're having this history lesson, right? And
That history doesn't matter. You're exploring ancient history and drawing deep wisdom from it. And at the same time saying we need to forget all of it. We need to put that behind us.
absolutely. We need to forget it and we need to move forward.
There's so much wisdom to draw from history. Even the 20th century. Look at this. Communism. Without the lessons of history of the 20th century, communism sounds like a great idea. Except that some of the worst atrocities conducted by Stalin and Mao that killed 50, 100 plus million people. Not just killed, tortured, starvation. Where people, cannibalism. They ate each other. They ate their children. There's just dark. People should read some books on this, on the Holodomor.
See,
in the 1930s.
But I disagree.
With that lesson, we would, and now it's becoming more popular.
I'm
Marxism and communism.
I'm not disagreeing that happened. I'm disagreeing that we need to harp on the things that happened, because the truth is, I'm giving a fact. 50% today of, let's say you don't call Black people Jew, right? Black people's deaths today is abortion today, right now. Like that, it's not racism. That's too wide of a term. It's genocide and population control that Black people are in today in America, that is promoted by the music and the media that Black people make, that Jewish record labels get paid off of, or media companies, record labels, media company also. So let's give it a wider.
I agree with Martin Luther King. I have a dream too.
Martin Luther
That one
King
day
was-
you would not be judged by the color of your skin or your race, Black or Jew, but by the content of your character. All the assholes that fucked you over in the music industry, fuck artists over in the music industry, are individuals. They're not Jews. Can you say
they are Jewish.
it doesn't? They're human with opportunities, and they took those opportunities. I don't care if they're Jewish.
Do you feel like I
Jew-
should release that pain and separate it?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're saying I should release that pain and separate it, then I'm telling you, you should release your pain and separating, and we could get to this, the list of how you are being with engineering opportunities.
That's 100%. I see what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. The pain, I'm gonna let it go. Engineering challenges, I get it. One of the problems you highlight is people get fucked over in the music industry, and get fucked over in the media, get fucked over all over the place.
They created. There was a Jewish trainer that brought me to the hospital and put in press that I went to the hospital. I know friends that off of exhaustion, a Jewish doctor, they diagnosed
Why do you keep saying
me
Jewish?
because they were, right? Diagnosed me with bipolar disorder and shot me with medication and put me on medication, then put it in the press. And every time, even if I wore the wrong color hat that a nigger is not supposed to wear, right? Then they immediately say he's off of his shit, he's off his meds, he's off his rocker, and it's literally used as a scarlet letter control mechanism for the people. Understand, the kids, the colleges, the high schools, what do you think they put me right now? They put me as the prophet, not the leader. It doesn't have to be the leader, right? Because we need a more intelligent person to be the leader, but at least, right? They put me as the prophet. They put me as the only person that would say this. And I'm just saying that was 4 Jewish members that controlled my voice, because for the fact that 90% of Black people in entertainment, from sports to music to acting, are in some way tied into Jewish business people, meaning that in some way, just like if Ram is sitting next to Obama or Jared sitting next to Trump, there's a Jewish person right there controlling the country, the Jewish people controlling that who gets the best video or not, controlling what the media says about
It's
me.
a person, not Jewish. Let me just say one thing.
But they are, though. That's the only thing. It just so happens that they are. It just
You
happens that
say
they are. That doesn't mean that I hate them.
Yes,
that
yes,
just
yes.
means that they are.
But it's a dog whistle. 2, let me just say, as I would love to add more love to the world, I would love you to do that as a person with a big voice, with a big, powerful voice that a lot of people look up to. And when you say Jewish media, it's funny how this world works that way. When you say Jewish media, or Jews are controlling the voice of Black artists, Black people, Black artists, when you say that,
Am I not allowed to say it out loud?
you can say it. There's a large number of people that are hurting and have anger and even have hate in their heart when they hear Jewish media. That hate starts being directed towards the Jewish people. Do you acknowledge that? Do you understand? Can you feel the hate in the world? That's when that comes to the surface when you say stuff like that.
Okay, I feel that when we go into therapy, my dad was a therapist, and obviously I've got some therapy skills myself. A lot of people, my music is healing. These type of spa-like existences are healing. The color palettes I use are healing, and we can use healing words, right? What I really feel I feel that there's no accountability and no responsibility on Jewish people in media to at least start with owning up with the facts of what's dealt with, and tell me if I say the facts out loud, to the point of Ari Emanuel writing a letter in the Financial Times trying to take food out of my children's mouth, telling people that they're not allowed to work with me. Even Chris Como or Pierce Morgan getting me to apologize and separate Jewish business people from the families of the Jewish business people, which I did. Update. I did that. That already happened. And
That was a shitty apology. That wasn't really an apology. But shout out to that conversation.
I need to get on my knees and kiss the dick of Howard Stern. And
you don't need to kiss anyone's dick.
But that's what you guys are acting like.
You guys, look at that.
Because you're talking about it's a shitty opinion, apology. But where's our fucking apology? Watch this.
Sorry.
We don't get. Thank you. Now,
what?
Let's move on.
Sorry. Do I need to get on my knees?
and kiss my dick.
Oh, shit.
So,
This escalated quickly.
so that's escalated quickly. So,
What?
no, I'm saying, where's our apology? But right, we can't get to apology because you're telling me there's no right way for me to word it. So tell me, for me, a person who's been fucked on my deals and a person that has friends that never figured out how to make shoes with a German company that couldn't tell me to wear a BLM shirt and take off my red hat, like what would have happened if I was at Nike, right? Tell me exactly how to engineer the situation I'm
Tell
in.
you exactly how. You got a big voice. Have the balls as a man to call out the individuals. Don't call them Jews. Call them by their name and start a war against those individuals. They're not Jewish.
But if that's the case, will you help me with that?
Sure.
Okay.
100%. Look, assholes are well, let me flip that too. I don't understand the industry well. I see that people are fucking people over for sure. But how do you solve that? If you right now run the world's, you're doing a million things, but say you ran also a record label.
I have ran a record label. Well, I've been ran by a record label where I was the face of a record label and had Big Sean and different people complaining to me. And I knew fuck about running a record label. I was simply just a talented producer and an influencer that then started good music, but I wasn't the one running good music.
How would you do it differently?
This is something I propose. I would look at the top 10 execs in 3 fields, in sports, film, and music. And I would look at the top 10 clients, participant, talent. I would look at the top talent in each of those fields, the top 10 of them. And some of them are going to be Tom Brady. Some of them are going to be Taylor Swift. Some of them, they're not all going to be black, right? Some of them will be Adele, right? And we'll look at all their contracts transparently, and we'll compare the notes and re-engineer like it's a new constitution. Because when I told my dad when I was 19 that I was going to get into the music industry, he begged me not to. He said, I heard it's treacherous. Now I'm in a position where I've been through it. I saw it. I went out, made some money somewhere else. I saw my name get smeared. I saw my family get destroyed. I saw my reputation get destroyed. And I'm back here to have this I'm back here as a being with engineering opportunities.
So,
and wait a second, if you say it's a shitty apology, what is the version of the apology short of kissing Howard Stern's dick?
I don't think anyone wants to kiss Howard Stern's dick.
That's the whole point, Howard Stern. Nobody wants to kiss your dick, so shut the fuck up. I said, and by the way, I'm antagonizing you, Howard Stern. I used to be a fan of you.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I'm still a fan sometimes.
Now you're just doing clickbait like everybody else. Now you're just a sad old man, Howard. Now, Howard Stern, this is the first time anyone's said your name in years. Your own family doesn't say your name unless they're calling to get their bills paid.
You're going hard. I'm just see, that's beautiful right there. That's much better than calling Jewish media. Go after individuals.
Okay,
go after individuals.
And
if you don't talk shit about me, talk shit about me. This is great.
And you know what that is?
Yeah, what's that? Engineering.
That's an engineer's approach.
Yeah, engineers. Yeah. You should learn some of that.
We all can use our pain against each other, or we can say we're a being with engineering opportunities, and we can know about history. So let me change something. We can have just to be judgmental. People say thou shalt not judge. I was talking to Camille Vasquez. She says, I'm very judgmental. That's what we're doing. I believe, now you could go to the Bible and one thing's going to say one thing, another thing may be contradicted in a way, and then the pastor has to unpack it. I believe that we are to judge. If you look at some food and it's got a fly coming out of it, you can then judge at that point. You're supposed to use your better judgment. But whenever someone doesn't want to change something they're doing, they'll say, don't judge me, right? But as a species, you called for me. You got the breakthrough. And by the way, it's only an engineer that I would respect
Yeah.
to tell me of how to update how I'm communicating, because this started off right. I've been through all these interviews. Let me go to this. You said this was a sorry apology. I was very specific. I said the Jewish, because by the way, it's a barrage, right? It's a thing where I don't even remember the names at a certain point, right? It's like if a girl was getting raped by men, if that person is not 18, right, and she was getting raped since 14, right, and she still got this face, this super like Irina Shayk level face, right? She might say, "I hate men." That woman may say, "I hate men." She might get to that point because she was raped. On my contracts, and no one can say this is ramped up. No one, Howard Stern can't say this is ramped up. Ari Emanuel can't say this is ramped up. George Soros knows damn well that I'm not ramped up. George Soros knows, like, wow, this guy's like a younger guy that's looking at what I did and looking at how I control the world silently, and he's calling it out, and he's not using any of the fear tactics. I can't send his homeboys around him. I can't send his wife to him. This guy, that's what George Soros sees, right? When he's dealing with me, right? So what you guys are actually asking me to do, I'm comparing myself to that 18-year-old beautiful woman that had been mistreated by men for 4 years of her life, right? And you're saying, you know, as a man, you can't blame all men. And I'm saying, as a responsible, forward philosopher leader, okay, I'll drop the pain and I will specify, because I'm up here. I lost my fucking family. I lost my kids. I lost my best friend in fashion. I lost the Black community. I lost, you know, people said I lost my mind. All of these things, lost my reputation. And I'm up here just like, I just want my family, but I don't want my family to have to say what the left wants us to say. To have to say what China wants us to say. I want to be an American and protect my kids and protect my wife and raise my kids as Christians and have my wife be a Christian and innovate. And America made rock and roll. I want to innovate as a creative person and be a successful American. But all of that had been taken away from me. So I'm coming back and I'm removing the PSTD right now, right? I'm standing up and saying the only way that we're going to be able to get past this and the way God is going to use me right now is for me to stop talking about the pain, stop talking about what happened, and do something about it. And that's where I'm at right now in this moment. Like, yeah, people agree. At least there was something we could say, he has a reason of why he got to that tweet. And what you're doing for me today is saying, you know, that was a sorry apology, and let's specify. I'm not asking for anyone out here to empathize or sympathize for a dude worth $11 billion that can make money disappear. Appear out of thin air in 5 different industries. You know, I'm not asking for anybody to sympathize with someone who's married to Kim Kardashian, dated Irina Shayk, but like I feel like I'm just not going to get the sympathy vote in this situation, right? So
I feel your pain.
Yeah, I feel like no one's gonna feel my pain. Only Brad and Leo can feel my pain, right? So but here today, when you said it's a sorry apology, what's the apology that you're looking for as a Jewish engineer? Not say as Lex. Let's not talk about you being Jewish. As Lex, what's the apology that you want me to say to? Am I allowed to say Jewish? Tell me, is it anti-Semitic for Ye to say Jewish out loud?
No, there's I don't like the allowed. That presumes censorship. I think you choose. You have a powerful voice.
Did I prove that there was censorship over the past 2 weeks?
Who censored you? Oh, Drink Champs.
Oh my Lord.
Oh, like Twitter and so on?
Twitter.
That has less to do.
Drink Champs.
That hurt you, that Drink Champs. that Noah took down your conversation?
No.
It didn't hurt you. Man, you gotta be honest about the pain.
free. We're still the kids we used to be. I put my hand on the stove to see if I still bleed. And nothing hurts anymore. I feel kind of free. No, do you think, I went to Japan for 2 to 3 months, right? The day I had Sunday service, my kids are supposed to be there, and my kids were nowhere to be found. And I text Kim and said, "Where are my kids?" We get into an argument, and then I get a text from a number I don't know, and it's Pete Davidson bragging about being in bed with my wife. Then,
Just fucking with you?
well, at that point, it's like they're trying to put me in jail or put a friend of mine in jail. Because then I'm going to go surround the hotel and do something which would have me not be able to be here. And instead, I walked away from that situation. I went to Japan, like the samurai that I am, and went to the top of the mountain. And because I knew there was no way she could love this dude, not just because he's ugly, he's not black. She likes black guys. Every guy that she, is with looks exactly the same. Ray J, Reggie Bush, at that time, Kanye West, she has a type. Just like how I have a type. Like a lot of my girls look kind of similar to her because in a video game character, people have their type, right? So I knew that this was like
the princess has a type. She likes Mario.
Right, there you go.
As somebody who cares for you and hopefully can be a friend, yay, I gotta say these words and the words about Jews is not the words of a samurai, of a great man. I would say, you said something that resonated with a lot of people when you said George Bush doesn't care about black people. I have to say, as somebody who cares for you, that Ye, the artist formerly known as Kanye West, doesn't care about Jewish people. In the same way you spoke about George Bush being a politician and not giving a fuck about the poor people that suffered after Katrina, you're not giving a fuck about the suffering of the Jewish people across the world.
Why am I not?
Because you're giving strength, motivation.
But we already updated. I gave an apology. You said it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, that's right.
Now you're telling me, no, I'm not gonna.
No. You don't need to kiss anyone's dick. What you have to do, you have to say it was wrong to say. There's no Jewish media. There's no Jewish.
There isn't.
There's no control of the media by Jewish people.
You're an engineer, brother. If you're an engineer and you're not holding to the truth, that's not engineering.
Engineering is not. That's hate. That's not engineering. Engineering says, I'm going to build a better record label.
It's called stereotypes.
And I'm going to respect
stereotypes exist for a reason.
Engineers don't do stereotypes. Stereotypes are dumb. They allow you to channel hate towards the other.
You know what the biggest thing is?
Yeah.
With a veteran that was sitting next to me at Cheesecake Factory last night, he said, the General Justice, he serves for whoever is the president, right? And he said, what's happening in politics is we're forgetting we're on the same side. We're forgetting we're on this. This is someone is practically, now he's a nurse. So he's still, fighting in a way. He went from holding, guns in battle to being a nurse. And when people are battling for their lives. And he said, we're forgetting we're on the same side. This is a person that no matter who becomes president, he can still be told to go to war. And the chaos that's created by the media has split the country in half. And what us as beings with an engineer opportunity need to do right now is find the blue water. Where do we where are places that we agree on? And I want you to finish everything. Hey, I'm gonna let you finish everything that you want to express to me. Get off all. I'm your scarecrow today. I'm your punching bag today for everything I did, and I want you to stand up for all of the hate. That I'm your Al Gore when he lost the election. Remember, he almost became a punching bag for the lady that had voted on him, and she just said all this stuff, and he's like, I know, I agree with you, right? But there's nothing, that he could do about it. With this, it's like things that you're saying, I agree with you. It's like if you sit some kids in the principal's office and I punch somebody, right? I took my hand, right, as what it really means. Even Ari Emanuel had to say, this is a pop icon, right? And I went and just punched an entire people at one time, or said that I was about to. I went like this, right? And I got blacked out, black mirrored, done, right? And it's like, what were you even going to do? And why did you go like this? I went like this because I can't even do. I would look insane to physically show you a metaphor, a physical representation of my last 20 years of what I've been through as a musician, as a father, and as a black person with a political opinion.
A great man still through the pain does the right thing. And I think the right thing is to not say that there's Jewish control of the media. And
that's incorrect, though. That's a fucking lie. There is. And they did come and bully me. It proved the point.
No, the reason you don't say it
Why?
is because the world is much bigger than the narrow little world you exist in. Your impact stretches way past those little boardroom meetings over contracts.
So what should I have done? What should I have done?
Not say that you should be a strong man that doesn't mention religion or people, and then fight. You want to win this fight?
How do I win? How do we win?
Call out individual people. Build. That's one way because you have a big voice. The other voice that I prefer is to build another label.
I feel like you're controlling my creative narrative and because just like how you're telling me I shouldn't have said that, do you think there are people telling me I shouldn't have wore a red hat?
No, because you asked me, what should I have done? You're supposed to be a scarecrow, so I thought I'm going to beat the shit out of the scarecrow with my words, right? You let me. Yeah. It was consensual.
The punching bag is a bag because scarecrow actually has a different.
Yeah, that's right. I'm like,
so let's say a punching bag. I should have said scarecrow.
Yeah.
But every single person that I've sat with from the point when I wore the red hat to now has done the same thing. Sit in the principal's office and don't do what you're doing.
We're in the janitor's closet right now together, and I'm not. The red hat is very different. The red hat is you have a set of beliefs. You represent half the country that has a hope, a vision for the future of America. That's very different than without any purpose whatsoever saying Jewish media, Jewish control of the media.
You said there's no purpose, so you're taking away my history and my reason of what my purpose was.
I'm saying it was dumb.
Also,
I'm speaking my voice, vocalizing.
Also, it's God's plan. There's a lot of things that open up. Let me tell you something that opened up. There's a guy, like I told you, that was running STEM Player, who I've had issues with. We hadn't got paid on time, certain things, right? And he took his IQ, his know-how, his engineering know-how he basically was trying to Adidas me with, even though I was the bigger money in the situation. That was fun, and we funded together. And he hired these engineers, and he said, well, because of your comments, we're not going to be able to hire anybody else. And I was like, well, how many Jewish people do we have in our company? He said, I don't know. He didn't say exactly, right? I said, do we have black people? He said, yes. I said 2. So we have like 60 full-time employees, like 40 half-time and part-time. And I took as a responsibility, let's take a step back from us being one species and say, hey, you're Jewish, I'm black, right?
Why step back?
For this example, for the sake of this example. And I said, wow, I'm sure I can hire more than 2 Black engineers. And what happens is, because there are so many businessmen that just so happen to be Jewish, that it's good business, right? Just to monopolize. That's what people are looking. Everybody wants to be Elon, right? So
I disagree with that.
okay, but let me finish this point.
I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish.
A lot of businessmen want to be as successful as Elon and as popular as Elon. A lot. Like, it just worded like that, which I hate the term a lot, actually. I want to be more specific, but I haven't done the math on it. Let's say some. Factually, for sure, there are some business people of all different walks and backgrounds that would like to be as rich and as popular as Elon Musk. So let me just take a step back from the we're one species into the we're separated by race, gender, socioeconomic class conversation, and say, as a Black owner of 2 tech platforms, hardware and software, I need to take action. Let's not call it affirmative. Let's just say I need to take action, and I need to take accountability in ensuring that Black engineers are hired, and guess what? Hired together. Because when the Black people that are brilliant are separated from our culture, we forget who we are. And we'll get to a point where, OJ will say, I'm not Black, I'm OJ. Because just to be on the golf course, we put on the golf shirt. But the golf shirt might not be something that our culture would have done. And now our culture in poor communities is, oh, everybody's got Draco on them. Everybody's got a gun on them. Oh, if you run up on me on the gas station, I'm gonna kill you. Hey, you ain't got to talk to me like a man if I haven't killed at least 5 people. But you know what happens is, we can kill 5 people, we could kill 10 people and still be in the media as long as we play by the rules, right? Because what would happen is, any of these guys that have talked about killing people and different things, unless Trump had pardoned them, right? But let's say, even if Trump had pardoned them, they could still go to someone like a Lil Boozy or Meek Mills or Puff Daddy, anybody, and say, hey, we need you to talk shit about Ye right now. And also, you're not allowed, if you do want to vote for Trump or vote outside of what this arrangement is, then we're going to put you in jail. We're not going to bring you down. We have this on you. You get what I'm saying? If I had ever killed someone, if I wasn't the bitch with the pink polo on, I wouldn't be able to be the vocal man that I am today. You understand what I'm saying? This is the reason why I'm happy that my gangster disciple brothers kept me from the initiations, which made me feel like a pussy my whole life, right? But now I am someone who legally can say this. Other people in my position, they legally cannot speak. They legally cannot speak, or they will go to prison. I am in a bit of a glass prison because I don't have say-so of where my children go to school. But I'm in a freedom place where I can have this conversation with you right now. And that is, I don't like the word breakthrough. That's God's hand on this situation. But you get what I'm saying about, if I hadn't said the tweet, I wouldn't have had to take the accountability myself to hire Black engineers into my 2 tech platforms.
Yeah, and do you get what I'm saying? That's a beautiful personal journey you're on. But do you get what I'm saying?
It's not personal, it's for my people as a whole. As a tribal
company. Small company.
As a tribal person, I believe that I am my people.
Yeah.
And a thing that businessmen have done to my people, have pulled the brightest out of our tribes and siloed them and made us lose our culture and lose who they were. The only thing I wanted to say at Virgil's funeral, which I wasn't allowed to, right? There was a white pastor that talked the majority of the funeral. Half the funeral was pissed, right? And And this pastor actually married me and Kim, right? He looks like Justin Timberlake a little bit. And he talked half the funeral. He knew Virgil was passing, did a collaboration with him before he passed, by the way, right? A clothing collaboration. I didn't know Virgil was passing, but the thing I wanted to say, I saw A$AP Rocky and I saw some other members of his gang, you know, in the audience at the funeral. And all I wanted to tell him is, don't let them split the gang up. Don't let them split the gang up. When I did the first Yeezy, because I did Kanye West 2 fashion shows before as a high-end luxury, all leather kind of designer, not all leather, but you know, high-end materials, mink, this kind of thing. And then I came back with Yeezy with Adidas. And this fashion show was so popular that Justin Bieber had to sit in the second row, right? This thing had every name you could think of. It had Kim Kardashian, Kris Jenner, Kendall Jenner. It was Kylie's first fashion show she'd been in. And in the second fashion show, I put Kylie and Bella Hadid next to each other in the fashion show. You had Puff Daddy. At that time, Puff Daddy had beef with Drake. Drake still came to the show, and Jay-Z had to break up the fight backstage. The designers, you had Jerry Lorenzo, that's head of Fear God. You had Kim Schraub, head of Skims. You had Virgil Abloh, head of Louis Vuitton. You had Demna, head of Balenciaga, all working for Ye, for the leader, for the philosopher, right? For the person that who put this together? Me, that's who, right? You had these people working for the King of New York, basically the boss, Ye, right? You had Jay-Z in the audience, Rihanna in the audience, Beyonce in the audience, sitting next to Anna Wintour in this audience. And guess who heard wind of this? One of the richest men in the world, Bernard Arnault, caught wind of this. What's going on? They're building up something, and we need to stop it. So then he met with me and politely offered me backing for my clothing line. It would be Kanye West. They would get 49%, 51%. I would get 49%. They'd have control, and they were going to give me all of the support from Louis Vuitton. So I had to go to Adidas, and I told Adidas, hey, let's indemnify the apparel. So Adidas, you're not going to do the apparel anymore. Hey, we had a good time, but we're going to run off with Giselle now, right? So that's like you told your girl that, and she's like, oh, no, we're supposed to be at the proudest moment of our career and stuff. So then he offers me the deal, and Alexander Arnault, who's went to gone on and rape and pillage from all of the talent that I had afterwards, I say, before I tell Adidas to indemnify the apparel, can I get a written contract from your dad, Bernard Arnault? And he says, my dad will never go back on his word. So you already know what this thing is going, right? You can, spoiler alert, right? He went back on his word. So 3 months into the deal, I get Anna Wintour. I say, who should I use for my lawyer? She picks my lawyer for me, right? I just found out even a couple of days that the lawyer demanded an airplane during negotiations. Had nothing to do with me, right? They said that Bernard Arnault got freaked out. And then Alexander Arnault calls me and says, the deal got dropped at the board. I went back and told my high maintenance wife, I was supposed to become this designer at Louis Vuitton, or the Louis Vuitton group was going to back the Kanye West line because that's how good I've done in fashion, babe. And now the deal is dropped. So then I did a second collection, and we didn't have any support to be able to build the collection. Then I went and found, and third collection, we did it. We took over MSG. Fourth collection went, and the show started an hour late. Then a week later, Kim got robbed. Then I told Scooter Braun, my manager at that time, I say, I'm looking, I need to go to Japan. I'm tired. He says, no, you need to make more money. I do 4 more shows on a second leg of the tour, and I suffer from exhaustion and go to the hospital, and then get diagnosed with a disorder. This is the first time I ever suffered from exhaustion. By the way, I haven't been to the hospital since. And haven't taken, medication in 2 years. And I'm sure there'll be people in the media, we won't say, where phone will say, well, that's obvious, right? So, so right now I'm talking to you, right? I'm not on medication. I just go to sleep, right? I have sleep.
Have you been able to sleep?
That's too low hanging fruit for you. You're more. I expect more.
Right. I agree.
I expect more.
I agree. That was dumb. I regret it.
Okay. That's like Pierce Morgan trying to grab ratings. Like, you got a whole life ahead of you. These guys are at the end of their life.
Oh, good.
So this
call
story
me out of my shit. I love it.
But then, amidst that, the same guy that dropped my deal, Bernard Arnault, goes and hires my best friend. Goes and hires my main engineer, right? It would have been like them hiring, Elon from Peter before they figured out Paul, before they figured out PayPal. But Paul sounds like, Paul sounds like Paul. I just say it because I'm a Christian. I thought it was cool. Yeah. But it would have been like, what if someone could have went in and took Elon away from Peter before they pay Paul? Because they pay Paul.
Yeah, before they pay Paul.
It's just too close.
Yeah, too close.
It just sounds so fresh. The fact that it's so close, right? And that's what happened, right? They broke the gang up. And I'm telling you right now, that hadn't happened. Virgil's alive. I'm still married. You know what I'm saying? The power structure was broken then, right? Because we were building Kylie wasn't a billionaire. You know what I mean? Yeah. We were building something together that a French colonizer came in and caught it early and tried to destroy it. But the only thing is, God is alive and I'm anointed. And even with those drawbacks, losing my wife, losing my friend, exhaustion, all of these late night tweets that piss off an entire group, like this, the frustration still there. I work for God and God runs the world, and we'll see what happens.
But in those words, don't you feel that being split up, don't you feel you're doing the thing that you stand against, which is playing victim? Aren't you playing victim to the forces in the world?
I didn't play victim. I didn't even get a chance to play. I just said I was about to. I said like this, like.
No, you played pretty damn well. Yeah. What do you mean? What do you mean about to? You're like one of the greatest designers in history, fashion designers. You were playing. You are playing. What does that even mean?
I thought you were referring to the tweet.
Yeah, all of them there. Well, there's a full set of things that you're under attack for. The tweet and everything beyond that. But like you're blaming, not blaming, but you're saying that the Jewish media, the Jewish record labels, the Jewish people, forget Jewish or not, it doesn't matter. It's playing victim, right?
Ultimately, I am fighting a battle in the spiritual form. And anyone that believes in God and is looking at this interview would agree with that. And I just so happen to be a bright part of God's army. I'm fighting for us to live. The greatest gift is life itself. I am pro-life. I believe that Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior and died for our sins.
What do you feel about another attack, another painful thing? I imagine super painful is Balenciaga pulling. You had a really close relationship and friendship with their creative director. Like, how do you feel about all of it?
I told you I sang the song. I'll sing another song from one of my mentors, Future. I never feel pain. I done felt too much pain. Like, there was a day where I was headed to Nashville to meet with George Farmer, who is the CEO of Parla, the day when we made the announcement. At that same day, Balenciaga was taking my imagery off of their site, and the Drink Champs was being taken down. And I said, this is the happiest day of my life. I love cutting the grass low. People wasn't really with you. They was part-time. People switch up when it's wartime. I'd rather have people who are really with me and not people who are just trying to use me.
Listen, as a friend, if somebody cares for you, you have to be really careful by the people, by all people, always. The people that are going to be trying to be close to you now, you don't know if you can trust them anymore.
With the Balenciaga, I have more to say about it, though.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
Dimna will still work for Ye someday. And this is just speeding the process up.
Have you talked? Can you share if you've talked?
Yes, I talked to Dimna. This is like we're kindred spirits. None of this can keep us away from each other. I brought Dimna to Gap to be able to bring the best product in the world. At that time, I wanted to go under $100. Now I'm like, okay, we're going to go $20 a product. I brought Dimna in to engineer. That's why I said engineer by Balenciaga. Yeezy got engineered by Balenciaga to engineer the best product for the people that they say are at the bottom of the Maslow hierarchy of need chart. They're at the bottom of the pyramid, right? So Gap didn't want that. Balenciaga didn't want that. Our agendas were not aligned. I was brought in to the Gap for political reasons and influence, like a Virgil, like a George Floyd. When popular celebrities are brought into Fortune 500 companies, it's not to raise the stock. It's to strengthen the position and influence. And it's definitely not to be out here letting a nigga think he's Steve Jobs.
Yeah, there's people like that. But you, as a great man and visionary, your job is to understand that game and be one step ahead.
Well, that's why I'm telling them. That relationship, some relationships only last for a summer.
Yeah.
Some last for a year. The relationship ran its course. In that relationship, I invested a lot of my social capital and actual capital. I spent somewhere between $5 to $10 million personally on Balenciaga. How much money do you think Balenciaga had paid me in the past 2 years? Just take a really wild guess. A really wild.
Less than that?
Just take a super wild one. Just go to the furthest extent of your imagination.
1.2 million.
Lower.
500,000.
Lower.
Zero.
All right. And actually, 2 weeks ago, I paid out of Saint's account $862,000, not in clothes from me, from Balenciaga, from the store, in royalties to Balenciaga, where the deal had been engineered where I was coming out of my pocket. So last year I paid Dimna $3 million to design the collection, right? And we got it out of the Gap marketing fund, and he was going to deliver 160 SKUs or 120 SKUs. 100 SKUs are separate items of clothing, styles of clothing. So he ended up delivering about 60. I feel like we're on the people's court because we actually are, right? In the court of public opinion. So he delivered about 60. There were all kinds of people that were working. Part of the reason why I had to get Dimna, I didn't want to have to, I wanted to compete with him. I didn't want to have to get him. When I made Stronger, I did it to compete with Timberland and Justin Timberlake, because my fiance at that time liked Justin Timberlake just a little bit too much. So I made it to compete. And then we have the song out. It's #1 on Apple. It's blowing up. I play it in a club and it sounds muddy. It doesn't sound the way Sexy Back sounded in the club. So I go to Pharrell Williams to do the drums, and it sounds like a different record. I know it can't be a different record because I'm like, I'm gonna swap it out on radio, right? Then I go to Swiss Beats. It sounds like a different record. I go to Timbaland, the person who did Sexy Back, and he did it in 5 minutes, and then spent the rest of the hour talking about how nobody could have done it except for him, running around the studio. I'm the best. No one could have. That's why he had to go to me. Had to go to the king.
Well, he had a point, right?
He had a point, right? So
what makes us sound muddy? Is it the beat?
it was in the drums. It was something that Timbaland had in those drums. Like, now watch this. I said I'm going DEFCON 3, right? And the actual, I spelled it wrong. I have a tendency to do that. I'm not quite John Legend, tight sweater level, spelling bee level. So I feel a parallel to me going to Timbaland to when I said, hey, you as an engineer, I need to work with you as an engineer that is Jewish to look at these contracts and what my people, not just black people, let's say artists, are dealing with in our contracts. These contracts need to be fixed. Everyone could be so mad at the messenger, right? Yay, you said it the wrong way. You're offensive. You're like Hitler now because you said it. You said this out loud, but it does not. You weren't getting enough sleep. All this shit does not negate the fact that we do have Houston. We have a problem.
Yeah, but it's just the music industry. Like, there's a lot of hate that was created by just saying that, you know.
But you're saying what is just is everything to me, right?
Yeah.
One person can mean everything to me, right?
And for George Bush, winning an election was everything. And then when you said George Bush, black people, that you woke him up. You woke the people up to the fact that he was narrowly being selfish. There's a sense to which you're being corrupted by your own greatness. That you're focusing too much on the industry that you've made great, that you've rose to the very top. One of the richest artists in history, one of the greatest designers.
I am the richest artist in history.
Probably the richest artist in history. Yeah,
They say the funny thing is they're like, oh, richest black person, like, oh, also richest actor, richest musician, richest fashion designer. Like, it's a bunch of riches in that one. You know what I'm saying? It's like richer than Ralph Lauren, like richer than Amani, like richest, like of that, but still low. Because where do you put that? You know, like on the totem. Because I don't even want to.
A man's bank account isn't everything. I would say you and I are equal in a certain deep sense. No matter what the bank account says.
Vroom, 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 vroom. So, I wanted to give you some theme music for your moments.
Sound a little money.
Let me give you the Timbaland version.
Yeah. Thank you.
But okay.
Play that at the club.
So, other thing about, like, say, like Balenciaga is Demna will work with Ye someday, and for Cedric and for Francois Pinault, and Salma is a beautiful human being. 5 years from now, you'll hear and know the name Ye and know things that we did, and Balenciaga is not going to make it onto your questions. Would you, as a gambling man, would you bet on that?
I would bet on that. I can see it in your eyes. Let me ask you.
So it was sad. It was actually a sad day for me, not for me, but more for Balenciaga. I just when I heard that, I was just like, oh, shame.
Let me ask you a silly question, just about Demna. I read something that you two talked about, like buttons, for a few hours.
They're my gumdrop buttons.
Just in that accent.
Me and Demna only speak in Shrek.
What's your philosophy with which you approach design? You are one of the great fashion designers of our time. How do you think about it? Do you have a philosophy?
You know what I like about the zipper is the zipper hoodie replaces the dress shirt. because you could get on your douchebag shit and like unzip it and give a little bit of, you know, that type of look. And
Which is the douchebag?
you know, like when the you know, the douchebags that go to Vegas and unbutton their dress shirt.
Yeah.
And the problem with the pullover hoodie is you can't do the douchebag thing when you unbutton it, but then still get the like the stomach. Because the thing is, the ultimate look would be like, you know, military tank pullover hoodie, and if you get a little hot, you take off the hoodie, but you're like crazy in shape.
Mm-hmm. So it gives you that flexibility.
Yeah, it's giving the zipper's giving some flexibility, and it's like maybe you want to keep your jacket on. Like it's considered like a hoodie to be like a jacket. If you want to keep your jacket on, then you might want to do this as opposed to pulling it all the way off. You know, so and it's just comfort. But then you get, okay, can I do a jogging pant on this with elasticity? Now people argue about climate, where we are with the climate. I take a responsibility as being the most influential designer of all time to say we're going to use biodegradable clothing. Now, the issue there is the elastic is not biodegradable. So that means it's actually better to use jeans and a belt than to have an elastic waistband, because the elastic waistband is not biodegradable. So I use the planet as the future of the planet is a big piece of the way I engineer and the way we talk about where designs are going.
The constraints on your design and engineering is given by the planet, by the future of the planet.
Yes. That could almost make Jewish people like me again.
Every time you say Jewish people, I think I've been maybe reading a little too much about World War II, but man, I'd recommend you listen to some audiobooks or read some books on the Holocaust, because like it's heavy. It's heavy. It will put into context the impact of your words.
Would you read books on the current Holocaust that Black people are in?
No, I mean, I read.
What have you read about abortion?
I've read a lot of short form writing, and I've listened to a lot of debates, because it's really humbling that the question of when does life begin is a really difficult question for me as an engineer and scientist. It's a philosophical question.
I mean, we could just go on population control, not like if abortion is right or wrong. We could say factually the clinics were made by eugenics for population control, and it is controlling the population, as is the never being given a 40 acres and a mule, so you don't have the opportunity. And when the people that do have the opportunity are separated from our people, our tribe, and placed in suburban communities next to, as Chris Rocco put it, the dentist, and, you know, whitewashed and made to shut the fuck up and, you know, vote left or whatever, you know, niggers are supposed to do when we make it, as opposed to saying, okay, we're building schools, we're building up choirs, we're building up our own leagues, basketball teams, our own factories. We started the first sportswear factory in America since World War II. Was actually this factory I put in Cody. So, you know, I'm 45 years old. We're on this journey right now. This is the other thing about this. It's like people, just in general, they love me so much. I'm like actually a hard guy to really hate for a long period of time, just because of like my huge cock. And
that's what I noticed. I didn't understand why you showed it to me when we first met, but now I understand.
Yeah,
it's very nice. Congratulations. I know you don't talk about it, but your hat does say 24.
Yeah.
If you run for president, what kind of ideas would you represent?
That we're beings with engineering opportunities, I would represent just as you served the platform here, there's something that happened on my last run that I know was brilliant. It was noisy, but it was brilliant. I had one rally, and in the rally, I just let people come up and I gave them a platform. It's our responsibility to listen to the pain and hear the pain and understand, even when we're the ones that cause the pain. Like with my tweet, it's my responsibility to hear you and understand why you feel like that. But it's our responsibility as a people to understand each other.
To give people a voice.
People need the voice. And even right now, what I'm doing or how God is using me, I'm showing where our voices are being muted. There's professors that are actually intelligent, actually have multiple degrees that have been canceled from their schools. And they don't have a music industry or a fan base or shoe design or a smoking hot ex-wife to complain about. They've just got the truth of what they saw and what they dedicated to this country and to education that has been muted by schools that have been taken over with an agenda. And so you want the brightest minds to be these professors, and then you mute them and they have nowhere to go. And you might get a guy now that went from being someone's favorite professor to he's working at Starbucks like he was back at school or like he was back in high school.
So even if that voice is about anger and hate, it still deserves to be heard.
Yeah, it deserves to be heard. And we deserve to ask why. You know, like you have to ask why. I just feel like I feel like that is sympathize with Mr. Hugecock. I'm just saying that it just needs to be.
You should change that to your name on Twitter while you're still allowed on there.
Yeah, do you think that would get censored? I feel like they definitely cut it down some inches. I'm pointing out this. I'm pointing out this truth. Now I'm serious. This is not a Christian thing, right? And I wonder right there when I say these jokes, is it something that because I do feel like laughter is the key. Engineering and laughter, right, is the key to peace. Like when I go get my teeth cleaned and I have the nitrous, there's something that I want to go and hug Kris Jenner. I want to go, for example, I want to go and hug, Howard Stern. No one wants to hug Howard Stern. I mean, but just if one.
No. I would love to see you two hug it out and make up, even though all the shit talking back and forth.
What about talking it out, or is he going to be screaming at me?
Yeah, judgmental and that kind of stuff. No, I hope there's love there.
The thing is, I think Howard's just jealous. Not just jealous of my cock. He's also he's jealous that I started my campaign earlier than him.
You gotta let go of that jealousy.
You gotta let go of that jealousy, Howard. You gotta
Howard and everybody else. Jealousy is a natural human thing, man.
I wonder, just as a Christian, right, when I joke and say this stuff, it's like, am I being disobedient to God? Because as a boss, right, I'll talk to an employee and I'll be like, why didn't you just listen? Because I've got the bigger plan, right? So it's like me talking to God. Were there things that I did in this interview that were disobedient to God? And for those things, I pray and I repent for anything that I've said that was disobedient to God.
But humor is not one of them. Joking is, I feel like humor is the way we avoid so much suffering in the world. It's the way to, it's like a catalyst for love. Like it's a way to, people that have gone through some of the darkest trauma that I've ever met, through war. I just came back from Ukraine. They're laughing. They're making jokes. That's the best way to deal with dark times. I don't know what it is about like humans. I feel like humor, that's the best way to socially engineer a good future, I think, is humor. Not taking shit too seriously. That's the problem with censorship. One of the things that really suffer is humor. Jokes. Maybe going too far in the jokes. You mentioned Anthony Jeselnik. That guy goes hard. That guy goes really hard, and it's great. He crosses all the lines, and that's why he's a genius. And that's what people feels refreshing when he does it. I don't know what it is.
But then it's like hurtful when I do it. But I'll tell you something that was interesting. I'm pretty sure Anthony doesn't like, sorry for the assumption, but just most comedians I know didn't vote for Trump.
That's interesting.
Not saying there aren't comedians that did, but just the ones I know, because I live in California, right?
But they have an appreciation for Trump because of the sense of humor.
Yeah.
Gotta ask you about Parler and engineering, because I'm interested about that.
Doom, 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 doom.
Hey man, I'm actually trying to hold it together. You're pretty offensive towards a lot, and
I'm not looking to be offensive. I really want to bring people together and get these sales done.
But the work, 100%. I see your vision.
How do we do
for
that?
somebody you care? Don't say Jewish media and Jewish controlled media.
JM.
Like, man, you sound like it sounds too much like 1930s Nazi Germany that was leading up to the atrocities.
Oh, he would say JM?
Yeah, he was branded JM. That's right. No, it's just the implied, like this memeified prejudice towards a group in a way that's going to lead to hate. And I know you don't mean that. I know you have love in your heart. That's
what's the prejudice towards a group that led to hate? BLM. BLM took a black person, showed his death on camera, because, okay, there are examples of us being killed and being killed on camera, but if it was spread on camera, it was done on purpose by the media, because 14, 20 kids get killed in Chicago every week, and it's not spread that much. They, like you said, singled out a person, directed everything on that person, right, as the martyr, and raised the people that hadn't had any. We didn't have our 40 acres and a mule. We didn't have, like a lot of things, right, like that black people have not ever been given. So once we're given just a little bit, like, your life matters, right? Then we literally like, oh, okay, now we're being heard, right? But actually the death toll is up. The city where this happened is completely been turned to a war zone. It's actually something like Candace Owens can actually specify this better, but it's like its own city or something. Like they made it not be a part of the actual state or something. It's like DC and stuff. It's like Washington DC now and stuff. Like, and that has to be from a government, that's got higher level agenda written all over it.
Yeah, they're using the death of an individual. Yeah, sure. The media are. Not the Jewish media, the media. The media is fucked up. That machine takes whatever tragedy and pushes it towards whatever narrative that gets more clicks and views and so on. Sure, and then politicians do the same. They use the media, they influence the media to tell a story. And
this is a simple thing I put. I believe that the idea of anti-Semitism and the closeness of the Holocaust is used by certain individuals in media to not take accountability for the bad things that are happening. And what's happening is there's a new frontier, right? Meaning, like, it used to be okay for somebody to be a billionaire. We thought about a billionaire, right? A lot of times you think of them actually kind of being out of shape, and 20 years ago, 30 years ago, like Onassis or something, like you thought about it a different way. Now you think about it, you think about Elon, you think Kim, think Ye, you think it's a new kind of billionaire. It's not just Soros is a billionaire. It's a new form of billionaire. Well, right now, what I'm calling for the industry is I'm calling the industry out and saying, like, hey, it just so happens that there's been times where I had my lawyer was Jewish, my regulator was Jewish, but like 8 people that basically would collude and talk without me were in groups saying, okay, this is what the tour is going to be. This is his next house. And they were making all these decisions and they're making all this money. And at the end, I was like, I ended my tour and I don't have the money. And it just so happens that that's the case, that what they were. But what I'm saying is, if everyone can say, hey, you can't point out this fact, or we're going to say you're anti-Semitic and we're going to call you Hitler, I feel that there has to be at least 1% of safeguarding the ability to screw the artist based on saying it's anti-Semitic by pointing out that they just so happen to all be Jewish. And I don't think that's anti-Semitism. I just think that's, hey, this is another thing. Like, okay, the Kardashians, when you hear that, do you think male or do you think female? You think female. You get what I'm saying? You think this is the realities. This is why rap works, right? They're going to make an anti-women thing in a second, right? And it's going to say, well, if you point out that these 5 and 6 women are having a meeting on where the Christmas party is, and none of the ball players or rappers that they have babies with have any say-so, so that Christmas happened at Courtney's house all 8 years when I was there, and it never happened at anyone else's black family house, right? If I'm the one that pointed it out, they just don't have, they don't have their, oh, you're anti-Semitic word to say, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but
Because this is the way it runs, and this is the way we want to do it.
if you say that though that women are silencing the black voice, yes, you're gonna get the same response. But especially if it historically
But
resonates.
what about the fact that it's true?
When you talk in groups, that breeds hate. When you talk about individuals, it solves problems.
And this-
You're in engineering.
Okay, but this is something I pointed out on Pierce. I said, if a black person gets pulled over with a car and it's 3 other people in the car, they're also going to jail. They're not going to single them out. They're going to say, you guys are all in collusion. I just described collusion 5 times in this interview. And you keep on going back to, this is like 1930. This is like this. This is like that. What I'm saying is, look, I want to work with you as an engineer to free my people. Can we start as a being with engineer opportunities right here? I am sorry to the people who had to be hurt and affected by that. Now we are here and I'm looking to solve it. But what happens is, every time if I talk to any of these business people one by one, because mind you, I didn't get to the tweet by not having a conversation. I had the conversations beforehand before I got to the tweet. Now we're going to take it to the stage. Now we're on the world stage, right? And you saw Ari Emanuel do exactly the kind of thing that I was saying had been done behind closed doors. Now he's doing it in open doors. They told Candace Owens I couldn't be on the Daily Wire. Like, you can't even explain yourself. And we don't care how you got to that point either. And that's fucked up.
They told Candace you can't be on Daily
It's not
Wire.
even about, yes, she did. That's what they said. And you know what? And you can have my voice raised or lower. I'm going to do it lower, right? Because what's happening to me I put in your words, the media is saying, not only can you not explain yourself, we don't care how you got to that point, you need to apologize, and you can't explain, and that's the end of the story. So just apologize so we can have Mel Gibson do some more films. It's exactly what Ari Emanuel is saying. No one is looking to change the problem that led so many people to that same level of frustration. And I just so happen to be the one that's not going to back up on it until this changes. Because you know what? I'm sorry I had a sleepy text. I'm sorry I wrote. I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry that I put that I was 5'12" or 5'11" on Tinder. Okay, my cock is not 14 inches. I lied. Okay, it's only 13.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, right? So the
He's dropping so many facts today.
So what I'm saying is, but where do we get to this? Because even you, as engineering, as intelligent as you are, you, just like everyone else that I'm saying was colluding, won't let us get to the point of fixing it.
Yeah, but I'm not. I think you're more powerful than the media. I'm not saying you need to apologize because of the media. I'm saying everything we've been talking about just because I care for you and I want you to be the best possible man you can be. To me, a definition of a great man, I'm with Martin Luther King on this. You don't talk about Jews or black people. You talk about engineering. You talk about humanity. You solve problems. You identify the problems in the world, and you don't come from a place of resentment. This group did this. Fuck all that. That is in the past. You just build solutions. I'm going to create a new record label. I'm going to create a new design firm. I'm going to create a new social network. I'm going to do it better. I'm going to do it right. I'm going to do it right by the people that I know don't have a voice. I'm going to give them a voice and talk about that.
Is it okay to call out collusion? Do people collude in your business under you? Like the engineers that come together and like say they collude against the bosses, right? You know why Bernard Arnault offered the deal and took it away from me? Collusion. Because I was too powerful with the collective that I had right there. He had to stop that at all costs. They said for whatever reason, this kid, Ye, it has the ability to have all of the Kardashians, Jay-Z and Beyonce, Justin Bieber, Dimna, Virgil, all these people in the same room working towards the same goal. I've been that person since preschool. That's called a leader, right? And right now, what I'm saying is, hey, for the people in business, whatever their background is, whether they turn their cell phones off on Friday or not, there's been some bad business done. There's some bad business practices, and we have to change that because this game is like boxing. More people end up retarded than rich. And I'm saying like beat to a pulp, driven crazy, beat by the media to a pulp. Right now, the media has done everything they could to make me apologize and to make me look crazy. And not one person has done anything to find out why I was frustrated enough to do that tweet. And that's facts, and that's fucked up.
Well, I was hoping to. I am finding out. We found out. I mean, but like, I want solutions. Like, see, there's something about human nature where if you focus too much on resentment,
we're not focusing on it anymore. Fuck the resentment.
Right.
We're moving forward.
Right. So there's two things I think that are required for. I mean, this is how I've lived my life for great engineering. You surround yourself in your personal life by people you trust, and then in your professional life, from the engineering perspective, with the team. With an incredible team, and everything else doesn't matter. That allows you not to focus on other groups, how they're fucking you over, how they're like trying to manipulate or collude and all that kind of stuff. You focus on solutions and you find a way around all the difficult shit. That's it. If you have people in your life you can trust, that's like lifelong. You said like some people you're with for the summer, for a year. Find people you can be with for your whole life. Do you have people in your life that you trust? Like really trust?
No, I trust God. At any point, a human being can, like, I could, like, if I, like, go and, like, really, you know, treat this guy like a piece of shit or do this, am I supposed to, you know, trust him to be loyal and stay in the situation? No, I trust people to be people, and people are flawed. And people can have the right intentions, but it only makes sense for us to work together when our agendas align. When Kim was pulled really far to the left, our agenda is no longer, aligned. So that made the marriage impossible. It aligned where it's like, oh, I can wear a red hat that can help her get Alice Johnson out of jail because Trump's willing to do that for my wife because I was the only person in my position that stood up and said, wait a second, I like you. Because.
But isn't there a deeper agenda, the human agenda of just being in love? Like, that's just politics. When you're talking about red hat, it's just politics, right?
I mean, the world is becoming more and more transactional every day, and actually, marriages are actually originally based on transactions, and that's why they're less needed the more autonomous as we come, or the world makes it less needed. I feel like we do need each other. I feel like we do need someone we can always, count on. It's like I'm pulled away by King Koopa, which is the media, the politics, the promise, oh, we're going to keep you safe. So the reason why I get, really frustrated with Kris Jenner is she says losing Rob Kardashian was the greatest mistake of her life, but she never gave Kim's hand over in marriage, because this is the bottom line. When me and Kim met, we were millionaires or whatever, right? You're telling me you just hand her hand over in marriage that your daughter's not successful, handing your hand over in marriage too. But no, she had to still be the husband to all of her daughters. And we see what the results are consistently. So that's where I get, frustrated. It's like, let that go. Let this person do what you made mistakes on. Don't make this person relive those same mistakes and then put that agenda into my daughters too.
Is there somebody in your life close to you that you trust enough to call you out on your bullshit? We're all full of shit sometimes.
What's my bullshit?
Well, some of it I pointed out today, but I don't know you deeply enough.
What was the bullshit?
Jewish media,
That's not bullshit. The bullshit is that the Jewish media won't admit.
Your dad was right. Your dad was right. The words you used, you weren't.
And I said it. You're not gonna make me say it 800 more times.
I don't know if it resonated because you keep saying like the words.
Did it resonate to y'all that y'all ain't do nothing about it, and that all y'all want to do is have somebody apologize and sweep under the rug your bullshit that you've been doing the whole time? You on the same bullshit as the other people. So you're doing the same thing that the other, let's say, media, because I'm not allowed to say, has done. So until somebody
Which is what, man? I'm trying to call you out on your bullshit because I hope I'm somebody you can trust.
I don't fucking trust you.
Well, you should find people in your life you can trust.
Don't tell me what I should do. I'm not one of your BLM marchers.
Listen, I'm with you on the BLM. A lot of organizations use tragedy. And I watched the Candace Owens documentary.
And what was your take on it?
I think it's important to question the mainstream narratives, but I don't agree with it. I still believe that George Floyd died from the knee of the cop, not from fentanyl.
And even if that was the case, there's still 50% of black deaths is actually abortion. So let's get into engineering. Let's just go, because
how do you fix that?
Population control is social engineering, and its most literal form. The blacks that are under population control. That's something that, that's just what it is.
African Americans are not choosing to get the abortion. I mean, it's a choice. It's an individual choice.
But we're being influenced to.
Well, then speak to the community and help. I mean, I don't know what the engineering solutions there are. It could be you're doing that in part by speaking to the value and the power of family.
Well, watch this. I was building shelters. I bought land in Calabasas, and I bought 2 ranches in Wyoming. 300 acres in Calabasas, 12,000 acres in total in Wyoming. And I started building ideas for shelters. And God set it on my heart to make monasteries, which would be modern day facilities that don't turn people down, that have farms, that have shelter, clothing, but first of all, water, first of all, knowledge, because knowledge is the most important resource to our species above water. Knowledge, it's itself, because then you can go get water. I mean, you can argue like if you're a baby, how do you get water? But the baby doesn't have it, you know. So someone with the knowledge then feeds the baby the water. But it's important that those with the knowledge teach the baby how to find the water themselves. And the business people that I've been dealing with have been keeping the baby sick by not sharing the information and the knowledge within inside of those contracts. My people are sick. If I load up Apple Music right now and I play the top songs in the rap chart, I will tell you my people are sick. If I go to the restaurants and opportunity zones and we look at the calorie rating and the cholesterol, I will tell you that my people are sick. If we look at the obesity rate, if you go to just a restaurant somewhere in middle America, Denny's or something, I went to Denny's the other day, you will see that my people are sick. And my people meaning all people, right? But Black people are very influential to all people. So, right, if the media picks a overweight Black woman and says this is body goals, then the media are influencing my people to stay sick. And it just so happens that night I was so frustrated after 20 years that I had to call it out in one tweet, that now, even if I say, hey, okay, I was frustrated for these reasons, now it's not good enough. You've literally tried to make me re-apologize 10 times in this meeting, re-say this, re-say that, but it doesn't change the fact that my people are sick, and I'm the only person in my position that will say that my people are sick. Today, not 30 years ago, not 60 years, my people are sick today. 50% of my people's of deaths are abortion today. My people don't have the opportunities today, even to the point that, because if JP Morgan had been nice to me and if Alex Klein, a STEM player, had been fair to me, different things, then I wouldn't even point out that we don't have any Black, we have 2 Black engineers. So I have to have a responsibility, obviously to all people, but specifically to my tribe, because tribes move. You know, tribalism is real with Black people. To separate the brightest from the tribe, or to separate the leaders, it is factual that the CIA removed the leaders from the Black community, put crack in the communities, put guns in the communities, and locked up all the leaders and called them gang leaders, right? Locked up all the leaders, locked up all the fathers. Now 72% of Black mothers are raising children by themselves. This is an agenda like a Tuskegee experiment set on my people, right? And what I'm calling out for the Black people in entertainment is, what are we doing? We have to collude. And if we don't collude, because even if I said, hey, I'd like to make a company that's all Black, right? Is that okay for me to say? Is that okay for me to say? Or is that anti-Semitic? See, if I hadn't crossed the line so far, then that would have sounded anti-Semitic. Now I've stretched a bit, so now we can go to, okay, let's make an all-Black company. But that would have been anti-Semitic. Just that concept, because you could word that in a different way that would sound anti-Semitic.
I don't know, man. I have to
listen. If I said I didn't want to have the Jewish people in the company, would that be anti-Semitic? It would sound like it, right? You'd say I'm from 1930s, right?
Yeah.
But for me as a tribe to say, no, I want an all-Black company, right?
I'm generally against that kind of thing, but first of all, you have the right to do whatever the hell you want. This is America.
Well, what I'm saying is that's what I feel may need to happen for my people to have power again, because when my people have been left under the media's control, we've been made sick. We've been allowed to be sick. We're promoting sickness.
I think, at least in the engineering realm, I haven't met an engineer who happens to be Black who would like to be called a Black engineer. And when you have a company of all Black people that are engineers, I don't know the creative arts, I apologize, but engineering, they really try to look at each other as humans and look at the problem. And you want to have the confidence that everybody on the team is the best possible person for the job. You know?
What I can say is the world is sick, and I have slight images of utopia, slight images of happiness, slight images as a visionary and a creator. And I know for a fact the way that business deals have been done for me are keeping the world sick.
Fix them. I see that's what you're trying to do. And you probably, listen, people should not doubt, yay. But I got to tell you, I have to be honest. This is silly because you don't know me, but it hurt when you say you don't trust me. You kind of lost me. I don't think anyone's ever said that to me. I don't know, man. Fuck that. I don't care about views or clickbait or any of that bullshit. I just thought you were one of the greatest artists ever. It'd be cool to talk to you. And I feel like you got pain you're working through. I never had anyone say that to me. Maybe I'm just being a mess about it, I guess. That's fucked up though. But maybe it's not. Maybe you shouldn't trust it. But I just haven't had that experience.
Yeah. Do you think I would trust anybody at this point in my life?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. I hear you. And it's also kind of good to see how much strength you got. You're not broken by any of this. You're under a lot of attack. A lot of attack by a lot of people. You have a vision, and you're trying to feel your way through it. And you might get destroyed for it. That's the human, that's the risk you take.
It's a wonderful life, though.
What do you hope your legacy is?
To be forgotten.
You think you'll be forgotten?
Because there's ego in memory, in the memories. Who designed the sidewalk? Who designed the water fountain? Who designed the stop sign? Who designed the stoplight? These things are so ubiquitous that the person that designed them is forgotten. If it's a good idea, it's a God idea. And no VCs can own it.
So you want your designs in all realms of life to be so simple that they permeate everything. They take over, and you are forgotten. That's a successful design, is you're forgotten.
Yes.
You have advice for people? A lot of young people look up to you. You have advice for young people of how to live a life they can be proud of?
Don't tweet while you're sleepy.
Take a nap? Surely there's other things. I love the humor. Don't take it seriously, I suppose is what that means.
Don't send sleepy tweets. Unless you buy your own social platform the very next week called Parler. But other than that, if you're not going to buy your own social platform, then don't.
Is that why you bought Parlors? So you could be sleepy and send messages out into the world? I actually am really interested in the engineering aspects of Parler. Is there a vision there? Because I'm also super interested in Elon buying Twitter.
I like Instagram better than Twitter. And I'm sure Mark Zuckerberg liked Instagram better than Facebook, or saw how how valuable that was, and he bought it.
So you'd like to take Parler, something, whatever is the magic that makes Instagram work, you want to push it.
Well, I thought it was interesting how it felt like Snapchat made the Kardashians bully Instagram.
What's the point of Snapchat going to war on Instagram?
Yeah, I mean, just everyone wants to say, well, this is our value, Snapchat. No one wants to lose their value to someone else's value, whatever. It's like, and everything is just, what's the difference between permanent and temporary? It's just a permanent structure. And until God says it's not, it's like nothing's permanent. Our life is not permanent. So how do we just let go of those things? Even like going from the name Kanye West to Ye was the beginning of just letting go of some things, of these titles. Like, we need to remove the titles. Like, hey, if I have to leave Adidas and I have to go Next Computers, that may take me out of the billionaire standing altogether. and I got to get low for however long God says I have to get low and refocus. I've been reshaping, refocusing my staff. Some people that were good, and I had some people that weren't, and I had too many people, and I've got a vision inside of me, and I'm like, this is how I make this vision. I have to bring this vision to life. I have to bring these houses to life. I was talking to one of our architects on, we're actually getting close on it. I've like built it a few times. I had like the domes you probably saw, and I said, how he transformed Kim's house, and we're getting there. Like,
So you want to get into architecture? Like you really want this to become physical reality?
yes, and I've got close. Rome wasn't built in a day.
Yeah, but Rome had to start somewhere.
Yeah,
I got to call you out on the advice. There really is a lot of people that look up to you, and you've lived a really difficult life, and you made through all of it. What do you advise them to do?
do everything that you feel, even if you are told that it's the wrong thing. No, but not anything violent.
To do what you feel, say what you feel. Like trust your heart.
Yeah, trust your gut, trust your instincts, because that instinct is who God made you to be, not what lines up with your like frat brothers, or what lines up with what your dad wanted, or what lines up with your classmates, or it's just God has something inside of you, and when you walk down the street, you're thinking about it, and then you just see it in the window, and you go down another street, you see the same thing, or you're thinking about a number, and that number pops up, or you see it on a license plate, and that's just something is trying to say, be the maximum yay, be the maximum you, and God won't give you anything that you can't handle. So for me, everything is a yes. I think they say be like water. I know Bruce Lee said that. But matter of fact, just be, because we are beings with engineering opportunities.
Beautifully put. Yeah, I have hope. I have faith that however this turns out, that you have the skill and the capacity to really add love to the world. And I hope you do that. I really, really hope you do that. And we talked about the tension of that, the challenges and the opportunities of that.
I mean, I see how we could be of use to each other. You actually have a particular thing for me as I eject from media. Because even also, I'm really big at burning the phoenix too. All as an engineer, that your cells completely regenerate every 7 years. I think I rush the process a little bit, so I run around looking like a burn victim sometimes.
Yeah, but I gotta tell you, anyone I'm close with, I work with, there has to be trust, there has to be love, and I think you've been burned quite a bit in your life.
Sometimes I did it myself. I put my hand on the stove. So how do we get to engineering? There's a deal to be done here. Not saying you're making this money off of that, I'm making that money off, but I don't
care about money, by the way.
Same, twins. So there's dealings here. You got pain, I got pain, but we're beings with engineering opportunities.
For a long time, I thought somebody should create a new social network. And it looks like great engineering could do that.
You got two at one time from two of your homeboys at one time.
Yeah. And that's a great way to, it can be done from scratch, or it can be done anew with an already established platform. Yeah. Now, I'm very excited by that possibility. Parler is smaller. Twitter is larger. I wonder whether you can do any kind of revolutionary engineering with a large company. If anyone can, I would say it's Elon.
Well, Elon can look at what we do over here. That's why God does this a lot of times. He creates doppelgangers. There's a lot of examples where theory happened two places at one time. A really similar type of personality happens at one time.
It's weird. It's beautiful. Yeah. It's hilarious, actually. Yeah. It's kind of humorous.
So we should just share every piece of information together as I go build Parler, and as he builds up Twitter and see how to make both of those better. But I'll be like, hey, I'm not gonna let Snapchat bully me out of, adding something to it that's best. It should just be the best platform possible.
Yes.
That means that, that means TikTok has amazing features. Twitter has amazing things about it. I know this girl that's like, I like Instagram better than Twitter. It's just, she likes that Twitter has porn. But other than that, Instagram. But I was like, well, Instagram is porn also. It's like soft. It's more subtle. It's not telling you. It's not conservative by any means. And
I mean, that's the thing. You have to please a lot of people with these platforms. And I think the goal of a platform should be to help individuals maximize their long-term happiness and growth, like intellectually, spiritually, psychologically, all of that. That's a tricky thing to figure out how to do that. Of course, you could just have a platform that's just strictly for fun. I think that's where TikTok leans. But I think there's a balance to strike. Like Twitter, there's a lot of intellectual, philosophical stuff going on Twitter, but it somehow currently makes it too easy to be divisive and hateful towards each other and cancel and all that kind of stuff.
I think we need to have these healthy conversations. That's what it is. Healthy conversations, healthy dialogues. That's the biggest thing. Like when I first wore the red hat, the conversation is less healthy than it is today. The conversation about George Floyd, it's like, did I send the tweet the right way? Is Candace Owens' documentary perfect? Michael Moore, is that documentary is perfect? Is Century Self, is it fully accurate? It's 2 to 3 hours of a transmit of information through a particular, usually one person's view. And anything you want to research, if you're interested in it, you got to look at 10 versions of it, 20 versions of it. George Floyd, we looked at one version of that. Now we have a second. Well, by the time we get to the, I know this is like, it's not my last hoodie, but it's definitely not my first hoodie that I put on. It's like, that's how we got to it. Like even this particular size of zipper, or the fact that, for people who know, they know that it's like Carhartt. Even though the Carhartt tag isn't there anymore, you just know by the shape of it, you feel it. So it abstracts, it takes into like this cubist place, like Picasso, Matisse, or African Cubism, or Dire Straits. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. Look at that.
Hey, I wouldn't think you could reference Dire Straits. Look at you.
That video.
Yeah, I know. It's a great video.
That video. It's like
your encyclopedic knowledge of music is great.
I think that, porn is not just sexual. That term actually relates to torture. Like, I'm saying? Like watching people beat each other up on World Star or something. It's like, that's called torture porn.
There's also food porn. How do you explain that?
What's food porn?
Food porn is like looking at really delicious cakes and cookies and steak and so on, and you're like, holy shit.
Exactly. Architecture. Like there's people who love architecture. When they see architecture, I know I got friends that be like, oh, that's porn.
Yeah.
Architecture.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like that's like love, like dopamine fueled love for a thing. Yeah, that's beautiful. I think that's beautiful.
Well, I think
as long as nobody's getting hurt.
The intoxication that people have, the worst part is like when one person's in love and the other person's in like.
That's us right now.
Well, who's in like?
No, because you said you love Bill Maher and you like me.
And
I love you. So that was.
No, I actually love you both.
All right.
And the funny thing is, like, as a visionary, visionaries are more extreme than business people, because a visionary would do bad business for their vision. A business person will never do bad business.
Well put. Yeah, it's really well put.
So when you say I don't care about money, it's like, yeah, I feel you. Like, I feel that I care in a way that I need that. But I care about the vision that I have to a Steve Jobs level, to the point of putting that above my regular human existence, meaning having to go and take all the arrows, that I become a soldier of the vision. Because someone could say, a wife could say to, like, say like in the 60s, their husband's about to go to war. The wife may not want their husband to go to war because of their children, but he's going to war because of their children.
Definitely. Do you regret any aspect of just giving everything to your vision? I mean, you've spoken about that, saying like, I got fucked over in the business side.
I promise that I had to stop envying cool people at their current cool time. If anything, if someone's cool and I say their name a lot, I'm going to flash the light on them so much that it ages their coolness. It's actually a war technique. Showered in compliments.
Yeah.
You know, because that to be able to stay at 45 years old, to still be the bad kid in class, at 45, I'm still in the principal's office. Because if you look at, like, say, fashion, right? If you think of something fashionable, it's probably going to look like the kid in the principal's office. That's going to be the fashion. And that's part of the reason why I'm the most influential person at fashion, because I refuse to leave the principal's office. If the substitute teacher comes in, I'm going to say, "You got a big butt."
Yeah.
And I'm going to get, and they're going
to right back to the principal's office.
And people are going to be like, "Yo," and that's what you keep on saying, like, who can we talk to? Because no one can talk to me. No one, I'm out of control, bro. It's just God, then me, and then fuck everybody. You know what I mean? That's really how I live my life. And I just want to say this one thing about the children thing. I wanted to, put that point together, put that idea together. I don't like the word point. I'm really big on, like, words being powerful, says the person with the sleepy tweet.
Yeah.
So
you're full of contradictions.
Yeah, I'm a human being, right? It's like some days I'm like, I could go 30 days to be celibate, like really, like I'm a monk. I'm being like faithful to God. And then I'll go like working out, no carbs, like my weight will fluctuate. And I'll have times I'm like, I don't feel like being told what to do. So I don't want to work out with a trainer. And I just want to drink this Hennessy. But I want to say this thing that I will text to Kim sometimes. I'll say, you may not understand what I'm doing right now, but you will. And that's what I would say to everyone. You may not understand what I'm doing. And this gives a little bit, maybe we're like 20% there, but there's still going to be people, we leave this interview and they were like, I still don't like the way he apologized. I still don't want to say what my involvement would have been to make him lead him to that point. And we just want things to be how they are. There's people in the world who want the world to stay as it is. And there's people who want to change the world. And that's happened throughout time. They say that with Da Vinci, halfway into a conversation, he could not suffer fools so much that he would walk away halfway into the conversation. And I said, well, that's why it's the Da Vinci Code and not the Da Vinci world. And every time I go and piss off a group of people or do these things, on some end, it's like I could be turning my thing from a potential world vision to a code, or I could be opening up conversations with new friends that I may trust someday.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. that because the change you will have on the world, that you don't know for sure, but it'll happen across years, even decades. So you have to think in the future. Like you're working in the future. Your actions are working in the future. And a lot of people will judge this conversation and others you've done and so on in the present, and that doesn't matter.
You know why I apologize, why I say I'm sorry to the Jewish people that I hurt? It's not about, like I said, I'm not going to hold this apology hostage, right? It's obviously it's about God, but God is everything, right? So what's the point of having language and being you can't engineer if you say God, right? It's like it's God asks us to be judgmental so that you become, if you're a doctor, right? It's your judgment that saves grandma, right? And God puts that in this. Like we have God inside us. We're a piece of God also, right? So I'm going to go specific to a person. That story about Da Vinci alone is enough of a reason for me to give a sincere apology to the Jewish people, because I do believe that there's a Da Vinci code inside of all of my misspellings and scribbles right here that God wants me to get to the world. And when I'm in my way, if God has set something on me, when I'm in my way, I'm in God's way. Now, I can point at other people and say, hey, you guys are in God's way because you're not listening to me. But if I'm in my way, I'm not listening to God. And for me to be a philosopher and a leader, whatever other language, I have to listen to God. So before God, what I will do is start off as a samurai and say, I'm sorry for hurting you as a Jewish person. I'm sorry for the way that made you feel. And I'm sorry for the entire population of a race that I feel is actually my brothers, because I classify and feel that I'm also connected with Christ in that way, that my people came from Africa in that way. And I can't say it's this exact teaching or that exact teaching, but I feel that there's an important, the sons of Abraham, however we want to word it, right? For us to come together and bring our different talents together to serve God collectively. And he, as much of an alien as I am, he did not call for me to alienate. And that's what the problem has been, especially in politics and in America. He placed America as the TV, as the radio to the world. We invented rock and roll, right? We are the influencers of the rest of the planet. We're the youngest startup in history, right? We're the youngest country. We're the youngest superpower, right? So for me in my position, the fact that I can talk to Trump one day and be at a game with Kim Kardashian the next day and then be at Paris Fashion Week, they don't want me to be involved with language of divisive language, proving that I can be just as racist as a racist white person. Oh, I can be a racist black person also. That's not what God has called me to do. So how do I simplify and say, hey, to you as a visionary, as an engineer, as a person that's giving me a platform, that as my brother, I want to apologize to you for how that made you feel. And to the rest of the people that carry specifically that pain, not the pain that I talk about. That doesn't seem to be as much of a pain for people when I talk about the abortion clinics and stuff. That's an argued pain even in my own community. Like, not everyone thinks that's a pain. But for the Jewish community, it's collectively, this was a pain. And I've gone so far just psychologically on this journey since that statement had happened, where I didn't want to give up the candy in my pocket. I didn't want to say, hey, I stuck my hand in the candy jar. I wanted to defend my freedom of speech. I wanted this. But even with freedom of speech, pain is pain. Causing people to hurt is not helping. Causing people to hurt is not helping. So that means I have to take a more sophisticated approach to engineering this problem. This problem is an opportunity. And yes, that what could some people may deem as a mistake. Would it be more genuine if I called it a mistake? I think I would be hypocritical by calling it a mistake with the end of that, the idea I'm going to say out loud. So I don't try to be a hypocrite on purpose. But I will call it a mistake to add a genuine, to be genuine about the feeling. With that mistake, with me as a human being, not to justify, but I have to state that God makes no mistakes. because if I hadn't made that mistake, I wouldn't be in front of you today. And that's not to justify this sleepy text.
But I can tell you're a man that has love in his heart, and I hear that. I hear it through the words, explicitly and implicitly. And I think if we're to engineer a better future, the way to do that is with love. So as one human to another, I love you, brother. Thank you for talking today. This is great.
I like you too.
Son of a bitch. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ye, formerly known as Kanye West. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Ye himself. Nothing in life is promised except death. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Donald Trump was probably the biggest person ever to be removed from social media. Why that was done, can you steel man the case for it and against it?
Everybody who's watching this around the world basically saw, let's say, U.S. establishment or Democrat-aligned folks just decapitate, the head of state from digitally, right? Like just boom, gone. Okay, and they're like, well, if they can do that in public to the U.S. president, who's ostensibly the most powerful man in the world, what does the Mexican president stand against that? Nothing. Regardless of whether it was justified on this guy, that means they will do it to anybody. Now the seal is broken. Just like the bailouts, as exceptional as they were, and at first everybody was shocked about them, then they became a policy instrument. And now there's bailouts happening. Every single bill is printing another whatever $1 billion or something like that.
The following is a conversation with Balaji Srinivasan, an angel investor, tech founder, philosopher, and author of The Network State, How to Start a New Country. He was formerly the CTO of Coinbase and general partner at Andreessen Horowitz. This conversation is over 7 hours. For some folks, that's too long. For some, too short. For some, just right. There are chapter timestamps, there are clips, so you can jump around, or like I prefer to do with podcasts and audiobooks I enjoy, you can sit down, relax, with a loved human, animal, or consumable substance, or all three if you like, and enjoy the ride from start to finish. Balaji is a fascinating mind who thinks deeply about this world and how we might be able to engineer it in order to maximize the possibility that humanity flourishes on this fun little planet of ours. Also, you may notice that in this conversation, my eye is red. That's from jiu-jitsu. And also, if I may say so, from a life well lived. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Balaji Srinivasan. At the core of your belief system is something you call the prime number maze. I'm curious. We got to start there.
Sure.
If we can start anywhere, it's with mathematics. Let's go.
All right, great. A rat can be trained to turn at every even number or every third number in a maze to get some cheese. But evidently, it can't be trained to turn at prime numbers. 2, 3, 5, 7, and then 11, and so on and so forth. That's just too abstract. And frankly, if most humans were dropped into a prime number maze, they probably wouldn't be able to figure it out either. They'd have to start counting and so on. Actually, pretty difficult to figure out what the turning rule was. Yet the rule is actually very simple. And so the thing I think about a lot is just how many patterns in life are we just like these rats and we're trapped in a prime number maze. And if we had just a little bit more, cogitation, if we had, a little bit more cognitive ability, a little bit more, whether it's, brain machine interface or just better physics, we could just figure out the next step in that prime number maze. We could just see it. We could just see the grid, right? And that's what I think about. Like that's a big thing that drives me, is figuring out how do we actually understand that prime number maze that we're living in.
So understand which patterns are just complex enough that they're beyond the limit of human cognition.
Yes.
And what do you make of that? Are the limits of human cognition a feature or a bug?
I think mostly a bug. I admire Ramanujan. I admire, Feynman. I admire these great mathematicians and physicists who were just able to see things that others couldn't. And just by writing it down, that's a leap forward. People talk about it's not the idea, it's the execution, but that's for trivial ideas. For great ideas, for Maxwell's equations or Newton's laws or quantum electrodynamics or some of Ramanujan's identities, that really does bring us forward, especially when you can check them. You don't know how they work, right? You have the phenomenological, you don't have the theory underneath it. And then that stimulates the advancement of theory to figure out why is this thing actually working. That's actually, StatMech, arose in part from the kind of phenomenological studies that were basically being done where people are just getting steam engines and so on to work. And then they kind of abstracted out thermodynamics and so on from that, right? So the practice led the theory rather than vice versa. To some extent, that's happening in neural networks now, as you're aware, right? And I think that's so just something that's true and that works. If we don't know yet, that's amazing, and it pulls us forward. So I do think that the limits are more of a bug than a feature.
Is there something that humans will never be able to figure out about our universe, about the theory, about the practice of our universe?
Yeah, people will typically quote Gödel's incompleteness for such a question. And there are things that are provably unknowable or provably unprovable. But I think you can often get an approximate solution. The Hilbert, Hilbert's problems like we will know, we must know. At least we should know that we can't know. Push to get at least an approximate solution. Push to know that we can't know. At least we push back that darkness enough so that we've lit up that corner of the intellectual universe.
Okay, let's actually take a bit of a tangent and explore a bit in a way that I did not expect we would. But let's talk about the nature of reality briefly. I don't know if you're familiar with the work of Don Hoffman.
No, I don't. I know Roger Penrose has his Road to Reality series for basic physics getting up to everything we know. But go ahead, tell me.
It's even wilder.
Yeah.
In modern physics, we start the question of what is fundamental and what is emergent in this beautiful universe of ours. And there's a bunch of folks who think that space-time, as we know it, the four-dimensional space, is emergent. It's not fundamental to the physics of the universe. And the same, many argue, I think Sean Carroll is one of them, is that time itself, the way we experience it, is also emergent. It's not fundamental to the way our universe works. Anyway, those are the technical term. I apologize for swearing. Those are the mind fucks of modern physics. But if we stroll along that road further, we get somebody like Donald Hoffman, who makes the evolutionary case that the reality we perceive with our eyes is not only an abstraction of objective reality, but is actually completely detached. We're in a video game, essentially, that's consistent between consistent for all humans, but it's not at all connected to physical reality. So it's an illusion.
It's like a version of the simulation hypothesis. Is that his?
In a very distant way, but the simulation says that there's a sort of computational nature to reality, and then there's a kind of a programmer that creates this reality and so on. No, he says that we humans have a brain that is able to perceive the environment, and evolution has produced from primitive life to complex life and produced the kind of brain that doesn't at all need to sense the reality directly. So like this table, according to Donald Hoffman, is not there.
Well, so
not just as an abstraction, like we don't sense the molecules that make up the table, but all of this is fake.
Interesting. So I tend to be more of a hard science person, right? And so so just on that, people talk about qualia, is your perception of green different from my perception of green? And my counter argument on that is, well, we know something about spectrum of light, and we can build artificial eyes. If we can build artificial eyes, which we can, they're not amazing, but you can do that. You can build artificial ears and so on. Obviously, we can build recording devices and for cameras and things like that. Well, operationally, the whole concept of your perception of green, you see green as purple, I see green as green, or what I call green, doesn't seem to add up, because it does seem like we can do engineering around it, right? So the Hoffman thing, I get why people more broadly will talk about a simulation hypothesis, because it's like Feynman and many others have talked about how math is surprisingly useful to describe the world. You know,
Yeah.
like very simple equations give rise to these complex phenomena. Wolfram is also on this from a different angle with the cellular automata stuff. But
So suspicious how well it works.
yeah, but on the other hand, it's like, you know, it is, yet we're still also in a prime number maze. You know, there's things we just don't understand. And,
Right.
you know, so
Also, within the constraints of the non-prime numbers, we find math to be extremely effective, surprisingly effective.
yeah, exactly. So maybe the math we have gets us through the equivalent of the even turns and the odd turns, but there's math we don't yet have that is more complex or more complex rules for other parts.
Despite all our rage,
And
we're
I
all
think-
just rats in a cage.
I know that gets like very abstract, but you know there are unsolved problems in physics. You know, like the condensed matter space. There's a lot of interesting stuff happening. My recollection, I may be out of date on this, like things like sonoluminescence. We don't know exactly how they work, and sometimes those things that are like at the edges of physics. You know, in the late 1800s, I think Rutherford, somebody, I think it was Rutherford, said, you know, basically all of physics is being discovered, et cetera. And that was obviously before quantum mechanics. You know, that sort of edge case, people were looking at the Balmer and the Paschen series and seeing, you know, this weird thing, you know, with the hydrogen spectrum. It was quantized, and you know that led to like the sort of phenomenological set of observations that led to quantum mechanics and everything. And you know, sometimes I think the UAP stuff might be like that, right? People immediately go to aliens for UAP, like the unidentified aerial phenomena, right? And people have been there's surprising amount of stuff out there on this. The UK has declassified a bunch of material. You know, Harry Reid, who's a senator, has talked about this. It's not an obviously political thing, which is good. It's something that is there something happening there, right? And people had thought for a long time that the UAP thing was a like American kind of counter propaganda to cover up their new spy planes that were spying over the Soviet Union, to make anybody who talked about them seem, you know, crazy and hysterical or whatever. But if the UAP thing is real, it could be atmospheric phenomena like, you know, like the aurora borealis or the northern lights, but some things we don't understand. It could be something like the Balmer and Paschen series, you know, which were the observations of like emission spectrum before quantum mechanics. So that's like another option, as opposed to doesn't exist or little green men. It could be physics we don't understand yet. That's one possibility.
Do you think there's alien civilizations out there?
So there's a lot of folks who have kind of written and talked about this. There's, you know, the Drake equation, which is like, you know, the multiplying all the probabilities together. There's perhaps more sophisticated takes like the dark forest, you know, which says that if the universe is like a dark forest, we're the dumb ones that aren't hiding our presence. There's one calculation I saw, I haven't reproduced it myself, but basically says that the assumption that other civilizations have seen ours is wrong, because when you have like a spherical radius for like the, you know, electromagnetic radiation that's leaving our planet, as that sphere gets larger and larger, it gets like smaller and smaller amounts of energy. So, you know, you get farther out, you're not getting enough, photons or what have you to actually detect it. You know, I don't know. Actually, I haven't looked into the math behind it, but I remember seeing that argument. So actually, it is possible that it's so diffuse when you go past a certain, you know, number of light years out that people, you know, that an alien civilization wouldn't be able to detect it, right? That's another argument.
That's more basically about signals
Signal
from
strength.
them, from us.
Yeah.
To be able to signals colliding enough to find the signal from the noise.
Right. Exactly.
Intelligent signal.
Yeah.
From the noise.
Hansen has an article called "Grabby Aliens."
Yeah.
Have you seen his thing?
Yes,
Right.
yes.
And so there's
He's been on this podcast.
oh great.
He's brilliant
I like him. He pushes, you know, boundaries in interesting ways.
in every way, in all of the ways.
In all the ways. That's right. Yeah, I like him overall. He's you know, he's an asset to you, man.
Grabby aliens. So he has this interesting idea that the civilizations quickly learn how to travel close to the speed of light.
Right.
So we're not going to see them until they're here.
Yeah, that's possible. I mean, one of the things is, so here's, for example, a mystery that we haven't yet done, right? Or we haven't really figured out yet, which is abiogenesis in the lab, right? We've done lots of things where you can show macromolecules binding to each other. You can show, you know, evidence for the so-called RNA world. Abiogenesis is to go from, you know, like non-life to life, right, in the lab. You can show microevolution, obviously, with bacteria. You can do artificial selection on them. Lots of other aspects of, you know, fundamental, biochemistry origins of life stuff have been established, there's a lot of plausibility arguments about the primitive environment and nitrogens and carbons snapping together to get, the RNA world is the initial hypothesis. But to my knowledge, at least, we haven't actually seen abiogenesis demonstrated. Now, one argument is you need just like this massive world with, so many different reps before that actually happens. And one possibility is if we could do atomic level, simulations of molecules bouncing into each other, it's possible that in some simulation we could find a reproducible path to abiogenesis, and then just, replicate that in the lab, right? I don't know, okay? But that seems to me to be like a mystery that we still don't fully understand, like an example of the prime number maze, right?
One of the most fascinating mysteries.
One of the most important, yep.
Yeah.
And again, there may be some biochemist who's like, oh, biology, you didn't know about X, Y, and Z that happened in the abiogenesis field. I freely confess I'm not like, au courant on it. The last thing I remember looking at it is...
What's au courant mean?
Like up to the moment.
Oh, nice. That's a nice word.
That's
au courant.
Yeah, I'm probably mispronouncing it. But,
yeah. We'll edit it in post to pronounce it correctly with AI.
Yeah.
We'll copy your voice and it will pronounce it perfectly correctly.
Yeah.
In post.
One thing that I do think was interesting is Craig Venter a while back tried to make a minimum viable cell where he just tried to delete all of the genes that were not considered essential. And so it's like a new life form. And this was like almost 20 years ago and so on. And that thing was viable in the lab, right? And so it's possible that you kind of reverse engineer. So you're coming at the problem from different directions. Like RNA molecules can do quite a lot. You've got some, reasonable assumptions as to how that could come together. You've got like sort of stripped down minimum viable life forms. And so it's not there isn't stuff here. You can see microevolution. You can see at the sequence level, if you do molecular phylogenetics, you can actually track back the bases. There's actually, so it's not like there's no evidence. There's a lot of tools to work with. But this, in my view, is a fascinating area. And actually also relevant to AI, because another form of abiogenesis would be if we are able to give rise to a different branch of life form, the silicon-based as opposed to carbon-based, to stretch your point. You give rise to something that actually does meet the definition of life for some definition of life. Right?
Well, what do you think that definition is for an artificial life form? Because you mentioned consciousness.
Yeah.
When will it give us pause that we created something that feels, by some definition or by some spiritual, poetic, romantic, philosophical, mathematical definition, that it is alive?
Right.
And we wouldn't want to kill it.
So a couple of remarks on that. One is Francis Crick of Watson and Crick, before he died, I think his last paper was published on something called the claustrum. Okay. And the thing is that, sometimes in biology or in any, domain, people are sort of discouraged from going after the big questions, right? But he proposed the claustrum is actually the organ that is the seat of consciousness. It's like this sheath that like covers the brain. And for mice, if you, and again, I may be recollecting this wrong, but you can look at it. My recollection is in mice, if you disrupt this, the mouse is like very disoriented, right? Like it's the kind of thing which, Watson and Crick were all about structure implies function, right? They found the structure of DNA, this amazing thing. And, they remarked in this very understated way at the end of the paper that, well, obviously this gives a basis for how the genetic material might be replicated and error corrected because, helix unwinds and you copy paste it, right? So he was a big structure function person, and that applies not just at the protein level, not just at the level of DNA, but potentially also at the level of organs. Like the claustrum is kind of this system integrated level, right? It's like the last layer in the neural network or something, and so that's the kind of thing that I think is worth studying. So consciousness is another kind of big, abiogenesis is a big question. The prime number maze consciousness is a big question. Then definition of life, right? There's folks, I think, so this one is something I'd have to Google around, but there was a guy, I think at Santa Fe Institute or something, who had some definition of life and like some thermodynamic definition. But you're right that it's going to be a multi-feature definition. We might have a Turing test-like definition, frankly, which is just if enough humans agree it's alive, right? And that might, frankly, be the operational definition. Because viruses are like this boundary case. Are they alive or not? Most people don't think they're alive, but they're more alive than a rock in a sense.
Well, I think in a world that we'll talk about today quite a bit, which is the digital world, I think the most fascinating, philosophically and technically, definition of life is life in the digital world.
Mhm.
So chatbots, essentially creatures, whether they're replicas of humans or totally independent creations, perhaps in an automatic way. I think there's going to be chatbots that we would ethically be troubled by if we wanted to kill them. They would have the capacity to suffer. They would be very unhappy with you trying to turn them off.
Hmm.
And then there'll be large groups of activists that will protest, and they'll go to the Supreme Court, or whatever the Supreme Court looks like in 10, 20, 30, 40 years. And they will demand that these chatbots would have the same rights as us humans. Do you think that's possible?
I saw that Google engineer who was basically saying this had already happened, and I was surprised by it because it just when I looked at the chat logs of it, it didn't seem particularly interesting. On the other hand, I can definitely see it. I mean, GPT-3, for people who haven't paid attention, shows that serious step ups are possible, and obviously, you talk about AI in your podcast a ton. Is it possible that GPT-9 or something is kind of like that, or GPT-15 or GPT-4 maybe? But
yeah, for people just listening, there's a deep skepticism in your face.
Yeah, the reason being because, it's possible that you have like a partition of society on literally this basis. That's one model where there's some people, just like there's vegetarians and non-vegetarians, right? There may be machines have life and machines are machines, or something like that, right? You could definitely imagine some kind of partition like that in the future where your fundamental political social system, that's a foundational assumption. And, is AI, does it deserve the same rights as like a human? Or, for example, a corporation is an intermediate. Do you see the thing which is how human are different corporations? Have you seen that infographic? It's actually funny.
Yeah,
so it's like
spectrum.
There's a spectrum. So, for example, Disney is considered about as human as like a dog, but like Exxon, I may be remembering this wrong, but they had like a level with like human at one end and like rock at the other.
Does it have to do with corporate structure? What
I think it's about people's empathy for that corporation, their brand identity. But it's interesting to see that, first of all, people sort of do think of corporations as being more or less like the branding is really what they're responding to.
Well, that's what I mean. They're also responding. I have a brand of human that I'm trying to sell,
mm-hmm.
and it seems to be effective for the most part.
Sure.
Although it has become like a running joke that I might be a robot.
Right.
Which means the brand is cracking.
Could be.
It's seeping through. But I mean, in that sense, I think I don't see a reason why chatbots can't manufacture the brand of being human, of being sentient.
I mean, that is the Turing test, but it's like the multiplayer Turing test. Now that actually a fair number of chatbots have passed the Turing test, I'd say there's at least two steps up, right? One is a multiplayer Turing test where you have chatbots talking to each other. And then you ask, can you determine the difference between end chatbots talking to each other and clicking buttons and stuff in apps and humans doing that? And I think we're very far off. I shouldn't say very far off. At least, I don't know how far off we are in terms of time. We're still far off in terms of a group of end chatbots looking like their digital output is like the group of end humans. Like go from the Turing test to the multiplayer Turing test. That's one definition. Another definition is, to be able to kind of swap in, and you're not just convincing one human that this is a human for a small, session. You're convincing all humans that this is a human for end sessions. Remote work actually makes this possible, right? That's another definition of a multiplayer Turing test where basically you have a chatbot that's fully automated that is earning money for you as an intelligent agent on a computer that's able to go and get remote work jobs and so on. I would consider that next level, right? Mm-hmm. If you could have something that was like that was competent enough to, because everything on a computer can be automated, right? Literally, you could be totally hands-free, just like autonomous driving. You could have autonomous driving. As a challenge problem, if you were Microsoft or Apple and you had legitimate access to the operating system, just like Apple says, can you send me details of this event? A decentralized thing could, in theory, log, the actions of 10,000 or 100,000 or a million people. And with cryptocurrency, you could even monitor a wallet that was on that computer. And you could see, what long run series of actions were increasing or decreasing this digital balance. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Right? So you start to get, at least conceptually, it'd be invasive and there'd be a privacy issue and so on. Conceptually, you could imagine an agent that could learn what actions humans were doing that result in the increase of their local cryptocurrency balance. Okay, there may be better ways to formulate it, but that I would consider a challenge problem is to go from the Turing test to a genuine intelligent agent that can actually go and make money for you. If you can do that, that's a big deal. People obviously have trading bots and stuff, but that would be the next level. It's typing out emails, it's creating documents. It's
So mimic human behavior in its entirety.
Yeah, that's right. And it'll schedule Zooms, it'll send emails, it'll essentially, because if you think about it, a human is hitting the keys and clicking the mouse, but just like a self-driving car, the wheel rotates by itself, right? Those keys are effectively just, it's like the Automator app in Apple, right? Everything's just moving on the screen. You're seeing it there, and it's just an AI.
It's kind of hilarious that the "I'm not a robot" click thing actually works. So I actually don't know
How that's happening?
how it works, but I think it has to do with the movement of the mouse,
Yes.
the timing, and they know that it's very difficult currently for a bot to mimic human behavior in the way they would click that little checkbox.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's something. I mean, again, my recollection on that is it's like a pile of highly obfuscated JavaScript with all kinds. It looks like a very simple box, but it's doing a lot of stuff and it's collecting all kinds of instrumentation. And yeah, exactly. Like a robot is just a little too deterministic, or if it's got noise, it's like Gaussian noise. And the way humans do it is just not something that you'd easily be able to do without collecting thousands and thousands and thousands of human traces doing it. But it is a predator prey on that. Go ahead.
Well, and then the computer
Or millions of human traces.
the computer just sees the JavaScript. It needs to be able to look outside the simulation. For the computer, the world is like
Right.
It doesn't. The computer doesn't know about the
Right.
physical world, so it has to look outside of its world and introspect back on this simple box.
Right.
Which is kind of I think that's exactly what mushrooms do, or like psychedelics. Is you get to go outside and look back in. And
Yeah,
that's what a
essentially.
computer needs to do.
I do wonder whether they actually give people insight or whether they give people the illusion of insight.
Is there a difference?
Yeah, because actual insight, actual insight is, again, Maxwell's equations. You're able to shift the world with that. There's a lot of practical devices that work. The illusion of insight is, I'm Jesus Christ and nothing happens, right? So, I don't know. I think those are quite different.
I don't know. I think you can fake it till you make it on that one, which is insight in some sense is revealing a truth that was there all along.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess like I'm talking about technical insight where you have, this is the thing, we were talking about actually before the podcast, like technical truths versus political truths, right? Some truths, they're on a spectrum. And there's some truths that are actually entirely political in the sense that if you can change the software in enough people's heads, you change the value of the truth. For example, the location of a border is effectively consensus between large enough groups of people. Who is the CEO? That's consensus among a certain group of people. What is the value of a currency or any stock? Right, that market price is just the psychology of a bunch of people. Like literally, if you can change enough people's minds, you can change the value of the border, or the position in the hierarchy, or the value of the currency. Those are purely political truths. Then all the way on the other end are technical truths that exist independent of whatever any one human or all humans think, like the gravitational constant, right? Or the diameter of a virus. Those exist independent of the human mind. Change enough human minds doesn't matter. Those remain constant. And then you have things that are interestingly in the middle, where cryptocurrency has tried to pull more and more things from the domain of political truths into technical truths, where they say, okay, the one social convention we have is that if you hold this amount of Bitcoin, or that if you hold this private key, you hold this Bitcoin. And then we make that very hard to change. So you have to change a lot of technical truths. So you can push things to this interesting intermediate zone.
The question is how much of our world can we push into that?
Right.
And that takes us in a non-linear, fascinating journey to the question I wanted to ask you in the beginning, which is this political world that you mentioned and the world of political truth. As we know it in the 20th century and the early 21st century, what do you think works well and what is broken about government?
The fundamental thing is that we can't easily and peacefully start new opt-in governments. And
Like startup governments.
yeah, and what do I mean by that is basically you can start a new company, you can start a new community, you can start a new currency even these days. You don't have to beat the former CEO in a duel to start a new company. You don't have to become head of the World Bank to start a new currency. Okay, because of this, yes, if you can, if you want to, you can join. I don't know, Microsoft, or name some company that's GameStop, and you can try to reform it. Okay, or you can start your own. And the fact that both options exist mean that you can actually just start from scratch. And that's just, I mean, the same reason we have a clean piece of paper, right? I've mentioned this actually in the Network State book. I'll just quote this bit, but we want to be able to start a new state peacefully for the same reason we want a bare plot of earth, a blank sheet of paper, an empty text buffer, a fresh start, or a clean slate, because we want to build something new without historical constraint, right? For the same reason you hit plus and do docs.new, like create a new doc. It's for the same reason, right? Because you don't have backspace. You don't have just like 128 bytes of space, 128 kilobytes, and just have to backspace the old document before creating a new one. So that's a fundamental thing that's wrong with today's governments. And it's a meta point, right? Because it's not any one specific reform. It's a meta reform of being able to start new countries.
Okay, so that's one problem, but there, you could push back and say that's a feature, because a lot of people argue that tradition is power. Through generation, if you try a thing long enough, which is the way I see marriage, there's value to the struggle and the journey you take through the struggle, and you grow and you develop ideas together, you grow intellectually, philosophically together. And that's the idea of a nation that spans generations, that you have a tradition that becomes more, that strives towards the truth and is able to arrive there, or no, not arrive, but take steps towards there through the generations. So you may not want to keep starting new governments. You may want to stick to the old one and improve it one step at a time. So just because you're having a fight inside a marriage doesn't mean you should get a divorce and go on Tinder and start dating around. That's the pushback. So it's not obvious that this is a strong feature to have.
Sure.
To launch new governments.
There's several different kind of lines of attack or debate or whatever on this, right? First is, yes, there's obviously value to tradition, and people say this is Lindy and that's Lindy. It's been proven for a long time, and so on. But of course, there's a tension between tradition and innovation. Like going to the moon wasn't Lindy. It was awesome, and like artificial intelligence is something that's very new. New is good, right? And this is a tension within humanity actually itself, because it's way older than all of these nations. I mean, humans are thousands of years old. Ancestors of humans are millions of years old, right? And you go back far enough, and the time that we know today of the sessile farmer and soldier is, if you go back far enough, you want to be truly traditional, well, we're actually descended from hunter-gatherers who were mobile and wandered the world, and there weren't borders and so on. They kind of went where they want, right? And people have had done historical reconstructions of like skeletons and stuff like that, and many folks report that the transition to agriculture and being sessile resulted in diminution of height. People had like tooth decay and stuff like that. The skeletons, people had traded off upside for stability, right? That's what the state was. That was what these sessile kinds of things were. Now, of course, they had more likelihood of living consistently. You could support larger population sizes, but it had lower quality of life, right? And so the hunter-gatherer era, maybe that's actually our collective recollection of the Garden of Eden, where people, just like a spider kind of knows innately how to build webs, or a beaver knows how to build dams. Some people theorize that the entire Garden of Eden is like a sort of built-in neural network recollection of this, pre-sessile era, where we're able to roam around, just pick off fruits and so on, low population density. So the point is that I think what we're seeing is a V3. You go from the hunter-gatherer to the farmer and soldier, the sessile nations are here and they've got borders and so on, to kind of the V3, which is the digital nomad, the new hunter-gatherer. We're going back to the future because, you know, what's even older than nations is no nations, right? Even more traditional than tradition is, you know, being international, right? And so we're actually tapping into that other huge thread in humanity, which is the desire to explore, pioneer, wander, innovate, you know?
So
And I think that's important.
To make America great again is to dissolve it completely into oblivion. No, it's a joke.
I see. Yeah, I know it's a joke. But the thing is, well,
Humor. I'm learning this new thing.
yes, a new thing for the the chatbot emulation isn't fully working there.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, glitch. That's we're in the beta.
And let me say one other thing about this, which is, you know, there are, I mean, everybody in the world, okay, let's say, I don't know what percentage, let's say 99.99%, or it rounds to that number, of political discourse in the US focuses on trying to fix the system. If those folks, I mean, 0.01% of the energy is going towards building a new system, that seems like a pretty good portfolio strategy, right? Or 100% are supposed to go and edit this code base from 200 something years ago. I mean, the most American thing in the world is going and, you know, leaving your country in search of a better life. America was founded 200 years ago by the founding fathers. It's not just a nation of immigrants, it's a nation of emigrants, right? Emigration, you know, from other countries to the US, and actually also emigration within the US. There's an amazing YouTube video called, it's like 50 states, US population, I think 1790 to, it says 2050, so they've got a simulation. So you just stop it at 2019 or 2020. But it shows that like Virginia was like #1 early on, and then it lost ground, and like New York gained, and then like Ohio was a big deal in the early 1800s, and it was like father of presidents and general all these presidents, and later Illinois and Indiana, and then California only really came up in the 20th century, like during the Great Depression, and now we're entering the modern era where like Florida and Texas have risen, and New York and California have dropped. And so interstate competition, it's actually just like intercurrency competition. You know, you've got trading pairs, right? You sell BTC, buy ETH. You sell, you know, Solana or Z, you know, sell Monero, buy Zcash, right? Each of those trading pairs gives you signal for today on this currency is down or up relative to this other currency. In the same way, each of those migration pairs, someone goes from New York to Ohio, Ohio to California, gives you information on the desirability of different states. You can literally form a pairs matrix like this over time, very much like the link matrix. That's shaped America in a huge way. And so, you know, you ask, if this nation of immigrants that was founded by men younger than us, by the way, the founding fathers were often in their 20s, right? Who, you know, endorsed the concept of a proposition nation, who've given rise to a country of founders and pioneers, who've literally gone to the moon, right? Those folks would think that this is the end of history. That's it. We're done. Like we've done everything else. I mean, there's people in technology who believe, and I agree with them, that we can go to Mars. That we might even be able to end death. But we can't innovate on something that was 230 years old, you know?
So there's a balance certainly to strike. The American experiment is fascinating, nevertheless. So one argument you can make is actually that we're in the very early days of this V2. If this is what you describe as V2, you could make the case that we're not ready for V3, that we're just actually trying to figure out the V2 thing. You're trying to like skip.
When are we ever ready?
Now again, we'll go back to marriage, I think, and having kids kind of thing. I think everyone who has kids is never really ready to be kids. That's the whole point. You dive in. Okay. But I mean, you mentioned that you can't watch. Is there other criticisms of government that you can provide as we know it today before we kind of outline the ideas of V3? Let's stick to V2.
I'll give a few, right? And so a lot of this stuff will go into the version. So I've got, you know, this book, The Network State, which covers some of these topics.
Does Network State have a subtitle?
It is The Network State: How to Start a New Country.
How to Start a New Country.
But I just have it at thenetworkstate.com.
I should say it's an excellent book that you should get. I read it on Kindle, but there's also a website. And Balaji said that is constantly working on improving it, changing it. By the time the whole project is over, it'll be a different book than it was in the beginning.
I think
it's
so.
Always shedding its old skin.
Well, I wanted to get something out there and get feedback and whatnot, just like an app, right? You know, you have these two poles of an app is highly dynamic and you're accustomed to having updates all the time, and a book is supposed to be static. And there's a value in something static, something unchanged, and so on. But in this case, I'm glad I kind of shipped a version 1.0, and the next version, I'm going to split into like tentatively motivation, theory, and practice. Like motivation, like what is the sort of political philosophy and so on that motivates me at least to do this, which you can take or leave, right? And then theory as to why network state is now possible, and I can define it in a second. And then the practice is zillions of practical details and everything from roads to diplomatic recognition and so on, funding, founding, all that stuff. A lot of the stuff actually I left out of V1 simply because I wanted to kind of get the desirability of it on the table and then talk about the feasibility.
I should actually linger on that briefly in terms of things we can revolutionize. Like one of the biggest innovations I think that Tesla does with the way they think about the car, the way they deploy the car, is not the automation or the electric. To me, it's the over-the-air updates.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Be able to send instantaneously updates to the software that completely changes the behavior, the UX, everything about the car. And so I do think it'll be interesting because books are a representation of human knowledge, a snapshot of human knowledge. And it'll be interesting that if we can somehow figure out a system that allows you to do sort of like a GitHub for books. Like if I buy a book on Amazon without having to pay again, can I get updates like V1.1, V1.2, and there's like release notes?
Right.
That would be incredible. It's not enough to do like a second edition or a third edition, but like minor updates. That's not just on your website, but actually go into the model that we used to buy books.
Right.
So I spend my money. Maybe I'll do a subscription service for $5 a month where I get regular updates to the books. And then there's an incentive for authors to actually update their books such that it makes sense for the subscription. And that means your book isn't just a snapshot, but it's a lifelong project.
Right.
If you care enough about the book.
So I think there's a lot that can be done there, because actually in going through this process, in many ways, the most traditional thing I did was self-publish ebook on Kindle, right? Why? Because basically, like, if you actually ink a deal with a book publisher, first they'll give you some advance. I didn't need the advance or anything. But second is all these constraints. You want to translate into this, or you want to do this other format, or you want to update it. You have to go and now talk to this other party, right? And also the narrowing window of what they'll actually publish, it gets narrower and narrower. You see all these, meltdowns over young adult novels and stuff on Twitter, but it's more than that. So, actually having an Amazon page, it's just like a marker that a book exists. Okay. And now I've got an entry point where if someone says, okay, I like this tweet, but how do I kind of get the, that might be a concept from like the middle of chapter 3, right? How do I get the thing from front to back? I can just point them at thenetworkstate.com. That is, import this, right? This one entry point. Okay. And you mentioned like subscription and money and so on and so forth. And I think people are paying for content online now with newsletters and so on. But I've chosen to, and I will always have the thing free. And I want it on, or you can get the Kindle version on Amazon simply because you have to kind of set a price for that. But thenetworkstate.com, what I want to do is have that optimized for every Android phone. So people in India or Latin America or Nigeria can just tap and open it. Going to do translations and stuff like that. Greg Fodor of Altspace VR, founder of Altspace VR, he sold that, and he coded the website, and worked with him on it. And there's another designer who, Elijah, and it's basically just a 3-person group. And we thought we had something pretty nice. But one thing I was really pleasantly surprised by is how many people got in touch with us afterwards and asked us if we could open source the software to create this website, right? Because actually, you can try it on mobile. I think it's actually, in some ways, a better experience than Kindle. And so that was interesting because I do think of the website as like a V1 version of this concept of a book app, right? For example, imagine if you have the Bible and the 10 Commandments aren't just text, but there's like a checklist and there's a gateway to a Christian community there. And, the practice is embedded into the thing, Like, if Brilliant.org? Amazing site. I love this site. Brilliant is basically mobile friendly tutorials, and you can kind of just swipe through. You're in line at Starbucks or getting on a plane or something. You just swipe through and just get really nice micro lessons on things, and it's just interactive enough that your brain is working and you're problem solving. And sometimes you'll need a little pen and paper, but that format of sort of very mobile friendly, just continuous learning, I'd like to do a lot more with that. And so that's kind of where we're going to go with the book at.
So there's a lot of fun stuff about the way you did at least V1 of the book, which is you have like a 1-sentence summary, 1 paragraph summary, TLDR, and like 1 image summary, which is I think honestly it's not even about a short attention span. It's a really good exercise about summarization, condensation, and really like helping you think through what is the key insight. Like we mentioned the prime number maze that reveals something central to the human condition, which is struggling against the limitation of our minds. And in that same way, you summarize the network state in the book. So let's actually jump right there, and let me ask you, what is the network state?
What is the network state? So I'll give it in a sentence and I'll also give it in an image, right? So the informal sentence: a network state is a highly aligned online community with a capacity for collective action that crowdfunds territory around the world and eventually gains diplomatic recognition from pre-existing states. Okay, so just taking those pieces: highly aligned online community. That is not Facebook. That is not Twitter. People don't think of themselves as Facebookers or Twitterians, right? That's just a collection of hundreds of millions of people who just fight each other all day, right? It's a fight club. A company is highly aligned, where you'll put a task into the company Slack, and if you do an all hands, about 100% of the people in the company Slack will do it. So they're highly aligned in that way. But online communities don't tend to be highly aligned. Online communities tend to be like a Game of Thrones fan club or something like that. Or a Twitter account, you might get 0.1% of people engaging with something. It's not the 100%. If you combine the degree of alignment of a company with the scale of a community, that's like what a highly aligned, online community is, right? Start to get 1,000 or 10,000 people who can collectively do something as simple as just all liking something on Twitter. For example, why would they do that? They're a guild of electrical engineers. They're a guild of graphic designers. And you've got 1,000 people in this guild, and every day somebody is asking a favor from the guild, and the other 999 people are helping them out. For example, I've just launched a new project, or I'd like to get a new job. Can somebody help me? And so on. And so you kind of give to get. You're helping other people in the community, and you're kind of building up karma this way. And then sometimes you spend it down. Like Stack Overflow has this karma economy. It's not meant to be an internal economy that is like making tons and tons of money off of. It's sort of to keep score, right? That's a highly aligned online community part. Then capacity for collective action, I just kind of described that, which is at a minimum, you don't have a highly aligned online community unless you have 1,000 people and you paste in a tweet and 1,000 of them RT it or like it, okay? If you can't even get that, you don't have something. If you do have that, you have the basis for at least collective digital action on something, okay? And you can think of this as a group of activists. You can think of it as, for example, let's say I mentioned a guild, but let's say they're a group that wants to raise awareness of the fact that life extension is possible, right? Every day there's a new tweet on, I don't know, whether it's Metformin research or Sinclair's work or David Sinclair, right? Andrew Huberman has good stuff here, or there's a Longevity VC. There's a bunch of folks working in this area. Every day there's something there, and literally the purpose of this online community is raise awareness of longevity. And of the 1,000 people, 970 go and like that. That's pretty good, right? That's solid. You've got something, or you've got a laser, right? You've got something which you can focus on something, because most of the Web 2 internet is entropic. You go to Hacker News, you go to Reddit, you go to Twitter, and you're immediately struck by the fact that it's like 30 random things. Random. It's just a box of chocolates. It's meant to be,
some of them look delicious.
Some of them look delicious. Novelty, we can overconsume novelty, right? So, where we were talking about earlier, the balance between tradition and innovation, right? Here is a different version of that, which is entropy going in a ton of different directions due to novelty versus like focus. It's like heat versus work. Heat is entropic, and work forced along a distance, you're going in a direction, right? And so if those 30 links on the next version of Hacker News or Reddit or something like so brilliant, it's just, that's leveling you up. The 30 things you click, you've just gained a skill as a function of that, right? So these kinds of online communities, I don't know what they look like. They probably don't look like the current social media. They just like, for example, I know this is a meta analogy, but in the 2000s, people thought Facebook for work would look like Facebook. And, David Sachs, founded and sold a company, Yammer, that was partially on that basis. It was fine. It was a $1 billion company. But Facebook for work was actually Slack, right? It looked different. It was more chat focused. It was less image focused and whatnot. What does the platform for a highly aligned online community look like? I think Discord is the transitional state, but it's not the end state. Discord is sort of chatty. The work isn't done in Discord itself, right? The cryptocurrency for tracking, or the crypto karma for sort of tracking people's contributions, is not really done in Discord itself. Discord was not built for that. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what that UX looks like. Maybe it looks like tasks, maybe it looks something different. Okay.
So wait. Let me linger on this. So
Sure.
you're actually, there's some people might not be even familiar with Discord or Slack and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Even these platforms have like communities associated with them.
Yes.
Meaning the meta community of people who are aware of the feature set, and that you can do a thing, that this is a thing, and then you can do a thing with it. Discord, like when I first realized it, I think it was born out of the gaming world.
Yes.
It's like, holy shit, this is like a thing. There's a lot of people that use this.
Right.
There's also a culture that's very difficult to escape that's associated with Discord that spans all the different communities within Discord. Reddit is the same. Even though there's different subreddits, there's still, because of the migration phenomenon, maybe there's still a culture to Reddit and so on.
Yes.
So I'd like to sort of try to dig in and understand what's the difference between the online communities that are formed and the platforms on which those communities are formed.
Sure.
Very important.
Yes, it is. It is. So, for example, an office, a good design for an office is frequently you have, the commons, which is like the lunchroom or the gathering area. Then everybody else has a cave on the border they can kind of retreat to.
Cave in the Commons. I love it. By the way, I was laughing internally about the heat versus work. I think that's going to stick with me. That's such an interesting way to see Twitter.
Yeah.
Like, is this heat, or is this thread? Like, because there's a lot of stuff going on.
Right.
Is it just heat, or are we doing some is there a directed thing that's going to be productive at the end of the day?
That's right.
I love this. I've never seen. Anyway, the cave in the Commons is really nice. So that has to do with the layout of an office. That's effective.
That's right. And so you can think of many kinds of social networks as being on the cave and commons continuum. For example, Twitter is just all commons. The caves are just like individual DMs or DM threads or whatever, but it's really basically just one gigantic global public fight club for the most part, right? Then you have
Or love.
Well, somewhat love, but mostly fight. Or actually, it's
I love aggressively. That's all.
yeah. I mean, the way I think, Twitter is like a cross between, a library and a civil war. It's something where you can learn, but you can also fight if you choose to fight, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's because of the commons structure of it, it's a mechanism for virality of anything.
Yeah, so
you just described the kind of things that become viral.
Yeah, meaning no offense to librarians. It's like a library and Liberia. Liberia was racked by civil war for many years, right?
Libraries is one of my favorite sets for porn. Just kidding. Jokes. I'm learning, as that's probably crossing the line for the engineers working on this humor module. Maybe take that down.
Yeah. We're just talking about. Oh yeah. So continue. Go ahead. Continue.
Twitter's
right?
a commons.
Yeah. So Twitter's a commons. Then Facebook is like, it's got all these warrens and stuff. Facebook is very difficult to reason about, like privacy on that. And the reason is, I think it's easy to understand when something is completely public, like Twitter, or completely private, like Signal. And those are the only two modes, I think, in which one can really operate. When something is quasi-private, like Facebook, you have to just kind of assume it's public. Because if it's interesting enough, it'll go outside your friend network and it'll get screenshotted or whatever and posted. And so, Facebook is sort of forced into default public despite its privacy settings. For anybody who says something interesting, if it's like, you can figure out all their dials and stuff like that, but just hard to understand unless it's totally private or totally public, right? You have to basically treat it if it's totally public, if it's not totally private. Okay, at least under a real name. I'll come back to pseudonym. So you've got Twitter, that's total commons. Facebook, which is like a Warrens, it's like rabbit warrens or like an ant colony where you don't know where information is traveling. Then you've got Reddit, which has sort of your global Reddit and then all the subreddits. That's a different model of Cave and Commons. I think one of the reasons it works is that you have individual moderators where something is totally off topic and acceptable, totally off topic and unacceptable in this subreddit, and totally on topic and acceptable in another. That's like kind of a precursor of the digital societies I think that we're going to see that actually are become physical societies. Like lots and lots of subreddit-like things, have become physical societies. Then you start going further into like Discord, where it's more full-featured than as you go Twitter, Facebook, Reddit. Now you jump into Discord, and Discord is a bunch of individual communities that are connected, and you can easily sort of jump between them, right? And then you have Slack, and yes, you can use Slack to go between different company Slacks, but Slack, historically at least, I'm not sure what their current policy is. Historically, they discourage public Slacks, so it's mostly like you have your main Slack for your company, and then you sometimes may jump into like let's say you've got a design consultant or somebody like that. You'll jump into their Slack, but Discord you've got way more Discords usually that you jump into than Slacks, right? Okay.
Well, yeah, and let me ask you then on that point, because there is a culture. One of the things I discovered on Reddit and Discord of anonymity or pseudonyms or usernames that don't represent the actual name. On Slack is an example of one. So I think I used to have a Slack for like deep learning course that I was teaching, and that was like very large, like 20,000 people, whatever. But so you could grow quite large, but there was a culture of like, I'm going to represent my actual identity, my actual name. And then the same stuff in Discord. I think I was the only asshole using my actual name on there. It's like everybody was using pseudonyms. So what's the role of that in the online community?
Well, so I actually gave a talk on this a few years ago called the Pseudonymous Economy. Okay. And it's come about faster than I expected, but I did think it was going to come about fairly fast. And essentially the concept is obviously we've had, so first, anonym, pseudonym, real name, right?
Can you describe the difference between that?
Anonymous is like 4chan, where there's no tracking of a name. There's zero reputation associated with an identity, right? Pseudonymous is like much of Reddit, where there's a persistent username, and it has karma over time, but it's not linked to the global identifier that is your state name, right? So your quote real name, even the term real name, by the way, is a misnomer because it's like your social security name, like social security number. It's your official government name. It's your state name. It is the tracking device. It's an air tag that's put on you, right? Why do I say that, right? Another word for a name is a handle. And so just visualize like a giant file cabinet. There's a handle with Lex Friedman on it that anybody, the billions of people around the world can go up to, and they can pull this file on you out. Images of you, things you said, like billions of people can stalk billions of other people now. That's a very new thing. And I actually think this will be a transitional era in like human history. We're actually going to go back into a much more encrypted world. And
Okay, let me linger on that because another way to see real names is the label on a thing that can be canceled.
Yes, that's right. In fact, there's a book called Seeing Like a State, which actually talks about the origins of surnames and whatnot. Like if you have a guy who is that guy with brown hair, that's like an analog identifier. It could mean 10 different people in a village. But if you have a first name, last name, okay, that guy can now be conscripted. You can go down with a list of digital identifiers, pull that guy out, pull him, into the military for conscription, right? So that was like one of the purposes of names was to make masses of humans legible to a state. Hence seeing like a state. You can see them now, right? See, digital identifiers, like one thing that people don't usually think about is pseudonymity is itself a form of decentralization. So, people know Satoshi Nakamoto was pseudonymous. They also know he's into decentralization. But one way of thinking about it is, let's say his real name, okay, or his state name is a node, okay? Attached to that is every database, his Gmail, his, Facebook if he had one, every government record on him, right? All of these databases have that state name as the foreign key, right? And so it can go and look things up in all of those databases, right? And so think of it as being the center of a giant network of all of these things. when you go and create a pseudonym, you're butting off a totally new node that's far away from all the rest. And now he's choosing to attach Bitcoin Talk and Bitcoin.org and the GPT signatures of the code, if he chooses to do that. All those things, the digital signatures, are all attached to this new decentralized name because he's instantiating it, not the government, right? One way of thinking about it is the root administrator of the quote real name system is the state, because you cannot simply edit your name there, right? You can't just go, you can't log into USA.gov and backspace your name and change it. Moreover, your birth certificate, all these stuff, that's fixed and immutable, right? Whereas we take for granted that on every site you go to, you can backspace, you can be like, call me Ishmael, walk into a site, you use whatever name you want. You decide to use the same name across multiple sites, you can do that. And if not, you don't have to. One thing that we're seeing now actually is at the level of kids, the younger generation. Eric Schmidt several years ago mentioned that, people would like change their names when they became adults so that they could do that. This is kind of already happening. People are using, I've remarked on this many years ago, search resistant identities. Okay. Why? They have their Finsta, which is their quote fake name Instagram, and Rinsta, which is their real name Instagram.
This is cool.
Okay. And what's interesting is on their Rinsta, they're their fake self because they're in their Sunday best and, smiling. And this is the one that's meant to be search indexed, right? Mm-hmm. On the Finsta, their fake name, this is just shared with their closest friends. They're their real self and they're, hanging out at parties or whatever, And so this way they've got something which is the public persona and the private persona, right? The public persona that's search indexed and the private persona that is private for friends, right? And so organically people are, like Gene Jacobs talks about like cities and how, they're organic. And when I like some of the mid 20th century guys, the architecture they had removed shade from, like awnings and stuff like that got removed. So this is like the restoration of like awnings and shade and structure so that you're not always exposed to the all-seeing web crawler that Eye of Sauron, which is like Googlebot just indexing everything. These are search-resistant identities, and that like eye just sort of passes over you, like in the Terminator, like in the Terminator eye just kind of passes over you, right? So search-resistant identity is not pulled up, it's not indexed, right? And now you can be your real self. And so we've had this kind of thing for a while with communication. The new thing is that cryptocurrency has allowed us to do it for transaction, hence the pseudonymous economy, right? And you go from anonymous, pseudonymous, real name. These each have their different purposes. But the new concept is that pseudonym, you can have multiple of them, by the way. Your ENS name, you could have it under your quote real name or state name, like lexfriedman.eth, but you could also be punk6529.eth, okay? Mm-hmm. And now you can earn, you can sign documents, you can boot up stuff, you can have a persistent identity here, okay, which has a level of indirection to your real name. Why is that very helpful? Because now it's harder to both discriminate against you and cancel you. Concerns of various factions are actually obviated or at least partially addressed by going pseudonymous as default, right? It is the opposite of bring your whole self to work. It's bring only your necessary self to work, right? Only show those credentials that you need, right? Now, of course, anybody who's in cryptocurrency understands Satoshi Nakamoto and so on is for this. But actually many progressives are for this as well. Why? Ban the boxes. It's like you're not supposed to ask about like felony convictions when somebody is, being hired because they've served their time, right? Or you're not supposed to ask about immigration status or marital status in an interview. People have this concept of blind auditions where, if a woman is auditioning for like a violin seat, they put it behind a curtain so they can't downgrade, her for playing. So her performance is judged on the merits of its audible quality, not in terms of who this person is. So this way they don't discriminate versus male or female for who's getting a violin position. So you combine those concepts like ban the box, not asking these various questions, blind auditions, and then also the concept of implicit bias. Like if you believe this research, people are unconsciously biased towards other folks, right? Okay, so you take all that, you take Satoshi and you put it together and you say, okay, let's use pseudonyms. That actually takes unconscious bias even off the table, right? Because now you have genuine global equality of opportunity. Moreover, you have all these people, billions of people around the world that might speak with accents, but they type without them. And now if they're pseudonymous, you aren't discriminating against them, right? Moreover, with AI, very soon, the AI version of Zoom, you'll be able to be whoever you want to be and speak in whatever voice you want to speak in, right? And that'll happen in real time.
So I mean, this is really interesting, but for Finsta and Rinsta, there's some sense in which the fake Instagram you're saying is where you could be your real self. Well, my question is under a pseudonym or when you're completely anonymous, is there some sense where you're not actually being your real self? That as a social entity, it is, human beings are fundamentally social creatures.
Mm-hmm.
And for us to be social creatures, there is some sense in which we have to have a consistent identity that can be canceled, that can be criticized or applauded in society, and
Right.
that identity persists through time. So is there some sense in which we would not be our full, beautiful human selves unless we have a lifelong, consistent real name attached to us in a digital world?
So this is a complicated topic, but let me make a few remarks. First is real names, quote unquote state names, were not built for the internet. They're actually state names, right? It's actually a great way of thinking about it, social security name, right? So your state name, your official name, was not built for the internet. Why? They give both too much information and too little. Okay, so too much information because someone with your name can find out all kinds of stuff about you. Like, for example, if someone doesn't want to be stalked, right? The real name is out there, their stalker knows it. They can find address information, all this other kind of stuff, right? And with all these hacks that are happening, just every day we see another hack, massive hack, etc. That real name can be indexed into data that was supposed to be private, right? Like, for example, the Office of Personnel Management, like the government, the U.S. government, many governments actually, are like a combination of the surveillance state and the Keystone Cops, right? Why? They slurp up all the information and then they can't secure it, so it leaks out the back door. Okay, they basically have 100 million records of all this 300 million records, all this very sensitive data. They just get owned, hacked over and over again, right? And so really, there should be something which totally inverts the entire concept of KYC and what have you, and of course, comply with the regulations as they are currently written. But also, you should argue privacy over KYC. The government should not be able to collect what it can't secure. It's slurping up all this information. It's completely unable to secure it. It's hacked over and over again. China probably has the entire OPM file. And it's not just that, like Texas is hacked. And some of these hacks are not even detected yet, right? And these are just the ones that have been admitted. And so, what happens is criminals can just run this stuff and find, okay, so that guy who's got that net worth online, he merges various databases, they've got a bunch of addresses to go and hit. Okay. So in that sense, state names were not built for the internet. They just give up too much information. In our actually existing internet environment, they give up too much information. On the other hand, they also give too little. Why? If instead you give out lexfriedman.eth, okay, or a similar crypto domain name or Urbit name or something like that, now that's actually more like a DNS. Okay. First, if you've got a lexfriedman.eth, what can you do that? Some you can do today, some you'll soon be able to do. You can pay lexfriedman.eth. You can message lexfriedman.eth. You can look it up like a social profile. You can send files to it. You can upload and download. Basically, it combines aspects of an email address, a website, a username, et cetera, et cetera. But eventually, I think you'll go from email to phone number to ENS address or something like that as the primary online identifier, because this is actually a programmable name, right? Whereas a state name is not. Think about it, like a state name will have apostrophes perhaps in it, or is that your middle name or this and that? That was a format that was developed for the paper world, right? Whereas the ENS name is developed for the online world. Now, the reason I say ENS or something like it, somebody in a village, their name might be Smith because they were a blacksmith, or Potter because they were a potter, right? In the same way, I think your surname, right now for many people it's .eth, and that reflects the Ethereum community. Your surname online will carry information about you. Like .sol says something different about you. .btc says yet something different. I think we're going to have a massive fractionation of this over time. We're still in the very earliest days of our internet civilization, right? 100, 200 years from now, those surnames may be as informative as, say, Chen or Friedman or Srinivasan in terms of what information they carry, because the protocol, it's a civilization fundamentally that you're associated with,
Right. So there's some improvements to the real name that you could do in the digital world. But do you think there's value of having a name that persists throughout your whole life, that is shared between all the different digital
I think you
and
should be
physical
able to,
communities?
I think you should be able to opt into that, right?
At which stage?
level? In terms of the society that you're joining.
Wait a minute. So can I murder a bunch of people in Society 1 and then go to Society 2 and be like, I'm murder free? My name is...
I don't mean it like that. No, yeah.
But
which is why that would...
That's the application I'm interested in.
Okay, well...
So
I'm not interested in
what
murder
resists
application,
it?
But
Well,
I don't know.
I would like you to
Take that
prevent
box.
me,
Sure.
a person who's clearly bad for society,
Sure.
from doing that.
Sure. Murder is going to be against the rules in almost every society. And I mean, people will argue...
Yeah.
Yeah, most likely, right? And the reason I'm
Except
thinking
animals.
well, I'm thinking of like the Aztecs or the Mayas or something like that. There's very the Soviet Union. There's weird not edge case,
Strong
unfortunately.
words.
Yeah, there's societies unfortunately that have actually. That's why I asterisked it. But let's say murder is something that Society 1 probably has effectively a social smart contract or a social contract that says that's illegal. Therefore, you're in jail. Therefore, you're deprived of the right to exit. But upon entry into that society, in theory, you would have said, okay, I accept this quote social contract, right? Obviously, if I kill somebody, I can't leave. Okay, so you've accepted upon crossing the border into there, right? Now, as I mentioned, like what is murder? Like people will, there's an obvious answer, but as I said, there's been human sacrifice in some societies. Communism, they kill lots of people. Nazism, they kill lots of people. Unfortunately, there's quite a lot of societies. I wanted to say it's an edge case, but maybe many of the 20th century societies around the world have institutionalized some kind of murder, whether it was the Red Terror, in the Soviet Union, or obviously the Holocaust, or, the Cultural Revolution, or Year Zero, and so on and so forth, right? So my point there is that who's committing all those murders? It was the state. It was the organization that one is implicitly trusting them to track you, right? And how did they commit those murders? Well, how did Lenin, the hanging order? I'm talking about the hanging order for the kulaks?
Yes.
Okay, the famous hanging order, which actually showed they were actually bloodthirsty. The key thing was he said, here's a list of all the quote, rich men, the kulaks, go and kill them. The real names, the state names were what facilitated the murder. They didn't prevent the murderers, though, right? So my point is, just in the ethical weighting of it, it's a two-sided thing, right? You're right that the tracking can, prevent disorganized murders, but the tracking facilitates, unfortunately, organized murders. Lists of undesirables were the primary tool of all of these oppressive states in the 20th century. You see my point?
I see your point, and it's a very strong point. In part, it's a cynical point, which is that the rule of a centralized state is more negative than positive.
I think it's like nuclear energy. Okay, it's like fire. It is something which you're going to keep having it reform because there's good reasons where you have centralization, decentralization, re-centralization, but power corrupts absolutely, and you just have to be very suspicious of this kind of centralized power. The more trust you give it, often the less trust it deserves. It's like a weird feedback loop, right? The more trust, the more it can do. The more it can do, the more bad things it will do.
So, okay. There is a lot of downside to the state being able to track you.
Right.
And history teaches us lessons when at a large scale, especially in the 20th century, at the largest of scale, a state can commit a large amount of murder and suffering.
And by the way, history isn't over. If you think about what the Chinese are building on this, right? That surveillance state, it's not just tracking your name, it's tracking everything. Like WeChat is essentially like it is all the convenience and none of the freedom.
So that's the downside. But the question is I think probably fundamentally about the human nature of an individual, of how just disappear every time we murder.
Well,
at the individual level.
So the issue is basically like once one realizes that the moral trade-off has two poles to it, right? And moreover, that basically centralized organized murder has, if we add up all the disorganized murder of the 20th century, it's probably significantly less than the organized murder that these states facilitated, right? And probably by, R.J. Rommel has this thing called democide, right? The thing is, it's so grim, right? Because, it's saying like one death is a tragedy, a million is a statistic, right? These are just incalculable tragedies that we can't even, understand. But, nevertheless, engaging with it, like, I don't know, is the ratio 10x? Is it 100x? I wouldn't be surprised if it's 100x.
Yeah,
right?
but have you seen the viciousness, the negativity, the division within online communities that have anonymity?
So that's the thing, is basically there's also a Scylla and a Charybdis. I'm not, when you see what centralization can do, and you correct in the direction of decentralization, you can overcorrect with decentralization and you get anarchy. And this is basically, then you want to re-centralize, right? And this is the, I think it's the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the empire long united must divide, the empire long divided must unite. That's always the way, right? So what's going to happen is we will state certain verbal principles, right? And then the question is where in state space you are. Are you too centralized? Well, then, okay, you want to decentralize. And are you too decentralized? Then we want to centralize and maybe track more, right? And people will opt into more tracking because they will get something from that tracking, which is a greater societal stability. So it's kind of like saying, are we going north or south? And the answer is like, what's our destination? Where's our current position in the civilizational state space?
Well, my main question, I guess, is does creating a network state escape from some of the flaws of human nature? The reason you got Nazi Germany is a large-scale resentment with different explanations for that resentment that's ultimately lives in the heart of each individual that made up the entirety of Nazi Germany, and it had a charismatic leader that was able to channel that resentment into action, into actual policies, into actual political and military movements. Can't you not have the same kind of thing in digital communities as well?
Have you heard the term argumentum ad Hitlerum, or like Godwin's law or something? Like, it's something where if the reference point is Hitler, it's this thing where a lot of things break down. But I do think, look, is there any, did Bitcoin manage to get where it was without a single shot being fired, to my knowledge? Yes, right? Did Google manage to get to where it is without shots being fired? Absolutely. And
while a lot of shots were being fired elsewhere in the world.
Sure.
And
sure. But who's firing those shots? I guess the states, right? Yeah.
But that's because Bitcoin and Google are a tiny minority of communities. It's like the icing on the cake of human civilization.
Sure. Basically, any technology. Like you can use a hammer to go and hit somebody with it, right? I'm not saying every technology is equally destructive or what have you, but you can conceive of. It's kind of like Rule 34, but for technology, right? Right? You can probably figure out
your ability to reference brilliant things throughout is quite admirable. Yes. But anyway, sorry, Rule 34 for technology.
Rule 34, but for abusive technology, you can always come up with a Black Mirror version of something. And in fact, there is this kind of funny tweet, which is like a sci-fi author. My book, Don't Invent the Torment Nexus, was meant to be a cautionary tale on what, would happen if society invented the Torment Nexus. And then it's like, tech guys, at long last, we have created the Torment Nexus, or whatever, right? And so the thing is that simply describing something, some abuse, unfortunately, after the initial shock wears off, people will unconsciously think of it as sort of an attractor in the space, right? It's like, I'll give you some examples, like, Minority Report had the gesture thing, right? And the Kinect was based on that. So it's a dystopian movie, but it had this cool kind of thing, and people, kind of keyed off it, right? Or people have said that movies like, Full Metal Jacket, that was meant to be, in my understanding, is meant to be like an anti-war movie, but lots of soldiers just love it, despite the fact that the drill sergeant is actually depicted as a bad guy, right? For the sort of portrayal of that, kind of environment, right? So I'm just saying, it's like giving the vision of like the digital Hitler or whatever is not actually a vision I want to paint. I do think everything is it's possible. Obviously, ISIS uses the internet, right? Like, is it?
Yeah, we're not bringing up Hitler in a shallow argument. We're bringing up Hitler in a long, empathetic, relaxed discussion, which is a different, which is where Hitler can live in a healthy way. There's deep lessons in Hitler and Nazi Germany As
let's
there
talk
is with Stalin, yes.
Okay, so in many ways, and this is a very superficial way of talking about it, but this is exit is the anti-genocide technology, right? Because exit is the route of the politically powerless. Exit is not. People always say, "Oh, exit is for the rich," or that's actually not true. Most immigrants equals most immigrants are not rich. They're politically powerless.
You can describe exit.
What is exit? So there's this book which I reference a lot. I like it, called Exit, Voice, and Loyalty by Albert Hirschman. Okay, and he essentially says, I gave this talk in 2013 that goes through this at YC Straub School, but just to describe these: voice is reform, exit is alternatives. For example, in the context of an open source project, voice is submitting a bug, and exit is forking. In a company, voices, you're saying, hey, here's a ticket, okay, that I'd like to get solved, and exit is taking your business elsewhere, okay. At level of corporate governance, voices, board of directors vote, and exit is selling your shares, right? In a country, voice is a vote, and exit is migration, okay. And I do think that the two forces we talk about a lot, democracy and capitalism, are useful forces. But there's a third, which is migration, right? So you can vote with your ballot, you can vote with your wallet, you can vote with your feet. Wallet has some aspects of exit built into it, but voting with your feet actually has some aspects of voice built into it, because when you leave, it's like an amplifier on your vote. You might say 10 things, but when you actually leave, then people take what you said seriously. You're not just like complaining or whatever. You actually left San Francisco because it was so bad on this and this issue, and you've actually voted with your feet. It is manifest preference as opposed to stated preference. So voice versus exit is this interesting dichotomy. Do you try to reform the system, or do you exit it and build a new one, or seek an alternative? And then loyalty modulates this, where if you are a patriot, as part of the initial part of your conversation, right? Like, are you a traitor? You're giving up on our great thing or whatever, right? And people will push those buttons to get people to stay. That's like, I shouldn't say the bad version. Let's say a common version. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. But then there's the good version, which is, maybe the price is down right now, but you believe in the cause. So even if they're, on paper, you would rationally exit. You believe in this thing, and you're going to stick with it. Okay. So loyalty can be, again, good and bad, but it kind of modulates the trade-off between voice and exit. Okay. So given that framework, we can think of a lot of problems in terms of, am I going to use voice or exit or some combination thereof? Because they're not mutually exclusive. It's kind of like, left and right, sometimes use both together. I think that one of the biggest things the internet does is it increases microeconomic leverage, and therefore increases exit in every respect of life. For example, on every phone, you can pick between Lyft and Uber, right? When you're at the store, you see a price on the shelf and you can comparison shop, right? If it's Tinder, you can swipe, right? If it's Twitter, you can click over to the next account. The back button is exit. The microeconomic leverage in the sense of alternatives, right? This is like the fundamental things that the internet does. It puts this tool on your desktop, and now you can go and talk to an illustrator, or you can kind of build it yourself, right? By typing in some, characters into DALL-E.
And that makes the positive forces of capitalism more efficient, increase in microeconomic leverage.
And it's individual empowerment, right? And so our sort of industrial age systems were not set up for that level of individual empowerment. Just to give you like one example I think about, we take for granted every single website you go and log into. You can configure your Twitter profile, and you can make it dark mode or light mode, and your name, all this stuff is editable, right? How do you configure your USA experience? Is there a USA.gov that you edit? Can you even edit your name there?
Dark mode for USA.
But I mean, just your profile. Is there like a national profile? I mean, there's like driver's license. Point is that it's assumed that it's not like individually customizable quite in that way, right? Of course, you can move around your house and stuff like that, but it's not like your experience of the US is like configurable,
Let me think about that. Let me think about sort of the analogy of it. So the microeconomic leverage, you can switch apps. Can you switch your experience in small ways efficiently multiple times a day inside the United States?
Well, the physical,
under the constraints of the physical world, You do like micro migrations.
So this is coming back to the hunter-gatherer, farmer-soldier, digital nomad kind of thing, right? The digital nomad combines aspects of the V1 and the V2 for a V3, right? Because the digital nomad has the mobility and freedom of the hunter-gatherer, but some of the consistency of the civilization of the farmer and soldier, right? But coming back to this, like, one other thing about it is, in the 1950s, if a guy in assembly line might literally push the same button for 30 years, okay? Whereas today, you're pushing a different key every second, right? That's like one version of like microeconomic leverage. Another version is, in the 1980s, I mean, they didn't have Google Maps, right? So you couldn't just like discover things off the path. People would just essentially do, home to work and work to home and home to work, and a trip had to be planned, right? They were contained within a region of space, or you do home to school, school to home, home to school. It wasn't like you went and explored the map. Most people didn't, right? They were highly canalized, okay? Meaning, that it was just back and forth, very routine, just like the push the button, trapped within this very small piece, and also trapped within this large country because it was hard to travel between countries. And again, of course, there were vacations. Of course, there was some degree of news and so on. Your mobility wasn't completely crushed, but it was actually quite low, okay, relatively speaking. Just you were trapped in a way you weren't even really thinking about it, okay? And now that map has opened up. Now you can see the whole map. You can go all over the place. I don't have the data to show it, but I'd be shocked if the average person didn't go to more places, wasn't, doing more, going to more restaurants and things like that today than they were in the 80s, simply because the map is open, okay?
And the map is made more open through the digital
world. Exactly. So we're reopening the map like the hunter-gatherer, okay? Because you can now think about every site for very low cost that you can visit, right? The digital world, how many websites have you visited? I don't know, hundreds of thousands probably at this point over your life, right? How many places on the surface of the earth have you visited? You're actually unusual. You might be like a world traveler or what have you, right? But still, even your physical mobility is less than your digital mobility, right? You can just essentially, the entire concept of like nations and borders and whatnot didn't exist in the hunter-gatherer realm, right? Because you couldn't build permanent fortifications and whatnot. Even nations as we currently think of them with like demarcated borders, you needed cartography, you needed maps, right? That stuff didn't exist for a long time. You just had sort of a fuzzy area of, we kind of controlled this territory and these guys are on the other side of the river, okay?
I think I don't
want to digress too much, but yeah.
Where to digress away, I think the entirety of life on Earth is a kind of a digression, which creates beauty and complexity as part of the digression. I think your vision of the network state is really powerful and beautiful. I just would want to linger on this
let's talk about it.
real name issue.
Yes, real name.
Let me just give you some data.
Go ahead.
Personal anecdotal experience data. There's a reason I only do this podcast in person. There is something lost in the digital space.
Oh, sure.
And I find, now I personally believe, to play devil's advocate against the devil's advocate that I'm playing, I personally believe that this is a temporary thing. We will figure out technological solutions to this, but I do find that currently people are much more willing to be on scale cruel to each other online than they are in person. The way to do that, I just visited Ukraine, went to the front. The way you can have people be cruel to each other in the physical space is through the machinery of propaganda that dehumanizes the other side,
right?
All that kind of stuff. That's really like hard work to do. Online, I find just naturally at the individual scale, people somehow start too easily engage in the drug of mockery, derision, and cruelty.
Yes.
When they can hide behind anonymity. I don't know what that says about human nature. I ultimately believe most of us want to be good and have the capacity to do a lot of good, but sometimes it's fun to be shitty, to shit on people, to be cruel. I don't know what that is.
It's weird because I think, one of my sayings is, just like the internet increases microeconomic leverage, the internet increases variance. For anything that exists before, you have, the 0 and 100 versions of it. I'll give some examples and I'll come to this. For example, you go from the 30-minute sitcom to the 30-second clip or the 30-episode Netflix binge, right? You go from guy working 95 to the guy who's the 40 years old and has failed to launch, hasn't the doesn't have a job or anything, and the 20-year-old tech billionaire. Okay, you go from all kinds of things that were sort of Gaussian or kind of constrained in one location to kind of extreme outcomes on both sides. Okay, and applying that here, you are talking about the bad outcome, which I agree does happen, where the internet, in some sense, makes people have very low empathy between others. But it also is the other extent where people find their mental soulmates across the world. Someone who's living in Thailand or in, like Latin America, who thinks all the same stuff, just like them. Wow, you've never met this person before, right? You get to know them online, you meet in person, it's like, the brains have been communicating for 2 years, 3 years, you've been friends, and you see them in person, it's just great, right? So it's not just the total lack of empathy. It is, frankly, far more empathy than you would be able to build usually with an in-person conversation in the 80s or the 90s with someone on their side of the world, because you might not even be able to get a visa to go to their country or not even know they existed. How would you be able to find each other, and so on and so forth, right? So it is kind of both. It is tearing society apart and it's putting it back together, both at the same time.
My main concern is this. What I see is that young people are for some reason more willing to engage in the drug of cruelty online under the veil of anonymity.
That's what you're seeing publicly, but you're not seeing the private chats. Like there's it's a
well, I work for the intelligence agency,
okay.
So I'm
you see the private chats.
I'm collecting all of your data. Yes, but you can intuit stuff, and I don't think I'm being very selective. I mean, if you just look at the young folks, I mean, I am very concerned about the intellectual, psychological growth of young men and women.
So I'm not disagreeing with you on this. I am saying, however, there is a positive there that once we see it, we can try to amplify that.
Yes, with technology.
Yes,
that's right. But I'm just saying the very, very basic technology. I give stuff I code up over the weekend kind of thing. I think if I throw anonymity on top of that, it will lead to many bad outcomes for young people.
Anonymity, yes. Pseudonymity, maybe not, because Reddit is actually fairly polite, right?
The entirety of Reddit just chuckled as you said that.
Well, within a subreddit, it's actually fairly polite. Like they say, you're not usually seeing. It depends on which subreddit, of course.
There's a consistency. There's a right. I think definition of politeness is interesting here because it's polite within the culture of that subreddit.
Yes, they abide by. Let me put it a different way. They abide by the social norms of that subreddit.
Right, and that's the definition of politeness.
Yeah, or civility is like right.
So there is an interesting difference between pseudonymous and anonymous. You're saying it's possible that pseudonymity, you can actually avoid some of the negative aspects.
Absolutely. We're re-Dunbarizing the world in some ways. Okay, with China being the big exception or outlier. The Dunbar number, 150 people, if you know, that's like roughly the scale of your society, right? Or that's the number of people that a human can kind of keep in their brain. That's, whether apocryphal or not, I think it's probably roughly true. And we're re-Dunbarizing the world because A, we're making small groups much more productive, and B, we're making large groups much more fractious, right? So you have an individual like Notch who can program Minecraft by himself, or Satoshi who could do V1 of Bitcoin by himself, or Instagram, which is just like 10 people, or WhatsApp, which is like 50 people, and they sold. But on the other hand, you have huge countries of hundreds of millions of people that are just finding that the first and second principle, or they're just splitting on principal components. What Scott Alexander thinks of them as scissor statements. Like statements that one group thinks is obviously true, one group thinks is obviously false. You can think of them as political polarization. You think of them in terms of game theory. There's lots of different reasons you can give for why this happens. But those large groups now are getting split. And so you have both the unsustainability of these large sort of artificial groups and the productivity of these small organic ones. And so that is kind of, it's like sort of obvious that's the direction of civilizational rebirth. We just need to kind of lean into that.
Scissor statements. There's so many beautiful, just like, we mentioned chocolates. Right, advertising themselves. Your entirety of speech is an intellectual, like, box of chocolates. But okay, so I don't think we finished defining the network state, let's like linger on the definition. You gave the one sentence statement, which I think essentially encapsulated the online nature of it. I forget what else. Can we just try to bring more richness to this definition of how you think about the network state?
Absolutely. So that informal sentence is a network state is a highly aligned online community with a capacity for collective action that crowdfunds territory around the world and eventually gains diplomatic recognition from pre-existing states. So we talked about was the alignment of online communities and the capacity for collective action.
Yep.
Well, one collective action, it could be 1,000 people liking a tweet, right? If you can get 1,000 people doing it. But a much higher level, much higher bar is 1,000 people crowdfunding territory and actually living together. Just like people currently in physical space, and not all in one place. That's critical. Just like Bitcoin is a decentralized currency, the network state is a recipe for a decentralized state-like entity. Okay, where it starts with, for example, two people just get, they become roommates. They meet in this community. They become roommates. Okay, they get their place together. Or 10 people get a group house. Or eventually 100 people just buy a small apartment building together. And guess what? They start getting equity, not just paying rent. Okay. These are all people who share their values, and now they can crowdfund territory together. Now, of course, they don't just jump straight from 1,000 people liking something to 1,000 people crowdfunding something. What I describe in the middle is you do a lot of meetups. You get to know these other people before you decide to live, collectively with them. Once you live with them, you start to get a network effect. For example, if those 100 people want to learn Spanish or Turkish or Vietnamese, they could all have a building where they're doing Vietnamese immersion, right? And that's something which they get a benefit from being physically around the other people that the pure digital wouldn't give them to quite the same extent, right? And so crowdfund territory around the world, crucially, not just one place, they're all connected by the internet. Just like Hawaii is 2,000 miles away from the continental US, but both sides think of them as American, both the people on Hawaii and people in the continental US.
What's the role of having to have territory?
Why?
If most of the exchange, so presumably as technology gets better and better, the communication, the intimacy, the exchange of ideas all happens in the digital world. What's the importance of being able to crowdfund territory?
Well, because we're still physical creatures. You can't reproduce yet digitally, right? There's still lots of things.
So it's all about sex.
Well, that's got to be part of it. You're going to want to reproduce.
Are we talking about a cult?
Well,
so
it's, it's not a cult. It's not a cult.
Why can't you just take a trend? Why is it not a cult?
It's not a cult because a cult is very internally focused, and it tries to close its members off from the outside world. This is much more how America itself was populated, where there were lots of towns, like Penn is named after William Penn, or the founder of Texas, like Sam Houston, right? Lots of towns like the Oneida Commune in northern New York, they recruited and they became a town, and they became actually the Oneida glassware company, kind of makes glassware out of it. All of these communities that were opt-in voluntary communities were not simply like cults that were closed off from the world. They were meant to set an example to the world of what virtuous living looked like, and they were trying to recruit from the rest of the world. They were exporting goods to the rest of the world, right? So it's yes, reproduction, it's marriage and kids and so on, but it's also just hanging out, and it is just the physical world is very high bandwidth. There's lots of stuff. It's fun to just go and have a dinner in person, just to hang out and build things. Moreover, there's also lots of innovation that can only take place in the physical world. Look, one of my sayings in the book is cloud first, land last, but not land never. Okay. In many ways, one of the problems the book solves is Thiel's problem of, we have innovation in bits, but not in atoms, right? We can build $1 billion company online, but we need 1 billion permits to build a shed in San Francisco, right? How do you reconcile that? Well, what is stopping the innovation in atoms? It is a thicket of regulations. What are those regulations? Ultimately, a social construction. If you lean into the whole deconstructionist school of thinking, you can deconstruct and then reconstruct the state itself, given sufficient social consensus online. Okay, if the population of Nevada had 100% consensus, you could just dissolve every law in Nevada in theory and then build new ones. Okay, so the online consensus of getting people to agree on something is upstream of what happens offline. So once you have consensus in bits, the human consensus, also cryptographic consensus, cryptocurrency consensus, then you can reshape the world of atoms. The reason we can't reshape the world of atoms right now is because you don't have that consensus of minds. Okay, for example, in SF, anything you do, there's going to be 50% of people who are against you. That's just a recipe for gridlock. Whereas if you have a bare piece of land that everybody agrees on, you can get 70,000 units get set up in Burning Man in just a few days. Okay, that's the power of when you actually have human consensus. And one way I talk about this also in the book a little bit, and this I'm going to go much more into detail into V2. I think of this as 100% democracy as opposed to 51% democracy. 51% democracy, which is the current form of government, is 49% dictatorship, because the entire premise of democracy is about the consent of the government, right? That's actual legitimating underpinning principle. And insofar as 49% did not consent to the current, president or prime minister or whatever, let's say presidential system, first past the post, okay? Insofar as 49% did not consent, or in a prime minister system, it could be like 60% or more didn't consent to the current leader.
Mm-hmm.
Those folks are having something imposed on them that they literally did not vote for. Moreover, campaign promises are non-binding. So whatever they voted for, they can effectively be defrauded. The actual voter fraud is when a politician promises X but does not do it. It's as if you bought a can of orange juice and actually drink its milk, or it's nothing, right? So all of that is routinized, all of that is accepted. We have this thing which is just the minimum possible amount of democracy of 51%. Okay, and what happens is then that 50% tries to ram something down the 49%'s throat, and then the next election it's now 51-49 the other way, and then they ram it back, and that's how you get this seesaw that is just splitting countries apart, right? The alternative to that is you build a consensus online, you go and get some godforsaken patch of territory. Actually, the worse the territory, the better. Why? Because it's like Burning Man. Nobody cares, right? The nicer the piece of land, the more the people are going to argue about it. But Starlink has repressed the world. Basically, all kinds of pieces of territory that were previously, they're far away from natural ports, they're far away from natural resources, all kinds of pieces of territory around the world now have satellite internet. And so what you can do is, again, the map is being reopened, right? Like we were talking about earlier. The map is being reopened. You can gather your community online. They're now capable of collective action. You can point here. This place has great Starlink coverage. You go there like the Verizon guy, can you hear me now? Good, right? You see that the coverage is good there. You drive out there, you test it out. Maybe you do it with mobile homes first, right? This, by the way, is its own thing. There's YIMBY and there's NIMBY and there's YIMBY, but I actually also like HIMBY, okay? Do you know that?
Let's go. NIMBY, YIMBY, HIMBY. What are those?
So NIMBY is not in my backyard. Don't build in cities. YIMBY is let's build high density buildings, really tall buildings, and so on in cities. There's a third version which is HIMBY. It's my little coinage, which is horizontal sprawl is good. Why horizontal sprawl? Because to build a skyscraper, to build a tall building in a city, you have this enormous permitting process, all of this stuff which has to get done. It's expensive. It's time consuming. The way that cities were built, if you go back to the V1, what does the startup city look like? It looks like something like Burning Man. It looks like the cities of the Wild West. They were not multi-story buildings, right? They were basically things that were just like one story, and someone could have it there in the dust, and then you build roads and stuff between them. They can move them around. It was a much more dynamic geography. And so when you have that as a vision of what a startup city looks like, right? Now you've got something, there's a company I found called Kift, which is like van life. There's a lot of stuff in construction that makes this feasible. There's so-called man camps for fracking, where people can just do like companies like Aggreko, they provide power. You can bring water, all this stuff on site. So it's easy to actually snap this stuff to grid, relatively speaking. If you've got horizontal space, you pick this space, you crowd from the territory, now you've got a city. Okay, and the last bit is eventually gains diplomatic recognition from pre-existing states. And this is the part that people, different people will be with me up to this point, and then they'll say, okay, that's a part I disagree with, or how are you going to ever do that, right? They'll say, yeah, you can build an online community. I believe you can get them to do collective action. And of course, people have crowdfunded land and moved it together. You're doing it at a larger scale. All that I believe. How are you possibly ever going to gain diplomatic recognition from pre-existing states? You dumb, delusional tech bro, right? That's a common thing. Okay. That's about the tone of it as well, right? Mm-hmm. And so first I would say sovereigns are already out for business. They're inking deals, okay? Nevada inked a deal with Tesla to build the Gigafactory. El Salvador has Bitcoin as its national currency. Wyoming has done the DAO law, where Ethereum is now recognized, where you can have on-chain incorporations that are recognized by Wyoming law. Virginia and New York negotiated with Amazon for HQ2. Tuvalu signed a deal with GoDaddy for the .tv domain. Colombia signed a deal for the .co domain, and on and on and on. Sovereigns are open for business. Sovereigns are doing deals with companies and with currencies. Sovereigns at the level of cities like Miami or New York, where the mayors are accepting their salary in Bitcoin. States like, Wyoming or Nevada has its new private cities legislation, or entire countries like El Salvador. So
when you say sovereigns, by the way, you mean the old
Governments.
school physical nation states, governments,
fiat states.
not states.
Okay. And
But the fiat isn't the thing that makes a state. What makes
No,
a
it's just-
state is geographical location.
it is something where they're both, right? So basically it's a play on words. So just like fiat currency and cryptocurrency, we will have fiat country
right.
and crypto country, right?
Right.
And in fact, you can think of the fiat and crypto version of almost anything. One thing I'll come to later is the big thing I think comes after digital currency is digital passports.
Mhm.
Okay. So, and that's a big part of this whole networking thing, which we'll come back to. But so that last bit, the reason I just mentioned all those deals between sovereigns, whether at the city, U.S. state, or UN listed country level, okay, and on the other hand, so that's on one side of the market, and the other side are the companies and the currencies. Why could we not have online communities, right?
So let me
Making those deals. Saying this.
so diplomatic recognition, but aren't you still attached to the responsibilities that come from being a member of a sovereign, old school nation state?
So
Can you possibly escape that?
So yes, and let me give you a concrete example. Israel. Okay, why? People talk about, a lot of people are like, oh, Balaji he took this from Snow Crash or some sci-fi book they'll reference. Right? Actually, if there's many different references in the book, this is not the only reference, but a very important reference that I think is much more important to me than Snow Crash, which is good, a good book, whatever, but it's fictional, is Der Judenstaat by Theodor Herzl, which translates as the Jewish state, and that led to the foundation of Israel. And that's very real. It's worth reading because it's amazing. Theodor Herzl was like a tech founder, okay? In the book, he was writing about the death of distance in 1897. Why? Because steamships could take you across, countries, okay? And he is just, amazingly smart and practical guy who just handled all these various objections. And he said, look, the Jewish people, our choices are either A, assimilate, give up the culture, or B, some people are thinking communism is a good idea. I disagree with that. We should do C, build our own country, right? And that was considered totally crazy. What he did was he A, wrote a book, B, started a fund, C, organized a semi-annual conference, the World Zionist Congress, and the fund and the Congress are still going today. Crucially, there were a bunch of intermediate stages between the book and the idea and then the actual state of Israel in 1947. For example, the folks who were committed Zionists got together and started crowdfunding territory in what is now Palestine. And in fact, though, Palestine was only one choice. In the book, they also had Argentina as a choice. So this is my concept: cloud first, land last, and the land's a parameter you can choose, right? Other places that were considered at various points, like Madagascar, Birzim in the former Soviet Union, right? So the land was a parameter. Palestine went out because of its, historical and religious importance. Now, by the way, one thing, I'm sure there's some fraction of viewers will be like, oh my God, like all the bad stuff that happened. I'm obviously not denying that there's enormous amounts of controversy and so on that attends Israel. I consider myself generally pro-Israeli. I also consider myself pro-Palestinian. I fund lots of Palestinians and so on. So I'm leaving that part out, that huge conflict, or for now. Okay, and you might say that's airbrushing it. I don't mean it to do that. I'm saying here is the positive things they did. Can we take the positive and not have the negative? And I'll come back to how we might swap those parts out. But let me just talk about this a little bit more. So one of the things that happened was committed Zionists went and crowdfunded territory in what is now Israel, and they knit it together, right? Why? Because when you're physically present on territory, yes, in theory, like the British Empire was in control. They were the sovereign, okay? In practice, who are the boots on the ground, the facts on the ground, right? There's the people who are actually tilling the land and building the buildings and so on and so forth. Who had the claim there is like the people who are present, okay? Now, this territory, this network of territories eventually became the basis for, or part of the basis for what became Israel. Now, I'm fully aware that the exact configuration of what territory belongs to Israel, what territory belongs to Palestinians, this is an enormous topic of dispute, okay? But I just point this out to say the process of going from book to crowdfunding territory to a sovereign state where people were now citizens of Israel, as opposed to the British Empire, is not some fictional thing. but did happen. And within the lifetimes of some of the older, they're in their 80s now, within the lifetimes of some older people. Okay. So it's not impossible. In fact, it has happened. Right. Okay.
But for that step, then perhaps hopefully is a better example, because in this particular, like you said, land last, if I were to say, if I was an alien and arrived at Earth and say choice of land, maybe if you were interested in choosing a land that represents a network state where ideas that unites a people based on ideas, maybe pick a land that doesn't lead to generational conflict and war.
Yes, so I'll get to that.
And destruction and suffering and all that.
Also, that's right. So now that I've said what are the positive things about Israel, and I think there's a lot to admire in Israel. As I said, I think there's also a lot to admire in the Palestinians, and so I'm not taking any position on that. There's other inspirations for the network state. The second major inspiration is India, which managed to achieve independence nonviolently. Right, that's very important. Right, so can you fuse these things? Right, a state started with a book that achieved independence nonviolently. Okay, and that managed to build this polyglot, multicultural democracy, right? That does, India has its flaws, but it does manage to have, human rights of lots of people respected and what have you, right? And has managed to, there were times like emergency in the 1970s, Indira Gandhi declared emergency. There are times when it seemed touch and go, but overall, with fits and starts, this flawed thing has kind of made its way through. And, the third inspiration is Singapore with Lee Kuan Yew, who built a city-state from nothing. I shouldn't say from nothing. Okay, there was something there, but let's say built one of the richest countries in the world without huge amounts of natural resources, in the middle of a zone where there was lots of communist revolution going on. And so he was the CEO founder, essentially, of this amazing startup country, right? And, finally, of course, America, which has too many influences to name, things we talked about, the nation of immigrants, obviously the Constitution and so on. And you think, okay, can we go? You think of these inspirations. What's interesting about these four countries, by the way, Israel, India, Singapore, and the US, they have something in common. You know what that is?
Who's that?
They're all forks of the UK code base. We think, obviously, the UK was sort of the ancestor of America, but Israel was a former British colony, right? India was a British colony, and so was Singapore, right? And
for people who don't know what fork and code base means, it's language from versioning systems, particularly Git, represented online on a website called GitHub. And a fork means you copy the code, and all the changes you make to the code now live in their own little world. So America took the ideas that define the United Kingdom and then forked it by evolving those ideas in a way that didn't affect the original country.
That's right. And what's interesting about this is, of course, I'm saying that in a somewhat playful way, right? But I think it's a useful analogy, an interesting analogy, right? So you have the Americans who forked, the UK code base, and you have, the Indians, the Israelis, and the Singaporeans who also made their own modifications. And in some ways, each society has pieces that you can take from them and learn from them and try to combine them, right? So you have a state that is started by a book that non-violently assembles, that crowdfunds territory around the world, that is led by a CEO founder, and that is also governed by something that's like a constitution. But just like you went from, I talk about the V1, V2, and V3 a lot, right? Like V1 is gold, and V2 is fiat, and V3 is Bitcoin, right? Or V1 is hunter-gatherer, and V2 is farmer-soldier, V3 is digital nomad or sovereign collective, okay, which is not just an individual, but a group. Here, V1 is UK common law. They don't have a constitution. It's all precedent going for many years, right? V2 is the US Constitution, and V3 is the smart contract, the social smart contract, which is a fusion, obviously, of Rousseau's concept of the social contract and the smart contract. The social smart contract is written in code, okay? So it's even more rigorous than the Constitution. And in many ways, you can think of going from the United Kingdom of England, Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland, the United States of America, the network states of the internet, okay, where you go from the rights of Englishmen with the Magna Carta to, Europeans, African Americans, all the immigrants to the Americans or the North America. And you go all the people of the world, and so you basically are more democratic, and you're more capitalist because you're talking about internet capitalism, not just nation state lock capitalism. In a sense, it's the V3, right? In another way, it's the V3. Only about 2% of the world is over 35, native-born American, can qualify to be president of the United States. But 100% of the world, you could become the president of a network state. There might be a Palestinian Washington or a Brazilian Hamilton, right? And now, rather than say, okay, maybe you have a small percentage chance of immigrating to the U.S. and a small percentage chance of your descendant, becoming president. Now we can just say you can start online. And you know what? Maybe this person is so exceptional, they have Americans coming to their, network state, right?
You don't think that kind of thing is possible with like the rich get richer in a digital space too? The people with more followers have friends that have followers, and they like.
I don't think it's the rich get richer. I think what happens is, so this is an important concept. It's multi-axis, right? That is to say, for example, just the introduction of the Bitcoin axis, right? And those, because it didn't exist pre-2009, now it exists. Those people who are rich in BTC terms are only partially correlated with those who are rich in USD terms. There's all these folks. Essentially,
BTC is Bitcoin and USD is US dollar.
Yes. So that's a new axis, and ETH is yet another axis, right?
Ethereum, ETH is Ethereum.
Right. So you are essentially getting new social systems which are actually net inequality decreasing, because before you only had USD millionaires, and now you have a new track, and then another track, and another track, right? You have different hierarchies, different ladders, right? And so on net, you have more ladders to climb. And so it's not the rich getting richer. In fact, old money, in some ways, is a last to cryptocurrency. Old money and old states, I think, those people who are the most focused on, you might call it reform, I would call it control, okay? The most focused on control of the old world, who have the least incentive to switch, the rich will get poorer, because it will be the poor or those who are politically powerless, politically poor, who go and seek out these new states.
Yeah, I didn't mean in the actual money, but yes, okay, there's other ladders. I meant in terms of influence, political and social influence in these new network states. You I think said that basically anybody can become president of a network state.
Anybody can become CEO of a startup company. Of course, whether people follow you is another matter, but anybody can go and found one. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, from the perspective that anyone can found one.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone could found. I see.
We don't think it's implausible that somebody from Brazil or Nigeria. I mean, most quote billionaires in the world are not American, and in fact, actually, here's another important point. It's far easier to become a tech billionaire or a billionaire, period, than become president of the United States. There's less than 50 U.S. presidents ever, all time. Okay, it is a much more realistic ambition to become a billionaire than to become president. There's like thousands of billionaires worldwide. In fact, 75% of them are outside the U.S. And many of those have been, some of them are like energy and oil, which is often based on political connections, but a very large chunk of the rest are tech. Okay. And that's something where you're mining, but you're mining online by hitting keys as opposed to with a pickaxe, in granite, right? So the point is that we think it's totally understandable today for there to be a, huge founder who comes out of Vietnam or, South America, like that, like you can name founders from all over the world, right? Exceptional people can rise from all over the world to run giant companies. Why can they not rise to run giant new countries? And the answer is we didn't develop the mechanism yet, right? And just as another example, I talk about this in the book. Vitalik Buterin is far more qualified than Jerome Powell, right? Or anybody at the Federal Reserve. He actually built and managed a monetary policy and a currency from scratch, okay, as a 20-something. Right? Obviously, that's a more accomplished person than somebody who just inherited an economy. This is
a lot of people can push back at that and say that the people that initially build a thing aren't necessarily the best ones to manage a thing once it scales and actually has impact.
Sometimes, but Zuck has done a good job of both. I think Vitalik has done a good job of both,
But
right?
that's not an inherent truth.
Well, so actually,
If you built the thing, you will be the best person to run it.
I will agree with you on that. And actually, I talk about this in the book, or I've got an essay on this called Founding versus Inheriting. Okay. And the premise is actually that the classic example, you know, the saying shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations. It means the guy who starts out poor and builds a fortune, his son maintains it, and his dissipate grandson dissipates it, right? For a little
Why is shirt sleeves a symbol of poverty?
But back in the past, it was kind of like, you know, you're just working with you're not white collar. You're back to working with your hands. You're just
Oh,
you're
so it's a blue collar in 3 generations.
yeah, or working class or something like
Working
that, right?
class,
So essentially, that the grandson squanders it, right? And you know, in sense, by the way, just to talk about that for a second, if you have 2 children and 4 grandchildren and 8 great grandchildren and 16 and so on, and older families, you know, they were much bigger, right? 6, you know, children is not uncommon. Whatever fortune you have is now split 6 ways, and then 6 ways, and 6 ways again. So, with the exception of primogeniture, where the oldest son inherits all the way down, the majority of your descendants, just a few generations out, have probably inherited none of that fortune, unless it has compounded to such an extent that it's like up 6x over 20 years, right? So it's actually hard to maintain a quote ruling class in the sense that this person who's like 4 generations down has, you know, like 1/16 of the DNA, you know, 1/2 to the 4th, right, of their scion, the fortune. So it's not even like the same. Is it the same family even, right? Is the fortune actually in the family? So most people don't think a few generations out. They just kind of think, oh, Marx is right. There's always been a rich and a poor. It's actually much more dynamic than that, because you literally, like, what is even the family when it's diluted out, you know, 1/16, right? If you're 1/16 a Rockefeller, are you a Rockefeller? Or you're 15/16 something else? Would you have the Rockefeller fortune? Probably not, right? Now, are there, again, primogeniture, where the guy who inherits the name all the way through, would be one way to pass it down. But even that person doesn't necessarily have the qualities of the guy who, you know, the cultural qualities, other qualities of the guy who's like 4 generations past, so they tend to squander it, right? So this actually brings us to, you know, coming back up to governance, the system, the guys who built the United States, you know, like Washington and Hamilton, these are giants, right? These are and the folks today are like not the grandson, but like the 40th generation heir of a factory that somebody else built. Like, think about a factory, and you have, you know, this grandchild or great grandchild that inherits a factory. Most of the time, it's just cranking out widgets, and the great grandson is cashing checks. They have been selected as the legitimate heir because it's the, you know, the founder passes it down to his son, passes it down to his grandson, to his great grandson. So legitimacy is there. They've got title. They can show, I own this factory. Okay, they can cash the checks. There's professional managers there. Everything seems fine until one day that factory has to go from making, you know, widgets to making masks for COVID or something else. It has to change direction. It has to do something it hasn't done before. None of that capability for invention and reinvention is present anymore. These people have inherited something that they could not build from scratch. Because they could not build from scratch, they can't even maintain it. This is an important point. The ability to build from scratch is so important because if some part breaks and you don't know why it was there, can you even maintain it? No, you can't. Okay? Unless all the replacement parts and the know-how to fit them together is there, you can't repair this. So in 2009, Mother Jones had a story that said that the U.S. military had forgotten how to make some kinds of nuclear weapons because there was a part where all the guys who knew how to make it had like aged out or left. Okay, and this was some like aerogel or something like that. It was rumored. Okay, thing is, you're seeing, you know, increasingly, for example, you've got wildfires in California. You've got, you know, water that's not potable in Jackson. You've got power outages in Texas. You're seeing a lot of the infrastructure of the U.S. is just less functional. I think probably part of that is due to civil engineering not being that sexy a field, people aging out, and just domain knowledge being lost. And the heirs who win, you know, the role of mayor or whatever of this town don't have the ability to build it from scratch. They're just selected for legitimacy, not competence. Okay. So once you think about this concept of founding versus inheriting, and I've got the whole essay which talks about this, of course, the alternative to somebody who's legitimate but not competent, what people will say is, oh, we need like a, you know, an authoritarian to be in control of everything. And then their hope is that that person is competent, but they don't have legitimacy. Because if they're just installed as just like a authoritarian ruler, 50% of the population is really mad at them. They don't have title. They just grab the title, maybe they can exert enough force. That's the problem with kind of the authoritarian, dictator takeover, right? So the alternative, the third version, is the founder, who combines both legitimacy and competence, because they start from scratch. They attract people to their vision. They build it from scratch. And so you need is the ability to constantly do refoundings, rebirths.
So if you imagine a world that is primarily network states, can you help me imagine what that looks like? Now, there's several ways to imagine things, which is how many of them are there and how often do the new ones pop up?
There could be thousands.
Given 7 billion people, 8 billion people on Earth.
Yeah. So there's network state in the precise definition I have in the book, which is a diplomatically recognized entity. And there's network state in sort of the loose definition where, one thing that's interesting is this term has become a lowercase term really fast. Okay.
Network state.
Yeah. Like in the sense of Google became lowercase Google for like Googling, or like Uber became lowercase Uber. Like if you go to the networkstate.com/reviews, or you go to search.twitter.com and put in network state, you'll see it's just become like a word or a phrase. Okay. So that means it's sort of whatever I intend it to mean, people will use it to mean what they want it to mean, right? Okay.
Internet.
It's internet, right?
It's internet. You become a meme. Well, first, you're a meme, and this book is a meme.
Am I a meme? Okay, maybe I'm a meme. But the book is I think is a good meme. That's actually why I wanted to make it free. I wanted people to take it out there, make it their own. And one of the things I say at the beginning, and I'll come back to this thing, is it's a toolbox, not a manifesto. Even if you dislike 70% of it, 80% of it, 90% of it, if there's something that's useful to you, you can take that and use it, just like a library, a software library. You might just use one function there. Great. I'm glad I've delivered you some value. Right? That's my purpose in this. Right?
So you're not Ayn Rand.
No, I'm not Ayn Rand. And basically, the whole point of this actually is it's polytheistic, polystatistic, polymistic. It's genuinely.
Is it polyamorous?
It's not polyamorous. Somebody might.
Do you have love advice in the book? I didn't see it. So did you talk about love in?
I do not talk about love. I rather
maybe in V2 you.
Not that I don't believe in love. Love is great.
I will accept your offer to write a guest chapter in your V2 book about love.
Yeah. All right, great.
Because there is some aspect that's very interesting, which parts of human civilization require physical contact, because it seems like more and more can be done in the digital space.
Yeah, but as I said,
like work.
But you're not going to build a self-driving car city in digital space. You're not going to be able to do
all cars at all.
Well, sure, but let's say you're not going to be able to get to Mars in a purely digital thing. You need to build, you have to have a little rocket launch pad. You're not going to be able to do all the innovative biomedicine, whether it's, all the, have you seen bioelectricity, or there's stuff on regenerative medicine, stem cells, all this stuff. You just can't do that digitally, right? We're still physical beings, so you need physical space. But how do we get that, right? So that this is meant to wend its way through various roadblocks in the so-called, actually my term from many years ago, the idea maze. It's meant to wend its way through the idea maze to find how to use bits to unlock innovation in atoms.
The idea maze within the bigger prime number maze. We're going back to visualizing the number of states and how often are they born.
So let me first anchor this, because people, just to give some numbers, right? How many UN listed countries are there? Like 196, 193, okay? And there's some that are on the border, like Taiwan or Israel, right? Where they're not, Israel is a country, but it's not recognized by every country or what have you, right?
Is Texas a country?
No, but it may eventually become. Right, okay. So within that list of about 200 countries, okay, I've got a graph in the book that shows that most countries are actually small countries. There's 12 countries that have less than 100,000 people by the UN definition of a country. There's another 20-something that have between 100,000 and 1 million. There's another 50 or 60 something that have between 1 million and 10 million. So most countries in the UN are less than 10 million people. There's only 14 countries that are over 100 million people. Okay. So most countries are small countries is kind of surprising to us, because most people live in big countries. Okay. And so now you're like, okay, well, I've built social networks that are bigger than that. You have a following that's bigger than 100,000 people. You have a following that's bigger than, a small country like Kiribati or what have you, right? And okay, so that first changes feasibility. You think of a country as this huge, huge, huge thing. It's actually smaller than many countries are smaller than social networks that you built. Okay, number one. Number two is the number of UN listed countries. Even though it's been flat-ish for the last 30 years, with like a few things like South Sudan and East Timor that have come online. There's a graph that I posted which shows that it's increased by from about 40 or 50 something at the end of World War II. when the unit was set up, to 197 today. There's been like kind of a steady increase, in particular with all the decolonization, all the countries that got their independence first from the British Empire and then from the Soviet Empire, right? That imperial breakup led to new countries, okay? And so then the question is that flat forever? Well, the number of new currencies similarly increased for a while, roughly one per country or thereabouts. And then it was flat for a while, and then suddenly it's gone completely vertical. That's an interesting graph, right? Where it's like linear-ish, then it's flat, and then it just goes woof like this. Now you can define, you can argue where the boundary is for quote a new currency, okay? But I think Bitcoin certainly counts. I think Ethereum certainly counts in terms of just its scale and adoption worldwide. So at least you have two. If you take the broad church view, you have 1,000 or something like that, right? Somewhere in between, you might say, how many currencies are above the market cap of an existing previously recognized fiat currency, like which got onto the leaderboard, right? There's a website just like coinmarketcap.com. That's like a site for like cryptocurrency tracking. It's very popular, okay? There's a fun site called fiatmarketcap.com, which shows where Bitcoin is relative to the fiat currencies of the world. And it's like, last I checked, like number 27, somewhere in between the Chilean peso and the Turkish lira or something, okay? And it had previously been close to cracking the top 10, okay? And I think it will again at some point. So we know that you can have a currency out of nowhere that ranks with the fiat currencies of the world. Could you have a country out of nowhere that ranks with the countries of the world? So this is maybe the fastest way. You probably should have said this at the very beginning. If you go to the network state in one image, okay, that kind of summarizes what a network state looks like in a visual. Just one single visual. And the visual is of a dashboard. And the dashboard shows something that looks like a social network, except you're visualizing it on the map of the world. And it's got network nodes all over the place. 100 people here, 1,000 people there. They're all connected together. The total population of the people in this social network is about 1 million people. So 1.7 million people in this example. And some of the people are just singletons. They're just folks in their apartment who can conceptualize themselves as citizens of this network state. And they've got the flag on their wall, right? And the digital passport on their phone along with the digital currency. Others are groups of hundreds or thousands or even tens of thousands of people that have all taken over a neighborhood, just like Chinatowns exist, right? Just like, intentional communities existed. They just basically, go and crowdfund land together, right? And these are all networked together, just like the islands of Indonesia are separated by ocean. These are islands of this network state that are separated by internet. Okay, so they conceptualize themselves as something. And at the very top of the dashboard, there's something very important, which is the population, annual income, and real estate footprint of this network state. So population we already discussed. You can build an online social network. We know you can build something which has a population that's bigger than these 100,000 or million person countries. One of the new things, contributions the network state has, is say that you can not just exceed it in population, you can exceed it in real estate footprint. Because one way of thinking about it is, I don't exactly know the numbers on foreign ownership in Estonia, but let's say to first order, the million-something Estonians own and could afford Estonia. Okay, 1 million people could buy a territory that is the size of Estonia, right? That's probably true to first order. There might be some overseas ownership, but it's probably true, okay? You probably find a country for which that's true. What that means is 1 million people digitally could buy distributed territory that is probably greater than or equal to the size of Estonia, especially if they're buying like desert territory or stuff like that, which means now you have a digital country that is ranking not just in people, not just in real estate footprint, so it's also in real estate footprint with the countries of the world. So you start ranking and you're bigger than these UN listed countries in your population and your real estate footprint. And the third is income, okay? You can prove on chain that you have a income for the digital population that is above a certain amount, right? This is what I call the census of the network state. And it's actually such a crucial component that I have it in, the essay, the network state in 1,000 words. The post office and census were actually important enough to be written into the US Constitution, okay? Partly because it was like for apportionment of representatives, partly because it was a feedback mechanism. And so that census was done every 10 years and it's provided a crucial snapshot of the US for the last several hundred years, okay? Now here, this census of a digital state could be done every 10 seconds, okay? Conducting it is actually not the hard part. You know what the hard part is? Proving it. Because how will the world believe that you actually have 100,000 people spread across countries? Couldn't they all be bots? Could they be AIs? Proof of human, proof of income, and also proof of real estate start to actually rise dramatically in importance, because you're saying we're going to rank this digital state on the leaderboard of the fiat states, okay? And so that means that people will start to, first they'll just laugh at it. Once you start claiming you have 10,000 citizens, people are going to start poking and be like, is that real? Prove that it's real, okay? So I have a whole talk on this, actually, I'm giving at this Chainlink conference, but essentially, how do you prove this, right? The short answer is crypto oracles plus auditing. The somewhat longer answer is you put these assertions on chain, these proof of human, these proof of real estate, etc., assertions on chain. Okay, and there's people who are writing to the blockchain, and they are digitally signing their assertions. Now, of course, simply just putting something on chain doesn't make it true. It just says you can prove not that what is written on chain is true, but that the metadata is true. You can show who wrote it via their digital signature, what they wrote, their hash, and when they wrote it, their timestamp. So you can establish those things in metadata of who, what, and when was written.
Who's the who in that picture?
So, for example,
how do you know it's one human?
Great question. So let's say you've bought a bunch of your piece of territory from Blackstone, okay? As a function of that, Blackstone.eth signs an on-chain receipt that says this LexFriedman.eth bought this piece of property from us, and it has, like it's 1,000 square meters, and this is put on chain. They sign it, okay? That's their digital receipt. Just like you might get an email receipt when you buy a piece of property or something, okay? They just put not online, but on chain. And it's signed by Blackstone or whatever real estate vendor you buy it from. It could be a company, it could obviously be an individual, right? And so you have a bunch of these assertions. Let's say there's 47 different real estate vendors. I know vendor is an atypical term there, but just bear with me, right? 47 different real estate sellers that you've bought all of your territory from. Each of them put digital signatures that are asserting that a certain amount of real estate was bought, and its square meters, its location, or whatever else you want to prove. The sum of all that is now your real estate footprint, okay? And now the question is, was that real? Well, because they signed what they put on chain, you can do things like you can audit. Let's say if Blackstone has signed 500,000 properties and they've sold them and put them on chain. And I'm not talking about 2022 or 2023, but 2030, right? It'll be a few years out, but people are doing this type of stuff. They're putting this stuff on chain. So you get that on-chain receipt. They've got 500,000 of these. What you can do is just sampling, okay? You pick a subset N of them, let's say 500 properties around the world. You go there. You actually go and independently look at what the square footprint is. And then from that, you can see what was the actual, your measurement, versus their reported. And then you can, via statistical inference, extrapolate that if they were randomly selected to the rest of the properties and get a reliability score for Blackstone's reporting of its real estate square footage. Okay?
Who does so that's the auditing step.
That's the auditing step.
So the crypto oracle is the
auditable
on-chain, what did you say, assertions?
That's right.
Yeah, about like who bought stuff with who. I still have to get the proof of human, but auditing, there's a bunch of people randomly checking that you're not full of shit.
That's right. So
okay, who is in charge of the auditing, though?
So it could be a big four, like PwC and basically the accountants that do corporate balance sheet and cash flow and
who keeps them in check. No corruption. I'm just imagining a world full of network states.
Yeah, it's a good question. So, at a certain point you get to who watches the watchers, right?
Yeah.
And, the government is meant to keep the accountants accountable. And, Arthur Anderson actually did have a whole flame out in, the around the time of the Enron thing. So it is possible that there's corrupt accountants or bad accountants or what have you. Of course, the government itself is corrupt in many ways and prints all this money and seizes all of these assets and surveils everybody and so on and so forth. So, the answer to your question is going to be probably exit, in the sense that if those accountants, they are themselves going to digitally sign a report and put it on chain. Okay. So they're going to say, we believe that X, Y, and Z's, reports that are on chain were this reliable, and here's our study. If they falsify that, well, if somebody finds that eventually, then that person is downweighted, then you have to go to another accountant, right?
Is there ways to mess with this? Me breathe in and out. As I mentioned, some of the heaviest shit I've ever read. but because I visited Ukraine, I read Red Famine by Anne Applebaum, Bloodlands.
Yep.
And it's just a lot of coverage of the census. I mean, there's a lot of coverage of a lot of things, but in Ukraine in the 1930s, Stalin messed a lot with the census to hide the fact that sort of a lot of people died from starvation.
And did that with the cooperation of Arthur G. Sulzberger's New York Times company. Like Walter Duranty falsified all those reports.
There's several parties involved. Can there be several parties involved in this case that manipulate the truth as it is represented by the crypto oracle and as it is checked by the auditing mechanism?
It is possible, but the more parties are involved in falsifying something, the more defections there are. So that's why you basically have, another level of auditing. Is fundamentally the answer, right? And really, I think what it comes back to is if you're showing your work, right? This is the difference between crypto economics and fiat economics. The Bitcoin blockchain, anybody can download it and run verification on it, okay? This is different than government inflation stats, which people don't believe, right? Because the process is just, it is true that CPI methodology is published and so on, but it is not something which people feel reflects their actual basket of goods, right? And so the independent verifiability is really the core of what true auditability is. And so then to your question, it's hard for some group to be able to collude because the blockchain is public and everything they've written to it is public. And so if there's an error, it's easier in some ways to tell the truth than to lie because the truth is just naturally consistent across the world, whereas lies can be found out, even, Siskel Tesla, Benford's law?
Yes.
Right, it's something where the digits in like a real, if you take the last digit, or I forget if it was the last digit or the first digit. I think it's first digit, right? So you take the first digit in an actual financial statement, you look at the distribution of like how many ones and how many twos, how many threes, the percentages. It has actually, you'd guess it might be, each one will be equally random. It'd be 10%. It's not like that actually. There's a certain distribution that it has, and fake data doesn't look like that, but real data does.
That's weird.
It's interesting, right?
Benford's law, also called the first digit law, states that the leading digits in a collection of data sets are probably going to be small. For example, most numbers in a set, about 30%, will have a leading digit of 1.
Yeah, so that's a great example of what we were talking about earlier, the observational leading to the theory.
Ooh, there's a Benford's law of controversy. I'm looking that up. Benford's law of controversy. Benford's law of controversy is an adage from the 1980 novel Timescape, stating passion is inversely proportional to the amount of real information available. The adage was quoted in an international drug policy article in peer-reviewed social science. Can I just say how much I love Wikipedia? I have the founder of Wikipedia coming on this very podcast very soon, and I think the world is a better place because Wikipedia exists. One of the things he wanted to come on and talk about is the ways that he believes that Wikipedia is going wrong.
So on technical truths, it's great. Remember our thing earlier on like technical truths versus political truths. On technical truths, it's great. On political truths, it's like a defamation engine. Just as one example, okay, this is something that I was going to write up, but there was a scam called HPZ token that managed to edit Wikipedia. Nobody detected it. It said that I was like the founder of HPZ token.
You were the founder.
Yeah, I had nothing to do with this. And people were scammed out of it because Google just pushes Wikipedia links to, high on Google. And people are like, well, it's in this Wikipedia, therefore it's real, right? Wikipedia has the bio of living persons thing. They should just allow people to delete their profile because they have zero quality control on it. It's literally facilitating fraud, right? Where people will maliciously edit and then do things with them and nobody cares or is looking at it beyond the fraudsters. And this is happening. If that was happening, that was like undetected. I wasn't paying attention to this. This was like there for like, I don't know, weeks or months, totally undetected, that literally facilitated fraud, right? And fundamentally, the issue is that Wikipedia doesn't have any concept of who's editing or property rights or anything like that, right? It is also something which is, it used to be something in the early 2000s, mid 2000s, people said, oh, it's Wikipedia, how trustworthy it can be, Britannica's reviewed. And that's been forgotten, and now it's become over-trusted, right? Remember the thing like the more trust something gets, the less trustworthy it often becomes. It kind of abuses the power, right? So what I'm interested in, Google actually had a model a while back called KNOL. KNOL, null, was something where when there were different versions of a Wikipedia style page, you had Google Docs like permissions on them. For example, you might have 10 different versions of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Okay. And each one had an editor and folks that they could grant edit rights and so on. But this way you would actually be able to see different versions of a page, and they might have different versions of popularity, but this way you wouldn't have edit wars, you'd have forks, right? And they'd all kind of, coexist, and then people could review them, and now you could see different versions of something versus the thing that just kind of rewards dogged persistence or being an editor or something like that. The other thing is, a lot of the folks who have editorial privileges at Wikipedia are there from the early 2000s. And most of India wasn't online then. Most of Africa wasn't online then, right? So there's this inherited power that exists, which, again, was fresh and innovative 10 or 20 years ago, but it's now kind of outdated.
Yeah, I want to see some data, though.
You wanna see
I
what?
want to see some data
Sure.
because we can always, this is, here's, we often highlight small anecdotal
Okay, I'll give you an
cases. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
We often highlight issues in society, in the world, in anything by taking a specific example, taking anecdotal data and saying there's a problem here.
Yeah.
I want to know on net how much positive is being added to the world because of it. My experience that I try to be empathetic and open-minded, my exploration of Wikipedia has been such that it is a breath of fresh air in terms of the breadth and depth of knowledge that is there. Now you can say there's bias built in. There's wars that are incentivized not to produce truth, but to produce a consensus around a particular narrative. But that is how the entirety of human civilization operates. And we have to see where is it better and where is it worse in terms of platforms.
I think Wikipedia was an improvement over what came before, but it has a lot of flaws. You're right that absolutely sometimes people can over-fixate on the anecdotal, but sometimes the anecdotal illustrates a general pattern, okay? For example, one thing that happens frequently on Wikipedia is there are editors who will plant a story, and then they will then go and use that story as like a neutral third party to win an edit war. So here's a phenomenon that happens in Wikipedia. You have an editor who's privileged above just random users, okay? Will plant a story and then cite that story as if it was a neutral third party. So there's a site called Wikipediocracy, okay? And it discusses the case of a person named Peppermint who had a name that they didn't want included, their so-called dead name, on their Wikipedia profile. And there's a Wikipedia editor named Tenebrae who people allege was a Newsday reporter, writer, that put a piece into Newsday that dead name Peppermint, and then was able to cite it on the Wikipedia article as if it was like a neutral third party when it actually wasn't, when people alleged it was the same guy, okay? Now, that is not an uncommon thing.
That's what I want to know.
Okay, I know.
How many articles? I'm not.
Who's auditing?
I'm dancing with you, not against you.
Sure.
Okay, I'm saying how many articles have that kind of war where douchebags are manipulating each other?
So that's the question. What's the audit? Has Wikipedia actually been audited, right?
Yeah.
Who are the editors? Like, who's actually writing this stuff? It is actually something where, again, on technical topics, I think it's pretty good. On non-technical topics, there's something called the Wikipedia Reliable Sources Policy. It's a fascinating page, okay? So it actually takes a lot of the stuff that we have been, the world has been talking about in terms of what's a reliable source of information and, so on and so forth. It's called the Wikipedia Reliable Sources, Perennial Sources, okay?
Yeah.
And if you go to this page, okay, which I'm just going to send to you now, right? Yeah. You will literally see every media outlet in the world, and they're colored gray, green, yellow, or red, okay? And so red is like untrustworthy, green is trustworthy, yellow is like neutral, okay? Now, this actually makes Wikipedia's epistemology explicit. They are marking a source as trustworthy or untrustworthy. For example, you are not allowed to cite social media on Wikipedia, which is actually an enormous part of what people are posting. Instead, you have to cite a mainstream media outlet that puts the tweets in the mainstream article, and only then can it be cited in Wikipedia.
By the way, to push back, this is a
Sure.
dance. We're dancing.
Sure, of course.
That those are rules written on a sheet of paper. I have seen Wikipedia in general play in the gray area that these rules create.
Oh well, if you are
example,
an editor, then you can get.
So you can
a-
use the rules, and you can, because there's a lot of contradictions within the rules. You can use them to in the ways you said to achieve the ends you want. It really boils down to the incentives, the motivations of the editors.
That's right.
And one of the magical things about Wikipedia, the positive versus the negative, is that it seems like a very small number of people, same with Stack Overflow, can do an incredible amount of good editing and aggregation of good knowledge. Now, as you said, that seems to work much better for technical things over which there's not a significant division. Some of that has to do less with the rules and more with the human beings involved.
Well, but here's the thing: is so first, let me take this. I should finish off this point
Sure.
of reliable source, perennial sources, right? So if you go to this, you'll see that Al Jazeera is marked green,
Mhm.
but let's say the Cato Institute is marked yellow, right? The Nation is marked
Oh
green,
shit! Oh snap!
okay?
Right. Okay. Sure. Yes.
Right? The Nation is marked green, but National Review is marked yellow. Okay. You could probably go and do. So what's good about this is it makes epistemology explicit, right? You could actually take this table, and you could also look at all the past edit wars and so on over it, and take a look at what things are starting to get marked as red or yellow, and what things are starting to get marked as green. And I'm pretty sure you're going to find some kind of partisan polarization that comes out of it, right? Number one. Number two is once something gets marked as being yellow or red,
Yeah.
then all links and all references to it are pulled out. For example, CoinDesk, okay, was marked as being like, what was
Yellow?
it? I think it's marked as red. CoinDesk, which is actually
I
like,
get a lot of useful information from CoinDesk.
that's right, but it's marked as red. Why? Because there's some Wikipedia editors who hate cryptocurrency. So cryptocurrency on Wikipedia has been a huge topic where they've just edited out all the positive stuff. And these are senior editors of Wikipedia who can control what sources are considered reliable. So they've now knocked out CoinDesk. They've knocked out social media. They only allow mainstream media coverage, and not even all mainstream media, only those they've marked as green.
Yeah.
This is the manipulation of
I
consensus.
want to know how many articles are affected by it, and
Hundreds of
on
thousands.
that,
Hundreds of thousands.
you could just say that randomly. You
I can.
No.
I can, because
So
all the places.
affected. There's different levels of effect in terms of it actually having a significant impact
Oh, it's a
on the
huge-
quality of the article.
Let me give you an example. Let me
Yes.
cover an example, right? The fact that people cannot cite direct quotes on social media, but can only cite the rehash of those quotes in a mainstream media outlet, and not just any mainstream media outlet, but those that are colored green on the Wikipedia reliable perennial source policy, is a structural shift on every single article to make Wikipedia aligned with U.S. mainstream media corporations, right?
I am, as often, playing devil's advocate, counter a point so that the disagreement reveals some profound wisdom. That's what I'm doing here. But also in that task here, I'm trying to understand exactly how much harm is created by the bias within the team of editors that we're discussing, and how much of Wikipedia is technical knowledge. For example, the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Mhm.
The Wikipedia article I've seen there, now that changes very aggressively a lot. And I hear from every side on this, but it did not seem biased to me.
Here's
Like, as compared to mainstream media in the United States.
So now I'm going to sound extremely woke.
Yeah.
Okay. If you go and look at this, all right, Times of India is yellow, but Mother Jones, Jacobin, okay, they are green, right? So a niche, mostly white, Western, like partisan left outlet is marked green, But a billion people, like the Times of India is marked yellow, right? That's a structural bias towards Western media outlets and Western editors when much of the rest of the world hadn't gone online or whatever.
I would just love to see, in terms of the actual article, what ideas are being censored,
Sure.
altered, shifted.
Okay.
I would love. I just think it's an open. I'm not sort of.
So the edit logs are there. The edit logs are public.
Yeah,
Okay, so here's a way.
it'd be fascinating. Yeah, is there a way to explore the way that narratives are shifted because of?
Sure. So a very simple one is if you were to pull all the edit logs of Wikipedia, you could see how many times are social media links disallowed. Okay. Like, first of all, think about it like this. How many, just the fact that social media is not allowed to like be cited on Wikipedia or inconsistently.
You think
allowed.
that's a problem?
It's a huge problem. Like, you can't cite, let's say, Jeff Bezos' own tweet. You have to cite some random media corporation.
Here's the thing, and sorry if I'm interrupting.
Please.
Hopefully, I'm adding to it. I think they're trying to create friction as to the sources used, because if you can use social media, then you can use basically bots to create a bunch of sources, right? And then that you can almost automate the editor war, right? Like,
here's the thing: is basically Wikipedia initially, said, "Oh, we'll only cite mainstream media as a way of boosting its credibility in the early 2000s." Okay, when its credibility was low. Now it's sort of become merged with the U.S. establishment, and it only cites these things whose trust. Have you seen the graphs on trust in mainstream media? Like, it's plummeted. It's down to like 10% or something like that, right? So the most trusted sources for Wikipedia are untrusted by the population.
Yeah,
true.
That feels like it's a fixable technological problem. I think I'm underinformed, and my gut says we're both together underinformed to do a rigorous 3 to 4 hour discussion about Wikipedia. Hold on a second. I think I have a gut sort of developed feeling about which articles not to trust in Wikipedia. I think I need to make that explicit also. I have a kind of an understanding that you don't go to Wikipedia for this particular topic. Like, don't go to Wikipedia for an article on Donald Trump or Joe Biden. There's going to be, if I did, I would go to maybe sections that don't have room for insertion of bias, or like the section on controversy or accusations of racism or so on, or sexual assault. I'll usually not trust Wikipedia on those sections.
Like math, that'll be great, right? Wikipedia is great for that. On many topics that do not have a single consensus truth, it's structurally shifted towards basically white Western liberals, woke whites, right? Fundamentally, that's a demographic of the Wikipedia.
What kind of articles do you think are affected by this? Let's think about
everything that's not math and technology.
I think that's too strong a statement. So we can, like I said, war in Ukraine.
Sure.
I think that's too strong a statement. There's so much affect. I guess I'm saying affected to a large degree. Even major battles in history, Battle of Stalingrad.
Sure.
Like that's not math.
So
you think all of that is affected to a point where it's not a trusted source?
Absolutely. If you look at the edit wars, for example, on Stalin versus Hitler, the tone on Hitler starts out legitimately and justifiably as basically genocidal, maniacal dictator. With Stalin, there's a fair number of Stalin apologists that edit out mention of genocide from the first few paragraphs.
I am playing devil's advocate in part, but I also am too underinformed to do the level of defense I would like to provide for the wisdom that is there, for the knowledge that is there. I don't want to use the word truth, but
sure,
for some level of knowledge that is there in Wikipedia. I think I really worry about, I know you don't mean this, but a cynical interpretation of what you're saying, which is don't trust anything written on Wikipedia. I think you're being very consistent and eloquent in the way you're describing the issues in Wikipedia, and I don't have enough actual specific examples to give where there is some like still battle for truth that's happening, that's that's outside of the bias of society. I think if we naturally distrust every source of information, there is a general distrust of institutions and a distrust of sources of knowledge that leads to an apathy and a cynicism about the world in general. If you believe a lot of conspiracy theories, you basically tune out from this collective journey that we're on towards the truth. And that's like, if it's not even just Wikipedia. I just think Wikipedia was, at least for a time, and maybe I tuned out, maybe because I am too focused on computer science and engineering and mathematics. But to me, Wikipedia for a long time was a source of calm escape from the political battles of ideology. And as you're quite eloquently describing, it has become part of the battleground of political ideology. I just would love to know where the boundaries of that are.
You know, Glenn Greenwald has observed this. Lots of other folks, you know, for example, I'm definitely not the only person who's observed that Wikipedia.
Let me just state, because I'm sensing this,
Sure.
and because of your eloquence and clear brilliance here, that a lot of people are going to immediately agree with you.
Okay.
And this is what I am also troubled by. This is not you,
Sure.
but I often see that people will detect cynicism, especially when it is phrased as eloquently as yours, and will look at a natural dumbass like me and think that Lex is just being naive. Look at him trusting Wikipedia.
Let me argue your side.
Mainstream narrative.
Let me argue your side. Okay.
Can you please do that, because you can do that better than me?
No, Lex, I enjoy talking to you.
And I'm doing devil's advocate a little
Sure.
bit, because I do really want to be. I am afraid about the forces of basically editors of authority of talking down to people and censoring information.
Yeah. So let me first argue your side, and then let me say something. Okay, which is what you are reacting to is, even those things I thought of as constants becoming variables. Where is the terra firma? If we cannot trust anything, then everybody's just, it's anarchy and it's chaos. Like there's literally no consensus reality and anybody can say anything and so on and so forth, right? And I think that there's two possible deviations from, let's say that the mainstream, obviously people talk about like QAnon, for example, as like this kind of thing where people just make things up. They just go totally, quote, supply chain independent from mainstream media. And if mainstream media is a distorted gossamer of quasi-truth, these guys go to just total fiction as opposed to like, right? The alternative to QAnon is not BlueAnon, mainstream media, but Satoshi-anon, okay? Which is an upward deviation, okay? Not a downward deviation to say there is no such thing as truth, but rather the upward deviation is decentralized cryptographic truth, not centralized corporate or government truth. Okay.
So how does the decentralization of Wikipedia look like?
Great question. It's this concept of the ledger of record. First, whether you're Israeli or Palestinian, Japanese or Chinese, Democrat or Republican, those people agree on the state of the Bitcoin blockchain.
Mm-hmm.
Hundreds of billions of dollars is managed without weapons, okay, across tribes with wildly varying ideologies. And what that means is that is a mechanism for getting literally consensus. It's called consensus, cryptographic consensus, proof of work. And when people can get consensus on this, what they're getting consensus on are basically bytes that determine who holds what Bitcoin. This is exactly the kind of thing people would fight wars over. For hundreds of billions of dollars, millions of dollars, people will kill each other over that in the past, right? So for hundreds of billions of dollars, people can get consensus truth on this in this highly adversarial environment, right? So the first generalization of that is it says you can go from bytes that reflect what Bitcoin somebody has to bytes that reflect what stocks, bonds, other kinds of assets people have. That's the entire DeFi, Ethereum, that whole space, okay? Basically, the premise is if you go from consensus on one byte, by induction, you can go to consensus on n bytes, depending on the cost of getting that consensus, right? And almost anything digital can be represented, or everything digital can be represented as bytes, right? So now you can get consensus on certain kinds of digital information, Bitcoin, but then also any kind of financial instrument. And then the next generalization is what I call the ledger of record. Many kinds of facts can be put partially or completely on chain. It's not just proof of work and proof of stake. There's things like proof of location, proof of human, proof of this, proof of that. The auditable oracles I talked about extend it further. Lots and lots of people are working on this, right? Proof of solvency, seeing that some actor has enough of a bank balance to accommodate what they say they accommodate. You can imagine many kinds of digital assertions can be turned into proof of X and proof of Y. You start putting those on chain, you now have a library of partially or completely provable facts. Okay, this is how you get consensus, as opposed to having a white Western Wikipedia editor or mostly white Western U.S. media corporation or the U.S. government simply say what is true in a centralized fashion.
So, do you think truth is such an easy thing as you get to higher and higher questions of politics? Is the problem that the consensus mechanism is being hacked, or is the problem that truth is a difficult thing to figure out? Was the 2020 election rigged or not? Is the earth flat or not? That's a scientific one. That's just
My technical versus political truth spectrum, yeah.
But even the earth, like, well, that one is, yeah, never mind. That's a bad example because that is very, you can rigorously show that the earth is not flat. But there's some social phenomena, political phenomena, philosophical one that will have a lot of debates, historical stuff about different forces operating within Nazi Germany and Stalinist Soviet Union. I think there's probably a lot of the historians debate about a lot of stuff, like the Blitz, the book that talks about the influence of drugs in the Third Reich, right?
Were they on meth or something?
Yeah, they all. There's a lot of debates about what is the significance of meth on the actual behavior and decisions of Hitler and so on. So there's still a lot of debates. Is it so easy to fix with decentralization, I guess is the question.
So I actually have, like, basically chapter 2 of the Network State book is on essentially this topic. And so it's like 70 pages or something like that. So let me try to summarize what I think about on this. The first is that there was an Onion article that came out. I can't find it now anymore, but it was about historians in the year 3000 writing about the late 90s and early 2000s. And they're like,
yeah,
clearly Queen Brittany was a very powerful monarch. We can see how many girls around the world worshipped her like a god. And so it was very funny because it was a plausible distortion of, the current society by, a human civilization picking through the rubble 1,000 years later, having no context on anything, right? And it's a very thought-provoking article because it says, well, to what extent is that us picking over Pompeii or the pyramids, or even like, the 1600s or the 1700s, like a few hundred years ago, we're basically sifting through artifacts. And, Selma Berger actually has this concept like, which is obvious, but it's also useful to have a name for it. It's like, I think he calls it like dark history, which is, and again, I might be getting this wrong, but it's like only a small percentage of what the Greeks wrote down, has come to us to the present day, right? So perhaps it's not just the winners who write history, it's like the surviving records. We have this extremely partial, fragmentary record of history. And sometimes there's some discovery that rewrites the whole thing. Do you know what, like, Göbekli Tepe is?
Everything I know about that is from Rogan because he's a huge fan of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so that like rewrites.
And then there's a lot of debates there.
There's a lot of debates. So basically, it's like the discovery of this site in northern Turkey that totally shifts our estimate of like when civilization started, maybe pushing it back many thousands of years further in the past, right? The past, it's like an inverse problem in physics, right? We're trying to reconstruct this from limited information, right? It's like X-ray crystallography. It's an inverse problem, right? It's Plato's cave. We're trying to reconstruct what the world looks like outside from these shadows, these fragments that have been given to us, right? Or that we've found. And so in that sense, as you find more information, your estimate of the past changes, right? Oh, wow, okay, that pushes back civilization farther than we thought. That one discovery just changes it.
You want to try to, given all the gaps in the data we have, you want to try to remove bias from the process of trying to fill the gaps?
Well, so here's the thing. I think we're very close to the moment of it. And so that's why it'll sound crazy when I say it now. But our descendants, I really do think of what the blockchain is and cryptographically verifiable history as being the next step after written history. It's like on par with that. Because anybody who has the record, the math is not going to change, right? Math is constant across human time and space, right? So, you know, the value of pi is constant. That's one of the few constants across all these different human civilizations, okay? So somebody in the future, assuming, of course, the digital record is actually intact to that point, because, you know, in theory, digital stuff will persist. In practice, you have lost data and floppy drives and stuff like that. In a sense, in some ways, digital is more persistent, in some ways, physical is more persistent, okay? But assuming we can figure out the archival problem somehow, then this future record, at least it's internally consistent, right? You can run a bunch of the equivalents of checksums, right? The Bitcoin verification process, just sum it all up and see that, okay, it's f of g of h of x, and boom, that at least is internally consistent, okay? Again, it doesn't say that all the people who reported it were, you know, they could have put something on chain that's false, but at least you know the metadata is likely to be very difficult to falsify. And this is a new tool. It's really a new tool in terms of a robust history that is expensive and technically challenging to edit and alter. And that is the alternative to the Stalin-esque rewriting of history by centralized power.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot of actually reading and thinking about. I'm actually, as you're talking, I'm also thinking about the fact that I think 99% of my access to Wikipedia is on technical topics, because I basically use it very similarly to Stack Overflow.
And even there, it doesn't have unit tests. For example, one thing, right? So one thing I remember, again, I might be wrong on this, but I recall that the Kelly criterion is it's actually quite a useful thing to know. It's like how to optimally size your bets, okay? And you can have, given your kind of probability that some investment pays off or assumed probability, you can have bets that are too large, bets that are too small. Sometimes the Kelly criterion, it goes negative, and actually it says you should actually take leverage. You're so sure this is a good outcome that you should actually spend more than your current bankroll because you're going to get a good result, right? So it's a very sophisticated thing. And as I recall, many sites on the internet have the wrong equation. And I believe that was reprinted on Wikipedia. The wrong equation was put on Wikipedia as the Kelly criterion for a while.
It's funny.
Okay. And so without unit tests, see, math is actually the kind of thing that you could unit test, right? You could literally have the assert on the right-hand side today, right? The modern version, we've got Jupyter, we've got Replit, we've got all these things. The modern version of Wikipedia, there's sites like golden.com, for example, like, you know, there's a bunch of things. I'm funding lots of stuff across the board, you know, on this. And, you know, I'm not capitalizing these companies or capitalized independently, but I'm trying to see if, you know, not just talk about a better version. It's hard to build something better, so actually go and build it. And where you want is assertions that are actually reproduced. You don't have the equation there. You have a written down code. You can hit enter. You can download the page. You can rerun it. It's reproducible. Right?
So the problem with that kind of reproducibility is that it adds friction. It's hard to put together articles that do that kind of stuff, unless you do an incredible job with UX and so on. The thing that I think is interesting about Wikipedia on the technical side is that without the unit tests, without the assertions, it still often does an incredible job, because the reason it's the people that write those articles, and I've seen this also in Stack Overflow, are the people that care about this most. And there's a pride to getting it right.
Okay, so let me agree and disagree with that, right? So absolutely, there's some good there. There's, I mean, again, do I think Wikipedia is a huge step up from what preceded it in some ways on the technical topics? Yes. However, you talk about the editing environment, right? Like the markup for Wikipedia, it's very, you know, mid-2000s, right? It is not...
It's like Craigslist.
Yeah, exactly. If at a minimum, for example, it's not WYSIWYG, right? So like Medium or something like that, you know, or Ghost, you can just go in and type, and it looks exactly like it looks on the page. Here, you have to go to a markup language where there can be editor conflicts, and you hit enter, and someone has overridden your edit or something like that, and you don't know how it looks on the page. You might have to do a few, you know, previews or what have you. It's number one. So editing, you talk about bearish editing. That's number two is, given that it might be read 1,000 times for every one time it's written, it is important to actually have the mathematical things unit tested, if they can be, given that we've got modern technology. And that's something that's hard to like retrofit into this because it's so kind of ossified, right?
Right. There's the interface on every side for the editor, even just for the editor to check that say the editor wants to get it right, we want to make it really or not really easy, but easier to check their work.
That's
like
right.
debugging, like a nice IDE for the
That's exactly right.
for the editing experience.
That's right. And the thing about this is, as I said, because the truth is a global constant, but like incorrectness, right? Go ahead. Every happy family.
No, I love to think that like truth will have a nice debugger.
Well, so here's right. So the thing is that what you can do is, let's say you did have like a unit tested page for everything that's on Wikipedia. First of all, it makes a page more useful because you can download it, you can run it, you can import it, and so on. Second is it leads into one of the things that we can talk about. I've sort of like a roadmap for building alternatives to not just existing companies, but to many existing U.S. institutions, from media and tech companies to courts and government and academia and nonprofits. The Wikipedia discussion actually relates to how you improve on academia, right? And so academia right now, one of the big problems, this is kind of related to the, oh boy, okay, the current institutions, we don't have trust in them. Is that the answer to trust no one, right? And I think the alternative is decentralized cryptographic trust or verification. How does that apply to academia? First observation is we are seeing science being abused in the name of quote unquote science. Okay, capital S science is Maxwell's equations. That's
a good one.
That's a good one, right? Quote unquote science is a paper that came out last week, and the key thing is that capital S science, real science, is about independent replication, not prestigious citation. That's the definition. Like all the journal stuff, the professors, all that stuff is just a superstructure that was set on top to make experiments more reproducible. And that superstructure is now like dominating the underlying thing because people are just fixating on the prestige and the citation and not the replication, right? So how does that apply here? Once you start thinking about how many replications does this thing have, Maxwell equation, I mean, there's trillions of replications. Every time us speaking into this microphone right now, we're testing, our theory of the electromagnetic field, right? Or electrical and magnetic fields. Every single time you pick up a cell phone or use a computer, you're putting our knowledge to the test, right? Whereas some paper that came out last week in Science or Nature may have 0 independent replications, yet it is being cited publicly as prestigious scientists from Stanford and Harvard and MIT all came up with X, right? And so the prestige is a substitute for the actual replication. So there's a concept called Goodhart's law. Okay, I'm just going to quote it. When a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. Okay, so for example, backlinks on the web were a good signal for Google to use when people didn't know they were being used as a signal.
Yeah, you talked about quantity versus quality, and PageRank was a pretty good approximation for quality.
Yes,
such a fascinating thing, by the way. But yeah,
it's a fascinating thing. We can talk about that. But basically, once people know that you're using this as a measure, they will start to game it, and so then you have this cycle where sometimes you have a fixed point. Like Satoshi with proof of work was miraculously able to come up with a game where the gaming of it was difficult without just buying more compute, right? So it's a rare kind of game where knowledge of the game's rules didn't allow people to game the game.
Yeah,
but
a brilliant way to put it. Yeah, which is one of the reasons it's brilliant, is that you can describe the game and you can't mess with it.
Exactly, it's very hard to come up with something that's stable in space. There's actually, on the meta point, there's a game where the rule of the game is to change the rules. Okay. It is.
You mean human civilization or what?
Yeah. It is called something. Gnomic. Okay.
Nomic.
Gnomic is a game where the rule of the game is to change the rules of the game.
Yeah.
At first, that seems insane. Then you realize that's Congress.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Literally, it is so meta because there are laws for elections that elect the editors of those laws, who then change the laws that get them elected with gerrymandering and other stuff, right? That's a bad way of thinking about it. The other way of thinking about it is this is what every software engineer is doing. You are constantly changing the rules by editing software and pushing code updates and so on, right? So, many games devolve into the metagame of who writes the rules of the game, right? Become essentially games of Nomic. Proof of work is so amazing because it didn't devolve in such a way, right? It became very hard to rewrite the rules once they got set up, very financially and technically expensive. That's not to say it will always be like that, but it's very hard to change.
If we could take a small tangent, we'll return to academia. I'd love to ask you about how to fix the media as well after we fix academia.
Yeah, these are all actually related.
Related.
Yeah, Wikipedia, media, and academia
Yes.
are all related to the question of independent replication versus prestigious citation.
Sure. So that the problem is authority and prestige as you see it from academia and the media and Wikipedia with the editors. We have to have a mechanism where sort of the data and the reproducibility is what dominates the discourse.
That's right. And so one way of thinking about this is, I've said this in I think I tweeted this, but Western civilization actually has a break classification emergency button. It's called decentralization, right? Martin Luther hit it when the Catholic Church was too ossified and centralized, decentralized with the Protestant Reformation. Okay, he said, at the time, people were able to pay for indulgences, like that is to say, they could sin. They could say, okay, I sinned 5 times yesterday. Here's the equivalent of $50. Okay, I'm done with my sin. I can go and sin some more. Okay, they should really buy their way out of sin. Okay, and people debate as to how frequent those indulgences were. These are one of the things he inveighed against in the 95 Theses. So decentralization, boom, break away from this ossified church, start something new, right? And in theory, the quote religious wars of the 1600s that ensued were about things like where the wafer was the body of Christ or what have you, but in part they were also about power and whether the centralized entity would write all the rules or the decentralized one would. And so what happened was obviously Catholicism still exists, but Protestantism also exists. Okay, and similarly here you've got this ossified central institution where forget about. I mean, there's complicated studies; they're difficult to summarize. But when you have the science saying masks don't work and then they do, okay, which everybody saw. And this is not like, everybody knew that there was not like some massive study that came out that changed our perspective on mask wearing. It was something that was just insistently asserted as this is what the science says. And then without any acknowledgement, the science said something different, the next day, right? I remember because I was in the middle of this debate. And I think you could justify masks early in the pandemic as a useful precaution. And then later, post-vaccination, perhaps not necessary. I think that's like the rational way of thinking about it. But the point was that such levels of uncertainty were not acknowledged. Instead, people, were basically lying in the name of science, and public policy wasn't public health; it was political health. Okay, so something like that, you're just spending down all the credibility of an institution for basically nothing. Okay, and so in such a circumstance, what do? Break glass, decentralize. What does that look like? Okay, so let me describe what I call crypto science. By analogy to crypto, just like there's fiat science, crypto science, right? Fiat economics. Okay, so in any experiment, any paper when it comes out, right? You can sort of divide it into the analog to digital and the purely digital. Okay, so the analog to digital is you're running some instruments, you're getting some data. Okay, and then once you've got the data, you're generating figures and tables and text and a PDF from that data, right? Leave aside the data collection step for now. I'll come back to that, right? Just the purely digital part. What does the ideal, quote, academic paper look like in 2022, 2023? First, there's this concept called reproducible research, okay? Reproducible research is the idea that the PDF should be regenerated from the data and code. Okay, so you should be able to hit enter and regenerate it. Why is this really important as a concept? John Clairvaux and David Donahoe at Stanford 20 years ago pioneered this in stats because the text alone often doesn't describe every parameter that goes into a figure or something, right? You kind of sometimes just need to look at the code and then it's easy. And without that, it's hard, okay? So reproducible research means you regenerate the PDF from the code and the data. You hit enter, okay? Now, one issue is that many papers out there in science, nature, et cetera, are not reproducible research. Moreover, the data isn't even public. Moreover, sometimes the paper isn't even public.
Mhm.
The open access movement has been fighting this for the last 27 years. There's various levels of this, like green and gold open access. Okay, so the first step is the code, the data, and the PDF go on chain. Step number one. Okay. The second thing is once you've got, so you can, anybody who is, and that could be the Ethereum chain, it could be its own dedicated chain, whatever. Okay. It could be something where there's just the URLs are on the Ethereum chain and stored on Filecoin, many different implementations. But let's call that on-chain problem. Okay. Not just online, on-chain. When it's on-chain, it's public and anybody can get it. So that's first. Second is once you've got something where you can regenerate the code or the PDF from the code and the data on-chain, guess what? You can have citations between two papers turn into import statements.
Okay. That's funny.
That's cool, right?
That's
So
cool.
now you're not just getting composable finance like DeFi, where you have like one interest rate calculator calling another. You have composable science. And now you can say this paper on this, especially in ML, right? You'll often cite a previous paper and its benchmark or its method, right? You're gonna want to scatter plot sometimes your paper, your algorithm versus theirs on the same data set. That is facilitated if their entire paper is reproducible research that is generated. You can just literally import that Python, and then you can generate your figure off of it, right? Moreover, think about how that aids reproducibility, because you don't have to reproduce in the literal sense every single snippet of code that they did. You can literally use their code, import it. Okay, people start compounding on each other. It's better science. Okay, now I talked about this, but actually there's a few folks who have been actually building this. So there's usescholar.org, which actually has a demo of this, like just a V1 like kind of prototype where it shows two stats papers on chain, and one of them is citing the other with an import statement. There's also a thing called I think DeSci.com, which is trying to do this, right? Decentralized science. So this itself changes how we think about papers. And actually, by the way, the inspiration for PageRank was actually citations. It was like the impact factor out of academia. That's where Larry Page and Sergey Brin got the concept out, right? So now you've got a web of citations that are import statements on chain. In theory, you could track back a paper all the way back to its antecedents. Okay, so if it's citing something, you can now look it up and look it up and look it up. And a surprising number of papers actually, their antecedents don't terminate, or the original source says something different, or it just kind of got garbled like a telephone game. And there's this famous thing on the spinach, it does actually have iron in it or something like that. I forget the details on this story, but it was something where you track back the citations and people are contradicting each other. Okay, but it's just something that just gets copy pasted, and it's a fact. It's not actually a fact because it's not audited properly. This allows you to cheaply audit, in theory, all the way back to Maxwell or Newton or something like that. Okay. Now, what I'm describing is a big problem, but it's a finite problem. It's essentially taking all the important papers and putting them on chain. It's about the scale of, let's say, Wikipedia. Okay. So it's like, I don't know, a few 100,000, a few million papers. I don't know the exact number, but it'll be out that low. Okay. So now you've got, number one, these things that are on chain. Okay. Number two, you've turned citations into import statements. Number three, anybody can now, at a minimum, download that code. And while they may not have the instruments, and I'll come back to that point, while they may not have the instruments, they can do internal checks, the Benford's Law stuff we were just talking about. You can internally check the consistency of these tables and graphs, and often you'll find fraud or things that don't add up that way because all the code and the data is there, right? And now you've made it so that anybody in Brazil, in India, Nigeria, they may not have an academic, library access zone, but they can get into this. All right. Now, how do you fund all of this? Well, good thing is crypto actually allows tools for that as well. Andrew Huberman and others have started doing things like with NFTs to fund their lab. I can talk about the funding aspect. There's things like researchhub.com, which are trying to issue tokens for labs. But a lab isn't that expensive to fund. Maybe it's a few 100,000, a few million a year, depending on where you are. Crypto does generate money. And so you can probably imagine various tools, whether it's tokens or NFTs or something like that to fund. Finally, what this does is it is not QAnon, right? It is not saying don't trust anybody. Neither is it just trust the centralized academic establishment. Instead, it's saying trust because you can verify, because we can download things and run them. The crucial thing that I'm assuming here is the billions of supercomputers around the world that we have, all the MacBooks and iPhones that can crank through lots and lots of computation. So everything digital, we can verify it locally, okay? Now, there's one last step, which is, I mentioned the instruments, right? Whether it's your sequencing machine or your accelerometer or something like that is generating the data that you are reporting in your paper when you put it on chain, okay? Basically, you think of that as the analog to digital interface. We can cryptofy that too. Why? For example, an Illumina sequencing machine has an experiment manifest. And when that's written to, there's a website called NCBI, National Center for Biotechnology Information. You can see the experiment metadata on various sequencing runs. It'll tell you what instrument and what time it was run and who ran it and so on and so forth, okay? What that does is allows you to correct for things like batch effects. Sometimes you will sequence on this day and the next day, and maybe the humidity or something like that makes it look like there's a statistically significant difference between your two results, but it was just actually batch effects, okay? What's my point? Point is, if you have a crypto instrument, you can have, you know, various hashes and stuff of the data as a chain of custody for the data itself that are streamed and written on chain, that the manufacturer can program into this. For anything that's really, and you might say, well, boy, that's overkill, right? I'm saying actually not. You know why? If you're doing a study whose results are going to be used to influence a policy that's going to control the lives of millions of people, every single step has to be totally audible. You need the glass box model. You need to be able to go back to the raw data. You need to be able to interrogate that. And again, this is, you know, anybody who's a good scientist will embrace this, right?
So first of all, that was a brilliant exposition of a future of science that I would love to see. The pushback I'll provide, which is not really a pushback, is like what you describe is so much better than what we currently have, that I think a lot of people would say any of the sub steps you suggest are already going to be a huge improvement. So even just sharing the code,
yes,
or sharing the data, you said like it's. I think it would surprise people how often
it's hard to get data.
It is like the actual data or specifics or a large number of the parameters. Not, you know, you'll share like one or two parameters that were involved with running the experiment. You won't mention the machines involved, except maybe at a high level, but the versions and so on, the dates when the experiments were run,
Exactly.
You don't mention any of this kind of stuff.
Right.
So there's several ways to fix this, and one of them, I think, implied in what you're describing is a culture that says it's not okay.
Exactly.
To like, so first of all, there should be, even if it's not perfectly on-chain to where you can automatically import all the way to Newton, just even the act of sharing the code, sharing the data, maybe in a way that's not perfectly integrated into a larger structure, is already a very big positive step.
Yeah.
Saying, like, if you don't do this, then this doesn't count. And because in general, I think my worry, as somebody who's a programmer who's OCD, I love the picture you paint, that you can just import everything and it all automatically checks everything. My problem is that it makes incremental science easier and revolutionary science harder.
Oh, I actually very much disagree with that.
I would love to hear your argument. You guys, let me just kind of elaborate.
Sure.
Why sometimes you have to think in this gray area of fuzziness when you're thinking of totally novel ideas, and when you have to concretize in data. Like some of the greatest papers I've ever written don't have data; they're in the space of ideas almost. Like you're kind of sketching stuff, and that could be errors. But like Einstein himself with the famous 5 papers, I mean, they're really strong, but they're fuzzy. They're a little bit fuzzy, and so I think even like the GAN paper, you're often thinking of like new data sets, new ideas, and I think maybe as a step after the paper is written, you could probably concretize it, integrate it into the rest of society.
Sure.
Like you shouldn't feel that pressure, I guess, early on. Right?
Well, I mean, there's different each of the steps that I'm talking about, right? There's like the data being public and everything. Just having the paper being public, that's like V1, right? Then you have the thing being regenerated from code and data, like the PDF being regenerated from code and data. Then you have the citations as import statements. Then you have the full citation graph as an import statement. So you just follow it all the way back, right? And now you have, that gives you auditability. Then you have the off-chain, the analog digital crypto custody, right? Like where you're hashing things and streaming things. So you have the chain of custody. Each of those is kind of like a level up and adds to complexity, but it also adds to the auditability and the verifiability and the reproducibility. But, one thing I'd say I wanted to respond to that you said was that you think this would be good for incremental but not innovative. I actually think it's quite the opposite. I think academia is institutional and it's not innovative. For example, NIH has this graph, which is like, I think it's age of recipients of R01 grants, okay? And what it shows is basically it's like a hump that moves over time, roughly plus 1 year forward for the average age as the year moves on, okay? I'll see if I can find the GIF. Why is this? Let me see if I can find it actually. Look at this movie just for a second. It's a ridiculously powerful movie in 30 seconds. I just sent it in WhatsApp.
The name of the video is Age Distribution of NIH Principal Investigators and Medical School Faculty. And it starts out on the x-axis is age with the distribution and percent of PIs. And from early 1980s, moving 1 year at a time. And the mean of the distribution is moving slowly, approximately, as Balaji has said, about 1 year
per year.
Per year.
Now, this is 10 years ago.
1 year in age per year of time.
And notice how, first of all, the average age is moving way upward before you become an NIHPI. Second is, it's a cohort of guys, people, just awarding grants to each other.
Yeah.
That's clearly what's happened. That's the underlying dynamic. They're not awarding grants to folks who are much younger, okay? Because those folks haven't proven themselves yet, right? So it is this is what happens when you get prestigious citation rather than independent replication. The age just keeps creeping up. And this was 10 years ago, and it's gotten even worse. It's become even more gerontocratic, even more hidebound, right? And so the thing is, the structures that Vannevar Bush and others set up, the entire post-war science establishment, one thing I'll often find is people will say, Balaji, the government hath granted us the internet and self-driving cars and space flight and so on. How can you possibly be against the U.S. government? Kneel and repent for its bounty, And really, what the reason they don't say it quite in that way, but that's really the underpinning kind of thing, because they've replaced GOD with GOV. They really think of the U.S. government as God. The conservative will think of the U.S. government as like the all-powerful military abroad, and the progressive will think of it as the benign, all-powerful, like nurturing parent at home. Okay, but in this context, they're like, how come you, as some tech bro, could possibly think you could ever do basic science without the funding of the U.S. government? Has it not developed all basic science, right? And the answer to this is actually to say, well, what if we go further back than 1950? Did science happen before 1950? Well, I think it did. Bernoulli and Maxwell and Newton, were they funded by NSF? No, they weren't, right? What were aviation, railroads, automobiles, gigantic, industries that arose and both were stimulated by and stimulated development of pure science? Were they funded by NSF? No, they were not, right? Therefore, NSF is not a necessary condition for the presence of science. Neither is even the United States. Obviously, a lot of these discoveries, Newton was before, I believe is before the American, let me find the exact, it's actually less old than people think. Okay, so Newton died 1727, right? So I knew that, it was like in the 1700s. So Newton was before the American Revolution, right? Obviously, that meant huge innovations could happen before the US government, before NIH, before NSF, right? Which means they are not a necessary condition, number one. That itself is crucial, because a lot of people say the government is necessary for basic science. It is not necessary for basic science. It is one possible catalyst. And I would argue that mid-century, it was okay, because mid-century was the time when the middle of the centralized century. 1933, 1945, 1969, you have Hoover Dam, you have the Manhattan Project, you have Apollo. That generation was acclimatized to a centralized U.S. government that could accomplish great things, partly because technology favored centralization going into 1950 and going out of it. I've talked about this in the book. Sovereign Individual has talked about this, but very roughly, you go up into 1950 and you have mass media and mass production, and just centralization of all kinds, giant nation states slugging it out on the world stage. You go out in 1950 and you get cable news and personal computers and the internet and mobile phones and cryptocurrency, and you have the decentralization. And so this entire centralized scientific establishment was set up at the peak of the centralized century. And it might have been the right thing to do at that time, but is now showing its age. And it's no longer actually geared up for what we have. Where are the huge innovations coming out? Well, Satoshi Nakamoto was not, to our knowledge, a professor, right? That's a revolutionary thing that came outside of it. Early in the pandemic, there was something called project-evidence.github.io, which accumulated all of the evidence for the coronavirus possibly having been a lab leak, when that was a very controversial thing to discuss, right? Alina Chan, to her credit, Matt Ridley and Alina Chan have written this book, on whether the coronavirus was a lab leak or not. I think it's plausible that it was. I can't say I'm 100% sure, but I think it's, at least certainly it is a hypothesis worthy of discussion. Okay. Though, of course, it's got political overtones. Point being that the pseudonymous online publication at project-evidence.github.io happened when it was taboo to do so. So we're back to the age of pseudonymous publication where only the arguments can be argued with. The person can't be attacked. Okay. This is actually something that used to happen in the past. Like, there's a famous story where Newton solved a problem. Someone said, I know the lion by his claw, or something like that, right? People used to do pseudonymous publication in the past so that they would be judged on part by their scientific ideas and not the person themselves, right? And so, I do disagree that this is the incremental stuff. This is actually the innovative stuff. The incremental stuff is going to be the institutional gerontocracy that's academia, where it's like, do you know who I am? I'm a Harvard professor.
Yeah, I think I agree with everything you said, but I'm not gonna get stuck on technicalities. Sure. Because I think I was referring to your vision of data sets and importing code.
Sure.
And so that forces just knowing how code works. It forces a structure, and structure usually favors incremental progress. Like if you fork code, you're not going to, it decentivizes revolution. You want to go from scratch.
Okay, so I understand your point there. Yeah. Okay. And I also agree that some papers like Francis Crick on the Claustrum or others are theoretical. They're more about like where to dig than the data itself and so on and so forth, right? So I agree with that. Still, I don't, the counter argument is rather than 1,000 people reading this paper to try to rebuild the whole thing and do it with errors, when they can just import, they can more easily build upon what others have done, right?
Oh, yeah. And so the paper should be forkable.
Well, yeah. So here's why. Python has this concept of batteries included for the standard library, right? Because it lets you just import, and just get to work, right? That means you can fly. Whereas if you couldn't do all those things and you had to rewrite string handling, you would only be able to do incremental things. Libraries actually allow for greater innovation. That's my counter.
I think you create, I think that paints a picture. I hope that's a picture that fits with science. It certainly does. It fits with code very well. I just wonder how much of science can be that, which is you import, how much of it is possible to do that. Certainly for the things I work on, you can, which is the machine learning world, all the computer science world. But whether you can do that for, all right, you can think biology. Seems to, yes, I think so. Chemistry, I think so. And then you start getting into weird stuff like psychology, which some people don't even think is a science. No, just love for my psychology friends. I think as you get farther and farther away from things that are like hard technical fields, it starts getting tougher and tougher and tougher to have like importable code.
Okay, so let me give the strong form version, right? Mm-hmm. So there's a guy who I think is a great machine learning guy, creator of actually Keras, who he disagrees with me on, Francois Chilly.
Yeah, he's been on this podcast twice. Yeah.
Okay, great. So he disagrees.
I disagree with him on a lot of stuff.
Yes, me too. I think we have mutual respect. Follow each other on Twitter, whatever.
I think he does respect and like you.
Here's something which I totally agree with him on, and he actually got like trolled or attacked for this, but I completely agree. within 10, 20 years, nearly every branch of science will be, for all intents and purposes, a branch of computer science. Computational physics, computational chemistry, computational biology, computational medicine, even computational archaeology, realistic simulations, big data analysis, and ML everywhere. That to me is incredibly obvious. Why? First of all we're doing every day is PDFs and data analysis on a computer, right? And so every single one of those areas can be reduced to the analog digital step, and then it's all digital. Then you're flying, you're in the cloud, right?
Did you put a date? Did you say how long? Or
10 to 20 years.
10 to 20 years.
I think arguably it's already there, right? And here's the thing. You were saying, well, you might drop off when you hit psychology or history. Actually, I think it's the softer sciences that are going to harden up. Why? One of the things I talk about a lot in the book is, for example, with history, the concept of crypto history makes history computable. One way of thinking about it is, remember my Britney Spears example, right? Where Queen Britney, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So at first it's kind of a funny thing to say a computer scientist's term for history is the log files.
Mm-hmm.
Until we realized that, what would a future historian, how would they write about the history of the 2010s? Well, a huge part of that history occurred on the servers of Twitter and Facebook. So now you go from like a log file, which is just the individual record of like one server's action, to a decade worth of data on literally billions of people. All of their online lives, like arguably, that's why I say that's like actually what the written history was of the 2010s, was this giant digital history. As we go to the 2020s and 2030s, more of that is going to move from merely online to on-chain and then cryptographically verifiable. So that soft subject of history becomes something that you can calculate things like Google Trends and Ngrams and stuff like that.
Yes, beautifully put. Then I would venture to say that Donald Trump was erased from history when he was removed from Twitter,
yeah,
and many social platforms, and all his tweets were gone.
Yeah, someone who has an archive of it, but yeah, I understand your point.
Yeah, well, as the flood of data about each individual increases, censorship, it becomes much more difficult to actually have an archive of stuff. But yes, for important people like a president of the United States, yes. Let me on that topic ask you about Trump. You were considered for a position as FDA commissioner in the Trump administration. And I think in terms of the network state, in terms of the digital world, one of the seminal acts in the history of that was the banning of Trump from Twitter. You make the case for it and against it.
Sure. So first, let me talk about the FDA thing. So I was considered for a senior role at FDA, but I do believe that, and this is a whole topic, we can talk about the FDA. I do believe that just as it was easier to create Bitcoin than to reform the Fed, right? Reforming the Fed basically still hasn't happened, right? So just as it was easier to create Bitcoin than to reform the Fed, it will literally be easier to start a new country than to reform the FDA.
Mm-hmm.
It may take 10 or 20 years. I mean, think about Bitcoin, it's only about 13 years old, right? It may take 10 or 20 years to start a new network state with a different biomedical policy. But that is how we get out from this, perhaps the single worst thing in the world, which is harmonization, regulatory harmonization.
Can you describe
Sure.
Regulatory harmonization?
Regulatory harmonization is the mechanism by which US regulators impose their regulations on the entire world. So they basically have a monopoly by US regulators. This is not just the FDA, it is SEC and FAA and so on and so forth. And for the same reason that a small company will use Facebook login, they will outsource their login to Facebook. A small country will outsource their regulation to the USA, okay, with all the attendant issues. Because, I mean, you know the names of some politicians. Can you name a single regulator at the FDA? No, right? Yeah, they will brag on their website that they regulate, I forget the exact numbers, I think it's like 25 cents out of every dollar, something along those lines, okay? It's like double digits, okay? That's a pretty big deal. And the thing about this is, people will talk about, quote, our democracy and so on. But many of the positions in, quote, our democracy are actually not subject to democratic accountability. You have tenured professors and you have tax-exempt colleges. You have the Sulzbergers at the New York Times who have dual-class stock. You have, a bunch of positions that are out of the reach of the electorate, and that includes regulators who have career tenure after just a few years of not necessarily even continuous service. So they're not accountable to the electorate. They're not named by the press. And they also aren't accountable to the market because you've got essentially uniform global regulations. Now, the thing about this is it's not just a government thing. It's a regulatory capture thing. Big pharma companies like this as well. Why? Because they can just get their approval in the US and then they can export to the rest of the world, right? I understand where that comes from as a corporate executive. It's such a pain to get, access in one place. So there's a team up though between the giant company and the giant government to box out all the small startups and all the small countries and lots of small innovation, right? There are cracks in this now, right? The FDA did not acquit itself well during the pandemic. For example, it denied, there's so many issues, but one of the things that even actually New York Times reported, the reason that people thought there were no COVID cases in the US early in the pandemic was because the FDA was denying people the ability to run COVID tests. And the emergency use authorization was, emergency should mean like right now, right? But it was not, it was just taking forever. And so some labs did civil disobedience and they just disobeyed the FDA and just went and tested academic labs with threat of federal penalties, because that's what they are. They're like the police, okay? And so they were sort of retroactively granted immunity because NYT went and ran a positive story on them. So NYT's authority is usually greater than that of FDA. If they come into a conflict and NYT runs stories, then FDA kind of gets spanked, right? And it's not, probably neither party would normally think of themselves that way. But if you look at it, when NYT goes and runs stories on a company, it names all the executives and they get all hit. When it runs stories on a regulator, it just treats the regulator usually as if it was just some abstract entity. It's Zuckerberg's Facebook, but you can't name, the people who the career bureaucrats at FDA. Interesting, right?
Very interesting.
It's a very important point. Like that person who's like named and their face is known. Like you, just as an example, Zuckerberg's face and name. Most people don't know Arthur G. Sulzberger. They couldn't recognize him, right? Yet he's a guy who's inherited the New York Times company from his father's father. That is unaccountable power. It's not that they get great coverage, it's that they get no coverage. You don't even think about them, right? And so it's invisibility, right?
There's some aspect why Fauci was very interesting.
He was a public face.
In my recent memory, there's not been many faces of scientific policy, of science policy.
Yeah,
and he became the face of that. And as there's some of it is meme, which is basically saying that he is science, or to some people represent science. But in the
quote unquote science, or whatever,
the positive aspect of that is that there is accountability when there's a face like that.
Right, but you can also see the Fauci example shows you why a lot of these folks do not want to be public, because they enter a political, and media minefield. I'm actually sympathetic to that aspect of it. What I'm not sympathetic to is the concept that in 2022, that the unelected, unfireable, anonymous American regulator should be able to impose regulatory policy for the entire world. We are not the world of 1945. It is not something where these other countries are even consciously consenting to that world. Just as a given example, there's this concept called challenge trials. Okay, the Moderna vaccine was available very, very early in the pandemic. You could just synthesize it from the sequence, and challenge trials would have meant that people who were healthy volunteers, okay, they could have been soldiers, for example, of varying ages, who are there to take a risk, their lives for their country potentially. Okay, it could have been just healthy volunteers, not necessarily soldiers, just patriots of whatever kind in any country, not just the U.S. But those healthy volunteers could have gone, and at the early stages of the pandemic, we didn't know exactly how lethal it was going to be because, Li Wenliang and 30-somethings in China were dying from this. It seemed like it could be far worse.
How lethal the virus would be.
Yeah, it may be, by the way, that those who were the most susceptible to the virus died faster earlier. It's as if you can imagine a model where those who were exposed and had the lowest susceptibility also had the highest severity and died in greater numbers early on. If you look at the graph, like deaths from COVID were exponential going into about April 2020 and then leveled off to about 7,500, 10,000 a day and then kind of fell, right? But it could have gone to 75,000 at the beginning. So we didn't know how serious it was. So this would have been a real risk that these people would have been taking. But here's what they would have gotten for that. Basically, in a challenge trial, somebody would have been given the vaccine and then exposed to the virus and then put under observation. And then that would have given you all the data, because ultimately the synthesis of the thing, I mean, yes, you do need to scale up synthesis and manufacturing and what have you. But the information of whether it worked or not and was safe and effective, and like that could have been gathered expeditiously with volunteers for challenge
You
trials.
think there'll be a large number of volunteers?
Absolutely.
What's the concern there? Is there an ethical concern of taking on volunteers?
Well, so let me put it like this. Had we done that, we could have had vaccines early enough to save the lives of like a million Americans, especially seniors and so on. Okay. Soldiers and more generally first responders and others, I do believe there's folks who would have stepped up, to take that risk.
The heroes walk among us. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Like if military service is something which is a ritualized thing, people are paid for it, but they're not paid that much. They're really paid in honor, and in duty and patriotism. That is actually the kind of thing where I do believe some fraction of those folks would have raised their hand for this important, task. I don't know how many of them, but I do think that the volunteers would have been there. There's probably some empirical test of that, which is there's a challenge trials website. There's a Harvard prof who put out this proposal early in the pandemic, and he could tell you how many volunteers he got. But something like that could have just shortened the time from pandemic to functional vaccine, right? To days even, if you had actually really acted on it. The fact that didn't happen, and that the Chinese solution of lockdown, that actually, at the beginning, people thought the state could, potentially stop the virus, stop people in place. It turned out to be more contagious than that. Basically, no NPI, no non-pharmaceutical intervention really turned out to work that much, right? And actually, at the very beginning of the pandemic, I said something like, look, this is actually February 3rd, about a month before people, I was just watching what was going on in China. I saw that they were doing digital quarantine, like using WeChat codes to like block people off and so on. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I said, look, if the coronavirus goes pandemic, and it seems it may, the extreme edge case becomes the new normal. It's every debate we've had on surveillance, deplatforming, and centralization accelerated. Pandemic means emergency powers for the state, even more than terrorism or crime. And sometimes a solution creates the next problem. My rough forecast of the future, the coronavirus results in quarantines, nationalism, centralization. And this may actually work to stop the spread, but once under control, states will not see their powers, so we decentralize. And I didn't know whether it was going to stop the spread, but I knew that they were going to try to do it, right? And, look, it's hard to call every single thing right, and I'm sure someone will find some errors, but in general, I think that was actually pretty good for like early February of 2020, right? So it's my point, though. The point is, rather than copying Chinese lockdown, what we should have had were different regimes around the world. To some extent, Sweden defected, from this, right? They had like no lockdowns or what have you. But really, the axis that people were talking about was lockdown versus no lockdown. The real axis should have been challenge trials versus no challenge trials. We could have had that in days, okay? And those are two examples on both vaccines and testing. There's so many more that I can point to.
So those are kind of decentralized innovations, and that's what FDA should stand for.
FDA can stand for it.
Or something like FDA, right?
So let's talk about that, right? Something like FDA. So this is very important. In general, the way I try to think about things is V1, V2, V3, as we've talked about a few times.
So FDA, V.
Well, right. So what was before FDA, right? So there was both good and bad before FDA, because people don't necessarily have the right model of the past, okay? So, if you ask people what was there before the FDA, they'll say, and by the FDA itself omits the, right? Their pronouns are just FDA, okay? But basically...
why is that important?
It's just something where...
Why is that either humorous or interesting to you?
They have a sort of in-group lingo where when you are kind of talking about them the way that they talk about themselves, it is something that kind of piques interest. It's kind of like, in LA, people say the 101 or the, right? Whereas in Northern California, they'll say 101. Or people from Nevada will say Nevada, right? It just instantly marks you as like insider or outsider, okay? In terms of how the language works, right? And go ahead.
I mean, it just makes me sad because that lingo is part of the mechanism which creates the silo, the bubble of particular thoughts, and that ultimately deviates from the truth because you're not open to new ideas.
I think it's actually like, in Inglourious Basterds, there's a scene in the bar. Do you want to talk about it?
No, but it's good. You can't, just to censor you, this is like a Wikipedia podcast, like Wikipedia. You can't cite Quentin Tarantino films. No.
Okay.
Sorry.
So basically, like English start going like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I believe it's like the Germans start with like the thumb. Something that you'd never know right? I may be misremembering that, but I think that's right. Okay, so that's
FDA's got the lingo. All right.
right.
Yes.
So FDA's got the lingo. So coming back up, basically, just talk about FDA and then come back to your question on the deplatforming.
So what was V0 FDA? What's
so
V1? What does the future look like?
V1 was quote patent medicines. Okay, that's what some people say. The V1 was also Banting and Best. Okay, Banting and Best, they won the Nobel Prize in the early 1920s. Right? Why? They came up with the idea for insulin supplementation to treat diabetes, and they came up with a concept. They experimented on dogs. They did self-experimentation. They had healthy volunteers. They experimented with the formulation as well, right? Because just like you'd have like a web app and a mobile app, maybe a command line app, you could have, a drug that's administered orally or via injection or cream, or, so there's different formulations, right? Dosage, all that stuff, they could just like iterate on, okay, with willing doctor, willing patient. These folks who were affected just sprang out of bed. The insulin supplementation was working for them. And within a couple of years, they had won the Nobel Prize, and Eli Lilly had scaled production for the entire North American continent. Okay, so that was a time when pharma moved at the speed of software, when it was willing buyer, willing seller. Okay, because the past is demonized as something that our glorious regulatory agency is protecting us from. Okay, but there's so many ways in which what it's really protecting you from is being healthy. Okay, as you know. I mean, there's a zillion examples of this. I won't be able to recapitulate all of them just in this podcast, but if you look at a post that I've got, it's called Regulation, Disruption, and the Future, Technologies of 2013, Coursera PDF, okay? This lecture, which I'll kind of link it here so you can maybe put in the show notes if you want. This goes through like a dozen different examples of crazy things the FDA did, from the kind of stuff that was dramatized in Dallas Buyers Club, where they were preventing people from getting AIDS drugs, to their various attacks on quote raw milk, where they were basically saying here's a quote from FDA filing in 2010. There's no generalized right to bodily and physical health. There's no right to consume or feed children any particular food. There's no fundamental right to freedom of contract. They basically feel like they own you. You're not allowed to make your own decisions about your food. There's no generalized right to bodily and physical health. Direct quote from their like written kind of thing. Okay. The general frame is usually that FDA says it's protecting you from the big bad company, but really what it's doing is it's preventing you from opting out. Okay. Now, with that said, and this is where I'm talking about V3. As critical as I am of FDA, or the Fed for that matter, I also actually recognize that like the Ron Paul type thing of end the Fed is actually not practical. End the Fed will just be laughed at. What Bitcoin did was a much, much, much more difficult task of building something better than the Fed. That's really difficult to do, because the Fed and the FDA, they're like the hub of the current system. People rely on them for lots of different things, okay? And you're going to need a better version of them. And how would you actually build something like that? So with the Fed and with SEC and the entire the banks and whatnot, crypto has a pretty good set of answers for these things. And over time, all the countries that are not, or all the groups that are not the U.S. establishment or the CCP, will find more and more to their liking in the crypto economy. So that part I think is going. Okay, we can talk about that. What does that look like for biomedicine? Well, first, what does exit the FDA look like, right? So there actually are a bunch of exits from the FDA already, which is things like right to try laws, okay, CLIA labs and laboratory developed tests, compounding pharmacies, off-label prescription by doctors, and countries that aren't fully harmonized with FDA. For example, Kobe Bryant, before he passed away, went and did stem cell treatments in Germany. Okay, stem cells have been pushed out, I think in part by the Bush administration, by other things. So those are different kinds of exits. Right to try basically means, at the state level, you can just try the drug. Okay, CLIA labs and LDTs, that means that's a path where you don't have to go through FDA to get a new device approved. You can just run it in the lab. Okay, compounding pharmacies, these were under attack. I'm not sure actually where the current statute is on this, but this is the idea that a pharmacist has some discretion in how they prepare mixtures of drugs. Off-label prescription by MDs. So MDs have enough like weight in the system that they can kind of push back on FDA. And off-label prescription is the concept that a drug that's approved for purpose A can be prescribed for purpose B or C or D without going through another, whole new drug approval process. And then countries that aren't harmonized, right? So those are like 5 different kinds of exits from the FDA on different directions. So first, those exits exist. So for those people who are like, oh my God, we're all going to die, or he's going to poison us with non-FDA approved things or whatever, right? Like those exits exist. You've probably actually used tests or treatments from those. You don't even realize that you have, right? So it hasn't killed you, number one. Number 2 is actually testing for safety. There's safety, efficacy, and like comparative. Safety is actually relatively easy to test for. There's very few drugs that are like, there's TGN-1412. That's a famous example of something that was actually really dangerous to people, right, with an early test. So those do exist, just acknowledge they do exist. But in general, testing for safety is actually not that hard to do, okay? And if something is safe, then you should be able to try it, usually, okay? Now, what does that decentralized FDA look like? Well, basically, you take individual pieces of it, and you can often turn them into vehicles. And this is like 50 different startups. Let me describe some of them. First, have you gotten any drugs or something like that recently? No, I mean, like prescribed drugs, prescription drugs. And it was like
now that you clarify, the answer is no.
Yeah.
No. Prescribed drugs, no.
Okay, so
not long. Maybe antibiotics a long time ago, maybe, but
all right.
No.
So you know how you have like a sort of like a wadded up chemistry textbook, the package insert that goes in right? Yes. Okay.
It's wadded up chemistry textbook. I love it.
That's what it is, right? That's what a terrible user interface. We don't usually think of it that way. Why is the user interface so terrible? That's a web of regulation that makes it so terrible. And there's actually guys who tried to innovate just on user interface called like Help I Need Help. That was like the name of the company a while back. And it was trying to explain the stuff in plain language, okay? Just on user interface, you can innovate. And why is it important? Well, there's a company called PillPack, which innovated on, quote, the user interface for drugs by giving people a thing which had like a daily blister pack. So it's like, here's your prescription, and you're supposed to take all these pills on the first and second. And basically, whether you had taken them on a given day was manifest by whether you had opened it for that specific day. Okay. This is way better than other kinds of so-called compliance methodologies. Like there are guys who try to do like an IoT pill where when you swallow it, it like gives you measurements. This was just a simple innovation in user interface that boosted compliance in the sense of compliance with a drug regimen dramatically, right? And I think they got acquired or what have you for a lot of money.
And hopefully utilized effectively.
Right?
Although sometimes these companies that do incredible innovation, it really makes you sad when they get acquired that leads to their death, not their scaling.
Sure. I mean, they did a lot of other good things, but this is one thing that they did well, right? So PillPack just shows what you can get with improving on user interface. We get reviews for everything, right? One thing that, like people are sort of, in my view, somewhat quoted out of context, are like, oh, biology thinks you should replace the FDA with Yelp for drugs. Actually, there's something called phase 4, okay, of the FDA, which is so-called post-market surveillance. Do you know that that's actually something where, in theory, you can go and fill out a form on the FDA website, which basically says, I've had, a bad experience with a drug.
Like VAERS, but for drugs.
Yeah, so it's called MedWatch, right? And so you can do like voluntary reporting, and you can get like a PDF and just like upload it, right?
Is this a government? Is this .gov?
Yeah, it's Form 3500B.
I love it. It's HTML. It's going to be like from the 90s. It's going to have an interface designed by somebody who's a COBOL/Fortran programmer.
Right, here we go. So basically, the 3500B.
I hope to be proven wrong on that, by the way.
So 3500B, consumer voluntary reporting. When do I use this form? You were hurt or had a bad side effect. Use a drug which led to unsafe use, etc.
Yeah.
The point is, FDA already has a terrible Yelp for drugs.
Yeah.
It has a terrible version of it.
Yeah.
What would the good version look like? The fact that you have to fill out a PDF to go and submit a report. How do you submit a report at Yelp or Uber or Airbnb or Amazon? You tap and there's star ratings, right? So just modernizing FDA 3500B and modernizing phase 4, okay, is a huge thing.
Can you comment on that? What incentive mechanism forces the modernization of that kind of thing?
Here's how it would work, or one possible.
To create an actual Yelp.
Yeah, here's how that would work, right? you go to the pharmacy or wherever, and you hold up your phone and you scan the barcode of the drug. Okay, what does you see? Instantly, you see global reports, right? By the way, because your biology, your physiology, that's global, right? Information from Brazil or from Germany or Japan on their physiological reaction to the same drug you're taking is useful to you. It's not like a national boundaries thing. So the whole nation state model of only collecting information on by other Americans, so really you want a global kind of thing, just like, Amazon book reviews, that's a global thing. Other things are aggregate at the global level, okay? So what you want is to see every patient report and every doctor around the world on this drug. That might be really important to your rare or semi-rare condition. Just that alone would be a valuable site.
Who builds that site? It sounds like something created by capitalism. It sounds like
you could do it by capitalism.
It would have to be a company.
Yeah, you can definitely do it. See,
but we don't have a world where a company is allowed to be in charge of that kind of thing.
Well, I don't know.
Health went down. It just seems like a lot of the.
So it depends, right? Basically, this is why you have to pick off individual elements, right? There's essentially a combination of first recognizing that the FDA is actually bad. Even be able to say that. Let me put it like this. It does a lot of bad things. It is something which you need to be able to criticize. You might be like, well, that's obvious, right? Well, in 2010, for example, there's a book that came out. If anybody wants to understand FDA, it's called Reputation and Power.
Yeah. A lot of people don't want to criticize FDA.
Yeah, because they will retaliate against your biotech or pharma company.
Yeah, okay. And that retaliation can be initiated by a single human being.
Absolutely. The best analogy is, think about the TSA, okay? Have you flown recently? Okay. Do you make any jokes about the TSA when you're in the TSA line?
Usually you don't want to, but they're a little more flexible. Okay. You know what? Can I tell a story?
Sure.
Which is, it was similar to this. I was in Vegas at a club. I don't go to clubs.
Okay.
I got kicked out I think the first time in my life for making a joke with a bouncer. And because I had a camera with me, and you're not allowed to have a camera, and I said, okay, cool, like I'll take it out. But I made a funny joke that I don't care to retell. But he was just a little offended. He was like, "You're out. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you're with." And then he proceeded to list me the famous people he has kicked out from that club. But there is, all of those. The reason I made the joke is I sensed that there was an entitlement to this particular individual, like where the authority has gotten to his head.
My authority.
Yeah,
right.
I almost wanted to poke at that.
Right.
And I think the poking the authority, I quickly learned the lesson. Well, I have now been rewarded with the pride I feel for having poked authority, but now I'm kicked out of the club that would have resulted in a fun night with friends and so on. Instead, I'm standing alone crying in Vegas, which is not a unique Vegas experience.
Sure.
It's actually a fundamental Vegas experience. But that, I'm sure that basic human nature happens in the FDA as well.
That's exactly right. So just like with the TSA, just to extend the analogy, when you're in line at the TSA, right, you don't want to miss your flight. That could cost you hundreds of dollars. And so you comply with absolutely ludicrous regulations like, 3-ounce bottles. Well, you know what? You can take an unlimited number of 3-ounce bottles and you can combine them into a 6-ounce bottle through the terrorist technology called mixing.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
Advanced,
yes.
Right? And the thing about this is everybody in line, actually some fairly high, let's say call it influence or net worth or whatever, people fly, right? Millions and millions and millions of people are subject to these absolutely moronic regulations. It's all what, I think security theater is Schreier's term, right? A lot of people know this term. So millions of people are subject to it. It costs untold billions of dollars in terms of delays and what if you just walk up, right? It irradiates people. And this is another FDA thing, by the way. This is an FDA TSA team up, okay? In 2010, the TSA body scanners, there were concerns expressed, but when it's a government-to-government thing, see, a .com is treated with extreme scrutiny by FDA. When it's another .gov, well, they're not trying to make a profit, so they kind of just wave them on through, okay? So these body scanners were basically like applied to millions and millions of people, and this huge kind of opt-in experiment. It's almost, I think it's quite likely, by the way, that if there was even a slightly increased cancer risk, that the net morbidity and mortality from those would have outweighed the deaths from terrorism or whatever that were prevented, right? You can work out the numbers, but you can just get the math under reasonable assumptions. It's probably true. if it had any increased morbidity and mortality. I've not seen the recent things. I've seen that concern expressed, 12 years ago. Point being that despite the cost, despite how many people are exposed to it, despite how obviously patently ludicrous it is, you don't make any trouble, nor do people organize protests or whatever about this, because it's something where people, the security theater of the whole thing is part of it. Oh, well, if we took them away, there'd be more terrorism or something like that. People think, right?
But it is fascinating to see that the populace puts up with it, because it does. One of my favorite things is to listen to Jordan Peterson, who I think offline, but I think also on the podcast, is somebody who resists authority in every way, and even he goes to TSA with a kind of suppressed, like all the instructions, everything down to whenever you have like the yellow thing for your feet, they force you to adjust it even slightly.
Yeah.
If you're off, just even, I mean, it's like it's a Kafka novel. We're living like TSA. It makes me smile. It brings joy to my heart, because I imagine Franz Kafka and I just walking through there, because it really is just deeply absurd. But and then the whole motivation of the mechanism becomes distorted by the individuals involved. The initial one was to reduce the number of terrorist attacks, I suppose.
Right, now it's guns and drugs. So basically, it's like essentially what they've done is they've repealed the Fourth Amendment. Right, search and seizure, they can do it without probable cause. Everybody is being searched. Everybody's a potential terrorist, so they've got probable cause for everybody in theory. And so what they do, they'll post on their website the guns and drugs or whatever that they see in these scanners. Well, of course, if you search everybody, you're gonna find some criminals or whatever. But the cost of doing that is dramatic. Moreover, the fact that people have sort of been trained to have, compliance. It's like the Soviet Union, right? Where, just grudgingly, all right, go along with this extremely stupid thing. What's my point? The point is, this is a really stupid regulation that has existed in plain sight of everybody for 20 years. We're still taking off our shoes, okay, because some shoe bomber, whatever number of years ago, okay? All of this stuff is there, as opposed to, there's a zillion other things you could potentially do, different paradigms for airport security, but now apply that to FDA. Just like a lot of what TSA does is security theater, arguably all of it. A lot of what FDA does is safety theater. The difference is there's far fewer people who go through the aperture. They're the biotech and pharma CEOs, okay? So you don't have an understanding of what it is to deal with them, number one. Number two is the penalty is not a few $100s of missing your flight. It is a few $1 million or tens or hundreds of millions of dollars for getting your company subject to the equivalent of a retaliatory wait time. Just like that bouncer threw you out, just like the TSA officer, if you make a joke or, they can just sit you down and make you lose your flight, right? So too, can the FDA just silently impede the approval of something and choke you out financially because you don't have enough runway to get funded, right? So just impose more wait time. Guess what? We want another 6 months. Data is going to take another 6 months. Your company doesn't have the time, you die, right? If you live, you have to raise a round at some dilutive valuation, and now the price gets jacked up on the other side. That's the one thing that can give, by the way, in this whole process. When you push out timelines from days to get a vaccine approved or a vaccine evaluated rather via challenge trials to months or years, the cost during that time it just increases nonlinearly, right? Because you can't iterate on the product. All the normal observations, if it takes you 10 years to launch a product versus 10 days, what's the difference in terms of your speed of iteration, your cost, et cetera, right? So this is part of what, it's not the only thing. There's other things. There's AMA and CPT, there's other things. But this is one of the things that jacks up prices in the US medical system, okay? So now you have something where these CEOs, they're going through this aperture. They can't tell anybody about it, because if you read Reputation and Power, okay, I'm gonna just quote this because it's an amazing, amazing book, right? It's written by a guy, Daniel Carpenter, a smart guy, but he's an FDA sympathizer. He fundamentally thinks it's like a good thing or what have you. Nevertheless, I respect Carpenter's intellectual honesty because he quotes the CEOs in the book, verbatim, and he gives some paragraphs. And essentially from their descriptions, it's like, think about like a Vietnam War thing where you've got a POW and they're like blinking through their eyes, I am being tortured, okay? That is the style. When you read Carpenter's book, you read the quotes from these CEOs. Let me see if I can find it.
Do you recommend the book?
It's a good book, yeah. Or it's now a little bit outdated, okay? because it's like, almost 10 years old. Still, as a history of the FDA, it is well worth reading. And by the way, the reason I say like the FDA is so insanely important. It's so much more important than many other things that people talk about, but they don't talk about it, right? I just want to read his little blurb for it, right? This is 2010. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration is the most powerful regulatory agency in the world. How did the FDA become so influential, and how does it wield its extraordinary power? Reputation Power traces the history of FDA regulation of pharmaceuticals, revealing how the agency's organizational reputation as being the primary source of its power is also one of its ultimate constraints. Carpenter describes how the FDA cultivated a reputation for competence and vigilance throughout the last century, and how this organizational image has enabled the agency to regulate while resisting efforts to curb its own authority. First of all, just that description alone, you're like, wait a second. He is describing this as an active player. It's not like a DMV kind of thing which is passed through. It's talking about cultivating a reputation, its power, resisting efforts to curb its own authority, right? The thing is, now you're kind of through the looking glass. You're like, wait a second, this is kind of language I don't usually hear for regulatory agencies. The thing is, the kind of person who becomes the CEO of a giant company, what do they want to do? They want to expand that company. They want to make more profit. Similarly, the kind of person who comes to run a regulatory agency or one of the subunits, that person wants to expand its ambit. Okay.
But is that always obvious? And sorry to interrupt, but for the CEO of the company, I know that the philosophical ideal of capitalism is you want to make the thing more profitable, but we're also human beings. Do you think there's some fundamental aspect to which we want to do a lot of good in the world?
Sure, but the fiduciary duty will push people to get the ambitious, the profit maximizing expansionist CEO is selected for, right? Basically, they believe, crucially, they're not just, this is important, they're not just, some of them are Grand Theft Auto, make as much money as possible, but they believe in the mission, okay? They've come to believe in the mission, and that is the person who's selected. Chomsky actually had this good thing, which is like, I believe that you believe what you believe, but if you didn't believe what you believe, you wouldn't be sitting here.
Right. So they select for the kind of people that are able to make a lot of money, and in that process, those people are able to construct a narrative that they're doing good, even though what they were selected for is the fact that they can make a lot of money.
Yeah, and they may actually be doing good, but the thing is, with CEOs, we have a zillion images in television and media movies of the evil corporation and the greedy CEO. We have some concept of what CEO failure modes are like, okay? Now, when have you ever seen an evil regulator? Can you name a fictional portrayal of an evil regulator? Can you name an evil CEO?
Yes, a lot. But that's so interesting. I'm searching for a deeper lesson here. You're right. There is portrayals, especially in sort of authoritarian regimes or the Soviet Union, where there's bureaucracy, Chernobyl. You can kind of see within that there's the story of the regulator, but it's not as plentiful, and it also often doesn't have a face to it. It's almost like bureaucracy is this amorphous thing that results, any one individual you see, they're just obeying somebody else. There's not a face to it of evil.
That's right.
The evil is the entire machine.
That's right. That's what I call the school of fish strategy, by the way. It's something where you are an individual and you can be signaled out, but there's more accountability for one person's bad tweets than all the wars in the Middle East, right? Because it's a school of fish.
Yeah.
Right? So if the establishment is wrong, if the bureaucracy is wrong, they're all wrong at the same time. Who could have known? Whereas if you deviate, then you are a deviation who can be hammered down. Okay? Now, the school of fish strategy is unfortunately very successful because, truth is whatever. If you just always ride with the school of fish and turn when they turn and so on, unless there's a bigger school of fish that comes in, you basically can never be proven wrong, right? And this is actually, of course, someone who believes in truth and believes in, innovation and so on, just physiologically can't ride with the school of fish. You just have to say what is true or do what is true, right? Still, you've described correctly, how it's faceless, right? So I will give two examples of fictional portrayals of evil regulators. One is actually the original Ghostbusters. Okay.
Did not expect that one, but yes.
Yeah, so the EPA is actually the villain in that, where they flip a switch that lets out all the ghosts in the city. And essentially the guy is coming in with a head of steam as this evil regulator that's just totally arrogant, doesn't actually understand the private sector or the consequences of their actions, and they force and crucially, they bring a cop with them with a gun. So it shows that a regulator is not simply, some piece of paper, but it is the police, right? And that cop with the gun forces the Ghostbusters to release the statement, and the whole thing spreads.
Yeah.
The second example is Dallas Buyers Club, which is more recent. And that actually shows the FDA blocking a guy who with a life-threatening illness, with AIDS, from getting the drugs to treat his condition and from getting it to other people, right? Those are just two portrayals. But in general, what you find is when you talk about FDA with people, one thing I'll often hear from folks is like, why would they do that? Right? They have no mental model of this. They kind of think of it as, why would this thing, which they think of as sort of the DMV, they don't think of the DMV as like this active thing, okay? Why would the FDA do that? Well, it is because it's filled with some ambitious people that want to keep increasing the power of the agency, just like the CEO wants to increase the profit of the company, right? I use that word ambit, right? Why ambit? Because these folks we know the term greedy, right? These folks are power hungry. They want to have the maximum scope. And sometimes regulatory agencies collide with each other, right? Even though FDA is under HHS, sometimes it collides with HHS and they've got regulations that conflict. For example, HHS says everybody's supposed to be able to have access to their own medical record. FDA didn't want people to have access to their own personal genomes. That conflicts, okay? And both of those are kind of anti-corporate statutes that were put out, with HHS's thing being targeted at the hospitals and FDA being targeted at the personal genomics companies, but those conflicted, right? It's a little bit like CFTC and SEC have a door jam over who will regulate cryptocurrency, right? Sometimes regulators fight each other, but they fight each other. They fight companies. They're active players. This Reputation and Power book, the reason I mention it is, I want to see if I can find this quote. So let me see if I can find this quote.
Reputation and Power, Organizational Image and Pharmaceutical Regulation at the FDA.
So Genentech's executive, G. Kirk Robb, right? Robb would describe regulatory approval for his products as a fundamental challenge facing his company, and he would depict the administration in a particularly vivid metaphor. I've told the story hundreds of times to help people understand the FDA. When I was in Brazil, I worked on the Amazon River for many months selling terramycin for Pfizer. I hadn't seen my family for 8 or 9 months. They were flying into Sao Paulo, and I was flying down from some little village on the Amazon to Manaus and then to Sao Paulo. I was a young guy in his 20s. I couldn't wait to see the kids. One of them was a year-old baby. The other was 3. I missed my wife. There was a Quonset hut in front of just a little dirt strip with a single-engine plane flying to Manaus. I roll up, and there's a Brazilian soldier there. The military revolution happened literally the week before. So this soldier is standing there with his machine gun, and he said to me, "You can't come in." I speak in pretty good Portuguese by that time. I said, "My God, my plane, my family, I got to come in." He said again, "You can't come in." I said, "I got to come in." And he took his machine gun, took the safety off, and pointed at me and said, "You can't come in." And I said, "Oh, now I got it. I can't go in there." And that's the way I always describe the FDA. The FDA is standing there with a machine gun against the pharmaceutical industry. So you better be their friend rather than their enemy. They are the boss. If you're a pharmaceutical firm, they own you body and soul. Okay, that's the CEO of a successful company, Genentech.
Mm-hmm.
He said he's told the story hundreds of times, and regulatory approval is a fundamental challenge facing his company, because if you are regulated by FDA, they are your primary customer. If they cut the cord on you, you have no other customers. And in fact, until very recently, with the advent of social media, no one would even tell your story. It was assumed that you were some sort of, corporate criminal that they were protecting the public from, that you were going to put poison in milk, like the melamine scandal in China. I'm not saying those things don't exist, by the way, they do exist. That's why people are like, they can immediately summon to mind all the examples of corporate criminals, right? That's why I mentioned those fictional stories, those templates. Even if Star Wars doesn't exist, how many times have you heard a Star Wars metaphor or whatever for something, right? Breaking Bad, go ahead.
Yeah, but the pharmaceutical companies are stuck between a rock and a hard place, because the reputation, if they go to Twitter, they go to social media, they have horrible reputation. So it's like they don't know.
But why is that? Because reputation and power. FDA beat down the reputation of pharma companies, just like EPA helped beat down the reputation of oil companies. And as it says over here, right? In practice, dealing with the fact of FDA power meant a fundamental change in corporate structure and culture. At Abbott and at Genentech, Robb's most central transformation was in creating a culture of acquiescence towards a government agency. As was done at other drug companies in the late 20th century, Robb essentially fired officials at Abbott who were insufficiently compliant with the FDA. What that means is de facto nationalization of the industry via regulation. Just to hover on that, that's a really big deal, because if their primary customer is this government agency, then it has nationalized it just indirectly, right? This is partially what's just happened with Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon, the other MAGA. Okay, they have been. Well, that's funny. Right?
Well done. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. That's well done.
Right. So it's so the like I have this tweet, it's like MAGA Republicans and MAGA Democrats. Right? Okay.
Oh damn it! So many things you said today will just get stuck in my head. It changes the way you think. Catchy, something about catchy phrasing of ideas makes me even more powerful. So yeah, okay. So that's happening in the tech.
It's happening in tech. So Facebook is the outlier because Zuck still controls the company. But just like, I mean, why had tech had a good reputation for a while? Because there wasn't a regulatory agency whose justification was regulating these corporate criminals. Right? Once that is the case, the regulatory agency basically comes back to Congress each year. And if you look at its budget approvals, it's saying, we find this many guys. We found this many violations, right? They have an incentive to exaggerate the threat in the same way that a prosecutor or policeman has a quota, right? Like, these are the police. One way I describe it also is like, like a step-down transformers. You have high voltage electricity that's generated at the power plant, and it comes over the wires, and then there's step-down transformers that turn it into a lower voltage that you can just deal with out of your appliances, right? Similarly, you have something where the high voltage of like the US military or the police, and that is transmitted down into a little letter that comes in your mailbox saying, pay your $50 parking ticket, where it's a piece of paper, so you don't see the gun attached to it. But if you were to defy that, it's like Grand Theft Auto, where you get 1 star, 2 star, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, and eventually, you have some serious stuff on your hands. Okay, so once you understand that, every law is backed by force, like that Brazilian guy with the machine gun that Rob mentioned, these guys are the regulatory police. Okay, now, see, for a time, what happened was you had the captured industry, because all of the folks who were in pharmaceuticals were, as Carpenter said, a culture of acquiescence towards the FDA. The FDA was their primary customer. So just like, in a sense, it's rational. Amazon talks about being customer obsessed, right? What Rob did was rational for that time, right? What G. Rob did was saying our customer is the FDA. That's our primary customer. Nobody else matters. They are satisfied first. Every single trade-off that has to be made is FDA, right? And, really that's why the two most important departments at many pharmaceutical companies, arguably all, are regulatory affairs and IP, not R&D, right? Because one is artificial scarcity of regulation, which jacks up the price, and the other is artificial scarcity of the patent, which allows people to maintain the high price, right? So this entire thing is just like, college education. These things may at some point have been a good concept, but the price has just risen and risen and risen until it's at the limit price and beyond, okay? So what has changed? What's changed is in the 2010s, the late 2000s and 2010s and so on, with the advent of social media, with the advent of a bunch of millionaires who are independent, with the advent of Uber and Airbnb, right? With the advent of cryptocurrency, with the diminution of trust in institutions, it used to be really taboo to even talk about the FDA as potentially bad in 2010, 2009, okay? But now people have just seen faceplant after faceplant by the institutions, and people are much more open to the concept that they may actually not have it all together. And I think it's you could probably see some tracking poll or something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a 20 or 30 point drop after the CDC failed to control disease and the FDA failed, and the entire biomedical regulatory establishment and scientific establishment was saying masks don't work before they do. This was just a train crash of all the things that you're paying for that you supposedly think are good. As I mentioned, one response is to go QAnon, and people will say, oh, don't trust anything. But the better response is decentralizing FDA. Okay. So I will say one other thing, which is I mentioned, this concept of improving the Form 3500B, where you scan. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. That just makes me laugh. That I could just tell the form sucks by the fact that it has that code name.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Exactly. Right.
UX is broken at every layer.
Yeah. So they have a bad Yelp for drugs. Could we make a better one? We could make a better one. Just modern UX. the key insight here, by the way, which is a non-obvious point, and I've got a whole talk on this actually that I should probably release. I actually did like almost 8-9 years ago. It's called Regulation is Information. Product quality is a digital signal. Okay, what do I mean by that? Basically, when I talk about exit the Fed, that's the crypto economy, right? What does exit the FT look like? Well, one key insight is that many of the big scale tech companies can be thought of as cloud regulators rather than land regulators. What do I mean by that? Well, first, what is regulation? People do want a regulated marketplace. They want A, quality ratings, like on a 1 to 5 star scale, and B, bans of bad actors, like the 0-star frauds and scammers and so on. And these are distinct, right? Somebody who's like a low quality but well-intentioned person is different than a smart and evil person. Those are two different kinds of failure modes you could have in a marketplace, right? Why is it rational for people to want a regulated marketplace, especially for health? Because they want to pay essentially one entry cost, and then they don't have to evaluate everything separately where they may not have the technical information to do that, right? You don't want to go to Starbucks and put a dipstick into every coffee to see if it's poisoned or something like that. You sort of want to enter a zone where you know things are basically good, and you pay that one diligence cost on the zone itself, right? Whether it's a digital or physical zone, and then the regulator's taking care of it, and they've baked in the regulatory cost into, you know, some subscription fee of some kind, right? So the thing is, the model we've talked about is the land regulator of a nation state in a territorially bounded thing. But the cloud regulator, what's a cloud regulator? That is Amazon star ratings, that's Yelp, that is eBay, that is Airbnb, that is Uber and Lyft, and so on and so forth. It's also actually Gmail and Google. Why? Because you're doing spam filtering, and you are doing ranking of mails with priority inbox, right? With Google itself, they ban malware links, right? So the bad actors are out, and they're ranking them, right? How about Apple, the App Store, right? They ban bad actors, and they do star ratings. When you start actually applying this lens, PayPal, you know, they've got a reputation there. Every single web service that's at the scale of like tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people has had to build a cloud regulator. And the crucial thing is it scales across borders. So you can use the data from Mexico to help somebody in Moldova or vice versa, right? Because it's fundamentally international, right? Those ratings, you have a network effect. And there's another aspect to it, which is these are better regulators than the land regulators. For example, Uber is a better regulator than the taxi medallions. Why? Every ride is GPS tracked. There's ratings on both the driver and the passenger side. Both parties, you know that payment can be rendered in a standard currency, right? If you have below a certain star rating on either side, you get deplatformed and so on to protect either a rider or driver, and on, right? What does that do? Think about how much better that is than taxi medallions. Rather than a 6-month or annual inspection, you have reports from every single rider, okay? Before Uber, it was the taxi drivers and taxi regulators were in a little monopoly locally, okay? Because they were the persistent actors in the ecosystem. Taxi riders had nothing in common, didn't even know each other. New York, some guy gets in a taxi, another guy, they had no way to communicate with each other. So the persistent actors in the ecosystem were the regulators and the drivers. And they had this cozy kind of thing, and medallion prices just kept going up. And this was this sort of collaboration on artificial scarcity. Afterwards, with Uber and Lyft and other entrants, you had something interesting, a different kind of regulator driver fusion. If you assume regulatory capture exists and lean into it, Uber is the new regulator, and Uber drivers are the drivers. Lyft is the competing regulator, and Lyft drivers are the new drivers. Okay, so you have a regulator-driver fusion versus another regulator-driver fusion. You no longer have a monopoly; you have multiple parties. Okay, you have a competitive market. This is the concept of like polycentric law, right? Where you have multiple different legal regimes in the same jurisdiction overlapping that you can choose between with a tap of a button. Right, all these concepts from like libertarian theory, like polycentric law or catalytic, all these things are becoming more possible now that the internet has increased microeconomic leverage, and because that exit is now possible. Now, you may argue, oh well, Lyft and Uber, they're not profitable anymore, and there's two different criticisms of them. One is, oh, they're not profitable, or oh, they're charging too much, and I think part of this is because of certain kinds of the regulatory state has caught up to try to make them uncompetitive. For example, they don't allow people in some states to identify themselves as independent contractors, even if they are part-time, okay? There's various other kinds of rules and regulations. In Austin for a while, Uber was even banned, what have you, right? Net though, like Uber, Grab, Gojek, Lyft, Didi, like ride sharing as a concept is now out there. And whatever the next version is, whether it's self-driving, like while it's like a very hard-fought battle and the regulatory state keeps trying to push things back into the garage, this is a fundamentally better way of just doing regulation of taxis. Similarly, Airbnb for hotels. I mean, it's basically the same thing, okay? And now Airbnb could use competition. I think that it would be good to have, like competition for them, and there are other kinds of sites opening up. But the fundamental concept of the cloud regulator now, let's apply it here. Once you realize regulation is information, the way you'd set up a competitor to FDA or SEC or FAA or something like that is you just do better reviews. You just start with that. That's pure information. You're under free speech. That's like still, the most defended thing. Literally just publishing reviews. And not just reviews by any old person. It turns out that FDA typically will use expert panels. Where there's expert panels, it's like professors from Harvard or things like that. So what that is this concept of a reputational bridge. What you want to do is you want to have folks who are, let's say, biotech entrepreneurs, or they're profs like Sinclair or what have you. You do want to have the reviews of the crowd, okay? But you also want to have, especially in medicine, so you want to have the reviews of experts of some kind. So there's going to be defectors from the current establishment, okay? Just like there are profs who defected from computer science academia to become Larry and Sergey and whatever, or they weren't profs, they were grad students, right? In the same way, you'll have defectors who have the credentials from the old world, but can build up the new. Just like there's folks from Wall Street who have come into cryptocurrency and helped legitimate it, right? Just like there's folks who left Sulzberger to come to Substack, okay? We have these folks who, by defecting, they help, and then they're also supplemented by all this new talent coming in, right? That combination of things is how you build a new system. It's not completely by itself, nor is it trying to reform the old. It's some fusion, okay? So in this new system, who do you have? You have like the most entrepreneurial and innovative MDs. You have the most entrepreneurial and innovative professors, and you have the founders of actual new products and stuff. And they are giving open source reviews of these products. And they're also building a community that will say, look, we want this new drug, or we want this new treatment, or we want this new device, and we're willing to crowdfund 10,000 units. So please give us the thing, and we'll write a very fair review of it, and we'll also all evaluate it as a community and so on. So you turn these people from just passive patients into active participants in their health. That's a community part, and they've got the kind of biomedical technical leadership there. Now, what is the kind of prototype of something like this? Something like VitaDAO is very interesting. Things like Molecule DAO are very interesting. It'll start with things like longevity, right? And why is that? Because the entire model of FDA, this 20th century model, is wait for somebody to have a disease and then try to cure them, okay? Versus, saying an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? Why are we not actually tracking folks and getting a constant dashboard on yourself so you can see whether things are breaking, and then you deal with it just like you've got server uptime things. You don't wait necessarily for the site to go down. You start seeing, oh, response rates are spiking, we need to add more servers, right? You have some warning, okay? Even 10 years ago, there's this article called The Measured Man in The Atlantic, where this guy, physicist, Larry Smarr, okay? What he was doing is he was essentially doing a bunch of measurements on himself. And he was finding that there were predictors of inflammation that were spiking, and he went to the doctor, showed the charts, and the doctor was like, I can't do anything with this. Then it turned out to be an early warning of like a serious condition that he had to, I think, go for like, surgery or something. And he was starting to think, well, look, the way that we're doing medicine right now is it's not quite like pre-germ theory of disease, but it is pre-continuous diagnostics. Okay, continuous diagnostics, just to talk about this for a second, this is, I mentioned one angle on which you go after FDA, which is like the better phase 4, right? I've mentioned the concept of better reviews in general, okay? I mentioned VitaDAO, which is like a community that is going after longevity. Let's talk about continuous diagnostics. So basically, we know better what is going on in Bangalore or Budapest than in our own body. That's actually kind of insane to think about. This stuff that, it's all on the other side of the world, 10,000 miles away, but, a few millimeters away, you don't really know what's going on, right? And that's starting to change with all the quantified self devices, the hundreds of millions of Apple Watches and Fitbits and stuff, right? You're also starting to see continuous glucose meters, which is very important. They're starting to give you readouts. People are seeing, wow, this is spiking my insulin, or rather, this is spiking my blood sugar. And it might be something you didn't predict. It varies for different people. For some people, banana isn't a big deal. For others, it's actually quite bad for the blood sugar. What happens when you extend that? Well, about 10 years ago, a guy, Mike Snyder, professor at Stanford, did something called Integron, where he just threw the kitchen sink of all the diagnostics he could at himself over the period of, I think, a few weeks or a few months. I forget the exact duration. He's able to do things where you could see during that period, he got a cold or something. And you could see in the expression data, the gene expression data, that he was getting sick before he felt sick. He could also see that something about that viral infection made him develop diabetes-like symptoms, if I'm remembering it accurately. So you could see, oh, wait a second, these are things that are that I can see in my readouts that I would only have the vaguest interpretation
This
of
is like a
as
phoenix
a
rising
human
from
being.
the ashes.
And moreover, he could take, I don't think he did this, but if you took treatments, if you took drugs, right, you could actually show what your steady state was if you tracked over time, show what your disease state or sick state was, and then this drug pushes you back into non-disease state. You can actually get a quantitative readout of what, steady state was, right? So that, and that steady state, your expression levels across all these genes, your small molecules, basically everything you can measure, that's going to vary from person to person, right? What's healthy and natural for you may be a different baseline than for me. For example, people who are South Asian or have dark skin tend to have vitamin D deficiency. Why? Because we need a lot of sunlight. So often inside you're tapping on your screen. So what do? Take actually significant vitamin D infusions, okay? That's a small example of where baselines differ between people, okay? So continuous diagnostics, what could that mean? That could mean, things like the continuous glucose meter, it's quantified self, it's like continuous blood testing, right? So you have a so-called mobile phlebotomist. This is something which phlebotomist takes blood, right? Mobile phlebotomy would come to your office, come to your remote office. This is a great business for people. I think, you can revisit this in 2022. People tried this in the 2010s, but I think it's worth revisiting. Mobile phlebotomist comes every week or every month, takes blood, runs every test, right? Maybe that's, a few $1,000s a year, maybe eventually gets to a few $100s a year. And that's expensive in some ways, but boy, that's better health insurance in other ways.
Yeah, it's amazing. So there's a bunch of companies that do this, and I actually would love to learn more about them. One of them is a company called Inside Tracker that sponsors this podcast. They do that, but the reason I really appreciate them, they're the first ones that introduced me to how easy it is, but it's also depressing how little information, exactly as you beautifully put once again, how little information we have about our own body in a continuous sense.
Yes.
And actually, also sadly, even with Inside Tracker, as I collect that data, how not integrated that data is with everything else.
Right.
If I wanted to opt in, I would I can't just riffing off the top of my head, but I would like Google Maps to know what's going on inside my body.
That's right.
Maybe I can't intuit at first why that application is useful, but there could be incredible, that's where the entrepreneurial spirit builds, is what can I do with that data? Can I make the trip less stressful for you and adjust the Google Maps thing kind of thing?
That's right.
Yeah.
So, one of the things about this, by the way, is because there are so many movies made about Theranos, okay? That's one of the reasons why people have sort of been scared off from doing diagnostics to some extent, okay? Why? Because VCs are oh, is this another Theranos? And the diligence and everything, everyone's looking at it. Oh, blood testing, 1 drop of blood, huh? Hurts with recruiting. Essentially, a lot of the media and stuff around that basically has pathologized the thing that we want to have a lot more entrance in, right? Now, one way of thinking about it is FDA has killed way more people than Theranos has. All right, way more. Just take drug lag alone, okay? Whenever you have a drug that works and reduced morbidity and mortality after it was actually generally available, but was delayed for months or years, the integral under that curve is the excess morbidity and mortality attributable to FDA's drug lag. You could go back and do that study across lots and lots of different drugs, and you probably find quite a lot. Alex Tabarrok and others have written on this, right? Daniel Henninger has written on this, okay? That's just one example. I gave the pandemic example, the fact that they held up the EUAs for the tests and didn't do challenge trials. That's they're not. That's like 1 million American dead. That could have been orders of magnitude less if we had gotten the vaccine out to vulnerable populations sooner. Okay, so you're talking about something that has a total monopoly on global health, and you can't know what it is without that unless you have zones that are FDA free, but that have some form of regulation. As I mentioned, it's a V3. It's not going back to zero regulation, everybody man for itself, but it's a more reputable regulator. Just like Uber is a better regulator than the taxi medallions, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're painting such an incredible picture. You're making me wish you were FDA commissioner. But
there are a bunch of people who tweeted something like that after the with the pandemic. Whatever. Go ahead. Yeah.
Is that possible? Like, if you were just given, if you became FDA commissioner, could you push for those kinds of changes, or is that really something that has to come from the outside?
The short answer is no, and the longer answer, meaning.
That'd be funny. Like, the short answer is no, the long answer is yes.
so basically, see, a CEO of a company, it's very difficult. They can hire and fire, right? So in theory, they can do surgery on the organism, and Steve Jobs took over Apple and was able to hire and fire, raise money, do this, that. He basically had root over Apple. Like, he was a system administrator, right? He had full permissions. Okay. As FDA commissioner, you do not have full permissions over FDA, let alone the whole structure around it, right? If you're FDA commissioner, you are not the CEO of the agency, okay? Lots of these folks there have career tenure. They can't be fired. They can't even really be disciplined. There's something called the Douglas factors. You ever heard the Douglas factors? It's like the Miranda rights for federal employees, okay? The right to remain silent. So basically, if you've heard that federal employees can't be fired, the Douglas factors are how that's actually operationalized. When you try to fire somebody, it's this whole process where they get to appeal it and so on and so forth. And they're sitting in the office while you're trying to fire them. And they're complaining to everybody around them that this guy's trying to fire me, he's such a bad guy, blah, blah, right? And everybody around, even if, they may think that guy is doing a bad job, they're like, wait a second, he's trying to fire you, he might try to fire me too. And so anybody who tries to fire somebody at FDA just gets a face full of lead for their troubles. What they instead will do is sometimes they'll just transfer somebody to the basement or something so they don't have to deal with them if they're truly bad, okay? But the thing about this is there is only one caveat, Douglas factor number 8. The notoriety of the offense or its impact upon the reputation of the agency. There's that word again, reputation and power. So the one way you can truly screw up within a regulatory bureaucracy is if you sort of endanger the annual budget renewal. Think of it as this mini Death Star that's coming to dock against the max Death Star for its annual refuel. And it's talking about all the corporate criminals that it's prosecuted, the quotas, the police quotas, the ticketing, and if they don't have a crisis, they will invent one. Just like TSA, just like other agencies you're more familiar with, you can kind of map it back. Look at the guns and drugs we've seized there. And so you have an incentive for, creating these crises or manufacturing them or exaggerating them. And if you endanger that refueling, that annual budget renewal or, what have you, then the whole agency will basically be like, okay, you're bad and you can be disciplined, or sometimes, with rare except, you can be booted. But what that means is that FDA commissioner is actually a white elephant. It's a ceremonial role, really, right? The term white elephant's basically, the Maharaja gives you a white elephant as a gift. Seems great. Next day, it's eaten all of your grass. It's pooped on your lawn. It has just put a foot on your car and smashed it. But you can't give it away. It's a white elephant. The Maharaja gave it to you, right? That's what being FDA commissioner is. It's the kind of thing where and a lot of people are drawn in moths to the flame for these titles of the establishment. I want to be head of this. I want to be head of that, right? And really what it is, it's becoming head of Kazakhstan in the mid-1980s in the Soviet Union, the Kazakhstan SSR, right? Soviet Socialist Republic, before the thing was going to crumble potentially, right? In many ways, it's becoming, folks who are just totally status obsessed getting these positions, but a lot of the merit, all the folks with merit are kind of leaving the government and going into, tech or crypto or what have you, right? So even if these agencies were hollow before, in some ways they're becoming hollower because they have less talent there, right? So A, you can't hire and fire very easily. You can hire a little bit, you can't really fire. B, a lot of the talent has left the building, but was there. C, we're entering the decentralizing era. And D, like, be like Satoshi. Satoshi founded Bitcoin because he knew you could not reform the Fed. Everybody is trying to go and reform. And the reason they're trying to reform is we haven't figured out the mechanism to build something new. And now perhaps we have that. So I've named a few of them, right? I'll name one more. Related to deliverance. Fitness is actually the backdoor to a lot of medicine. Okay, why is that? You go to any conference, it could be neurology, it could be cardiology. You'll find somebody who's giving a talk that says something along the lines of fitness is the ultimate drug. Maybe not today when people are saying, oh, fat phobic, but not too many years ago, you would see somebody, people saying fitness is the ultimate drug. If we could just prescribe fitness in a pill, that would improve your cardiovascular function, your neurological function, deals with depression.
By the way, in that case, the use of the word drug means medicine. So
medicine, yeah. Sure.
Fitness is the ultimate medicine,
Yeah, the ultimate medicine, right? So if they could just prescribe the effects of it, it's just like, boom, just massive effect, right? Like you're fit enough, you do the resistance training, it helps with, preventive diabetes, every kind of thing in the world, you see a significant treatment effect. Yet your fitness is your own responsibility. You go to some gym, 24-hour fitness. What do they have? They have on the wall exhortations like your body is your responsibility, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
And go ahead. But
no, it's hilarious. Yes.
It's funny, but it's true, right?
Yeah, it's funny because it's true.
And so your fitness, your diet, that's your responsibility. But when you go into a doctor's office, suddenly it becomes lie back and think of England. Okay, suddenly you become passive. Suddenly, oh, your doctor is Dr. Google. Well, your doctor must be a moron. You're going and trying to take care of yourself. You're Googling symptoms. Oh, how stupid you are. I have a medical degree. And that doctor, see, the thing is, if you come in and you've self-diagnosed or you've done some of your own research, if you're right, and if they've got an ego about it, they're undermined. And if you're wrong, they're like, arrogant. But either way, if they've got this kind of mindset, they have an incentive to resist the patient taking care of themselves. Isn't that the doctor's job, right? And they're kind of taught to behave like this, many of them. So what that means then is that intervention of that 15 or 30-minute appointment with the doctor, whatever drug they prescribe, better hit you like Thor's hammer to put you back on the straight and narrow. Because that's only with you for like a few seconds, a few minutes or whatever. The doctor's only with you for a few minutes. The drug is only, some drugs are very powerful, so they actually do work like this, okay? But your fitness is your own responsibility, and that's a continuing forcing function every day. And again, we get back to decentralization, right? The decentralization of responsibility from somebody thinking of themselves merely as a patient to an active participant in their own health, who's doing their own monitoring of their own health, right? And logging all of their stuff, who's eating, properly and looking at the effect of their diet on things like their, continuous glucose monitor as a V1, but other things, right? Who is, as fit as they can possibly be. Like, these are kind of obvious things, but why is this the backdoor to medicine? Because since the FDA only regulates those things that are meant to diagnose and treat a disease, all the stuff that is meant to improve an otherwise healthy person is potentially out of their purview. Supplements are one interesting aspect that they were carved out in the mid 90s, and that's why the supplement industry is big, because FDA doesn't have as tight a rein on that. But all of the Fitbit, CGM, continuous glucometer type stuff, you can crank out all kinds of things that help people get fitter that will also actually have just general health value, but you're not marketing them to diagnose or treat, a disease. See what I'm saying? Yeah. You're marketing them for the purpose of fitness. This is a market. Why? Because psychologically, people, they don't like paying to get back to normal, but they will absolutely pay tons of money to get better than normal. They'll pay for fitness, they'll pay for makeup, they'll pay for hair, they'll pay for this and that, right? So that's actually the back door, and you can do tons of things there where obviously being healthier is also protective. You can actually show the studies. So this way you build out all the tooling to get healthier, and that actually helps on this axis. Fewer things which kind of the U.S. medical system while I'm on it. You got me on this topic.
I love this.
Okay, so
this is the most eloquent exploration of the U.S. medical system and how to improve it, how to fix it, and what the future looks like.
Yeah.
So love it.
So basically, part of it is decentralizing control back to the individual, right? Now, I have talked about FDA at length, but let me talk about some other broken parts of the U.S. system, right? There's like AMA, there's CPT, there's CPOM, there's this, like, all these regulations, which see normally in capitalism, you have a buyer and a seller, right? Duh. In medicine, you have third-party regulation and fourth-party pricing and fifth-party payment. Okay, so third-party regulation, FDA is regulating it. Fourth-party pricing, it is the CPT codes, right? Fifth-party payment, it's the insurance companies, all right? And just to discuss these bits of the system, first, why are some people against capitalism in medicine? I actually understand why they're against it, because they are visualizing themselves on a gurney when they're being wheeled in, and now somebody at their moment of vulnerability is charging this insane price for their care. And many people in the US have had this horrible experience where they're bankrupted or scared of being bankrupted with medical bills. Therefore, the concept of adding more capitalism to medicine scares them, and they think it's horrible, and you're some like awful, greedy tech bro kind of thing. All right. Let me say I understand that concern, and let me tease that apart a little bit, right? Basically, the most capitalistic areas of medicine are the most functional areas of medicine. So that's the places where you can walk in and walk out, okay? Whether that's dentistry, dermatology, plastic surgery, even veterinary medicine, which is not human, okay? Where you can make a conscious decision, say, okay, I want this care or I don't want this. I see a price list. I can pay cash, right? If I don't like it, I go to another dermatologist. There's few dermatological emergencies. That's why dermatologists have a great quality of life, okay? By contrast, when you're being wheeled in on a gurney, you need it right now, okay? And you're unconscious or what have you, or you're not in the capacity to deal with it, right? And so these are the two extremes. It's like ambulatory medicine, you can walk around and pick, and like ambulance medicine, okay? And what that means is the more ambulatory the medicine, the more legitimate capitalism is in that situation. People are okay with a dermatologist basically turning you down because you don't have enough money and you go to another dermatologist because you can comparison shop there. It's not usually an emergency, right? Whereas if you're coming in with an ambulance, then people don't want to be turned down, and I understand why, okay? What this suggests, by the way, is that you should only have insurance for the edge cases. Insurance should only cover the ambulance, not the ambulatory. And most people are losing money on insurance, right? Because most people are paying more in premiums than they are getting out. It's just that this huge flight of dollars through the air to make heads or tails out of. Oh, the other aspect that's obviously broken, is employer-provided health insurance, which just started after World War II. So, auto insurance is in a much more competitive market. You don't whip out your auto insurance card at the gas station to pay for your gas, right? You only whip it out when there's a crash, right? That's what, quote, health insurance should be. And the Singapore model is actually a pretty good one for this, where they have sort of a mandatory HSA. You have to put some money in that, and that pays for your healthcare bills, but then it's cash out of that. It's like a separate pocket, sort of forced savings to pay for
Health savings account.
Health savings account, right? The thing about this is, once you realize, well, first, ambulatory medicine is capitalist medicine, ambulance medicine is socialist medicine, okay? You want to shift people more towards ambulatory. Guess what? That's in their interest as well. Now that brings us back to the monitoring, right? The continuous monitoring, where whether eventually it's Mike Snyder's Integrum, the V1 is the quantified self and the Apple Watch and the continuous glucose meters, and a VN is the Mike Snyder Integrum. There's a site called Q.bio, which is doing this also, right? Eventually this stuff will hopefully just be in a device that just measures tons and tons of variables on you, right? There's ways of measuring some of these metabolites and without breaking the skin. So it's like, it's not, you don't have to keep breaking the skin over and over. There's various ways of doing that. So now you've got something where you've got the monitoring, you've got the dashboards, you've got the alerts, and just like this Larry Smarr guy that I mentioned, the Measured Man, you might be able to shift more and more things to ambulatory. And one of the things about this also is the medical system is set up in a bad way, where the primary care physician is the one who is not the top of their class, but the guys who are at the bottom of the pinball machine, the surgeons and the radiologists, once your stuff is already broken, okay, they're the ones who are paid the most. So a lot of the skill collects at the post-break stage,
Right.
Where you actually want Doogie Howser MD is at the upstream stage, okay? So you want this amazing doctor there, right? How could we get that? I mentioned the app that doesn't exist, which is like a better version of the 3500B, right? Here's another app that doesn't exist, and this is one that FDA has actively quashed. Why can't you just take an image of a mole or something like that. You know, with the incredible cameras we have, a huge amount of medical imaging should be able to be done at home. And it goes to doctors, whether it's in the US or the Philippines or India. I mean, teleradiology exists, right? Why can you not do that for dermatology, for everything else? You should be able to literally just hold the thing up and with a combination of both AI and MDs, just diagnose. That should exist, right? Answer is, there's a combination of both American doctors and the FDA that team up to prevent this or slow this. And, you know, one argument is, oh, the AI is not better than a human 100% of the time because it's not deployed yet. Therefore, it could make an error. Therefore, it's bad. Even if it's better than 99% of doctors, 99% of the time. Another argument is the software has to go through design control. Okay. Now, basically, once you understand how FDA works, basically imagine the most bureaucratic, frozen process for code deployment at any company ever. And that is the most nimble thing ever relative to FDA's design review. So just a review. A, talked about how FDA was blocking all this stuff. B, talked about why ambulatory medicine is capitalist medicine, ambulance medicine is socialist medicine. C, talked about how with the diagnostic stuff, we can shift it over to ambulatory. D, talked about how there's lots of things where you could have a combination of doctor and AI in